home communities a little while ago, and I want to bring in Fox 4's Alexandra Rangel because she was at one of them earlier.
And the water kept going inside the house, and I said, oh my God, what was gonna happen?
Alma Pollard's mobile home is still standing, but
I lost everything.
the high surge from the Caloosahatchee River slowly started filling her living room and kitchen.
Inside my house, it's really, really damaged. Everything is gone.
Pollard walked us through her home. Where did you stay during the hurricane? Were you up on this upper level?
Yes, and then we have a ladder.
Muddy floors, wet walls, her entire home soaked in water. And although county leaders advised people living in mobile homes to evacuate immediately, many decided to stay and weather the storm. Pollard's husband, Curtis, says once they realized the force Ian was hitting them with,
there was nothing we could do because the water was, and the cars wouldn't start. The water was already almost up to the engines in the cars.
As we walked through the Calusa mobile home estates in Fort Myers, we came across wrecked homes with missing walls and roofs completely blown off. Cecilia Ramirez held on to her dog as she mourned her home. Even these walls are about to fall off with this wind, she says. As residents of the mobile home estates begin to recover, Pollard is just grateful to have made it through.
And I know that God not gonna let us down because there's so many people that they need me.
In North Fort Myers, Alexandra Rangel, Fox 4.
All right, at 8:40, I want to talk about something that a lot of people have asked me about. I actually posted on social media asking people, what questions do you have? What can I do to answer any questions you might be thinking about? And a lot of people are saying, my car is flooded. What do I do? How do I even go about the process of getting it fixed?
Okay.
I know my car flooded, so I'm also in this situation. So I'm looking online, and insurance experts are basically saying what you're going to want to do is survey the damage to your vehicle. Is it just flooding? Is there any debris damage? My car has a hole in its sunroof as well. So in addition to the flooding, there's that kind of damage. You're going to want to keep a mental note of how high that flood water got. And then you're going to want to, of course, act quickly. Keep in mind, though, you do not want to start your car after it's flooded out like this. That can cause even more damage to the engine. It can cause some corrosion issues. So they're saying, let your car dry out, don't start it. I know it's tempting because we want to drive around to get supplies or see the damage, but please don't start your car if it was flooded. That can lead to more issues. And then what you're going to want to do is call your car insurance company. They're going to work with some kind of qualified mechanic to assess the damage completely and then take the process from there. So those are things you're going to want to keep in mind. But the main thing I wanted to point out is don't try to drive that car because that could just lead to even more issues. You might think, okay, it started, I can take it somewhere, but that could lead to more problems down the road.
What you see on the screen here is what people need to do to get assistance from FEMA. FEMA money is and will be available for people over the next month or so, and initially this money is to just get you through your daily life because you have lost your home, or you have lost your car, or you need food or something like that. So there are 3 ways to apply. You can go to the FEMA's website and apply there, FEMA.org. There's also a 1-800 number you can call. And we also have all of this information on our website, fox4now.com. But we do want you to know that there is FEMA help available at this point. You can get it just to kind of get you through the next short period. There will be more assistance available later to help you with the bigger cost things. But the information on how you can apply and how you can start the process to get that money is right here on your screen.
And if you're having issues seeing your screen, the number to call, I just want to say it out loud just in case, 1-800-621-3362. That is a number to call for assistance if you need help getting direction from FEMA and all of that. That's something that we are keeping an eye on. We also want to let you know that Marco Island is saying that power is still down on the island. They're working really quickly to get the power back up. So even though things on Marco Island seem like they've improved a lot over the last 24 hours or so since this storm made its biggest impact, they are still dealing with a lot of power outages.
All right, now we want to move north of Marco Island into Charlotte County. That's where our Rachel Wilkerson is with an update on how things are looking there.
The iconic city of Naples Pier now has caution tape and is partially boarded up. This is just part of the damage that Hurricane Ian has caused this pier. The city of Naples says the pier is about 1,000 feet and 200 feet of that was washed away in the storm surge. I'm told that the rest of the pier has suffered significant damage. And for families, this is a place that they come on a weekly basis. I'm told that they love to come get hot dogs and ice cream and just watch the sunset from the restaurant that was on this pier. Several people were out here today looking at it, taking photos of it, and just really taking all of this in. They said that they're hoping that this can be rebuilt quickly because for them, this is a place that they love to come. This, for them, represents the city of Naples. Now, Naples maintenance crews told me that they are working as hard as they can and they don't have a timeline of when this pier can fully open back up to the public. They're working right now. We saw them at the front. They have the front boarded up. They had their drills out and doing all they can to get it back up and running. Reporting from Naples Pier, I'm Rachel Wilkerson, Fox 4 News.
8:44 is the time as we are waiting for Governor Ron DeSantis' news conference. We do want to tell you that we are getting some messages from people who say that they're getting busy signals right now trying to get to the county-run welfare check hotlines. People across Southwest Florida still waiting to hear from their loved ones, so they're asking for these welfare checks. Collier County, Charlotte County, Lee County, they all have their own hotlines for this. They're getting busy signals because, as you can imagine, so many people are still waiting to hear from their loved ones and wanting to get those done. The Red Cross number did get through for one person, so we want to make sure that others have that number just in case you're looking for these kinds of services. 1-800-733-2767. I'll say it one more time, 1-800-733-2767. So if you need to get a welfare check on one of your loved ones, that is another option for you.
All right, want to go to Cape Coral now because the Cape Coral Police Department was involved in cleaning up some areas in the city. There are a lot of areas that have trees that are down, other debris from houses in the road. So this is a look at some of the damage there in Cape Coral. You can see those palm trees wind blown. You can see that boat in the median of the road. And just a lot of mess on many, many streets in Cape Coral. We know the southeast part of the Cape really saw maybe some of the strongest winds of this storm, and that did a lot of damage. Not to mention that if you live in the southeast part of the Cape, you are right by the water, so the water surge was there as well. South Cape, both southeast and southwest Cape, saw a lot of damage. So this is a little bit of video of police officers and other workers with the city coming together and helping clean up some of that damage.
We have seen a lot of improvements when it comes to power outages, especially in Charlotte County. I know a lot of people that I know are talking about getting power back on. We want to send it on over to Fox 4's Yvette Sanchez. She has an update with FPL.
All right, guys, we're here at the Edison Mall on Colonial in Cape Coral. This is somewhere that everyone knows. As you can see behind me, a bunch of debris. We drove all through the parking lots. There was flooding. There was cars filled in the parking lot. But what you are seeing right now is the FPL emergency response team. They are headed out into the community and they're going to start working more on what the community needs. Now, they did say they did have people already out there assessing what materials needed to be sent out there because they didn't want to overload the workers that are there. When we were there, I spoke to a bunch of those workers and they were telling us they are here from everywhere. We've got Wyoming, New Jersey, Nevada. They are here to help Florida out. They are here specifically to help out Southwest Florida. And what's really great is that they're on their way right now. They're going into the community. They're going to try and restore what they can. They say they feel like they're going at a slow pace, but we told them we appreciate how fast they are working. And we will be sure to update you guys on anything and any updates that they give us. But for right now in Cape Coral, Yvette Sanchez, Fox 4.
All right, Yvette, thank you. We do want to provide this aerial view of Fort Myers and some of the flooding that we are seeing in that area. It's really remarkable to be able to see these aerial views of the flooding from this storm. It really just goes to show you the impacts of what different areas faced in the hours during this storm, as this video is showing, and then after the storm. the water rose so high. I know in some neighborhoods, I have a friend that lives in the Island Park area, and she was sending me pictures where the water was up to her roof of her one-story home. She had evacuated, a neighbor had sent her that picture, and so having to come home to something like that, obviously devastating, knowing that all of your belongings, your house is probably unlivable. This is, again, during the hours of the storm. You can see the wind blowing, and that water is really moving as well.
Yeah, the storm surge is really what gets me when I see this video. It's hard to look at, to be honest, because just think about all of the damage that rushing water is doing. And it's something Southwest Florida has never really seen. You know, the big storms that have impacted us haven't really come with a lot of storm surge. So it's something that people knew was possible, but never really experienced or never really saw to this level here in Southwest Florida. So I think there was some surprise, and I was certainly surprised to see just how powerful that water could be and how far it can go. You hear stories about it going, you know, so far inland from where the river or the Gulf or other streams or canals are, and just to see how quickly it expanded is just incredible.
That storm surge made its way all the way into neighborhoods on Winkler Road near Summerlin. So you just, it's crazy that it could flow that quickly. And a lot of people were saying too that they thought that the thick of the storm was over. Things had obviously not totally calmed down, but the winds had gotten a bit slower. And then that's when that storm surge rushed in, and the speed at which it became a situation that was nerve-wracking, you know, not just a little bit of water, but up to people's doorsteps, up through people's garages. It happened so quickly.
All right, now we want to turn to Fort Myers Beach. We told you a little while ago we got some new information from the Lee County Sheriff's Office. It was expected. We kind of figured this was the case, but they made it official a short time ago that there's just no safe way onto Fort Myers Beach right now. You talk about Bonita Springs, getting in from that way or getting in from the bridge over in Fort Myers. The Sheriff's Office says that there is just not a safe way even to ride a bicycle. There's no clear path because of all of this destruction. And these are pictures that the Sheriff's Office posted to Facebook. I want you to pay attention to the 7-Eleven picture. This is what I was talking about earlier. So this is right on Fort Myers Beach at the main drag, Estero Boulevard. And you think about where the beach is, and you think about all of the sand and all of the debris from those buildings that were destroyed just being pushed up by the water up into more buildings and up across the street, and then all of it breaking through the glass there at that 7-Eleven and just filling that building up. Look at just how it's filled up with all of the debris and sand. Yet another indication of how powerful those storm surges are.
Yeah, and they're even saying it's impassable by car, of course, but even by bicycle, you don't want to go there on foot either, because you see all the sand and debris in the roadways of the main parts of Fort Myers Beach. It's just not worth the possibility of the dangers you might encounter. Just stay away from Fort Myers Beach if you're able to, and let the rescue crews do their jobs to respond to the emergencies, and then the county crews working to clear that debris. All right, time right now is 8:52. We want to show you some video of flooding at a trailer mobile home community, I should say, in Fort Myers. This is more aerial views of what we're seeing across Southwest Florida with the storm surge, the flooding, these mobile home communities. It's just so sad to see, because most of these people you're seeing in these videos, homes, they're essentially total losses because they're so filled with water.
Yeah, and you kind of knew that even if there wasn't a storm surge, just with the power of the winds of this storm, that this was going to be a threat. You know, when the evacuation orders came out, and it doesn't matter what city or county it was in Southwest Florida, they always started with evacuation of the Zone A and then Zone B, and then it said, if you live in a mobile home, no matter where you are in that city or county, you need to evacuate. So that gave you some indication that these homes were not going to be in good shape and possibly not survive this. But this video just shows that, and it shows what kind of power the wind can do. And then to add to the misery, they're just surrounded by water and probably filled with water.
It's just awful. And we've talked a lot about, you know, the first responders that are doing rescues. We've talked a lot about the linemen that are going in and restoring power. Now we want to talk about the Red Cross and all of the work that they are doing to help people, the survivors of this hurricane, the people who really have a lot of damage to their homes and need help. So reporter Luz Delia Caballero has more on that.
We're going to put things into perspective. I'm 5 feet 4 inches tall, and we know the highest storm surge in some parts of southwest Florida were higher than 7 feet, which means some structures in the area were flooded more than 2 feet above my head.
The storm was a monster. It's done monster damage.
This is Mary Reagan's 5th rescue mission as a nurse with the Red Cross and her 2nd one in Florida. As soon as she heard Hurricane Ian was approaching,
I called them and volunteered.
Called in because she's made it her life's mission to help wherever she can, even if that means going toward a hurricane.
Several days before the storm hit, we saw the size of the hurricane almost covering the Gulf.
Reagan's providing aid in Tallahassee, where she says the damage isn't as extensive.
But as you well know, that's not the case for areas south of us. And when our assignment is finished here, my team of 4 that's at the shelter, we fully expect to be going south to help.
She says some folks she's met in the shelter are displaced and without power. Down south, though,
it's been a devastating storm in more words than you can imagine. Loss of life has even begun to be accounted for. Because of the flooding, it's still hard to even get into the communities.
And given the immediate need for supplies on the ground,
in this type of hurricane, it would be best for people that wanted to help to go to redcross.org and make a monetary donation.
Amid the devastation, Reagan says she's just happy to be able to help.
It's just the best, selfless, giving work that you can imagine. That's what shelter work is all about.
Adding relief in Florida will be needed for quite some time.
It's going to take a lot of recovery for Florida to put the pieces back together.
All right, time right now is 8:55. We are waiting for the governor's news conference today. We are expected to get new numbers on power outages in southwest Florida. Also expected to get an update on the rescue operations that have picked up again this morning. As soon as the governor speaks, he will take this podium right here in Tallahassee at the Emergency Operations Center, and when he does, we will bring it to you live. We want to talk about some of the damage in other parts of the state. It is not, of course, just southwest Florida. Unfortunately, southwest Florida took the most damage, but places like Volusia County also had some flooding. And this is what it looked like when the crews went to work there to help people because of the flooding. And I guess if you're in the middle of a storm surge or something like that, this is a good vehicle to be in. Oh, wow, look at that. So this is a rescue team that went out and helped people who were having trouble because of the storm.
And it's interesting to think about and sad to think about too, that this storm was nowhere near as powerful as it was when it hit here in southwest Florida, and it is still bringing all of that flooding to that area. I know they're seeing a lot of damage there. I have a friend who works in TV news in that area saying that there is so much damage. Of course, she's like, it pales in comparison to what you guys are dealing with, but it just shows the magnitude that these storms can carry, even if they are lower in category when it comes to wind speed.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we have crews all over southwest Florida tracking the damage, tracking the cleanup, and what comes next. We want to turn now to Ashley Glass.
That sailboat should not be there. That's one of my kayaks. Just came through here like a waterfall.
He's been through it 3 times before, major storms as a longtime Southwest Florida resident. But Jim Luckish says this time, this storm, Ian, was different. What did it sound like? What did it look like as it was moving through?
Oh, wicked, wicked. The road gone, never before. That's the big one.
His home in Matlacha of 20 years, only accessible by what he likes to call Jim's ferry service, after a chunk of road washed away. Anything to keep it light, he tells me, because it's been a tense and terrifying few days.
You can see I got broken branches.
Jim showed us video as the worst of Ian moved through. He's the only one in his family who stayed put at home to ride out the storm. His daughter couldn't get in touch for hours that felt more like forever.
I was very upset at him, at the whole situation. It was very unsettling the whole time. I mean, I'm happy he's okay, but it's terrible.
Jim and his entire family now safe, and one thing is certain. He'll make a different decision next time he's staring down a storm.
I will never do it again.
I'm thankful we're all here. We're safe. That's what matters. We're safe. This baby's safe.
Some of the news we're tracking this morning has to do with water still in some parts of southwest Florida. And this comes from Sarasota County. We told you this earlier. The ramps that were closed at exit 182 Sumter Boulevard on I-75 in Sarasota County, they were closed because of water on the road. We just got an update from FDOT, and they say there's still water on the road there at those exits off of 75. So if you're traveling north into that area and you plan to take that exit, you need to find a different route.
We know a lot of people are asking us about the gas situation here in Southwest Florida, where they can go to get gas and actually find stations that are carrying or that have gas right now and that are open. I did want to let you know, and this is something you mentioned that you used during Hurricane Irma, the Gas Buddy app is updating. It says as of 53 minutes ago, it's updated. So that's something to use potentially as you search for gas today. Keep in mind, the governor did say that 330 gallons of fuel are coming into our state. And I imagine when he has his news conference any minute from now, we're going to get more information on where that gas went, if there's more gas coming.
All right. Well, the video you see on your screen right now actually comes to us from St. Augustine. So as far away as St. Augustine in Florida, we are seeing images like this still. This is a man walking down a flooded area there. This area flooded because of Hurricane Ian. So the impacts of this storm were just tremendous. And that's an important thing to think about when you think about recovery. It's not just Southwest Florida. Yeah, we took the worst of it, but all of the state had some kind of impact. Even if it was the southeast part of the state, had tornadoes right before the hurricane hit. So that's why this is so important. Our parent company, Scripps Howard Foundation, that's our parent company's charitable arm, has this Hurricane Ian Relief Program. If you scan the code on your screen with your cell phone, that'll take you to an area where you can donate. Or you can send a text to this number, 5055 50155. And that is the number to text. This is the, you can text the word storm to that number. The easiest way is probably just to scan that code with your phone. That'll take you to an area where you can donate, and that money that you donate to the Scripps Howard Fund will help people here in Southwest Florida.
We're seeing a lot of different GoFundMe pages and things like that. People trying to raise money for others who are dealing with the impacts of the storm. You do want to keep in mind, though, when you are donating any money, to donate to things that are reputable, donate to things that are credible. Make sure you really scope out anything that you're giving money to, because unfortunately in times like this we see that there are people who try to take advantage of people's kindness. There's situations where these are charity scams. So just really make sure when you are donating any money that it's to a credible organization or some kind of situation that you know that money is going directly to victims of this hurricane.
Yeah, and we heard the governor say that when this started, he says it in many of his news conferences, that you have to make sure you're donating to some place that will provide that money to people here in Southwest Florida. We also heard him say last night, what is really needed right now is money, more than supplies or anything like that. They really need money right now, and this is a good place to go. The Scripps Howard Fund Hurricane Ian Relief.
All right, we want to show you some video now of some of the boats that have been destroyed in Fort Myers from that powerful storm surge in that area. It really is so crazy to see this happening, especially when you see those boats that have drifted so far inland into parts of Fort Myers. I'm sure it's also happening in other areas in Southwest Florida as well. The Matlacha areas, Sanibel probably seeing this too, where those boats have just been carried into cities by the storm surge and left there when that storm surge receded and those floodwaters went down. I know where I live in downtown Fort Myers, there's a boat hanging out right in front of my condo complex. There's boats hanging out right by the bridges. They're in the middle of the roadways. This was at least as of last night that I saw those. So it'll be interesting to see how crews are able to move those out of the way and how quickly that's able to happen, because they are clogging up traffic. They're making things slow down for sure here in Southwest Florida.
All right, if you're just waking up with us this morning, it is 9 on this Friday morning. You are watching continuous special Fox 4 coverage of Hurricane Ian. We are tracking the governor's news conference. It's starting right now in Tallahassee.
Joining Grace Check from FEMA is our FEMA administrator, Deanne Criswell. So we appreciate her coming down, and we really appreciate FEMA's responsiveness to this disaster. So thank you very much, and thank you for being here. You had people immediately descend onto the scene, particularly in Southwest Florida. There's life rescue, making sure people are okay, following up on any type of calls, and there's been really a Herculean effort. There's also the assessment, of what's been damaged that's going to impact the entire community. And of course, the power is a big issue. There are people that are working. I think Lee and Charlotte have about 15% restored. There's going to be able to be some more restored likely in the relatively near future. There is going to be some that's going to require some rebuilds. And so the utilities, FP&L's was down there first thing. They understand that and they're prepared to do it. The other issue with Lee County that they've asked support from is they had a water main break for their county water utility. That means that the county does not have water at this point, and you need that to be able to function in society. They've requested support from FEMA, and then FEMA was able to provide the Army Corps of Engineers, and they were on the ground after Kevin called them, I think at like 3 in the morning yesterday. They were on the ground from Jacksonville all the way down to Southwest Florida in the afternoon. They've been working to assessing that situation. We also have Florida National Guard personnel standing by to help the Army Corps if they need it. But at the end of the day, that is something that will be very, very critical to be able to get that back. And it may require more of a rebuild. Maybe it require some more short-term remediation. They're going through that. But that's clearly a top priority. And we're thankful that FEMA and the Army Corps are there helping out. We have, obviously, there was a lot of folks in affected areas that evacuated. Some did shelter in place. As of last night, we've contacted over 20,000 Floridians that filled out a shelter-in-place survey on floridadisaster.org. Over 10,000 have responded, and all 10,000 said they were safe. And the state sent the first alert late last night and are expecting more responses this morning. Cell phone connectivity is sparse in some areas and sometimes it's easier to get out a text message. So the process has been streamlined. There's now a standalone site to report your location. So if you're having issues contacting your family via phone, and if you're sheltering and want them to know you're safe, there's a website, missing.fl.gov, missing.fl.gov. These forms are triaged by staff here in Tallahassee and dispatched to responders that are on the ground. In addition to the rescues yesterday, rescue personnel have gone to more than 3,000 homes in the hardest hit areas, going door to door to check on the occupants of those residences. There are over 1,000 dedicated rescue personnel who are going up and down the coastline. They all also are going to be doing more and more inland in some of our counties, inland portions of Charlotte and Lee, but also DeSoto and Hardy counties. I think Hardy County is the most without power right now. I think they're 99% without, or they're pretty.
Yes.
Yeah. So you see the really troubling images of a washed out home on the Fort Myers beach, and that really is ground zero and obviously very important. But this was such a big storm that there are effects far inland, and these rescue personnel are sensitive to that, and they're going to be helping. We've opened 2 major points of distribution for food and water this morning. First, Charlotte Sports Park, the spring training facility for the Tampa Bay Rays in Charlotte County. and then the Lee County Sports Complex, the spring training facility for the Minnesota Twins. These are pods that are much bigger than normal pods. There have been over 1.6 million gallons of fuel into Southwest Florida that have been moved in to support the response. I think what we're finding with the fuel is the fuel supply is flowing. It's just a matter of the gas stations need to have power to be able to operate, and if they have a certain number of pumps, they're required to have a generator. I was in Lee County yesterday, actually saw some of the larger gas stations were operating, so that's a good sign. As of 6 a.m., there are about 1.9 million people, our customers, without power. Right now, the hardest hit areas are Hardy, 99% without power as of this morning. Charlotte and Lee both have 85% without, and DeSoto is at 80% without. Sarasota, Collier, Manatee, close to half of the customers there are without power. Hillsborough and Pinellas, 15 to 18% are without power, and these crews have been on the ground since it was safe to do so, and they are working 24/7 to be able to restore power all throughout the state of Florida, and that's over 42,000 linemen and associated personnel that are on the ground. FDOT has had over 1,300 people on the ground. They've cleared more than 1,100 miles of roadway. I was happy to see the traffic flowing in Southwest Florida. Obviously, there's some structural problems in some of the bridges leading out to Sanibel and Pine Island, but by and large, there were toss and clear operations. The traffic is flowing in Southwest Florida, probably better than would have been anticipated so soon after such a major hurricane, so we appreciate that. They've also inspected and reopened 800 bridges across the state, and this includes 67 high-priority bridges inspected and reopened in Lee, Charlotte, Sarasota, and Manatee counties. Pine Island, Sanibel, those are going to be rebuild efforts. The Sanibel Bridge had breaks in multiple parts of it. It was not where the water and the pylons were. Those held up very well. It was where you had it on some of the sandbar, and that basically just got washed out from underneath. In the meantime, and Kevin can talk about this, they're going to be running barges to be able to bring more heavy equipment onto the island to be able to help with the response. The first responders that have been there, by and large, coming in via air, they do have some equipment, but they're traveling lighter just to be able to go and get to people as quickly as possible. There have been 6 healthcare facilities evacuated in Southwest Florida. They were having problems with water or problems with power for an extended period of time. We're also prioritizing getting power and running potable water to the rest of the area's healthcare facilities. There have been 117 facilities that had lost power that now have power restored. The ports, Tampa Bay, Miami, Everglades, they are reopened for fueling, and I think between today and tomorrow, all the ports in the state of Florida up and down both coasts will be operational. Food and water, massive amounts, and Kevin is sensitive to the water situation in Lee, so I'd say this is an extraordinary amount of water that has been staged and is continuing to be brought into the area. So FEMA has activated their individual assistance program. So if you're in need of help of recovering in those affected counties, you can go to disasterassistance.gov or call 1-800-621-3362. 1-800-621-3362. 34,000 people have already registered with FEMA. Make sure if you are looking at claims on your property, you document that, take photos, make sure you have it. We want you to be able to be made whole as quickly as possible. There will be, in conjunction with FEMA, the state of Florida, and the local communities, what are called disaster recovery centers. Those will be set up very soon, and that will be a place if you need help with things like individual assistance, you can go, although Gracia will point out you don't need to go there. You can do all this online. There's also going to be insurance villages set up under the leadership of CFO Jimmy Petronis. You're going to have a lot of flood insurance claims as a result of this. You will have some wind claims as a result of this, and it's our view that these claims need to be paid very quickly so that people can get back on their feet. I want to thank the First Lady for spearheading our efforts for Volunteer Florida and Activate the Florida Disaster Fund, where people can donate. If you want to contribute, you will be joining a lot of people who've done a lot of money, and we now have over $12 million with 24 to 36 hours after the storm hits. Pretty incredible that's happened. If you want to go to floridadisasterfund.org, floridadisasterfund.org. More than 12 million has come in, and there's a lot of interest to do a lot more. Why is that important? FEMA has certain things they can do via statute regulation, but if it falls outside of that, they just can't do it. That's not the way it works. And so when you enlist private organizations, they can be a little bit more nimble. They can tailor their response to maybe some of the more unique needs that citizens may have. And obviously, you have people that have been dislocated. You have people that no longer have homes. And so there's going to be a wide variety of things that they're going to need in the coming days, weeks, and months. Volunteer Florida. If you want to volunteer your time, visit www.volunteerflorida.org to find volunteer opportunities. I think this is one way where you can really make an impact, and I know people really appreciate all the outpouring of support. I want to commend the folks that we were able to meet with down in Southwest Florida. This has been a major event, of course, and these people have been working around the clock to be able to serve their constituents and serve their communities. And we appreciate the dedication. We appreciate the perseverance. We know that there's a lot of difficult days ahead, but they've really done a great job standing up for the people of their community. I'm going to let Kevin give a brief on the state response, and then we'll have the FEMA administrator come up and provide some perspective from FEMA.
Thank you, Governor. So I'll obviously thank you, the Governor, but I want to thank the agencies represented here to my left, especially Gracia, FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell, Captain Rooney, and Admiral Brendan McPherson from the United States Coast Guard, others that are not here that are certainly on that floor behind me, Lieutenant Colonel Miller from the U.S. Army Corps District out of Jacksonville, Colonel Booth out of Jacksonville, and many, many other federal partners that have certainly helped us here. Captain, if you can just grab that easel and just put it right back up here for just a second, I'd appreciate it. I wanted to thank them before I covered them up with a sign here in just a second. So, all right, so let's talk. We're right in that 72-hour area of search, secure, stabilize that I talked about yesterday. So everything that I want to talk about right now is about that search, secure, and stabilize. So we continue to have our fire rescue partners, search and rescue, going in there and conducting the what we call the hasty search, and then they're coming back and do their primary search, and then they'll do a secondary search. So again, I think it's very important for everybody to know that as a part of the search and rescue element, over a 72-hour period, there's actually 3 searches that are conducted. That hasty search is just very quick, see if they see any survivors that are alive or in a traumatic situation, and they start to move those individuals to safety. That's been conducted. Now we're back in that primary search area, which is now we're doing a little more detailed search, and then we'll do a second search behind that. Stay safe. I want people to make sure that they are safe. This comes down to personal preparedness, or I should say personal preparedness, but the individual response. Generator safety. We have been talking about it and talking about it and talking about it, but we still get reports of people operating their generators inside of a garage, operating their generators just outside of a cracked window with a cord running through the window, and we're having continued issues with carbon monoxide. All right? I'm not saying we've had carbon monoxide deaths. I'm just saying that we're still having carbon monoxide issues. Please operate your generators in a safe mode. That also includes not having electrical cords actually run through puddles of water. Let's make sure that we got them elevated and not running through puddles of water. Next, as I mentioned last night, chainsaw safety, ladder safety, wire safety. If you don't know what it is, don't cut it. If you don't know how to cut it, don't cut it. Let the professionals come in and do that. We have more than 2,000 resource requests from our impacted local partners, and more than 1,700 are in process or completed. I think there's a very important bullet to note here. A lot of counties put in mission requests for bulk food and water when we had a 45, 50 county disaster. Now we have counties starting to cancel their food and water. So when we say 2,000 and 1,700, we have this 300 gap, I want people to understand there were 2,000 mission requests. We're filling 1,700. Some of those are going to be organically canceled because they're not impacted at the county level. We've mobilized more than 14,000 gallons of diesel to Fort Myers for a water plant to provide water to nearby hospitals. We've deployed 2 for Hernando County Fire and 2 Hernando County Sheriff staff to use drones for photography and video of flooded areas in DeSoto County. And I want to make sure that I take this time to say thank you to our restoration crews who have been able to take 500,000 individuals and get them power back. We're down to 1.9 million in the power restoration area that still need to be restored. Again, thank you to our first responders. I want to bring in, we're starting to get some questions about food and distribution points. So I'm going to ask Brian to give me this graphic that we've made here. And I think this is important for a couple of reasons. We talk about a family personal preparedness plan. So what we've done here, we are in day number 2-3 of the response disaster. This is where your personal family plan is being executed. This is why we've asked, we partner with FEMA on this, have 3 to 7 days of water. We talk, you hear me talk a lot about 5 to 7 in Florida. So again, days 1 through 5, personal family plan. This is the food and water that you had. Now we do have food and water at shelters if you go into a shelter. The next phase of this you'll see is in orange. This moves us from the family plan over into the National Guard and local community level point of distribution plan that will run for somewhere between 72 hours and about 120 hours. So 3 to 5 days. So as we exit that, again, we're way back over here, we will then come in with mass feeding kitchens. Those mass feeding kitchens will be designed to provide those hot meals 3 times a day to the most impacted communities that still don't have food and water. And we're getting some questions, the First Lady is getting some questions, and I want to make sure that we take the opportunity to educate individuals as a part of how everything ties together. So again, personal plan, National Guard food distribution plan, which is water and dry food at our points of distribution, and then we'll move into a hot feeding kitchen plan. So I thought it was important for everybody to understand how that connects, and that as we continue to get questions about that, where is your government? Today, we are in the process of moving National Guard to, the bulk food has gotten to those 2 locations the governor's already mentioned. Now we're moving down to the community plan, which is that local National Guard element that's going to go up and set that up. I'm working with Lee County today, which is obviously the most impacted county. They have 8 community pods that will be opening, hopefully in some form or fashion, moving cars through them later today in 8 locations. I'm going to let Sandra take the lead on announcing those locations at the local level for her staff so that when they're ready, we're ready. But I want to make sure we tie all that together. Last thing I want to talk about now is as individuals start to move debris to their curbside, you must separate it into piles. My communications team will be giving graphics at another update today at the 5 o'clock or this evening update. We will tell people how to separate their debris into piles. But if you're doing it now, vegetation needs to be in its own pile. Structural, this is structural is furniture, building materials, plumbing issues. That needs to be in a separate pile. Then we call it household hazardous waste. These are your cleaning supplies, your batteries, your pesticides, anything that's hazardous goes into its own pile. Electronics, TVs, computers, things of that nature go into its own pile. And the last pile is what we call white goods or appliances, need to go in a separate pile. So again, recapping, that's vegetation, structural, household hazardous waste, electronics, and appliances. As always, when moving stuff, if it is too heavy, get help. These are absolutely avoidable deaths and absolutely avoidable injuries. Get people to help you. We have many faith-based community groups. We have Team Rubicon, individuals willing to help you to get that stuff to the roadside. So please be safe. Use gloves, use goggles, make sure you're wearing boots. Make sure you look for power lines that may be mixed up in all of this debris. Thank you for allowing me to do a little extended briefing today and provide you a little more detail. We'll be back this afternoon with some more information. And as always, Governor, thank you very much for your leadership.
Okay, Administrator, floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Governor, thank you first for allowing me to join you here today. And I'd also like to recognize my Regional Administrator, Gracia Check. She has been on the ground since before this storm hit, working side by side with Director Guthrie. But it's not just that. Our regional office works with the state of Florida and all the states within Region 4 throughout the year to make sure that we are planning, we are coordinated, and that when we have an event like this, we can seamlessly move in to assist and support the state with their needs. What we have done prior to landfall is we did stage a lot of search and rescue resources to support the great efforts that have been happening here in the state of Florida. We have those resources available as the state needs it. And we've also begun to move in food and water into those points of distribution to support what you just heard from Director Guthrie and the governor. What I want to say is we are here to support. FEMA is here to support these ongoing efforts right now to continue the life-saving missions that are still ongoing, but also to begin to support the recovery mission. As you heard the governor say, the president did declare a major disaster declaration for individual assistance as well as public assistance. Public assistance is going to allow us to reimburse a lot of the costs for the first responders who have been doing an amazing job, allow us to reimburse some of their overtime costs for all of the work that they've been doing to stabilize this incident. And on the individual assistance side, right now there are 13 counties that have been designated for individual assistance, but we will add more. As we continue to do assessments and it has been safe to go into those neighborhoods, we will continue to add more counties so individuals can apply for assistance through FEMA. And I just want to reiterate how you can do that. You can go to disasterassistance.gov, you can go to you can call 1-800-621-3362, or you can go to our FEMA app. I also want to let people know that we are going to have teams of individuals that are going into the shelters to help them register for assistance. Right now, we know that many people are away from their home. They may not have access to the internet. They may not have access on their cell phone. And so we're going to send teams to go into the shelters to begin that recovery process for them. Governor, I just want to commit to you, and on behalf of the president, we are here to support this recovery. We know we're still in a very active response stage. We're going to go into the stabilization, but we've already started planning for what the recovery is going to be, because we know that this is going to be a very complicated and complex recovery. We want to make sure that we have the right resources. So I appreciate the opportunity to join you today so I can see firsthand what some of the needs are. I've brought recovery and response personnel with me to make sure that we are bringing the right resources to support the governor's needs and what his concerns are. So thank you very much.
Okay, any questions?
Governor, I got two quick ones. First of all, do we have an update on casualties? And second of all, obviously you're meeting with the administrator today. What are you asking for? What does the state of Florida need from FEMA?
Well, I think the number one thing that we needed, that they provided, which was the Army Corps to support Lee County and their water situation. Critical to get that infrastructure back up and running. You look at this storm, obviously there was really significant damage, but you also have a lot of folks who had minimal or maybe no damage, and getting them back, make sure they're in their homes, they have the running water, the electrical, all of that is going to make all the other efforts so much better. So we appreciate that, but I think that is probably the number one priority. Kevin, would you say that that's probably the number one priority? And the Army Corps, they're the subject matter experts, and so hopefully they get a diagnosis and then they can plan and the county can go in and fix it. I'll let Kevin talk about the other.
So where we stand right now on fatalities is, I'll break this down by county. We have one confirmed fatality in Polk County. We have 12 unconfirmed fatalities in Charlotte County. We have 8 unconfirmed fatalities in Collier County, and we are still processing through the situation with the hasty search that I mentioned before in Lee County. Now, let me talk about confirmation and unconfirmed. People die in disasters that have nothing to do with the disaster. right? So the medical examiner is the one that makes that determination. They are the lead agency at the local level to determine when they investigate that this is either disaster related or not disaster related. If it is determined to be disaster related, you've heard the governor and I talk about this now for about 3 or 4 days, either is a direct death, in other words, storm surge, rising water, things of that nature, or indirect, the stuff that led up to it after the fact. So with that being said, we have 12 unconfirmed fatalities. In Charlotte County, we have 8 unconfirmed fatalities. In Collier County, we have 1 confirmed fatality. In Polk County. So that brings us up to 21 total. We do have an identified situation that was done during the hasty search of some fatalities. We do not know exactly how many were in the house. And let me paint the picture for you. The water was up over the rooftop, right? But we had a Coast Guard rescue swimmer swim down into it, and he could identify that it appeared to be human remains. We do not know exactly how many. We do not know what the situation is, and before we comment on that, we want to be transparent, but we just don't know that number. And we got a couple of other situations where we had that particular type situation. So right now, the number we're going with is we have 21. We have identified a situation for sure that we know we got something in, but until the water recedes and we get the special equipment, again, we've got to have special equipment to get in there, and as the governor's already talked about, is we can't get that over there, so I'll take just a point of privilege there and talk about that. We've got a 20 by 40 foot spud barge that's now been delivered that we can now start traversing some heavier equipment. In the Search and World Rescue, this is called hackneys. These are basically like beer delivery trucks, soda delivery trucks that have specialized equipment that we can get on that spud barge, get it on the land, the other side, and start doing some really technical type of rescue. Once we get to that point, then we can probably give you some better numbers. But where we're at today is 21, 1 confirmed, 20 unconfirmed.
For clarity on the survey, Governor, you mentioned that there were about 20,000 people that had responded to the survey, 10,000 were contacted, and they were fine. Does that mean that 10,000 have not responded and they're not okay? Or?
No, that's not what that means. So, for instance, right now we have about 14,000 people just in Lee County, I believe it is. Well, I'm sorry, across the 3 counties. We've got about 14,000 people in shelters. So we are now, we did an automation of collecting data. We are now at a point where in this 10,000 is we're physically having to find people. Do they have communications? Can we get them on the cell phone? In the hardest hit impacted area, we may not have cell phone capability. So we are trying to, it's going to take us some time. If you guys recall back when I was here for Hurricane Michael, we had over 30,000 people. And then we whittled that down to 3,000. And then we whittled it down to 300. And that just happened organically over time. But if you recall, between indirect and direct deaths for Hurricane Michael, I think we only had 77. So that number is going to continue to squeeze itself down as we have the ability to get into shelters and find people that are registered inside of shelters. People will register via the FEMA app, FEMA website, on the phone with FEMA, person to person with FEMA, and then we'll start to be able to whittle those numbers down between federal data, between state data, between local data, and that number will continue to shrink. But again, we are way ahead of where we were at for Hurricane Michael when I was here on this floor for that. We were 30,000 weeks into that situation. We're down to less than 10,000. We're only day number 2. So that number is going to continue to come down drastically.
Instead of that 10,000 number, just maybe a combination of whether they're missing, out of contact, out of power, not the location might have changed, or what exactly?
Right.
How would you consider the categories?
All the aforementioned. And for those that didn't hear the question, what categories will we put this into? Those without power, those without communications, those that are just trying to still reconnect with loved ones. At the end of the day, it's all of those categories. But again, we will shrink that. That will organically shrink day by day. That the pod that's right behind me, 30 feet behind me, are human services. There are people that are dedicated to doing nothing but that and take the information that comes from Urban Search and Rescue and connect to that data and whittling that list down.
Have a number of missing people at this point in time.
Right now, so again, missing people is a local law enforcement jurisdiction. All right. So if you want to ask questions about what are the missing person numbers, that's got to be a local county sheriff or a local law enforcement ask.
Governor, speaking of county sheriffs, appreciate the transparency on casualties. Do you think the message that the Lee County Sheriff put out was premature or makes your messaging more difficult?
Look, I mean, I think these are stressful situations. I think that when you have a storm like that bearing down on your community and then obviously hitting the community, the people were going through that, they're working, but you kind of have a lump in your throat because you just don't know what's going to happen. And I think that that was done because there's concern for the well-being of the people of Lee County, and there's a concern of the damage that the storm has done. I mean, clearly, it's packed a big wallop. When you look at some of these things, like you see a house totally washed out, and it's just nothing but a concrete slab on Fort Myers Beach. You just pray to God that no one was in that, because some of these things, these people on Sanibel that have the real big houses, they could hunker down and it'll pass, and their homes are raised, and so the surge they're probably protected from. Some of these others, particularly some of the older construction, didn't stand a chance in that. And so you just hope that those were folks that had left, or that those structures were not occupied. So I think it was just about the concern for what they were facing, and the fact that you did have people that as the storm was in process, there were people that were really concerned with what they were seeing with the water rising and whatnot. I think and I think Kevin would agree, as the search and the rescue folks have gone to a lot of these areas, fortunately, you're not finding like desperate people waving, saying that it's usually, there's some people that are brought off the island, they're thankful, but many of these people on Sanibel are saying, we're fine, thanks for coming by and doing that. So there's going to be more that happens in the next few days, but I do think the response was very, very quick. I think it absolutely has made a huge difference. And if you just look at where are we at in rescues now? I mean, we're over 700 rescues.
We're over 700,000 rescues, but the CFO's office has over 3,000 touch points. So I think that's an important number. We've made contact with 3,000 people in the field, touch points in the field, and actually rescued 700, sir.
Yeah. So, but this is ongoing. Those guys have worked really hard, and especially you think about who was the first one to get over there, literally driving through tropical storm across Alligator Alley, was Task Force 2 out of Miami. And who was Task Force 2? When did we see them last in a public way? We saw them at the Surfside disaster. We saw the Task Force 1 there, and many other task forces from around the state and the country that came in. So when they're doing this, it's obviously important work, but these are not easy missions to be doing on. I mean, it was not easy for them to be on that pile in Surfside and search for people, and unfortunately, find many people who were killed in that collapse. And so now they're in a situation, where they're looking, and hopefully they find people that are okay, or that the buildings are empty. But you don't want to have to see people that had gone that didn't make it through. And so it's a physical, it's putting yourself out there in harm's way, but it does also take a toll. And Kevin, why don't you talk about the mental health that we're doing in here?
Sure. So in the mental health category, if you recall, very early on in the DeSantis administration, First Lady Casey DeSantis took on the role of providing for first responder mental health, to include of hiring the first ever in the division a state mental health coordinating officer. So Sarah Newhouse is our state mental health coordinating officer. She is housed here in the Division of Emergency Management. Has a bifurcated chain of command, me on a day-to-day basis, but in a disaster situation, she reports directly to the First Lady to help coordinate those disaster mental health services, not only for disaster mental health in general, but even more importantly focused on first responder mental health. So you're going to see already, there are already embedded what we call critical incident stress management teams, or CISM teams for short. Those are already on site, and you're going to continue to see first responder mental health resources come into the area, including FEMA's first responder mental health services, as well as individual mental health services, as well as ours. So again, we have a person, I'm titled the state coordinating officer to coordinate all of these state agencies that respond to a disaster, but we have a person that just takes a subset of mental health and is that state mental health coordinating officer that works under me and underneath the First Lady for disaster mental health.
Okay, thanks guys.
Location of the house where
All right, thank you for sticking with us. You are watching Fox 4's continuing coverage of the aftermath of Hurricane Irma, and that was Governor Ron DeSantis as well as the state emergency operations and the crews there from the state of Florida talking about the different things that we are seeing across the area. Some of it really just disheartening information, stuff you don't want to hear. We'll get to some of that first, and then information on things you need to be doing over the coming days and weeks to prepare your home and get ready for moving into the rescue phase of this.
Yeah, it's just amazing to hear some of the numbers and also to hear a little bit of the growth that we've had already since the storm has passed by. 85% without power still in Lee and Charlotte County. Those numbers hopefully slowly begin to improve again later on this evening.
Yeah, they touched on, I know a lot of people obviously are concerned for the well-being of their family members. So one of the things that they talked about is we start off with this blanket number of about 10,000 people are unaccounted for in the sense that they may not be able to get in contact with them. They aren't considered missing. That would be more from the local sheriff's office, but they say this number, this 10,000 number, will shrink day after day. We've seen it with other hurricanes in the past across the country, just as they start to get in contact with certain people who may have left their home and didn't notify anyone and things like that. As far as fatalities, this is probably some of the hardest information to hear. So far, there are 20 unconfirmed fatalities because of Hurricane Ian. There's only one confirmed death. That one's in Polk County. In Charlotte, they have 12 unconfirmed deaths. In Collier County, 8 confirmed deaths. So that's 21 total. Only one is confirmed. And then when he was talking about the fatalities in Lee County obviously was the county here in Southwest Florida that was the hardest hit. They're still processing this. They don't want to give a number, but he painted the picture that's distressing and hard to talk about and makes you just really sad inside when they talked about water over rooftops in Lee County and Coast Guard dive teams being dropped into the water and swimming down into the house. And unfortunately, seeing that there were people inside, they can't count how many at this point. So with Lee County, they say they are still processing that initial response across Lee County. They do 3 different searches. The first one they call hasty. They go in and just really quickly see if someone's waving, hey, I need help. And they will go in 2 more times and really try and see if there's anyone else that needs to be rescued. But again, processing that hasty recovery there in Lee County.
It was really some of the first insight that I've heard since the rescue and recovery phase of the storm on that process of the Coast Guard being dropped in even when the storm surge was high here across Southwest Florida. It just goes to show you how fast that was happening before we even had communication with city officials and the first responders to know that that was going on. But yes, it is absolutely gut-wrenching and heartbreaking that here in Southwest Florida we still have those 2 other steps to go through as the Coast Guard comes back in to revisit those homes and to double and triple check the area.
Absolutely. All right. So what do you do if you have someone that you have as a loved one or a family member or a friend that you still can't get in contact with? You want to go to missing.fl.gov. So they say you can register these people. They will go out and check. They have 1,000 personnel on the coastline, and then they will start moving more inland and doing well-being checks, if you will, and trying to get in contact with those people. But if you can't find someone, if you can't get in contact with someone, it's missing.fl.gov. And that's what you want to do there. Also, the other thing that I do want to point out is we are moving, obviously, the first few days of the storm. The governor and first response teams talked about you're in your family plan. You're in your home for the first 1 to 2, maybe 3 days, and you need to rely on your own stock of food and of water. We are slowly going to be moving into, as we go into the range of 72 to 120 hours, the National Guard is coming in. They are here today across Southwest Florida. They are setting up, and they are going to be giving mass distributions of food and water. The 2 main places you need to know where you can get food and water for your family would be Charlotte Sports Park if you're in Charlotte County, and the Lee County Sports Complex. They have an extraordinary amount of food and water. And then after we get through like the 3 to 5 day period, day 3 and through 5 of the storm, they move away from that National Guard, giving out meals at those sports complexes, and they go into what they call mass feeding kitchens. So they will have hot meals 3 times a day for the people who are most affected. That is the key thing. These are people who are displaced, who don't have homes, who are in shelters, and they are already looking at the recovery efforts, planning out what we need to do here in Southwest Florida. It's going to be a long recovery, but they have already mobilized people to help and to get us food and water. So that is good news as we look at, you're looking at live pictures right now of the helicopter over areas of Southwest Florida, and it's still, this far into it, it's still just kind of hard to wrap your mind around and wrap your head around.
Yeah, the sheer size of the area that was impacted. So every time we're able to take a live look from the air, including this chopper, to continue to analyze, a lot of folks look at this from afar, other places around town where maybe they've evacuated to, or folks who have a second home, and they're trying to spot landmarks, they're trying to spot locations to see how did our home fare, how did the local businesses around town. And we're continuing to give you the Red Cross numbers at the bottom of the screen, along with those phone numbers on how to try to track down the missing loved ones, the 10,000 unaccounted for here in Southwest Florida. So as the chopper continues to move around, you'll notice that they zoom into specific spots that from the air look a little funny, if you will. An empty lot, construction to confirm whether or not it was storm damage, or to really watch where the storm surge or maybe some of those tornadoes around the outer eye wall moved on through. So the chopper is scanning some areas here in the Fort Myers area. We're waiting to get an exact location here from the chopper as it flies around town, but you can see the water there not too far away from this community.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, this is exclusive video. This helicopter is working for Scripps, which is the parent company of Fox 4, and this is video you're only going to see here, and we are working with them to try and go over some of the areas that so many of us here in Southwest Florida want to see, just to know what it looks like and to know what people are dealing with. We were told by the chopper crew, keep in mind, they can't just go anywhere they want. There are fly restriction zones because obviously the Coast Guard, the National Guard, they are trying to still rescue people. They are trying to still get equipment and resources to especially the islands that are cut off from the mainland, if you will, because the bridges are broken down. So they can't necessarily just go anywhere they want, but we are working to get pictures across Southwest Florida, give you that aerial picture, and just really see what we're dealing with across the board. The good news is 700 people have been rescued so far, and that's just amazing work that they're doing. 3,000 touch points have happened. So, maybe he said they went on Sanibel Island, stopped by a house, and they had some damage, and they said, you know what, we're fine, we're good. Yeah. So the rescues are happening, the touch points are happening, they are getting in touch with people who were in dire situations as we watched the storm go through and in the aftermath with the storm surge. So that is the positive news and the good news as we are moving forward here.
The next 3 steps here: power restoration, the communication, and the reconnection. They talked about those 3 steps as we continue to move forward. Obviously, power an issue with 85% of Lee and Collier, or Charlotte County, I should say, still being without power. Amy, with that, power is still an issue. They emphasize generator safety. And also, reminder, boil watershed notices still in place for Lee County, and a voluntary boil water for parts of Collier.
We have so much good information that came from that press conference just now. We are working hard to get that to you on our social media sites, on our app, the Fox 4 app, if you want to download that. If you have access to Wi-Fi, WFTX is an easy way to watch our coverage, get great information about things that you need information on, trash pickup, when power outages are expected to be worked on in specific areas. So go ahead and download that if you can. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. You're watching our continuing coverage of the aftermath of Hurricane Ian here in Southwest Florida.
No matter how you've been hurt, in a car accident, on the job, or from medical malpractice, it doesn't matter. Life goes on. How that life goes on is where we come in. Farah and Farah, here for you, here for good.
Your AC breaks down. You stand in front of the open fridge just to take the edge off. Ice cream melts, shorts out the compressor, power surge trips the breaker, triggers a statewide blackout so big they name it after you. Now, best case scenario, you call Best Home Services. So many specialized technicians, we have a total disaster fixing AC expert. We fix your old unit and it works great. You stay refreshed, ice cream stays frozen, and your kids think you're the coolest dad ever. You know, for now. GetBest.com. Best case scenario.
We love the new playhouse we got for our birthday. Yes, but there's only one problem.
Let me guess, that the floors aren't Cortec?
Yes, that's right. Don't you want your dog to come inside and play?
And for spills, of course. Everybody knows that Cortec is waterproof, kid-proof, and pet-proof.
Thank you, Mom and Dad, for letting us get our amazing floors at the family-owned and operated Floormeisters. The Floormeisters.
Just keeping it real.
I'm Jay Gansey with Southwest Florida's home of Jay's Price, Cape Coral Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. During Jeep Adventure Days, get 0% on select new 2022 vehicles in stock and save thousands for the best price in Southwest Florida, period.
New Salonpas Lidocaine Flex, a super thin, flexible patch with maximum OTC strength lidocaine that contours to the body to relieve pain right where it hurts. And did we mention it really, really sticks? Salonpas, it's good medicine.
Always in power. Bose Electric is a family and veteran-owned business that has been serving Southwest Florida for over 45 years. We specialize in whole home standby generators and are the largest Briggs & Stratton dealer for the state of Florida. Our values are integrity and honesty in everything we do, striving for 100% customer satisfaction. With our current inventory levels, combined with our fully licensed gas company, we're Southwest Florida's premier provider for generator installs. Give us a call today.
I'm Chris Earl. Join me weeknights at 6, 10, and 11 on Fox 4.
NCH Healthcare is proud to sponsor your Healthy Family Reports on Fox 4. NCH Healthcare, helping everyone live a longer, happier, and healthier life.
And good morning, 9:49 on Friday morning, and we are continuing our coverage of the aftermath of Hurricane Ian here on Fox 4. You are looking live right now at our helicopter from our parent company, Scripps. This is a helicopter that we are working with exclusively here at Fox 4, giving us live images across Southwest Florida, going to different areas where they're allowed to go. Keep in mind there are no fly zones because of search and rescue teams trying to get in and out and get people to safety. 700 people have been rescued so far. We're going to continue to bring you those live pictures as we are surveying the damage across Southwest Florida.
That chopper heading down from Tampa and has been examining the coastline, and as we go throughout the morning, we'll continue to watch it. Obviously, as it gets closer here to some of the more widespread devastation, we're going to take it live to show you. Amy, this is something we're seeing all around Southwest Florida here this morning. People in need of fuel as the storm now a couple of days past landfall, and you can see the lines there at the Circle K this morning here in Fort Myers.
Yeah, and this is something we're going to see for the next few days. The governor said gas is coming into the area. In fact, they were bringing in hundreds of gallons. The issue is some gas stations don't have power to be able to get that gas into your cars. Now, he said by law, if gas stations are large enough, if they have a certain amount of pumps, they are required to have a generator. So we are seeing, and you're probably seeing this as well if you've been out and about, the larger gas stations, the more corporate ones, they are typically, like we've been seeing, up and running. Not all of them, because obviously some have damage, but long lines, you have to be prepared for that for sure.
Yeah, and the fuel becomes an issue because the power outages continue here. The infrastructure, when Hurricane Ian made landfall, was just absolutely leveled in some areas here in town. And slowly but surely, with some of the grids, especially with the newer construction where the power lines were underground, we'll start to see those come back first. Of course, hospital grids are #1 priority, followed by some of your larger shopping malls that include your pharmacies and your grocery stores.
All right, and obviously we know so many of you are dealing with power outages. The good news is there are 42,000 linemen working to restore your power power right now across Southwest Florida. 85% of people in Lee County are without power right now. But I have to say, compared to what we were initially seeing right after the storm went through, that number is much better. So Cape Coral and Charlotte County are in that 85% range without power. We were looking at 92 and 100% the other day. So they're working to do this. Hardy County, we're hearing, is the worst as far as power outages. Still, they're at basically 100% without power. But these linemen are working 24/7 to get your power back on, so please be patient. We know we are seeing some of you asking on social media, is this going to be days, weeks, months? I think that's a tough question to answer because pocket by pocket as they work, they're going to try and get you up as best you can, and we appreciate the work they're doing. Just know they're working hard, and the numbers of people without power are coming down.
The video we just saw were crews arriving in the Punta Gorda area. That area hit hard by the northern part of the eye wall. When you see those power crews roll into the neighborhood, it's a sense of relief to know that they're there and they're working to get those lines connected. We have seen the crews. There they are, the Punta Gorda area, and you can see the damage there from the northern part of that eye wall. It takes those guys some time. The crews that were stationed to arrive first here in Southwest Florida are specially trained linemen. This is what they do. This is their specialty. They respond to disasters like this all along the Gulf and East Coast of the U.S. So these guys are the real deal.
Yeah, and I think this is a really good time to point out, and they just talked about this on the state level. They say it every time we have a storm, and still people just don't seem to understand the severity of this. Generator safety. Yeah. This is not something to joke about. This is not, you know, you can die from this. So they were saying that they're seeing generators. So far, they aren't announcing any carbon monoxide deaths, but they're seeing carbon monoxide issues is the way they put it. So they're seeing them running from garages. That is absolutely unacceptable, so dangerous. It needs to be at least 15 feet from your house. They're seeing generators with power cords running through the window. And then the cords running through water.
Going back to the generators in the garage, even if the garage door is open, that's one misconception, that I've got the garage door open and the generator's running, it's ventilated. That carbon monoxide finds a way into the house, especially if there's a second level, and that's when you put you and your family in danger. There's no way to know that the carbon monoxide is getting into your house. It's a deadly killer. You can't smell it, you can't see it. And that's why those generators, Amy, it's so important, have to be away from your house. And if your houses in your neighborhood are close together, do not put it close to your neighbor's house. Take that into consideration. Don't put it next to a neighbor's window. They just have to be in a well-ventilated area, again, about 10 to 15 feet away from your house.
All right, you are looking live right now from our helicopter in the air. I'm going to see if our director knows exactly where this location is. Obviously, it's on a coastal community, one of our barrier islands there. These homes are beautiful, and we're hearing this is Pine Island. Okay. So this is a place that we've been trying to get to for the past 2 days. We know so many people sheltered in place, and we were very concerned about this. The bridge that goes from Cape Coral into Matlacha that leads to Pine Island is destroyed, if you will. The road is impassable, so these people essentially have no way on and off the island by car. But again, rescue crews are going out by boat and by air, and you can see some of those docks. This is a coastal community. This is an area, Trent, I know that you can talk about. This was absolutely battered by this storm. I'm sure they saw really intense storm surge. So these are some of the first pictures. Again, you're only going to see this on Fox 4. This is our helicopter that we are using from our parent company, Scripps, looking at Pine Island for the first time. A lot of these homes are on stilts. So you do have to wonder, obviously we're not looking at this from a ground view, so you got to wonder how high the water got. Did it go into some of the homes? But you can see the roofs ripped off that large home there. Pine Island's an old fishing community, so a lot of these homes are not that concrete slab structure. You know, they're standing on wood beams, so it'll be interesting when we can see it from a ground view, but right now this is the best we can do.
Yeah, as far as trying to find a couple of landmarks here. Obviously, that looks like a home. Yeah. It was not a very large home. We saw there were a lot of pilings out in the water, and at first glance, I was wondering if it was areas around Tarpon Lodge or even on the northern part of the island near the Bokeelia fishing pier. But it was kind of hard to tell at quick glance. But looking at some of the damage, Pine Island went through the eye of Hurricane Ian at one of its strongest points. So even though this structure here appears to fared fairly well with the concrete block stucco, you can see one of the larger trees there in front of the home is absolutely ripped of the vegetation. And Amy pointed out the damage there to the front of the roof. So Amy, they're zooming out here, and you can almost see both sides of the island there.
Yeah.
You've got homes on both sides, and here's one of those docks. So now we're getting a little better view. This doesn't look like Pine Island.
Yeah, I know.
Hey,
I was just thinking that actually.
This is too small. Pine Island is the largest island in the state of Florida. This is not that. I'm almost wondering if we're down there somewhere.
Hold on, I'm looking at
North Captiva.
That's what I was thinking, because those homes actually also, when you see those are large homes, just looking at them from the air. Pine Island, while the homes there are beautiful, I mean, those homes look massive, and you're right, it doesn't necessarily look like Pine Island. We're going to look to confirm where that is. It's again, we don't have direct contact as you are struggling to contact your family and friends. We're trying to contact our crew there in the helicopter. But they're up there, and we're so thankful that they're up there giving us this bird's eye view of some of the damage.
Amy, regardless of the exact location here, what we do to analyze this is just to look at the type of damage. Look at the size of that house. Yeah. There's only a couple places in Southwest Florida where you have those type of homes. Captiva is one of them, North Captiva, but this is a very large home. I know Lauren Petrelli and Chris Shaw are off to the side. If you guys happen to see anything as well on the display that catches your attention on where this is at, but this is a very, very large home, and likely somewhere Captiva or North Captiva, but you can see the damage here is pretty significant to the vegetation, but these are newer, well-built homes. And then you can see, Amy, this is why I was thinking it was somewhere around North Captiva. You can see the estuaries and some of the preservation land.
Don't zoom out. Is that, hold on, let me see something. All right, we're trying to communicate with our crew in the air to find out exactly where they are so we can be specific with you. But, the big takeaway and some information we want to give you as we're looking at this damage, again, coastal communities and even people who are inland, you're dealing with damage. So FEMA's here. 13 counties is what they're focusing on right now as far as damage. They are working on giving individual assistance. So if you are one of the people that has damage to your home, whether it's as significant as what we're seeing here from the helicopter or maybe it's minor, you still need to register. Go to disasterassistance.gov and make sure you take pictures now if you didn't already take pictures immediately after the damage happened, because you're going to want to document that. So far, 34,000 people have already registered through this FEMA disaster assistance. Again, it's disasterassistance.gov, so you're going to want to do that to get individual assistance. Bigger picture, the state government is setting up disaster recovery centers. They are working on setting those up soon, so you will have a place to go to, almost like a corporate office, if you will, where you can go get information and help get the assistance you need. The other thing that they're setting up that's going to be huge is what they are going to call an insurance village. They're working on setting that up now. You're going to be able to do flood insurance claims there. It's a kind of daunting process, right? Like if you aren't an insurance adjuster or somebody who's familiar with that, it's a lot of information to go through. What is my coverage? What do I need to do? So you'll go to this village. They will walk you through it. You will do your flood insurance claims there, your wind insurance claims there if you need help with it. And the interesting thing the governor said, which kind of made my ears perk up, is he is working with them and saying that he wants these claims to be paid quickly. That was the word he said, because we need to get to the recovery and be able to start this work. The question is, as we start to see some of the recovery efforts in the rebuilding, we're already dealing with supply chain issues. So is it going to be easy to get those things we need to rebuild homes and to do what we need to do?
The good news is the governor mentioned that traffic in Southwest Florida was moving fairly smoothly. So we get the information here from the governor, and now we have a chance to go over to the presser at Charlotte County.
Good morning.
Yeah, Charlotte County. Let's
Patrick
take a listen
Fuller,
to what they're
Director of
saying
Charlotte
right now.
County Emergency Management. Thank you for joining us for the Friday 10 a.m. briefing. Recovery service such as points of distribution of critical commodities and supplies, charging stations for cell phones and cooling stations are being planned and will be announced as soon as they're available to our public. We do urge all of our residents to register for Charco Cares at 888-777. So texting the word Charco Cares, CHARCOCARES to 888-777. You'll begin to receive critical hurricane information such as locations of points of distribution, charging stations, and other relief services. As a reminder to our residents, evacuation is no longer in place, but if you are returning to the area or leaving your homes, ensure that you do so safely. Conditions still remain hazardous on many of our roadways. And apologies. It is important that you perform things safely and understand that conditions after a storm cause many casualties and injuries. Do so. Make sure you're recovering safely. For those who are outside the area in need of a wellness check of loved ones, please call 1-800-RED-CROSS or visit coadfl.org. That's coadfl.org, and look for the reunification plan. At that time, that's all I have. Are there any questions?
Yes, Patrick. The traffic lights are out all over town. What should motorists do when they get to a four-way intersection with the traffic lights down?
When motorists reach a four-way intersection with the traffic lights down, we're in the works to implement a plan for a right-way turn, and simply each individual would turn right, but also ensure that you're treating every intersection as a four-way stop until that plan is implemented.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, that was the Emergency Management Director, Patrick Fuller, with Charlotte County, just giving an update for those of you who are in the Charlotte area. Again, 85% of power is still out in Charlotte County, but that number is much better than what we were looking at yesterday. They were looking at about 100%, so crews are out working. So they're working to set up points of distribution, which is a place where you would go to get food and water for your family. The best way to find out where you can get those services would be to register, he said, by texting.
Yeah, and you text 888-777 to Charco Cares, which
Other
is
way around.
The other way around?
Yeah, so you text Charco Cares to 888-777.
And that's CHARCO Cares. So that's the way to get that latest information.
Yeah, and he said they're even going to be setting up charging stations because we rely so heavily on our phones and our electronics nowadays. So you can go, they're working to set that up so you can go charge your phones, get in contact with loved ones. One other thing, maybe you're streaming us or watching from out of the area because you're concerned about loved ones. If you need a well check or reunification, that's what you're looking for. 1-800-RED-CROSS is a good number to call because they can walk you through the steps and take the information from you. The other thing you could do is go to coad.florida.org, coad.fl.org. We know so many people from out of town still haven't heard from loved ones. In most cases, it's likely because we are having a hard time getting cell phone service. I know I was able to finally go to my house last night in the Fort Myers area and I had 0 cell phone reception. You are cut off essentially from the outside world. So we know there are a lot of people who haven't been in communication with their loved ones. We understand that. And again, coad.fl.org is a great way to reunify.
Yeah, we're going to move towards downtown Fort Myers. Our crews have been out and about the last 24 hours, and Brianna Brownlee was in downtown Fort Myers yesterday kind of assessing the damage around town, and you can see the video here. Obviously a little damage there, some glass on the ground. The business is trying to make some initial repairs to keep additional wind and water out. You see the plywood and obviously quite a bit of a debris there. This is a street from downtown or Pizza with the Lucky Screw on the right, so she's heading northbound up towards the river.
Yeah, and you know, the water there in downtown Fort Myers initially after the storm and during the storm we were seeing had quite a bit of storm surge, especially at the foot of the bridge on 2nd Street and Park. But as you can see now, again, this is more recent video from our Bree Brownlee in downtown Fort Myers, and that water has receded. We're looking at just some of the damage on the ground. Fort Myers is still asking you, the city government there, to stay home if you can. I know we are seeing a lot of people out and about. You just have to be careful. There's a lot of down trees. They've done a great job clearing the roadways in downtown Fort Myers. I was able to drive down McGregor Boulevard and get a check of that. Some of the palm trees are leaning, but for the most part, the debris is cleared there. All they're asking, though, is that you don't go around and sightsee, if you will, just to go look at the damage. This is downtown House of Pizza, a very popular pizza place in downtown Fort Myers. You can see a line out the door because since yesterday, at least, they have been serving pizza there. And some of the restaurants across Southwest Florida are open. Not many, though. A lot of them are still without power and still shut down. We know some of our local food trucks are working to get, placed across Southwest Florida so they can help feed you.
It was interesting and kind of nice to see people coming together for a hot meal yesterday. Next, we're going to go to some video from Fort Myers. This is another aerial shot from earlier in the storm, where you can see how high the water was in this location. Still very strong tropical storm force winds with hurricane gusts at the time this video was taken, but it's the storm surge. You see vehicles there in the middle, obviously underwater. It's just quite amazing how much water came into such a large area here in Southwest Florida. The water, that storm surge, we talked about it being up to 18 feet potentially in some spots. So you think about how far up the canals and the estuaries here. There are so many people that we're hearing that have had water in their homes. It could be from 1 to 3 inches to just complete devastation. And water is one of the hardest things to clean up when it comes to the aftermath of a hurricane.
Yeah, absolutely. We know that some of you are just now getting reconnected as the power's coming back on, and as you are maybe getting cell phone service for the first time. So maybe this is the first time you're getting information about the devastation across Southwest Florida. When you're in your own neighborhood that maybe didn't see that much damage, or maybe roofs are off, you might not realize the impacts that Hurricane Ian had across our area. And we're talking from north to south. Counties across the state of Florida experienced flooding and damage. So, I'm going to see if our director at some point here can get some of the most severe damage that we're talking about across Southwest Florida, which would be the failure of some of our bridges. So we've got the Sanibel Causeway collapsed in several portions, several spans. We heard the governor say it wasn't necessarily the pilings, that the bridge itself failed. It was those little islands. You have spent much time, and the water basically washed the sand out.
You get that much force of water, 15 to 18 feet. And I don't care how well constructed the bridge is, if you don't have the land or the sand underneath of it that was constructed there between the ABC islands there going out to Sanibel, the bridge is going to fail. We saw several spots in between the actual causeway bridges where the roadway and those islands were completely misshapen from where we remember before the storm.
Right, so that is obvious that you can't get to Sanibel Island nor Captiva by car, and that is going to be for quite some time. There have been multiple rescues off the island. In fact, we were talking about earlier that Public Works on Sanibel Island, they're already out. They've been assessing the damage and working to clear the roads there. People who wanted to be rescued from the island, they were taken off of the island, but right now, boat is the only way to get there, and it's kind of jaw-dropping still. I've seen this video several times, and it still kind of just takes your breath away.
You're looking there at some of the failure of the roadways that connect the islands, and the water just cut a channel straight through the island, ripping away not only the asphalt, but all the land that was used there. Amy, many holidays, 4th of July, Memorial Days, those islands are lined with, I know the Jeep Club likes to go out there, a lot of families, and
it's almost unrecognizable.
Yeah, you wouldn't know it if it wasn't for occasionally you see a slab of concrete there with a highway marker on it, the middle line or the yellow off to the edge. You can see them right there. There's still just a line, but it's just been washed away, and every piece of vegetation there's trees have been stripped of the leaves, and you can see the sign there letting you know the $6 that you pay to cross what you call the happy lane going to Sanibel usually, because it is just one of the most beautiful views here around town. And a lot of money was actually being invested in those islands. They were renovating them. They were adding more bathrooms, more shelter houses, and more parking. So now the county has to sit back and assess the damage, evaluate it, get engineers out there to look at the structure of those bridges, and then begin to think of how we're going to get not only the mainland connected to Sanibel. Have you heard, Amy, whether or not the Blind Pass Bridge is still in place between Sanibel and Captiva?
I don't want to say for sure. I believe I read something that said it was not passable. I know the governor said that they have engineers, structural engineers, and they cleared 800 bridges, and they were open and inspected. So far right now, the only two that he confirmed you basically can't get over are the bridge going to Pine Island, Matlacha essentially, and Sanibel. Those are going to be rebuilds, but he said that there were multiple breaks on those. So I don't know. Let me ask our Lee County government officials that I'm texting with.
Yesterday, we listened to the live press conference from the island of Sanibel, and it took a little while to get information out of the island. And they said there wasn't a single structure on the island that didn't receive damage from this hurricane. Now, they said that didn't mean every building was destroyed, but the impacts were island-wide. Overnight, we were able to look at some images over social media, getting some of the first views of the Sanibel Lighthouse, some of those more iconic views. There were whispers on social media yesterday that the lighthouse also collapsed. And again, we're kind of resetting the stage here because people are joining us as power comes back in. The lighthouse itself is still standing. Now, the two connecting buildings around the lighthouse have been washed away. Those are no longer there, but the Sanibel lighthouse remains intact, and it's a little piece of good news, if you will.
Absolutely. So what's happening right now? You look at this destruction and you're thinking, oh my goodness, where do we go from here? There are phases, right? So, you know, right now we are moving out of, if you will, or toward the end of the rescue phase. People who were in that hasty rescue, they go in, the search and rescue crews do a quick glance over certain areas. First they started in the coastal communities, next they're moving inland, people who need help right away. Next, our state leaders said that they are going to be doing a primary search where they are going, you know, spending more time in places that really saw devastation, that saw water above the roof, the governor said in some places. Once that water recedes enough that they can get in there, knock on the door, make sure people are okay, they'll do that. Then they go in for a secondary search as well. So they just really want to be thorough and make sure they are getting to all the people that might need assistance. Barges right now, because obviously when you see the video of the bridges that are impassable and destroyed, really, barges are taking heavy equipment to Pine Island and to Sanibel, and trying to get the roads cleared and you know, get it to where they can start doing work there on the island. We've never dealt with something like this here in Southwest Florida. I've been here most of my life. We've never seen anything like this where the bridges are not usable in a sense. So it's going to be interesting to watch how this plays out. They're a full rebuild, so it's going to be a long process, but they're working on it. Those barges are doing that right now.
We have two different reporters that we're waiting to hear from first, and I heard the name Katie Lagrone in Orlando, and then another reporter we've got in Fort Myers, Cameron, and I think Cameron is the one we've got lined up next in Fort Myers. If that's the case, let's go ahead and hear the latest from Fort Myers.
It's nerve-wracking. It's stressful.
Mark Bishop lives in Port Charlotte and says he's mentally preparing himself for what's to come.
We're not sure of the full extent of it. Neighbors that stayed in place said that there's trees down, there's a fence down.
He and his wife are holding on to hope for the best possible outcome, although they won't have any running water or power when they return home.
We are hopeful that the house is going to be okay. I have storm shutters up, so we'll find out how well they work when we get home.
Gary Hunt was also impacted by the storm.
It looks like somebody dropped a bomb over there.
The strong winds blew off his shutters, and his newly built house now needs a new roof.
There were the contractors, storm shutters when they built the house, and they're basically lagged into the wall, and it just ripped the lags and everything. Panels are gone.
Living close to Charlotte Harbor, he feared the worst, but he's grateful that he still has a place to call home.
We're just fortunate, I think, that we got out and we still have a house to go back to.
And, you know, it's one of those things you really have to, I don't know, assess and check yourself sometimes, because we know so many people really have had so much damage. Water up to the countertops. We've heard of water over the rooftops. We've heard of buildings completely washed away on Fort Myers Beach. So those of us who are dealing with damage, and I know when you're in that bubble, it's so frustrating and it feels so overwhelming, but so many of us are so lucky in the grand scheme of things. And I think that's the thing we need to, keep in the back of our minds as we move forward and help each other get through this.
Yeah, there's different levels and stages, right? It's an emotional experience the first time you lay eyes on your home, and a lot of folks are still waiting to do that. Right now, residents of Sanibel and Captiva aren't even welcome back on the island. It's just simply too safe. They heard that yesterday in the press conference, and it's going to take days. They said the city officials there who have homes and have businesses on the island, they said, we're sitting on our hands too. We're letting the professionals come in and do their job for safety first, and that's the case for Fort Myers Beach. Still can't get across the Matanzas Pass Bridge. It's still shut down. They've got no fly zones in place, and they're there for a reason, and that's to make sure things are safe before we get to the point where we can start to return home.
Yeah, and it's just while we're looking at those recovery efforts, we're talking about rescues still. And again, I said those happen in 3 phases: hasty, primary, and secondary rescue. So far, more than 500 people have been rescued between Charlotte and Lee counties. We're hearing that overall the number is 700 total rescues, but more than 3,000 families who were in distress have had touch points, if you will. So they are kind of chipping away at the number of people that they hadn't heard from. They are doing difficult work right now. One of the most difficult stories I think that I've heard so far, the governor was just talking about the Coast Guard dive team being dropped from a helicopter into storm surge waters. The water was over the roof level, and these amazing people, how difficult is that in this weather, swim down into a home to see if anyone's there. It's hard to hear. It's devastating. We do have 21 fatalities. Only 20 are unconfirmed. Only 1 is confirmed. And in Lee County, they're not saying how many fatalities they believe we have because they are still in that search and recovery phase. So they're not giving us a number there. They're processing what they've seen in that first initial hasty search.
And the next couple of steps there, like you mentioned, Amy, is to go back in, and then they begin the recovery process because obviously they have marked the homes where they saw the fatalities, and what that means moving forward, those numbers are going to start to climb.
Yeah. And our local first responders, some of our fire crews, they did such amazing work during the storm. What you're looking at now is Naples Fire Rescue. They were dispatched, even though their fire station and their fire engines were up to probably, waist deep water. They're here rescuing this woman out of that white car. You can see it. They had to go into the back seat, pull her out. We're hearing numerous times of people stepping up, carrying children across some of this flood water. So just doing such important work. I do want to talk a little bit about, the roads obviously don't look like this anymore because the water is receding. It's, for the most part, I would say, in most parts of Southwest Florida, that storm surge water is gone.
Yeah, at least the storm surge. There's still some freshwater flooding where you've got a little water around, but you notice they used a rope for safety there because that water still had quite a current with it as it was moving inland as the storm approached.
So the roads now, even if they're dry, I again had to drive. We're suggesting that you don't if you don't have to. And power lines are down, they're laying in the roadways, there's some wires. You just have to really be so careful. And one thing, when we're talking about the safety, we already went over the generator safety with you. It needs to be far away from your home, but they're also stressing as we're starting this cleanup, we're getting reports that people are maybe not using their chainsaws, their ladders very safely, wire cutting. If you don't know what it is, they're saying don't cut it. Leave it to the experts because we see so many injuries after the storm is over. As we're working on cleaning up, you need to be wearing boots and goggles and gloves. Those are all the things you need to think about. And I think a lot of times we think, oh, I'm fine, I'm tougher than that. But
it's hard work.
It is.
Even taking the shutters down, if you don't have the accordions, you've got the big panels, those are heavy. And if you don't wear gloves, a lot of people, emergency room visits with slices on hands, they drop them on top of the feet. And it is after the storm that we see usually more injuries and just as many fatalities. Now, I will say this, Amy. In the storms I've covered in the last 20 years, and looking at the post-analysis and where they talk about how many direct deaths from a storm, that would be people who were unfortunately drowned in the storm surge that we were talking about a while ago. And then there's the indirect deaths. That's the accidents with chainsaws. It's the carbon monoxide. Usually it's after the storm that more people get injured or die. This storm may be different because this one was one that is going to be historic when it comes to storm surge along the coastline.
Yeah.
Anytime we're talking about Coast Guard diving into water to look for survivors who may have found an air pocket somehow in a house, I think the death toll, the direct death toll, is going to outweigh the indirect. And that's why this is such a humanitarian effort with the rescue and recovery. And we're getting help all around Southwest Florida. They talked about Task Force 2 coming in from Miami-Dade County. And what a group of men and women that is.
Unbelievable people. They were at, if you're familiar with the Surfside condo collapse on the East Coast, these are the first people to respond. They were the first ones to get to some of the areas here in Southwest Florida to go in and get on the scene and start to look for people in tropical storm force winds. One of the areas that we were told was hardest hit is Lee County in Southwest Florida. That's where we are here at Fox 4. And Fort Myers Beach, just devastation. Buildings are gone, completely washed away. We do have some viewer video coming in, and this is from Justin. And I mean, look at some of these boats. The marinas there off Fort Myers Beach, just on the roadway. There's no way on or off safely of the island. You can't go over the Matanzas Pass Bridge right now. But some people obviously sheltered in place, so they were on the island, and we've seen the devastation. We've seen the buildings, the restaurants just washed away. Times Square is unrecognizable. It's somewhere I have spent time since I was 10 years old on the beach with my family, and you know, you can't even with your brain kind of wrap around what it's looking like. But again, look at all these boats there. If you have viewer video that you want to share with us, you can do that on our social media sites. We know there's just so much damage across Southwest Florida. You can do that also by emailing us news@fox4now.com.
Even when we're off the area, I mean, I was scouring social media to see different views to try to understand the amount of damage, especially out at Fort Myers Beach. As the storm was almost at its height, one of the last views I saw from Fort Myers Beach, if you're familiar with that Times Square area, you come over the bridge and you turn to the right, Times Square and the piers to the left. If you turn right on Old San Carlos Boulevard to go back towards Nervous Nelly's, there is a cigar hut. It's a store, and the sign hangs from the awning. The water at that point was almost to the rooftop, halfway up of their business sign. And I was curious what it looked like from Nervous Nelly's over towards the docks. And for Nervous Nelly's, the entire first floor, before you get up to the bar that sits on the rooftop, it was all underwater. So it confirmed to me that the storm surge moved over the entire Estero Island area in Fort Myers Beach. The Dairy Queen that sits there before you go out to the fishing pier, it's gone. There's nothing left of it. It's nothing more than a slab and sand that was pushed in from the storm. And Amy, we talk about this. You were connecting with some friends and loved ones yesterday. I've done the same thing this morning, and I got a couple of questions, and we talked about this a while ago. How bad was it? Oh, it's bad?
Yeah.
Because the connectivity. People aren't with power. They aren't with cell phone service. So some people may be regaining that today, and this may be the first time they're realizing how far and how destructive the hurricane was.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, when you look at this, one of the big things that all the counties across Southwest Florida are dealing with are water issues. And I'm not talking about flooding. I'm talking about the water that comes out of your faucet. So I would say almost every county at this point has a boil water notice. And I was getting a lot of questions about, can I take a shower? If there's a boil water notice, can I take a shower? Because obviously you're not supposed to drink it, you're not supposed to put it in your mouth, you're not supposed to brush your teeth, you should be using bottled water for that, or boil it for rolling boil for 1 minute. We know a lot of you don't have power, so you can't do that. So I contacted two of our Lee County commissioners. Commissioner Brian Hammond was able to get back to me. He said he asked the people who know best, the people who, you know, this is what they do, and they said it is okay to take a shower, even though there's a boil water notice. If you have running water, or, you know, put your kids in the bathtub, avoid getting it in your mouth, avoid getting it in your eyes, and do not brush your teeth with it. That was the main takeaway. So if you guys are wondering about that, that's good information.
Can we talk just a moment about the water? The boil water is in place. A lot of people don't have power. Maybe they use a grill and a pan to try to boil the water. There's other ways that you can get fresh water without boiling it. You can take a gallon of water and use 8 drops of 6% bleach or 6 drops of 8.25% bleach. And it'll say on the bottle what percentage it is. But it's key. A gallon of water, so fill an old milk jug, that's how much. And we're talking drops, not teaspoons, not tablespoons, drops. 8 to 6 drops, depending on the percentage. You put it in that jug and you're gonna shake the jug. And you're gonna let it sit there for at least 30 minutes. According to the EPA and disaster relief, that is how, and an alternative, that if you're desperate for water, if you're out of bottled water and you're looking for something to drink or to consume, that is safe to do.
All right, Trent, excuse me, we're looking at the radar right now, so let's talk about this. We're just learning that Hurricane Ian is back to a Category 1 storm making landfall in South Carolina right now. I'm not a weather expert, but I just don't understand how this thing is keeping it together so long across the entire peninsula of Florida, and now South Carolina and Georgia are feeling the effects.
Yeah, this storm yesterday, when we woke up, it was just amazing. There was still a hurricane over the central part of the state, and it wasn't until it got right over Merritt Island that the winds went below hurricane force to a tropical storm. Very quickly, in the next couple of advisories, back to a hurricane over the open Atlantic. And now as you look at it, it doesn't look nearly as symmetrical and textbook as Ian did here over southwest Florida. This storm is pulling dry air on the backside. If you've stepped outside today, it is absolutely gorgeous. We woke up in the mid to upper 70s, or 60s I should say, 60s behind a hurricane. The benefit of that, Amy, is the cleanup process now, it's a little easier.
Or if you don't have power.
Yeah, it's more comfortable. It's not humid, it's not 95 in the afternoon, and we're not fighting that 60 to 70% chance of showers and storms. So that's one of the benefits. That's all the dry air that you see across the state. Now to the north, you see the tail, that line of clouds hanging south. That's where the moisture starts, and it's wrapping around. And this is going to become a huge rain event for not only South Carolina, where the storm is expected to make landfall later on today and overnight, but also for parts of Virginia, Norfolk, the Outer Banks. The rainfall will continue. And with winds of 85 miles per hour right now, the storm is moving off to the north at about 9 miles per hour, almost a similar speed that it did here in southwest Florida. The pressure's still right there around 984 millibars, and those tropical storm force winds are already onshore in parts of the Carolinas. And the National Hurricane Center, to use their wording exactly, life-threatening storm surge and hurricane conditions expected on the coast there of South Carolina through this afternoon.
Yeah, and I'm looking on social media at some of the images of the surf there in South Carolina. This thing is just not letting up. I want to ask you, Trent, for our friends at home who are doing that, cleanup process today. It is beautiful outside right now. I was kind of surprised by it, and when I went outside, I had to grab a sweatshirt. So we're so thankful that it's like that, so you can't open your windows if you don't have power. How long does that stick around? Because I just think of the times after a hurricane when we haven't had power in the past, and it's just that muggy hot. Do we have a couple days of this beautiful weather, or are we looking at that typical hot, sticky September weather coming back soon?
We've got several days of it.
Okay.
Looking ahead at the long-term forecast, even through Tuesday and Wednesday of next week, what we experienced today with temperatures in the mid to upper 60s and afternoon highs, mid 80s. We should be up around 89, 90 in the afternoon, and our humidity this time of year, if we're lucky, we'll get a quick front. But this storm was so powerful that stationary front that was off to the north that caused all the heavy rain from Orlando northbound, it pulled that dry air all the way through the southeast, and it's arrived in Florida. They woke up in Miami and Fort Lauderdale this morning in the 60s as well. So not only are we getting a little early taste of fall-like weather, but it's going to continue. And I can't tell you how happy that makes me, because everyone out there fighting elements, whether it's first responders or, as you mentioned, people without power who just want to stay comfortable, we have got the perfect weather for that in the days ahead.
It's some of the silver lining, it's some of the good news, and we will take every piece of good news we can get. We know we have to bring you some of the tough images and the tough realities here for Southwest Florida, but there is a lot of positive news as we are heading into the recovery phase, and we have so much help here in Southwest Florida, more on the way. We are monitoring everything. We're going to keep you up to date on what you need to know as you're cleaning up your yard, when you need to put your trash out, and also give you information so you can start to get those insurance claims in. And we're going to take a quick break right now, but we're not going anywhere. We're going to be right back. You're watching our extended coverage of the aftermath of Hurricane Ian right here on Fox 4.
We love the new playhouse we got for our birthday. Yes, but there's only one problem.
Let me guess, that the floors aren't Cortec?
Yes, that's right. Don't you want your dog to come inside and play?
And for spills, of course. Everybody knows that CoreTech is waterproof, kid-proof, and pet-proof.
Thank you, Mom and Dad, for letting us get our amazing floors at the family-owned and operated Floormeisters. The Floormeisters.
Just keeping it real.
I'm Jay Gansey with Southwest Florida's home of Jay's Price, Cape Coral Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. During Jeep Adventure Days, get 0% on select new 2022 vehicles in stock and save thousands for the best price in Southwest Florida, period.
When it comes to beating cancer, your first choice is your best chance. So choose Moffitt first.
Patients should know that where they go first really matters, that all cancer centers aren't equal for treatment of cancer.
As Florida's only national comprehensive cancer center, Moffitt is fast-tracking revolutionary therapies that use the body's own immune system to destroy tumors.
You have a full army of people helping you here. You need that army because this is a fight. And I don't think you can do any better than Moffitt, hands down.
With cancer outcomes up to 4 times the national average, Moffitt is Florida's top choice for the best outcomes.
Outcomes are important. That's why we focus on that. We're the only cancer center that publishes our outcomes. If you don't measure it, how can you improve it?
Call Moffitt to connect with a cancer expert in 1 day.
Your turn.
Your turn.
Do you feel anything?
She's dancing. Help protect your baby. Download the free Count the Kicks app. Studies show that regularly monitoring a baby's movements helps reduce the chance of stillbirth.
Your turn.
Count the Kicks. Visit counttthekicks.org.
Scan this code to access the Fox 4 Hurricane Center. Track the storm and learn what you need to be prepared. All from Fox 4's expert team of certified meteorologists.
And welcome back. I'm Amy Wegman with Trent Eric, and we are continuing our coverage here on Fox 4 in the aftermath of Hurricane Ian and what this means for Southwest Florida. You know, we obviously want to paint the picture for you. I know some of you are just getting reconnected. Maybe you're just getting cell service for the first time or just getting your power back on. So we want to share with you what we're dealing with here in Southwest Florida. It is upsetting. It is a disaster in some areas, but there's a lot of good news as far as the recovery efforts. We have so many teams rescuing people and already getting plans in place for recovery and food and water. So we're going to bring all of that information for you as we go through the hours.
It's hard to process, Amy, the devastation here across Southwest Florida, and it runs from Sarasota County, matter of fact, Tampa, all the way down through Naples and Marco Island, and we're able to connect with Rachel Wilkerson right now in Naples, who has the very latest as she walks through a neighborhood that was hit here by Ian.
Several people are here assessing the damage that Hurricane Ian has caused to the Naples Pier and beach. The storm surge pushed this debris on shore. People are taking photos of this area, saying that this is a special place for them. This is a place that they come to watch the sunset, to eat ice cream, to take family photos, and to see it in this state is devastating for them. Several people are out here just saying that they can't believe that this storm has caused this much damage. The city of Naples tells me that about 200 feet was ripped away due to the storm surge, and the rest of the pier suffered significant damage. They are out here working right now to try to do the best they can to get this pier back open to the public. Right now, there is no estimated timeline as to when this pier will be back open. You can see that there is caution tape right here. A branch is sticking out from the stairs here, and it's boarded up at the top, meaning no pedestrians are allowed to get onto the pier. And this is the scene from the front all the way to the end of it. As I mentioned, about 200 feet was washed away. This pier is normally about 1,000 feet long. Residents in this area say this is an icon for their city, and they're hoping and praying that soon it can be back to the state that it was in before. Reporting at Naples Pier, I'm Rachel Wilkerson, Fox 4 News.
All right, thanks for that, Rachel. And it's really such a contrast. Obviously, Naples had so much damage. We saw water on Fifth Ave. We know homes were damaged there along the coastline, but the pier there in Naples looks to be in better shape, at least, than the pier on Fort Myers Beach.
Yeah, the pier in Naples looks to be repairable pretty quickly. Obviously, we're missing chunks there of the wood. The piling's all still intact. The storm obviously made landfall up in Cayo Costa there with winds of 150, and just the physical different distance away from that storm made a huge difference. The storm surge at Fort Myers Beach ripped the entire Fort Myers Beach Pier away. Now, the pilings are still standing there by Times Square, but it is going to have to be rebuilt from the pilings up. Just kind of goes to show you the difference that the distance made along the coastline.
All right, so this video that you're looking at here is some of the storm surge while we're talking about Naples, just to kind of paint the picture that Naples got hit pretty hard as well with the water. What you're looking at is video when the surge was coming in. In the distance there, you see a group of young folks that went up and down the streets. They were rescuing people from windows. They were taking them to a local church for shelter. 4 of these people are the woman who shared this video with us. It was her kids. And you can imagine how proud she is to see the helpers and her kids doing this amazing work. She wanted to remind us and remind you, and these are the things we want to see in the midst of tragedy, that people are coming together. They are helping each other. And, you know, you see someone carrying a little baby, a little kid right there. It breaks your heart, but it also warms your heart, you know, because this is when we need to come together as a community, and we know we're going to get through this together. It's tough to watch.
Yeah, it really is, and just the amount of water that they're treading through there as the storm sewers moved in through Collier County. Those 4 kids just have to be wondering what in the world's going on.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, you know, I know a lot of parents are probably wondering, okay, it's Friday. Are we having school Monday? What is going on? Am I going to work on Monday? These are things that I think information will slowly trickle in. We do know that Lee County schools, they are working around the clock right now. They say they're looking at the schools. They're taking aerial views of the different locations. They have so many schools across Lee County. It's one of the largest districts in the state of Florida. So at 1 o'clock, what time is it? It's 10:38. At 1 o'clock, they're going to be looking at aerial views of the different schools. Then they are meeting with the principals of all of those schools. This is from our new superintendent of Lee County Schools, Dr. Christopher Bernier. They're meeting to discuss with the principals, and I would imagine that we will get an update for you, and I'm sure with, you know, Reconnecting and all the school texts that you get, you'll get information. I don't want to be premature in this, but the assumption would be that perhaps some people won't have school Monday, so just sit tight, wait. We will get you that information just as soon as we can.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, Amy, and it's going to be so different for every community, every municipality to look at the damage and whether or not parents can drive to and from school safely. Some schools still without power, and then you have a fraction of them, some areas inland that are still okay.
And I think one of the things that we have to take into consideration, when are we getting back to school? When are we getting back to work? Obviously, we're still, there are still people who are stranded. So first we have to get through that phase. Yeah. But the other thing we have to take into consideration is the actual physical act of getting there, not only because of debris in the road. You're looking at a gas station in Naples. Look at the damage. Gas stations are shut down. We can't necessarily get gas at every gas station. So you have to preserve the little fuel that you might have in your car right now until that gas is flowing again. The governor said that they have 1.6 million gallons of fuel here in the state. It's flowing, it's going to the gas stations. The issue is a lot of the smaller gas stations, they don't have power or they had damage, so that's why you can't go to them and fill up. Now the larger stations, if you have so many pumps in the state of Florida, you're required by state law to have a generator, so some of those will be up and running. I've seen a few myself, but a lot of them, even if the lights are on and you see some cars, there's bags over the gas pump. So they're out. You know, that's something that obviously we have to take into consideration as we talk about getting back to life and getting back to normal.
Yeah, we're going to move now to some damage from Estero Colonial Oaks. This shows you some of the damage. You've got those beautiful Florida oak trees there. That's one thing this area is famous for. Obviously, they had a lot of water there when the surge and the freshwater rain was moving inland. In these photos, obviously after the storm, you can see the blue skies. There's still some water around. And in this area, I know it's been rough. I'm curious to know how far the water was up at the peak of the storm surge there. Doesn't seem to be a lot of damage to those big Florida oaks. There's a reason they're native to South Florida. They're used
deep
to,
roots,
oh
right?
yeah, they are strong, strong trees. And they are some of the trees, like palms, that can survive even strong hurricanes like Ian.
Yeah, and this video is from Estero Fire Rescue. We just saw such amazing work from all of our fire rescue crews across Southwest Florida. And you know, you think of the storm damage, you think of the wind damage to the homes and the storm surge, but there were fires that we saw that they were working to get to and put out, especially so scary with people in those homes sheltering, but also shutters up. You know, it's dangerous, so you have to just be so careful as we're moving forward. And really we want to stress the importance of being careful as we are moving into the recovery phase, you know, with the generators, with the chainsaws, with the ladders, with cutting things, just, excuse me, please be careful.
Yeah, when we saw the aerial footage for the first time of daylight yesterday, you could see smoke in the distance.
Yeah.
And there were a couple of locations that caught our attention first. One was north of the Sanibel outlets. There were several homes in that area where one caught fire to another, and then out on Captiva we had numerous fires as well. Now this video is actually from St. Augustine, I believe. This is the second part, or the second story, if you will, of Ian. And that's because once it got into the central part of the state, it became a historic, catastrophic flooding was the word the National Hurricane Center used, and the terminology, a 1 in 100 year flood.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't mean it's going to happen every 100 years. It just means there's a 1% chance in a given year that you could see flooding like this. So you hear how small that percentage is. Anytime Disney shuts down, it's a big deal.
Yeah, yeah.
Disney shut down. They did they're doing currently a soft reopen here today. We've seen video of flooding at Universal. The Florida Turnpike around Orlando was shut down simply because it was impassable, and this storm hasn't moved across the coast. It was St. Augustine next. I've seen several FDOT cameras there in the northern part of the state, where along A1A and I-95 and some of the more famous locations there in St. Augustine near the fort, and they've got that beautiful little downtown area with all the little quaint shops and eateries. Parts of that was underwater. And it was all because of the rainfall, a different threat. Over here it was storm surge and wind, and then it became a freshwater flooding event. So that's why across the entire state, there was a huge area that was not only underwater, but were without power.
Yeah. So we want to get you some information if you are struggling right now and running out of food or water, and let you know that there is a lot of help, and there are places that you can go to get help. So I guess we'll start first with kind of the big picture. The governor said, you know, when you're going through a storm, days 1, 2, and 3, you're kind of on your own. It's personal mode, if you will. You're dealing with your own water in your home and any food that you had. So we're kind of moving out of that phase. The next phase we're going into would be the National Guard. So they are here. They're in Southwest Florida. They're setting up as we speak in Lee County alone, which was the hardest hit county here in Southwest Florida. They are today opening 8 different community pods, if you will. That's where they're going to be giving out food and water. The 2 locations that you're going to want to know if you're in Charlotte County, it's the sports complex. It's you know, where the Rays do their spring training. Charlotte County Sports Complex, Lee County, also the Lee County Sports Complex, because these are large facilities where they can take in a lot of people to get you that food and the water you need. So that's happening starting today. They hope to have those open later today. They are working on getting those open. They said they will let us know as soon as they are. Again, there's going to be 8 in Lee County. Once we have those locations, we'll be sure to let you know. And then in a couple days, you know, they'll keep that going for a couple days, get people the food and water they need. But then we move into the next phase, which is kind of the longer term look at it, and that is what they call these mass feeding kitchens.
Gotcha.
So mass feeding kitchens, hot meals, 3 times a day, but this isn't for everyone in Southwest Florida. If you're, you know, eating granola bars and cereal and you have water and you just don't have power, you're going to want to leave these mass feeding kitchens for the people who are most impacted. These are people who don't have homes. who really have nowhere to go, but that's something they're setting up. And I think we're going to see a lot of these. It's almost like a business, if you will, that you're going to go into. There's going to be places where you can go get help filing your insurance claims, whether it's for wind damage or flood damage. There's going to be places you can go to help do the paperwork you need to do. So these places are being set up. We are working to get all of this information on our website, fox4now.com, because we want you to have one easy place to find all of it. It's a lot of information coming in. We understand that. We're going to put it on our app for you as well.
Yeah, you mentioned the people and everyone coming together, and the stories that we're going to start to hear about survival in the next day or two as everyone comes together and we're able to reconnect, we get power back, the Wi-Fi, which we realize is so important, and it's those stories that we are trying to collect and bring to you. We want to go to reporter John Moan, who has some of those stories here from survivors of Hurricane Ian.
Florida turned to the Bible to describe what happened in parts of the Sunshine State, though not even Noah and his ark could have survived the fury here.
Well, Sanibel is destruction. For those of you who haven't been, it's a beautiful place, really neat community, and it got hit with really biblical storm surge.
The biggest wreckage, Fort Myers on Florida's Gulf Coast. The hurricane's raw power now visible. Those lucky enough to survive the 100-mile-an-hour winds and the flooding surge that followed told us harrowing tales of survival. Bill and Dustin Lindquist are processing a 24-hour ordeal.
Worst storm I've ever seen. I've been here. Charlie, Wilma, Andrew. But I guess the eye come right by us. We got an eyeball. Why it was so bad. Never seen such devastation.
When the hurricane hit the Florida coast Wednesday, the father and son were caught off guard by how fast and how high the storm surge rose.
We got on a boat. That sailboat has sunk right down there. We didn't hold on no trees.
Okay.
Yeah. We're lucky to be alive.
They fled their home to a friend's house, but even then the water rose higher and higher. They narrowly escaped death by hopping into a boat passing by their third-floor window. At the same time, they were shimmying out of it. They weathered the rest of the storm on the sailboat with the vessel's owner. Parts of Fort Myers further inland weren't even spared. Neighbors in Biscayne Estates described the horror of the howling winds.
It got terrifying. We were ready to go up on our plant ledge. The water was coming in. It was really scary. It's not worth it. So yeah, it was tough, but we made it. We're good.
Across the street, a tree punctured the roof of Mike Bowen's house.
We were actually bunkered down in the laundry room there. We just heard a noise. I can't even remember what time it was, to be honest with you. But we heard, noises all around us, and we didn't actually know that happened until I came in here and seen what happened. So luckily it wasn't, most of the rain stopped by that point. So
in the coming days, neighbors will survey more damage and first responders will continue to look for survivors who will never forget the wrath of Mother Nature.
The last part.
All right. Oh, it's just, heartbreaking to hear some of those stories. We're going to hear so many more of those stories as the days go on, and each person is dealing with their own individual damage in their home. Some people lost something, some people lost everything, and we hate to see it for Southwest Florida, but again, there's so much help here already and still on its way. So we are working to get you all the information you need as we phase out of the rescue and recovery over the next few days, in rescue phase, I should say, and into the recovery phase in Southwest Florida.
Yeah, we're going to take a moment here to reset, get the latest information, coordinate with our crews around Southwest Florida, and we'll be right back with more. Stick around.
People today, they could spend half their lives over 50, but it's gonna take some planning.
What can you do for me?
Make sure your money lives as long as you do. The younger you are, the more you need AARP. Join today.
Free is our favorite word, like free shipping. At Morgan & Morgan, our fee is free. You don't pay anything unless we win your case.
Free shipping.
Injured? Call Morgan & Morgan. forthepeople.com.
In nature, form doesn't follow function. Form is function. Introducing the next generation of Prana Sleep mattresses, about the closest thing to nature you can find in a mattress. Made by hand, here in the USA, of the best and purest natural components we can find anywhere in the world. Let us make you one today. Prana Sleep. Amazing sleep.
And it's Liberty Bell closest to the rail, around the back turn, and here the horses come. Maverick is moving up the outside, and there is no stretch. It's Maverick coming down to the 8th hole. Liberty Bell takes it to the outside, 1-1-1. They come down to the line again. There, second, two for one goal. He's the wire, and
Add drama to every drive. The exhilarating Audi SUV family.
You gotta believe without seeing. You gotta keep going, keep breathing. When you face a day that feels like you're gonna break. You gotta believe without seeing. You gotta keep going, keep breathing. When you face a day that feels like you're gonna break. So lean on the ones that love you. The guardian angels above you, and think about when peace just another color. Ooh, just another color. Just another color.
All right, good morning. Welcome back. 10:52 on your Friday morning, and we are bringing you continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian and the aftermath here in Southwest Florida, the rescue, and most importantly, the recovery that we are going to be facing over the next few days, weeks, months, and possibly even years. We've seen some devastating destruction across Southwest Florida. Homes have been leveled, businesses have been leveled, bridges have collapsed, but the silver lining is, as we are working to move to the next phase of recovery, there's so much help here already in Southwest Florida. Excuse me, I had to take a bite of a pretzel, so it's stuck in there. But there's so much recovery here in Southwest Florida, and we have so much help, and we're going to get you all that information you need for your day-to-day as you're moving forward here.
Yeah, just kind of recap some of the latest headlines here as we're coming up on the top of the 11 o'clock hour and waiting to hear from our reporters in the field as to what neighborhood we're going to bring you the latest from. So 85% of people in Lee County without power. That's a slight improvement from yesterday, down from 90.
Yeah, and you know, there are 42,000 line workers. That's a lot of people out working right now, and they are working to get your power back on. And like Trent just said, we're seeing the numbers improve day to day.
Yeah, you know, the first step, there were 3 different steps that they talked about in the governor's press conference. It was to get power back, to get communication back, and then to reconnect everyone to friends, family, and loved ones. And this is that first step. This is the power grid. Now, in some locations, it's a little easier. It's a matter of connecting some lines, replacing a few power poles. As you get closer to the coastline and around where the eye went, it's going to take every bit of those 42,000 people to rebuild the infrastructure. We're talking from the ground up. There is, in some locations, not even a visible roadway, let alone a power grid. So these guys are the best at what they do. There's especially trained units inside FPL that come down and they access this kind of damage, and they are here.
Yeah, and power is one piece of it. Water is another piece. We know a lot of you are without running water, and if you do have water, please boil it. A rolling boil for 1 minute. If you don't have power, stick to bottled water. We did get some questions about being able, if you do have water, and we're under this boil water notice across Southwest Florida, to take a shower or put your kids in a bath. And I am being told by county leaders that that is okay to do. Just don't get it in your mouth. You shouldn't be brushing your teeth with this water. If you're taking a shower, you know, keep your mouth closed as best you can. Try not to get it in your eyes, but it is safe to bathe if you have the ability to do so.
Fort Myers Beach, one of the hardest hit areas during the hurricane. Lee County Sheriff Office just confirming that it is impassable. That goes without saying when you look at the kind of damage. Bicycles can't make it through the clear pathways right now. They feel for people with family there, and they understand the frustration. Everyone wants to get back either to check on friends and loved ones, check on their businesses, or to go see what's left of their homes. And we're going to keep you updated when it's safe to travel there. Amy, unfortunately, I think it's going to be quite a bit longer.
Yeah, it's going to be a while. The video you're looking at here is the aerial views. The Lee County Sheriff's Office shared this video on social media, and it kind of paints the picture of, you know, the mass destruction on Fort Myers Beach. They said Lee County saw the worst of the destruction as far as Southwest Florida goes. Fort Myers Beach in Lee County saw the worst of it in that specific county. We have video on the ground too. Some people were sharing on social media, and you know, it's one thing to look at it from the air, but man, when you see it on the ground, if you have ever been to Fort Myers Beach, you know, it's just such a popular place. It's a beloved place. There are places like Times Square that, you know, some of us grew up going to, and it's unrecognizable at this point.
Yeah, some of my best memories with my son right there on the fishing pier and grabbing a blizzard of Dairy Queen and trying to eat it before it melts. And those buildings are gone. The fishing pier is nothing more than the concrete pilings. And the area of Fort Myers Beach is very popular with tourists. It's where you see a lot of photographs taken, and that video on the ground was just tough to see yesterday. Like you mentioned, Amy, the only thing that was recognizable was some of the new construction that was still standing. All the older buildings that you're used to seeing were absolutely leveled. At one point, the storm surge was all the way across the Estero Island with that area there going from the pier back towards Nervous Nellies. The water was roughly 8 to 10 feet tall at one point, and we can confirm that with pictures that we're seeing that we were able to get out of the island as the storm was hitting.
Yeah, you know, and this is something we're seeing across Southwest Florida, across the state right now. It's a Category 1 bearing down on South Carolina
85
coastline.
mile per hour winds.
Yeah, unreal. But not just here in the heart of Southwest Florida, but also just to our north in Sarasota. They saw a lot of damage up there as well. We have our reporter Alexis Liaco, and she wants to show us some of the damage from the Sarasota area. Let's take a look at that.
Friday is day 2 of picking up the pieces for families who were hit by Hurricane Ian. And there are still people trying to make it out of their homes. There are still people trying to make it into their homes to see what happened after the storm. And we want to show you why. We flew our drone over neighborhoods along the county line of Sarasota and Charlotte counties. They were hit by winds over 100 miles per hour. And you can see flooding is now an even bigger problem than the winds. Countless homes completely submerged. Families left with what they could carry. And we saw families kayaking through the water to try and make it to safety, and families carrying their kids and pets out of the water. This all as rescuers and power trucks rushed in to help. And these families are going to need that help for the next several weeks and even months to come as those flood waters recede. And we're heading out to see what that cleanup and those evacuations look like as families try to put their lives back together after this storm. In Tampa, I'm Alexa Liaco reporting.
All right, thank you for that, Alexa. And you know, there's south of that in the Charlotte County area, we are working to get you some images, some aerial images across the area, but our chopper is up in Charlotte County right now in the Punta Gorda area. So we're working on getting you that picture. A lot of people are reaching out to us at Fox 4 saying, we want to see, you know, aerial views of this spot or that spot, but you got to keep in mind, we were talking to the pilot here on our text system, and they were saying there are no-fly zones. And the reason they're doing that, I don't know about you guys at home, there were chopper sounds all day yesterday in and out, and that's because the Coast Guard, the National Guard, they are working to not only bring supplies to places that are unreachable, places like Sanibel Island, Matlacha, Pine Island, but they're also rescuing people. So far, 700 people have been rescued, and that's these crews going by boat and by air and taking them off the islands, or you know, if just doing a check with them, and some of them saying, hey, I want to stay. So they did those coastal communities, and now next we're learning that they're going more to the inland communities to rescue people there and to also do wellness checks there as well.
Yeah, we're going to check in here with Punta Gorda. We had some modular homes in that area that were damaged because of Hurricane Ian, and some of those catastrophically. That was the same area back in '04 that a very much smaller but yet powerful Hurricane Charlie made landfall. So it's an area that's familiar with the damage, and unfortunately after rebuilding and getting that area back to their vibrant way of life, they got hit again.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, I think it's going to be interesting. We're hearing from FEMA. They are here. They're providing individual assistance to people across 13 counties. If you were here or are familiar with Hurricane Charlie, obviously there was devastation in Punta Gorda and Charlotte County. FEMA City was built. That's what we called it back then. It was modular homes, manufactured homes and trailers put along I-75 for people who lost their homes. And so it's going to be interesting. We know so many people are displaced, to see if that's going to happen again, how and where they're going to put all of you that perhaps have nowhere to go. For FEMA, it's a resource that you're going to want to take advantage of. Again, they are working to give individual assistance. So the website that you want to know is disasterassistance.gov, and you go there. You upload pictures. Make sure to do that. If you have any damage to your home, you're going to want to document and take pictures. If you haven't already, you can upload that. So far, our state leader said 34,000 people have already registered, and they are working to get that individual assistance. The state will also, let's say you have homeowners insurance, but you don't have enough to cover the damage to your home. The state's giving, actually, it's the federal government, excuse me. President Biden announced this yesterday, $37,900 for your property damage as far as your house, and then another $37,900 for any personal damage. He said something, if you lost your wedding ring, things like that. So that's on top of your homeowner's policy and your personal items policy. So there are things kind of to like tier and help and layer on to help you get through this.
Yeah, we were talking about those homes in Punta Gorda, and we were able to talk to some people in Punta Gorda about what it was like going through Hurricane Ian.
All right, it looks like we don't have that. It's okay. We're you know, working with technology just like you are at home. That sometimes is a little spotty here and there, so bear with us.
It was interesting to see though the damage there in Punta Gorda on some of the homes. Obviously the pool cages and some of the lanais around town. More than not, almost everyone are missing screens. Some of them have a little bit of frame damage, and that goes from the coast all the way inland. And
we'll have to ask an insurance expert, but I think in most cases, homeowners insurance policies unfortunately do not cover lanai cages and screens. I'll have to find out if that is 100% true. I know that's true for my policy, so you'll have to check and see, because that's the other thing you have to factor in. If you have flooding and you don't have specific flood insurance, if you only have wind insurance, these are things that you're going to want to work through. But there are places where you can go to get that help. Again, they're going to be creating these insurance villages, where you can go, because it's a daunting task when you're dealing with this. It's already so stressful. If you're at home, you don't have power, perhaps your home was flooded, or you have damage to your drywall, you're missing a roof. How do you do this? Where do you go? Who do you talk to? If you've never done it before, it's not something that, it's second nature. So they're going to create these insurance villages. People will work with you. Get your insurance claims filed for not only flood insurance, wind insurance, and the governor said he is pushing them to pay these claims quickly, so you get the money so that you can, pay contractors to get the work done. Speaking of which, somebody who's covered this for 2 decades, these storms, we see contractors come out of the woodwork. It's against the law, obviously, to defraud people, but we see it happen every time we have a storm. So you don't want to pay people up front. You want to make sure they're licensed and insured as you are hiring people to do work. It's something that you have to be careful of and be aware of as we're moving into the recovery phase. Yeah, that licensed and insured is a big one, and it's all very good points. Amy, we're seeing videos here. We talked about schools earlier, and this is the Wolfpack, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is South Fort Myers High School. We were seeing some damage around the campus. Goalposts on the football field were collapsed over. You can see some damage around that campus. Pretty well constructed building as a whole. You can see the sign on the main entrance was toppled over, and at least the infrastructure there on the roadways look like the fence, the power poles, but a little damage to looks to be some awning that was slammed against some
structures outside the school.
We know some of you are watching us from shelters across Southwest Florida. Thousands of people evacuated there, and perhaps, you know, with the power, they may have TVs on. As I've seen myself when I've had to evacuate to shelters in the past. So if you're watching us from a shelter, I do want to give you the important information. The governor said, you know, we're talking about these places you can go to get help, to get your insurance help and things like that. They're sending teams. There are specific teams. They have a name that go into the shelters, and they're going to go work with everyone there and make sure that you have the resources you need to get the help you need and move forward. So that's good information. You're not forgotten about, and especially if you had to go to a shelter because you're displaced or your home's unlivable, they're going to come to you.
The coverage here on Hurricane Ian continues, and as the storm moved across the state, we saw the freshwater flooding from Orlando all the way through St. Augustine. So this is not only just a Southwest Florida recovery, but the rest of the state had impacts as well. And you can see some of this. This is out of Orange County, where the fire rescue crews had to move in. This was what they call a 1 in 100 year flood event. The rainfall amounts were tremendous.
Yeah.
We had flooding at Disney, the Swan and Dolphin Hotel right there on the side of the property near Epcot. We're reporting flooding, and anytime Disney closes down, that's kind of a barometer on how serious the weather is. They did a soft reopening today to get things back up and operating. But at one point, the Florida Turnpike was inoperable or impassable, and the flooding continued all the way up through St. Augustine. So this is a storm that is taking resources in the need, I should say, all the way across the state.
And what you're looking at here is some of our most vulnerable residents across Southwest Florida being rescued and evacuated. Some of our senior living facilities, our nursing homes, you can see the crews going there, moving them. As far as healthcare facilities across Southwest Florida, 6 of them had to be evacuated, and that's information, of course, that we do not want to hear. But without water, they cannot effectively, Dr. Antonucci, who's the head of Lee Health, said they can't effectively treat their patients, and it was the safe thing to do. So 6 different healthcare facilities, including Health Park, the bottom floor, and we're learning that the whole facility is being evacuated. Fawcett, the hospital up in Charlotte County, their ICU's on the 4th floor, and they were having rain coming in, so they were having to move those ICU patients. But the governor and our state leaders all said that they are working very quickly to get those hospitals up and running back to what they need to be so that you can get the care that you need. Something else to point out, Lee Health has a telehealth service.
Okay.
And right now, I mean, obviously there are so many people who probably have things that need to be treated, or maybe you just need a prescription refilled once the pharmacies get back up and running and have their power back on. You don't necessarily need to go to doctor's offices, probably aren't open. You don't need to go to the R. Leave that for the real emergencies. You can go on, log on, download their app. It's really easy to do. Within minutes, typically, you're face-to-face with a doctor, and you can work with them. That way, it is free. And these doctors are across the country. They're not doctors necessarily here in Southwest Florida, so they can help you with what you need.
Lisa Greenberg has sent us some information here from NCH Healthcare that the hospitals remain on lockdown here this morning, and that means that they're open to receive emergency patients as well as 1 visitor per patient. Now, the exception, both parents are allowed to visit their child who may be a patient in the pediatric unit. But open visitation is closed at this time, and that goes through Monday, and then they're going to reevaluate the situation and decide on whether to open visitation to the hospital once again. So they've been having some community members coming in to use the hospital as a shelter as well, but some latest information there out of NCH Healthcare.
Yeah, and our first responders, whether it's our doctors and healthcare workers, fire crews, search and rescue crews, they're doing such amazing work across Southwest Florida. We're so thankful for everything they're doing and all of the help we're getting from across the state. You can see the caravans. Actually, I don't know if this is, no, it's not, but you can see the caravans of all the flashing lights. I saw it myself, ambulance after ambulance after ambulance, search and rescue trucks pulling boats and jet skis. They're here, they're helping, and you might be wondering, you know what, how can I help? And one of the things that our leaders and our emergency management crews are asking you is to stay off the roads and stay out of the most damaged areas to let them do the important work they need to do right now. But what you can do is go to floridadisasterfund.org. The The thing that they need right now are donations so they can get aid to the people that need it most. In fact, they've already raised $12 million since that started, yesterday? I think they started the fundraising.
Yep.
So you can volunteer. Florida is another organization, and there are ways that you can help. But right now they're saying if you want to help and you can do so financially, floridadisasterfund.org is where you would want to go, because that is a safe, secure way to make a donation.
So those first responders are here, and we talked about Task Force 2 earlier and how that crew was rescuing survivors at Surfside not all that long ago. They got the call once again to come across the state to help us out here in Southwest Florida, and you talk about a tough and dedicated group of professionals. They have arrived here to do some of the first search and rescue when we still had tropical storm force winds. And Amy, one thing that was interesting and important out of the press conference from the governor was that for the first time, the state has a mental health officer for first responders.
Yeah, it's so important. This was something that was spearheaded by the First Lady, Casey DeSantis. This is for, again, first responders. So they have teams that they can go talk to, and this is tough work they're doing. I mean, we heard stories just about an hour ago about Coast Guard dive teams being dropped into water, storm surge water that was over the roof in some cases, and diving down into these homes underwater to see if there were people inside. So, you know, this is tough work they're doing, and the state mental health coordinating officer is a new position across the state of Florida, and I'm happy that they have that outlet, because mental health is so important.
The biggest takeaways today, Amy, the fact that power is starting to improve. We will hear from the governor once again later on this afternoon. The power is the first step that we've been talking about this all morning long to get us back to normal, if you will, here in Southwest Florida. So I know there's so much to talk about. If you're listening to us today and with the beautiful weather that's in place and you begin the cleanup, we have heard time and time again, just be careful. There's so many hazards post-storm to take into consideration. And if you don't have to leave your house to drive out and about, still stay put, stay home. There's a lot of debris on the roadways, and just give space to the first responders to do their job, to clear the debris. So many boats along the river and the coastline, and so many trees as you head inland, that driving was a challenge, especially at dark, because we don't have the street lights. It is pitch black in some areas at night.
Well, and you get disoriented. I mean, I grew up in Southwest Florida. I know my way around very well, but without the landmarks lit up and the street signs, you kind of get to this point sometimes you have to really think, wait, where am I? This doesn't look like it typically looks. So yes, stay off the road. If you're home, you're probably cleaning up your yard. Some good information, because I'm sure you are getting the debris all together. So we want to go over that with you. We'll go over trash pickup in a second. But the main takeaway that our local leaders are saying is you should be making different piles for things that you are cleaning up. Man, look at all those boats. I have to just stop for a second.
Yeah, we've got video in here from the Fort Myers Marina, and if I'm not mistaken, the green roof building there is the Joe's Crab Shack, and that is a marina that sits there between Joe's Crab Shack, and you've got Pinchers to the south, and the boats were just pushed ashore here in the area along the Caloosahatchee. That storm surge started late, so we reset the video, and Amy, watch this and correct me if I'm wrong, but you can see all the boats out of their moorings, out of the dock and slips. But isn't that Joe's Crab Shack there with the green?
Yes, it is.
And so that is, again, just down the way towards Pinchers, a little closer to the bridge as you turn along First Street and head back to the south. And look how far some of these boats have been pushed inland, almost through First Street. So that's when the storm surge subsided, and that's where the storm just kind of set them down.
And so what you were just seeing there, and it'll loop around to that video again, is the new playground that's being built there in Centennial Park, and the new amphitheater where right by the Luminary Hotel, and the new beautifully renovated area of downtown Fort Myers. That's just to the south of that area where all of these boats, and you'll see it here just in a second when the camera pans to the right. And Bennett's Fresh Roast, if you're familiar, a beloved place for coffee and donuts in the morning.
So that's the Legacy Harbor Marina, where those boats were pushed on shore. So that's Legacy Harbor, and as you work along First Street, you got Carson Park there under the interstate.
There you see the new playground being built. Wow.
Yeah,
I'm just seeing these images with you guys at home for the first time myself. So living about 5 minutes down the road from that, it really is just breathtaking to see all the damage across Southwest Florida. It's unreal.
And I'm not real familiar with the marina there or the condominium and apartment buildings along downtown.
Yeah, that looks like one of the buildings that could be a little further south, like down by First Street Village and the Publix there, but I'm not 100% sure, but just looking at it, you know, off the top of my head, that looks to be what it is. If you have pictures or video and damage and you have something that you want to share with us, because, you know, it's not to show, oh, look what happened to me. This is our home. We love this place, and it's hard to see what is happening, but we're all in this together, and sometimes it helps to show, you know what, look what we're dealing with. But the big takeaway is we have so much help. There's National Guard search and rescue. We've got all kinds of insurance help coming to get you back on your feet and to get clean up. There's 42,000 linemen working right now to get your power restored, and the numbers of people without power, it's going down. So you should feel good in knowing that they are working around the clock 24/7. There are so many men and women who are working to do this. They're specialized. Like, this is what they do. They wait for storms to go or devastation across the country, and this is what they do. They go restore your power. So know that the help is coming.
We were talking about downtown Fort Myers. We showed you the marina and what the devastation looked like along the waterway. In stark contrast, in my opinion, yesterday afternoon and evening, Brianna Brownlee was downtown Fort Myers. She was able to walk around, and I was shocked to see that downtown House of Pizza was serving pizzas, and there were a couple of other restaurants there along the corner. Still some damage, but see people gathering and trying to create some kind of normalcy. It was nice to see. I'll show you what Brianna had to show us.
Now we are here at one of the staples of downtown Fort Myers, downtown House of Pizza, and they were busy earlier today, but one of the workers did just tell me they just closed. This is part of the reason why. If you can see those tickets, they have all these tickets in there that's trying to be filled. However, it won't be done until like around 6 o'clock tonight. Now I did ask them if they were going to reopen. They said they just can't do that later on. And you know, of course, you know, after the hurricane, it's hard to find places like this open. Now here's video of what we took earlier today. So yes, I'm here on Hendry and Main Street, and here's some of the aftermath of the Hurricane Ian. So as you can see, that is the city building over there. And you can see where the mailboxes and the, excuse me, not the mailboxes, but like the newspaper boxes and all those have fallen over. You can see still some of the debris in the street. And when you come over here to this building, you can see over here where it was kind of, you know, you can see where they boarded up. More than likely glass has been shattered there, as you can see. Like, here's the remaining of it right here.
You've got first responders over there down the street.
Yeah. And here's some more of the aftermath right here. Parts of buildings still in the street.
People in the county are here taking assessment photos.
So, yeah, tripping over everything right now. And there's the lucky screw from here. From what I see right now, it doesn't seem like there's any damage on the outside. Not sure what it looks like on the inside. Pretty sure they don't. They might not have power. The building next to it definitely has some destruction. Actually, the alarm was going off not too long ago, but I think they were able to get that under control. Here's more on the sidewalk right now. Excuse me for that. Here's more on the sidewalk. Glass in the streets. And as you can see, you know, this is a downtown favorite, D-Hop. I'm pretty sure a lot of us have this on late nights, and they're still feeding people. They are up and open right now. I know it's hard to find any place to eat right now, but hey, they are open. They are serving the community, because some of these businesses are still open. Majority downtown does look like it's closed right now, but some, like when we get closer to this end, they are still pretty open. The cigar bar is open right now. They are doing cleanup, but they are open. But most of these places downtown are mainly taking only cash at this time. So if you do come downtown and you need something to eat, make sure you do have your cash. First Street Restaurant and Bar is actually serving people. We did see some, sorry. So yeah, I think they are out here. It looks like they're only taking cash at this time, but I think they are able to, yep, they are serving people. As you can see, people got their drinks, they got their food. Now And while I've been out here, I have been speaking to many people, and a lot of them are just simply sad and still in shock. Now, here is one man who lived through Charlie and Andrew. He says Ian's by far the scariest.
Just the water rising and tearing everything up. And the wind was just tremendous, huge, just huge. So we just had to stay on the second floor and hunker down.
And what went through y'all's mind when y'all were going through that?
Tired. Actually, we were exhausted.
We are still going to be out in the community, just looking around, trying to talk to more people, and we will keep you updated as we learn more. In Fort Myers, Brianna Brown, Fox 4.
All right, thank you for that, Brianna. I do want to give you guys an update because obviously coming in and out of Southwest Florida, if you're not here, maybe you're watching us, we're getting a lot of messages from you, or maybe you are here and you have friends and family who are scheduled to visit. The airport is still shut down. So Southwest Florida International Airport did say that they are closed except for emergency personnel and humanitarian flights. So obviously crews bringing in things that are needed here in Southwest Florida. But they did say as soon as power and water is restored, they will be opening for commercial flights and they'll keep us updated. I know some of you were also asking us about long-term parking because your cars are stuck there. You can go pick them up today between now and 4 o'clock. The lot, they said, marked into that parking lot has a close sign, but they said tell the official at the entrance that you're picking up your car. You will be allowed in. Rental cars, though, if you have a rental car, just hold tight, hold on to it because the rental car companies are not open right now. You will not be able to pick up or drop off any vehicle at the airport. You should call the company that you rented a car from for more information.
And that's a change because when we woke up this morning, long-term parking was still closed.
Yeah.
Had a couple conversations with folks this morning about what the storm has done to the wildlife and the mangroves. You know, one thing Southwest Florida is known for is our beautiful wildlife. It's a very unique part of the state. And the other thing people ask about sea turtles.
Yeah.
And we've got some latest there with Ian continuing to move on through. It's amazing that every little piece of life counts there. So if we could get to that, this is a sea turtle now named Ian, and he was rescued by residents in Key West. They found him in a dock tangled in seaweed. He is now at a turtle hospital in Marathon, and I believe we have that video if we could get that up. If not, I definitely want to come back to newly named Ian later on because a little bit. So we have the sound. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, we have an interview. Let's take a listen about Ian.
We found him in the seaweed while we were cleaning the seaweed off the boat ramp.
All right, you find this little turtle for us? You kept him safe from the storm? All right.
You gotta love that, huh?
Absolutely, and you know there's so many organizations across Southwest Florida that are doing important work for wildlife. We know obviously Crow on Sanibel Island, they don't have access to get to the island because the causeway collapsed. They put on their Twitter page that they are working to get back to the island as quickly and safely as possible. And I don't know if and when that's going to happen for them because obviously the causeway needs to be rebuilt and they're still doing rescue there on Sanibel Island.
Yeah, we continue to look all around Southwest Florida, and yesterday we had so many questions about devastation along the coastline, and in particular the areas that are so vulnerable. Obviously Fort Myers Beach, we got some of the first images along with the Sanibel Causeway. But Amy, you and I were talking about Matlacha and Pine Island.
Yeah.
And it was an area that is only connected by bridges. We know how low-lying it is. And it's an old fisherman's village, if you will, and a little artist colony. And it's one of the more quaint and iconic places. As you turn right out of our station down Pine Island Road, it's beautiful.
Yeah, and we were able to get a bird's eye view with our helicopter that was up in the sky earlier today, flying over Matlacha and Pine Island. And the road and the bridge going basically onto Pine Island, which is essentially Matlacha, that's the bridge kind of goes through the little town. It's impassable. A lot of it is underwater. The buildings are destroyed there. And we do have Ashley Glass. She's one of our reporters, and she was able to get on to Matlacha and talk to people about the damage there.
Yeah.
We are here in Matlacha, right along Pine Island Road, but this is as far as we can bring you because you see these signs back here, road closed. Hi, gentlemen. How you doing? Again, you see the signs here, road closed. It's not safe to go any further. I'm told there are trees down, there are power lines down. The worst of it, as you get beyond those signs, a huge gaping hole in the road. I'm worried about that truck you just saw pass because we have been told a big stretch of the road back there has been completely washed away. You can't access Pine Island when you go down this road again because that huge stretch of road has been washed away. I want to show you this too. This is one of the most stunning things we've seen since we arrived here in Matlacha. This home, it just takes your breath away. This home crumbled into the water here. The good news, I'm told the man who lives in this home was able to get out of town about 3-4 hours before Ian hit. That man came back today, I'm told. He took a look at his home, what's left of it, and he simply said, I don't know if I can rebuild. I don't know if I want to rebuild. I want to show you something else behind me here. Thanks to some very kind people we met in this area, we were able to go deeper into this neighborhood behind me. If you could kind of zero in on that chunk of road, there's a chunk of road washed away here as well, so you can't access this neighborhood. We saw people, in kayaks going across to try and get into their homes. We, took a walk down that way. You just step in thick mud at every inch, every step you take. It's waterlogged back there. There are trees down everywhere back in that neighborhood. There is so much damage. Every home you see has just damage in some form. I can only describe what we saw too as a graveyard of boats back there, 3-4 boats at a time, clumped together. They'd come from the water. The force of Ian had pushed them into front yards back there. Again, 3-4 boats at a time, just huge, beautiful boats. There is so much destruction in this neighborhood back here. I also talked to one man in this neighborhood who said he chose to ride out this storm. He was the only member of his family who stayed in his home. He showed us some of the video, the winds whipping through the water. He said it is a decision he will never make again to not evacuate. He told me next time he is faced with a storm and the decision, to get out, he will make the right decision next time. He was reunited with his family. They couldn't get in touch with him during Ian as it hit here. We were there as he was reunited with his family. It was a really special moment. Again, Mother Nature, this storm, Ian, just proving how destructive it can be. That's the latest here from Matlacha. We'll send it back to you now.
All right, thank you for that, Ashley. It's, I think, something I've heard at least 10 times over the past 2 days from acquaintances, friends, family, loved ones, that next time they're going to leave. And unfortunately, we still have quite some time to go in hurricane season. It ends on November.
The end of November.
End of November.
Yep, end of November. So we got Florida, unfortunately, leads the country in landfalling hurricanes in October. So we're not done yet. Hopefully we're done.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, but yeah, it's a lesson that we're learning. It's probably a very valuable lesson for some folks, because when we talk about storm surge and people are like, oh, it's okay, I have a 2-story house, I can ride it out. It's not the fact that you can survive the storm from a well-built structure on a second floor. No one can get to you to help.
Right.
You're eventually going to run out of food, you're going to run out of water, and the first thing that happens, the hands are up, help, come get me, and those resources could go to other folks who need it along the coastline. So we will definitely learn lessons here with this storm. We've talked about the fact that if gas stations are so large, they're required by law to have generators. We've talked about building codes. Those are all lessons that we've learned from every storm, and we just keep getting a little smarter and a little smarter when it comes to those preparations. I want to go back to where Ashley Glass was out there in Matlacha. We know all too well what that area looks like, and that Matlacha Pass Bridge, there was a big question mark, and it took a little while yesterday to get some ground truth. That bridge has been washed out.
Yeah,
and
it's awful.
Yeah, the restaurants around there, Burt's, Hooked, all the way back to D&D Bait and Tackle, but in particular, that really low-lying area there between the Pass Bridge and Hooked, the only way to describe it, it's gone.
It's decimated.
Yeah, the island itself, in sections, the land has been washed away. There are still some pilings from the docks. but that's really about it. If you didn't have some landmarks around the side, what's left of the bridge there on the western side, it's just simply unrecognizable.
Yeah, and you know, it's obviously horrific for the people who live there and for the business owners. You know, we have Leoma Lovegrove, she's one of the artists who has a gallery there. It's such a quaint, quirky little fishing village that if you've never been there, it's sad because it's such an iconic spot in Southwest Florida that's so beautiful. So, I mean, obviously everywhere where we see the damage, it's awful to see. Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel, Naples, Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, but it really just breaks your heart. So we really want to get you some information about what you need right now if you're hungry, if you don't have food, if you don't have access to water, but you are safe. There are places that you can go. The National Guard, as we speak, is working to set up 8 command pods and communication pods for food. That will be today through the next few days, and they are going to be giving out food and water there. We're working to get the different locations, and once we get the information on that, we'll get it to you. So that's the next couple of days. You'll get food from the National Guard. You can go to the Lee County Sports Complex if you're in Lee County, the Charlotte County Sports Complex if you're in Charlotte County. Then from there, after we get through the next few days, excuse me, our state leaders say they're going to create these mass feeding kitchens. There won't just be one, they'll be stationed across Southwest Florida. These are for the communities hit hardest that are most in need. You will get 3 hot meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. This is on top of the Red Cross that's also working to feed people. Shelters are working to feed people. We've got local restaurants. Bruno's of Brooklyn in downtown Fort Myers is doing free dinner tonight. FK Your Diet is working to, they fed 1,000 people yesterday for free.
Yeah.
So we've got people stepping up and doing this, but once we get the information on those places that are open, the mass feeding kitchens and the additional National Guard community pods, we'll get that information to you on our website. They're not quite open yet, but they will be open very soon.
The storm continues to impact a large area of the state, Amy, and that's why when local restaurants step up to help feed the community, it's so key that we all help each other out, because it's going to take a little while for help to continue to filter in from other parts of the state. You move up to Volusia County, where Ian dropped a tremendous amount of rainfall. There we had similar sites that looked like we did here in Southwest Florida, where you had cars that were submerged underwater, and that was the case all the way from Orlando all the way through St. Augustine. So I'm not sure if we have that video of Volusia County or not, but I believe if not, we have some information that you can use here, a QR code to scan to help donate some money.
Yeah, and so our parent company is Scripps Howard, and they do amazing work in so many different areas, but right now they want to help you help people here in Southwest Florida. So what you do is you grab your phone, open the camera if you're not familiar with how a QR code works, and you just point it right at that square right there. It will bring you to where you need to go. You text the word storm, so that's what you write, to the number 50155?
Yep.
Okay, sorry, my eyes are going on me. 50155, and that money is again going to be for hurricane relief for the Scripps Fund, and all of that money will be donated here in the most devastated areas of Southwest Florida to help with relief efforts.
Yeah, I believe we do have the Volusia County video real fast before we wrap up and talk about break, just to show you the devastation that continues. And there you go, you can see their sheriff office also responding to flooding. They've had to get out their tactical gear, their high water vehicles. The devastation from Ian is something that's going to continue here all the way from St. Augustine down towards Naples and Fort Myers.
There's a lot of important work happening across Southwest Florida. There's a lot of important information that we're trying to get to you as you are working to recover, and crews across Southwest Florida are still working to rescue people who are stranded, unfortunately. We are working to get all of that information on our website, fox4now.com, and also on our app for you, social media pages, so that you have one place where you can go to get all of this information. I know it's a lot, so we are here for you. We're gonna take a quick break. Wet our lips with some water, and we're going to be right back. You're watching Fox 4 extended coverage of the aftermath of Hurricane Ian.
Before we left the hospital, my daughter received her newborn hearing screening. It only took a couple of minutes, and it was a painless test.
When our son was born, the doctors tested his heart and found out his blood oxygen levels were low. As a dad, nothing is more important than your child's health.
It was that initial screening that led to her early identification of hearing loss.
And as a result, we found out about our baby's rare condition, which allowed us to review treatment options quickly.
In nature, form doesn't follow function. Form is function. Introducing the next generation of Prana Sleep mattresses, about the closest thing to nature you can find in a mattress. Made by hand, here in the USA, of the best and purest natural components we can find anywhere in the world. Let us make you one today. Prana Sleep. Amazing sleep.
You gotta believe without seeing. You gotta keep going, keep breathing. When you face a day that feels like you're gonna break. You gotta believe without seeing. You gotta keep going, keep breathing. When you face a day that feels like you're gonna break. So lean on the ones that love you, the guardian angels above you. About when peace just another color. Ooh, just another color. Just another color.
And it's Liberty Bell closest to the rail, around the back turn, and here the horses come. Maverick is moving up and outside, and they're into the stretch. It's Maverick coming down to the 8th hole. Liberty Bell takes it over the outside. 1-1-1. They come down to the line again. They're neck and neck. Shoot the football. He's the rider, and
Add drama to every drive. The exhilarating Audi SUV family.
All right, right now we are continuing our coverage here of Hurricane Ian, the rescue, the recovery, and the rebuild that is going to take place not only in the days, weeks, months, but years ahead.
Yeah, I'm Amy Wegman. This is Trent Eric. Thank you so much for being with us. Some of you may just be getting reconnected to the world, if you will, cut off with cell phone reception being so bad. Maybe you lost your power. So we just kind of want to paint the picture for you of what you're dealing with here in Southwest Florida and the devastation that Hurricane Ian left behind as it ripped through our area. We have aerial videos. We have a helicopter up gathering video from across Southwest Florida. The Lee County Sheriff's Office also went up. And I think some of the most devastating images that we've seen, some of the most breathtaking images are these.
Yeah, this is Fort Myers,
Beach. Yeah.
As you're working your way up the island, one of the last buildings you'll see in the last frame, you can't miss it, it's pink. It's the Pink Shell Resort. So you see the damage there towards the ocean side of the Fort Myers Beach area. There's the Pink Shell Resort. Now we move over, Amy, to the Sanibel Causeway.
Yeah, and so the causeway collapsed. We just saw the toll booth, and you saw that a span of the bridge, several portions of it, it just collapsed. And what you're looking at here is what were small patches of sand, small islands, if you will, with the roadway paved on them. The water and the wind were so intense, it washed the sand out from underneath the pavement, and you can see it is still underwater. So that means Sanibel Island is cut off from the mainland. There is no way to get there by car. Barges and boats are going. They have rescued people from the island, and it's the same story for Matlacha, the bridge there in Matlacha that goes to Pine Island. They are cut off from the mainland as the bridge there has collapsed as well.
Yeah, some of these other communities, it's hard to tell exactly which community it is, but some very nice homes. We've got those along Bonita Beach all the way up to Captiva, and you're just seeing, by the way, that right there, that's the Sanibel Arms West in Sanibel. We were able to confirm that yesterday. So there are some buildings on Sanibel that are standing. There are buildings on Sanibel that are built to withstand the winds, but it was the water that is going to be the biggest issue. That storm surge up anywhere from 10 to 18 feet was the forecast. Yesterday, officials during the press conference from Sanibel, we heard the mayor say that there wasn't a single building on Sanibel that didn't receive some type of impact or damage from Hurricane Ian.
And what you're looking at here is Royal Coach Estates. You can see some of the manufacturers' homes. And honestly, when you look at that video, considering what we've seen, some of the buildings look like they fared relatively well. But then when you look at from the top, the roof and all the debris there, this is in the I'm trying to think of geographically, North Fort Myers area, just east of Business 41, south of Bayshore Road. So right there off of the river. I'm sure they saw a lot of storm surge, as did so many areas across Southwest Florida. We actually have our John Barron, he's one of our reporters, one of our many, many crews across Southwest Florida. He is in North Fort Myers right now working to get video from the ground level and see the damage and destruction there, because we know there is quite a bit in the communities there in North Fort Myers.
One thing we've learned, especially people who are new to Southwest Florida, is when you get a storm surge, just how much water can come up these small creeks and those estuaries south of Fort Myers Beach. A lot of that is mangrove preserve, and then those small creeks that come up through 41 and almost I-75, and that's why our evacuation zones are so large around Southwest Florida, anywhere from Miami, anywhere from Marco Island, I should say, through parts of Venice, Minnesota Key. The entire area just very vulnerable to that increase in water.
And this is just another view from our helicopter here. This is exclusive video from Fox 4 of the Sanibel Causeway. It's really amazing to see. And this is not the only spot there where the road literally just fell out into the Gulf. And this is what I was talking about earlier. The road that was paved on those small little islands there, the causeway, where so many people love to spend 4th of July and Memorial Day on the beach and the sand on each side of the causeway. It's gone. It's essentially underwater.
Yeah, yesterday during the press conference as well, they confirmed that at least 2 people have passed on Sanibel Island. There were numerous rescues, and the only way that the rescue effort commenced there on Sanibel for the first time in history was via boat.
Okay, so I am hearing from our crews that our helicopter is live right now over Sanibel Island. So we're going to try and get that video for you, because while we've seen the causeway, there are a lot of no-fly zones across Southwest Florida to allow emergency crews to be getting in and out and getting people rescued, getting the supplies that need to be brought onto these islands. So once we get that live picture, if we can, we will bring that to you live here on Fox 4.
Yeah, for sure. How important is that for us to be able to see Sanibel from the air here, now that we've got a couple of days for the water to recede, and now we've got nice weather conditions for the flight.
I'm trying to recognize what this is, because it's almost unrecognizable. This is the road Summerlin right there on Punta Rasa leading up to Sanibel?
Yeah, it's the Summerlin leading up to the toll plaza.
So right by Shell Point.
Yeah, and then when you get up to the toll plaza itself, you've got Bimini Bait Shack.
Okay.
So
a little past Shell Point then. So we're talking about Punta Rasa right by the Sanibel Harbor Marriott Resort and Spa, that general area. Wow, it's truly unrecognizable. It's amazing to see. You think of pavement, that it's just ripped off.
You can see some of the high-rises there off in the distance, but there's a sign letting you know that $6 is coming off the Sun Pass, and that is one of the only things really still standing, looks fairly unscathed. The road itself has just been ripped apart. You can see the layer of asphalt that was lifted up and moved by the water. So now you kind of get an idea of why it took so long to hear from the city officials in Sanibel.
And this is live right now, yeah. So obviously the video that we're just showing you was previously recorded video, but this video you're looking at here is live pictures from our helicopter right now, and you can just see how the road caved in. And that just shows, I mean, I'm not the weather expert here, but I would imagine it's not wind necessarily that probably caused this to happen. It's the fact that the wind pushing the water and all the sand that's underneath that probably was pushed out from underneath it and caused it to fall. I'm not an engineer, but that would just be my guess.
Yeah, Amy, this area just got hit by the storm surge so hard. The weight of the water alone was enough to do some damage to the bridge. Now you can see the pilings are still standing, but part of the bridge itself has actually collapsed. These bridges went through some renovation after Hurricanes Charlie and Ivan, and reopened, and now they were going under, need some renovation to expand the Island Causeway parks. So now city engineers, and Amy, you can see right there, even the dirt underneath the part of the bridge before it gets over the pilings has been washed away as well. So this is going to be a long process to get this bridge up and running. I'd really love it if the chopper would get back over the island itself later to see some of the residential
I don't
areas,
know if they can. There's a lot of no-fly zones. Yeah,
okay.
they're working on it. But I do want to let you know that Public Works and the city of Sanibel, their city hall essentially, they've set up shop in Fort Myers, so they are off of the island, and they've been giving us updates. So the Public Works Department, today's Friday, they are on the island for the first time. Again, barges and boats are going back and forth. They are there getting debris off the roadways. Mind you, there are still people on Sanibel Island, even though we can't get there via the causeway. So boats are shuttling people to and from the island should they need to get there, as far as our city officials, our Public Works. LCEC is the company that provides power to Sanibel Island. They are also, those crews are on the island for the first time today, assessing the damage. They're looking at the wastewater system today. We do know of 2 confirmed fatalities on the island, but so far dozens and dozens of people have been taken off uninjured. That is good news. Residents, if you're off the island right now, you are not allowed to go back on. And if you do have questions, I want to give you this phone number, because they're saying that you can give this phone number a call, and get some more information if you are looking for specific information from Sanibel. 472-3700, 239-472-3700. If you were here during Hurricane Charlie, or you went on to Sanibel or Captiva, or maybe you just saw the images, maybe you didn't live here yet, the damage was intense on Sanibel Island after Hurricane Charlie, and we're hearing from the Chief of Police, Chief Dalton, that the damage on the island is much worse than Charlie. That's a quote. So, they have a lot to deal with. I don't know how long it takes to build a bridge, repair a bridge, but that's what's going to have to happen here. And, as someone who loves this area so much, and it's one of those places, I mean, it's iconic. It's one of the best beaches in the world.
Yeah.
I don't know the next time we're going to be able to get there.
It's going to be a while.
Yeah.
For those of you who spend your holidays, such as 4th of July and Memorial Day.
Is that Blind Path? No.
No, this is the first island that you get to when you leave the toll plaza out towards the island.
Okay.
And the reason it's unrecognizable, Amy, is the power of the storm surge actually split the island in 2. Wow. It cut a channel in between it. So not only did it wash away the roadway and the facilities there on the island, but it literally cut the island into pieces.
Yeah.
We're a little zoomed in right now, and the chopper is turning and beginning to turn the orientation back more towards the west. So now they're going to zoom out, Amy, and right there is the gap that the storm created. We're going to zoom back out, and now we're looking back at the second bridge, which takes you over to the second island, I believe, on Sanibel. And right there is that first initial part. And the second island is just a little bit smaller, where you've got some beach parking, and then you hit the C section of the bridge, and off in the distance would be the Sanibel boat ramp and the start of Sanibel before you get up to the intersection with Periwinkle. So this is the second island, and you can see the causeway has just been ripped apart here, and once again the water has ripped the roadway apart and separated it into several small islands.
So if you want to call, for a non-emergency on Sanibel Island, we have the number there for you. Obviously, if it's an emergency, call 911, because they are still actively doing their search and rescue. They do that in 3 phases, if you will. The first is a hasty, is what they call it. They go in and they just look and see if anyone's waving them down that needs help. You can see choppers in the air. That's the Coast Guard right now. Our helicopter and our camera crew on our helicopter showing you that live as the Coast Guard is flying back out to Sanibel Island. But there's also a non-emergency number. If you are not in an emergency situation, 472-3700 is the number to call. I do want to point out in just a minute here, we are waiting on President Biden to speak and give us an update, but this is something the country is watching. Sanibel Island is a place people travel from all over the country, all over the world. It's the best seashells, and it's just so heartbreaking, whether you're from here or not, to see what we're seeing here in Southwest Florida.
Amy, there's yet another double-bladed helicopter that they're using for the rescue operations to get crews to the island. Yesterday, the initial rescues, over 40 people rescued. Unfortunately, 2 casualties confirmed as of yesterday. I'm sure those numbers have gone up. We should hear from Sanibel later on this evening, but these are the sights and sounds that are becoming all too familiar in the last 24 to 36 hours.
Yeah, you hear those choppers overhead, and it's an unnerving sound, and there goes the helicopter taking off. They're just constantly going back and forth, rescuing people and bringing supplies if needed. But it's also a sound of hope, I'll say, because with all this damage, you know, this is the help that we hear. You know, those chopper blades, it almost sounds what you would imagine a war zone sounds like. But we are dealing with a lot of devastation in Southwest Florida, and the images are something, you know, we've never necessarily seen in person.
Yeah, those are the Chinook helicopters that are used. They're the heavy lift helicopters that are used in these type of situations very often. So the helicopter, I'm trying to see if I can tell where they're headed, but the chopper zoomed in right now on that Chinook helicopter as it moves around.
We did just get some important information, if you're on Fort Myers Beach, from Lee County emergency management leaders. If you can hear us and you're watching us and streaming us from Fort Myers Beach and you're stranded, or maybe you have communication somehow with someone on the beach, those people that are stranded on Fort Myers Beach are being asked to walk to the Publix and 7-Eleven on Estero Island. Urban search and rescue responders, they will be there, and that is where you need to go if you want to be assisted with an evacuation off of Fort Myers Beach. So again, that is the Publix and 7-Eleven on Estero Island. Urban search and rescue, if you have contact with someone on Fort Myers Beach that is stranded, that is where they need to go. Lee County officials say they're working to create points of distribution for free food and water. We're going to announce those locations as soon as they get those to us. They're working to set up 8 of those across Lee County. Shelters are open if you need to go there, and they're not at capacity. So, you know, there's all kinds of information, and we've got this on our website if you need to know where to go for shelter. It's on fox4now.com.
Yeah, Amy, with the chopper was following the Chinook helicopter there, and I couldn't quite tell which direction it was flying. It ended up close to a marina. And I don't know if this was over Sanibel. You can see right there that chopper still hovering. I don't know if they have a specific contact point or a touch point that they are headed to, or if they're just doing an overall search across that area. But we're going to continue to monitor this live feed as this is happening now in Southwest Florida. And Amy, I can only imagine that this is not the only spot that this is happening in Southwest Florida. Areas along Fort Myers Beach, Matlacha, and Pine Island, a lot of folks need some help.
Yeah, absolutely. And one other thing that we're hearing from emergency management and county officials, specifically in Lee County, because water is obviously such a big issue as far as they're dealing with major water issues. Some of you don't even have water. If you see water that's bubbling up on the ground, they are asking you, if you see that somewhere, they want you to report it to whatever utility service you use. And I know typically you think, oh, on a Friday at 12 o'clock, am I going to be able to get a hold of anyone? You could even call the non-emergency line and get through there. 477-1000 is the sheriff, and you can call 311-211. Just get the information to someone so they can pass it along, because they're trying to fix those water issues as quickly as possible, which is so important to get water flowing back to Southwest Florida.
If you're just tuning in and joining us, we have a very unique opportunity to take a live look from a chopper as rescue efforts are still underway. This chopper is over Sanibel Island, and we have been watching this Chinook helicopter for a bit. We're finally getting a little wider look, and Amy, this does appear to be Sanibel Island. You've got the Bowman Beach coastline there off to the right-hand side of your screen, and as you come around, you can see the Gulf of Mexico as that chopper scans. So right there is the lighthouse point off to the right, and as the chopper, every time the chopper zooms into the helicopter, we kind of lose orientation. But right now, they're on the interior parts of the island towards the first section of the bridge. So the lighthouse is right there to the top left-hand side of your screen, and the fishing pier is there as well. Now, we were able to confirm yesterday that the lighthouse is still standing. That was a little piece of good news. The 2 structures that were built along that are no longer standing. So there was the road. That's the causeway as you head back over You've got Bailey's Beach Park and Dixie Beach right there at the mouth of the bridge, along with the Sanibel boat ramp. And as the chopper stays there on that south side of the island, they'll be coming over the Sanibel Arms condominiums and the Sanibel Moorings Resort. And you can see them quickly over the canals that connect some of those homes. You can definitely see a little damage to the palm trees, but as that helicopter is moving around, it's hard to tell how high the water was at some point on Sanibel. The forecast was for 10 to 18 feet of storm surge, and they got the worst of it on that island.
Yeah, and so what they're doing right now, because obviously Sanibel and Lee County were some of the hardest hit areas because of the storm surge and because of the wind damage. You can just see the debris there in the background behind the helicopter. They're phasing out of, but probably still in that, if not moving on to the next phase. They call it a hasty search. They do 3 different search and rescues. First they search, then they secure, then they stabilize. So the hasty is what they call it. They're just out scanning from overhead, looking for survivors, literally people waving them down. They've already rescued 700 people, so I would imagine that they are probably moving on to the second phase, which is the primary search. That's when they're going to start really digging in and going into the neighborhoods and taking a much closer look, seeing if they can find more people who need to be rescued. And then they will go in one more time and do a secondary search, if you will. It's actually the third search, but they call it the secondary search, and just make sure there's nobody left that needs help and needs to get off the island. 700 rescues across Southwest Florida so far, 3,000 touch points we're hearing from emergency management workers, which means 700 people wanted to be rescued, to be taken off an island or taken out of the situation that they were in, but 3,000 people face to face were with search and rescue crews and said, you know what, I'm okay. So if 700 were rescued, and so that means 2,300 people had touch points.
Amy, there's Bimini Bait Shack in the toll plaza. We're seeing the restaurant from this angle for the first time. The parking lot that sits there to the left is the road. It's Punta Rasa Road that heads over towards the boat ramp. And the Bimini Bait Shack built on stilts. The restaurant is up there a good bit, so no information on how high the water got in this location, but this was a spot that was actually absolutely devastated by that eye wall.
Oh yeah, and just to the left, if you will, on your screen down the road is the Sanibel Harbor Resort and Spa. The Marriott there, our Elise Chen-Gary was at the Sanibel Harbor Resort and Spa as the storm surge was pushing in, and she was sharing video with us in the water. If you're familiar with that pool deck there, I mean, people go there to eat lunch, they dock their boats, it's a beautiful day, you go hang out at the pool. The pool was covered, that whole pool deck was covered in water, so that kind of just gives you an idea of how far and how high that water pushed on when we were in the thick of it.
Amy, look how far that McGregor Boulevard is tore up.
Yeah, that's
it's McGregor Boulevard,
you're right.
that leads right there into Bimini Bait Shack, and it looks like this goes on for a good mile or so, if not more, where the entire structure of the roadbed has been destroyed.
Yeah, so just to give you a quick update, as we're looking at Sanibel and the road leading up, I think he's going towards Shell Point.
This is the Port Sanibel Marina.
Lighthouse, yeah.
So the Lighthouse Restaurant and Bar.
Lighthouse Restaurant and Bar, and actually just beyond that, we are getting a couple questions from some of our viewers. Is Shell Point okay? That is a very popular retirement community here in Southwest Florida. That is right down the road from what we're looking at here. You can just see those boats piled on top of each other. They look like toys almost, but.
Yeah, this is the waterway that works back in there through Jonathan Harbor is the Punta Rasa Cove. So the water moved in there through the estuaries, and you can see it was enough of a storm surge rise that the boats were piled on top of each other. As you head down McGregor, that Lighthouse Restaurant and Bar is one of the easily noticeable things as you're driving towards Sanibel Island itself.
Wow, just unbelievable to look at this. And as the days go on, we are going to continue to see more, and we're seeing this with you for the first time. If you are able to watch us right now, and it really does just take your breath away. And every day I think we're going to see more and more video of what we're dealing with here in Southwest Florida.
Okay, the camera is widened out just to show you that it's Connie Mack Island is what they call that. And then at the top of your screen, The causeway is the roadway that bends there off to the left. And you mentioned the Marriott.
Yep.
That's one of the first hotels there as you start to bend the corner to the right.
Right, top right of your screen, that's the Marriott. They saw quite a bit of damage. The front doors of the lobby were coming off, and we saw grown men and women trying to hold those big sliding doors up to prevent the wind from coming in. It was unnerving, to say the least, so I can only imagine what people who stayed on the island were dealing with as Hurricane Ian was bearing down.
Some of those islands you saw off to the right there, that was not Pine Island. Those are Fisherman's Key, Big Island, Kitchell Key. There are spots there that are uninhabited as mangroves. They're there to protect areas such as Matlacha and St. James City, but obviously no match to the force of the water that came through with Hurricane Ian. Amy, we flipped views and we came across, I believe, to the south. I'll have to look at this again when they zoom out to pick up what they were looking at, but yet more boat docks there that seem to be on the south side of McGregor.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my bearings and see specifically where that is. I'm not sure. Once they zoom out a little bit more, we can see. Yeah,
I lost track just a little bit when they swung the camera pretty quick. So you can definitely see the coastline, a couple of boats, perhaps rescue boats.
Oh no, those are rescue boats.
I think they are rescue boats, likely headed out to hopefully pick up more survivors from the storm, or to at least do a visual check of the coastline.
Yeah, and our meteorologist, Lauren Petrelli, she's working to talk to Fish and Wildlife because, you know, having never dealt with a storm of this magnitude here in Southwest Florida and this kind of devastation, so many of us spend a lot of time on the water, in boats, on the beaches. Obviously, we can't get to the beaches right now because the bridges are either collapsed or not safe to drive over. But I'll be curious to hear, with all of this debris that's flying around after a storm like Ian, is it even safe to go out in your boat? I would imagine that there's stuff floating in the river.
Oh, for sure.
And underneath the water. So you know, that's something that we're going to be asking Fish and Wildlife as Lauren gets to talk to them and see, you know, because I'm sure so many people are thinking to themselves, oh, well, I can't drive around, but maybe I'll go jump on the boat and see how things are. I would imagine that's dangerous right now.
Yeah, the waterway is going to be full of debris for a while, and Amy, quite frankly, you don't know where in the water, or especially the Caloosahatchee, that there's a sunken boat with a mast or something that you could hit with your engine, busting a propeller, and it just becomes one more person or family that needs to be rescued and assisted, and we need every resource right now to get to those that were impacted from Hurricane Ian. So we're looking now, I believe this is the end of Fort Myers Beach. If we could possibly go back to that's the park.
Right. Yep, that's the park. So we're gonna, if you would go over the Matanzas Pass Bridge and take a right and drive all the way to the end, just to give you your bearings, that's what we're looking at here. We're going towards the bridge. You can see it there. And this is the first time we're seeing this side of the island. This is a little more of the residential, if you will, the condos and the homes there on stilts, because the video that we saw from the ground, you're looking at the pink shell, I believe, right there.
Yeah, that's
that iconic pool with the big octopus out front. It looks like the water's receded at this point, but this is the first time we're getting aerial images. Again, a lot of condos here, a lot of homes, and we don't really have solid information yet on what it looks like on the ground there, because all we've seen is on the other side of the pier, so where like the Lani Kai is and where Junkaroos was, Hooters, those buildings are gone. And look, it looks like some of these structures fared a little better than those buildings on the other side of the pier, but nonetheless, look at that.
It looks like that's Cane Palm Beach condominiums right there, passing on the left-hand side of your screen. So we're working our way down Estero Boulevard. Now we're getting a little wider view. There's the pier.
Oh, there's the pier. Okay.
So right there is what's left of Fort
Let's take a closer
Myers.
look. Let's see if he can pan over. Oh, wow,
more
that's
helicopters.
amazing.
Yep.
Yeah, I hope he goes back to the pier, because we had seen on the ground that the pier kind of broke off about 10 or 20 feet into the water, but just that quick glimpse I got of it, all of the boards are gone. The pilings are there, but the boards are gone. I'm hoping the chopper pilot can go back to the pier. Is that the Lani Kai, or are we looking at the Diamond Head?
We're very close to the Lani Kai, so we're coming back. There's the Matanzas Pass Bridge. Is it not coming across? up to the upper right where would be Dixie Fish House and where the shrimp boats were located there in the bay. So the area down here to the bottom left is going to be what is left of Times Square, and you should start to see the pier right there, appear on the bottom left hand side of your screen.
So it's really just kind of the frame, if you will. It looks like pilings, but it looks like all of the boards that you used to walk on. When you get halfway down, there's the little hut where they sell the t-shirts and the ice cream. It looks like all of those boards are gone, and it's hard to tell from this angle, but it looks like the sand all around the pier is completely washed away.
Yeah, it just took that entire area there around Times Square. That park, that's Lynn Hall Park. The parking lot there and the bathroom facilities will be right there. It's a very popular place. The little V shape, that's the Margaritaville.
Right,
That's the new construction.
So if you're not familiar with Fort Myers Beach, Margaritaville Resorts, they are constructing a massive hotel and resort there on Estero Boulevard. Look at Times Square. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that is just gut-wrenching there. The blue buildings you're seeing, that is right there behind the sandal factory. That's the highest little tower that you see when you cross over the island, and you've got a couple of the souvenir shops left there on the corner. And as we now are coming back down First Street, that's the Sandals Castle Beach Club, 7-Eleven, just the amount of damage that is along the coastline, it's unfathomable here.
You see the damage, and you know, I know people sheltered in place there in Fort Myers Beach. I cannot imagine what that was like. You look at the destruction in the buildings, and you just hope people weren't there.
Amy, we're in a tough spot here because we're getting live looks from Fort Myers Beach, but we have to take this opportunity here in a minute to leave these live images of the devastation in Fort Myers Beach to hear the latest on how President Biden is helping the country, and in particular Southwest Florida, recover from the storm. Until the president speaks, should we attempt to stay on the video for Fort Myers Beach?
Yeah, the president's not at the podium yet, so
Okay.
once he walks up, we'll be sure to do that.
All right, so now we're looking, Amy, this area of Fort Myers Beach. You can see how all of that area is just covered with silt and it's covered with sand.
Yeah.
Notice how it's a completely different color than it was before the hurricane.
So again, we are awaiting the president. He's going to speak. Once he does that, we'll be sure to get to him. But you are looking live. If you're just joining us, our helicopter is up in the air over Fort Myers Beach. We are getting our first look at the portion of the island. If you're familiar with it, when you drive over the Matanzas Pass Bridge, and you would go right. So the more residential, the condos, the homes to the right instead of to the left where you go, and there's the strip with the hotels. That's what we're looking at here, and you can just see the devastation and the destruction that we're seeing. It's amazing to see how far back the sand goes, and that just shows you how far the water was. But the wind obviously was very strong as well, because you can see the roof there is just destroyed.
Look at the line of palm trees behind that resort and condominium. The palm fronds are completely ripped off. That only happens, palm trees are so resilient to hurricanes. They will stand a lot of times, even through a Cat 4 and 5, but to see all of the foliage ripped off is usually unheard of.
Oh my goodness, I have family friends who have homes right in the area where we're looking at, and I don't see those homes. It's just so sad for all of those people who live there. Those condos look like they have a lot of destruction as well. I mean, that's the pilings that the homes were on. That's what you're looking at there.
That looks like just
The
that
stilts.
base structure that was supposed to keep. Matter of fact, Amy, that's the Royal Beach Club just to the north that looks like it is completely gone.
Wow.
Coming up there, we should see, is that the Edison Beach House or?
No.
Okay, there we go.
There's the
I
pier
think
again.
it was. I think
okay,
it was the
so
Edison Beach
here's
House.
Times Square. Here's what you're looking at. If just to give you the piers on the left-hand side of your screen, and what that little cluster of shops and buildings. It's a little plaza. There's the popular Greek restaurant. There's the Dairy Queen, where you see kids running around getting their soft serve. There's several ice cream places. You got the bathing suit shops, and they are like the building's just not standing anymore. It's truly, Hurricane Ian changed what Fort Myers Beach looks like.
The U-shaped building was the Sandcastle Beach Club, and now we're actually working back a little bit, like you mentioned, some of those more residential areas. And now you're looking.
There's Dock Ford's.
Like I say, now you're coming up on Dock Ford's, and you got Dixie Fish Company, and the marinas that sit there. These boats are just piled in.
So this is on the other side of the bridge. This is like the Parrot Key area, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's the very first boat docks over towards the Gulf Marine Yacht Works. And so there you can see the bridge, right?
Yep.
So we're coming around and we're on San Carlos Island now. And it looks like right there,
That's the bay side,
Yeah,
yeah.
we're gonna go back to the bridge. The shrimp boats would be down here to the bottom left.
Yeah.
And so we're trying to keep the orientation here. We're spinning back around. That is San Carlos Boulevard, that's Main Street. And now you're looking at a lot of these mobile homes there along Emily Lane, Sanibel Seafood. So now we're coming in. A lot of these are—
That's where the shrimp boats are.
Your manufacturing homes. So that's where
Yep.
these shrimp boats are.
You can see them piled up there.
And it looks like they moved the shrimp boats on the interior part of the bay to protect them before the storm. That's Hurricane Bay there to the north, and it doesn't appear that it helped protect the shrimp boats. They are all piled up there in the corner.
Unbelievable. This is the area, if you've ever traveled by boat on the Key West Express down to the Keys, it's an area where so many people have driven through. Those shrimp boats, it's where the pirate ship. It's something kids have birthday parties on. So many people spend company holiday parties there. And look at that. The homes are just pushed on top of each other.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, they're usually lined up right there, like you said, in the bay. The Trico Shrimp Market and the seafood market is there, but I think they moved the shrimp boats inside over towards Hurricane Bay to protect them. But now you're coming around. Are we going to see Salty Sam's and, like you said, Parrot Key Caribbean Grill here?
Yeah, I think that he's zooming out.
Okay.
And forgive us, we don't have direct contact. I don't know if our helicopter camera photographer in the helicopter can hear us, but now we're looking at, this is Bayside.
Yeah.
Right, and all of the small homes there. And keep in mind, these are old Florida homes, right? They're not necessarily, it's a lot of people who have owned these places for a long time. It's not a lot of new construction, probably not necessarily built to withstand the kind of storm that Hurricane Ian was.
No, so the water has obviously come up and over Estero Island. It came into Matanzas Pass, and I would imagine a lot of these buildings were lifted and they floated inland. You can see several RV campers there. These are not real well-built structures, but right there along the coastline, all you're seeing are what look to be toothpicks kind of sticking out over what is left of the shoreline. The seawall, no match to a Category 4, almost Category 5 hurricane.
Wow.
Just completely unrecognizable.
Yeah, it's hard to look at. It really is. It's just so sad. You just hope that
see
people
how
are
those
okay.
buildings were picked up and pushed into another RV. These are all modular homes sitting there. So hopefully now we can get a little more orientation. So we're coming back over towards the bridge. Again, this is over San Carlos Island, and we're starting to come up towards the Naughty Parrot Dock Bar, and eventually there to the right is the San Carlos RV Park. That's what's there sticking south of San Carlos Boulevard on the right-hand side of your screen. Yep, so all those are modular homes as well, and I can only imagine that water got into there. We're swinging back around. You're seeing Estero Pass right again to now the west there of San Carlos Boulevard. And we're swinging back around. That's the Matanzas Pass Bridge, and the widespread devastation up and down Fort Myers Beach is just considerable. More rescue helicopters just making their way along Fort Myers Beach.
And just while we're seeing that and talking about it, I don't know if anyone on Fort Myers Beach that's stranded there is watching us or listening to us right now, but perhaps you have friends or family that you're in contact with. If you are stranded and you want to get off the island and you want to be rescued, we are being told that you need to go to the Publix and 7-Eleven there on Estero Island. And that is where those search and rescue teams will take you, and they will take you off of the island. So please, again, Publix and 7-Eleven is where you want to go to do that. They are working so hard to rescue hundreds of people. This still, as we are going into day 2 of covering Hurricane Ian, seems surreal to all of us here who are watching these pictures. It's just devastating for Southwest Florida.
On the upper right-hand side of your screen is the Big Carlos Pass. On the south side of that, you start to get into Lovers Key State Park.
Right, so this is headed down towards the Bonita area.
Correct.
Yeah.
And Lovers Key, some very iconic locations. Zooming in,
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So if you're just joining us, you're looking at live images. We have a helicopter over Fort Myers Beach area where we have been looking at the devastation and destruction at Times Square. And modular homes, mobile home communities, manufactured homes, they're gone.
Yeah, you can see the channels that the water has cut. I'm going to assume it looks like maybe some kind of emergency
Yeah, it
vehicle.
looks like an ambulance.
An ambulance working their way where Estero Boulevard used to be. It doesn't look like it's either that or likely covered with sand. It's covered with sand.
And that's the thing too, fire crews, search and rescue crews, 911 operators, they're all working there on the islands. You can still call 911. This goes for Sanibel as well, and they're there. So barges, large barges are bringing construction equipment and things to clear the roads and get to people. But some people that have met face to face with these search and rescue crews, they get that face to face contact and they say, no, I'm good. I want to stay. I don't want to leave my home. And that's what a lot of people chose going into this storm. They didn't want to leave. Is that a pool standing there?
That's a pool, and you can see the concrete, the dirt, the actual earth around the pool was removed by the storm surge. I can only imagine there had to be a house sitting right behind that.
And you have to pray and hope to God that nobody was in that house when this storm was coming through.
We've kind of changed orientation again. The chopper heading back to the north along Estero Boulevard. We're going to try to see if we can recognize a couple of these places from the air. The general direction he's going up Estero Boulevard is heading back towards the bridge. And again, there's a zoomed in look. That is an ambulance working its way up Estero Boulevard that is covered with sand. You can see street signs down there in the distance. It looks like some folks out on bicycles trying to maneuver their way around. So it's good to see that people at least survived the storm. I imagine those people were there during the height of it and did not heed the evacuation warnings.
Yeah, and so the emergency management officials that were talking earlier from the state level were saying at this point, obviously we're looking at the worst and the hardest hit area in Lee County, really in all of Southwest Florida when it comes to this storm. They said Fort Myers Beach was the worst, Lee County was the worst damage that they saw. They said 10,000 people is the number they're going with right now across the board, with people who are unaccounted for, if you will. I don't want to say missing, but they can't get in touch with them. They don't know where they are. Maybe they told someone they were sheltering in place somewhere and then they ended up leaving and they're not there anymore. So they say as we go through these days of search and rescue, that number will go down as they contact some of those people. But you're looking at massive structures, condos, and it looks to me like the roof is just completely off of that.
Yeah, and when you get a roof off a structure like that, the water goes down to every floor. That, unless the structure itself is whole, but the entire hotel or condo, floor by floor, will have to be reconstructed.
So, crews, where do we go from here? If you're just joining us, we are showing you these live images from Fort Myers Beach. And yes, search and rescue is still happening right now. That will happen in 3 phases. They do what they call the hasty search. I would believe that we're past that point right now because we see the ambulances slowly driving down the streets and the helicopters slowly searching over neighborhoods. They're in the primary and secondary. So they do basically, in layman's terms, 3 searches of all of these areas that are devastated to try and get people out. But also they're still bringing stuff in. They're going to these places by boat and barge and bringing what they need to.
If we could just stay with these images, hopefully we're continuing to watch the president. If we could get a little direction on whether or not we want to take the president or if we're recording the press conference or vice versa, just let us know. Until we get that direction, we are going to continue to watch these videos.
Yeah, we're going to stay with this right now. We can absolutely take notes on what the president is saying, and we will put his full speech on social media for you as well. We'll let you know what he says. The federal government obviously is providing a lot of assistance. FEMA is here. They are giving assistance right now to 13 different counties across Florida. If you want the website where you need to register, it's disasterassistance.gov. I want to give you this phone number as well, 1-800-621-3362. That's the phone number you want to call for federal emergency management. Take some pictures of the damage. If you are there, document it because you are going to need that to get the assistance from FEMA. Already 34,000 people have registered for assistance from the federal government. Obviously, the state is going to be helping out as well, but we have a long road to recovery. You can see construction equipment there. It looks like a bulldozer pushing sand off of the streets.
Yeah, as they get those front loaders out there trying to make Estero Boulevard passable for first responders, and to get the rescue efforts underway. This is why they do not want people even attempting. That's why they're not letting people on the island, because it's impassable right now. It takes heavy machinery in order to get these roadways clean. And if I had my geography right before the helicopter was able to zoom in, we're on Estero Boulevard down just before Big Carlos Pass, before you cross the bridge over to Lovers Key State Park. You've got the Marina Towers and Yacht Club there to the right of where this front loader is continuing to remove debris. There are several condominiums there. There's a rather large beach, or I should say there was a large beach on the south side of the island. We'll have to see how much of that was left, but the devastation doesn't just end at Fort Myers Beach itself near Times Square. It obviously has extended all the way down the island.
Yeah, so the other thing, as we're seeing construction crews and bulldozers pushing sand off the roadway there, it makes you think, okay, they're working to make the roads passable, which makes you wonder, okay, is the bridge passable? The governor said that they have inspected 800 bridges across Southwest Florida. The only two we know that have collapsed and are destroyed, if you will, are the one on Matlacha leading to Pine Island and then the one leading to Sanibel, the Causeway. We haven't heard yet about the Matlacha Pass Bridge. I've heard it's not safe to go over, that people should not be driving over it, but it is going to be inspected by structural engineers, and once we get information on what that bridge looks like, we haven't heard the specifics on damage. We'll have a better idea, but I don't think they're going to let people on the island for quite some time.
I don't think so. Even the Big Carlos Pass Bridge that takes you into Lovers Key, it just makes you wonder what kind of shape it's in. So the chopper has turned views. Now you're getting a wide view all the way up towards the top of the island there where Fort Myers Beach sits. As you turn right on San Carlos Boulevard, that takes you up to Summerlin. That's on the upper right-hand side of your screen, and the devastation is mind-boggling. Amy, look how far inland there in the island. You can see the water has moved up into some of these facilities, and just really trying to get a handle as the chopper's doing what I was looking at. It seemed like a pile of debris there in the corner.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out specifically where are they still over Fort Myers Beach? Yeah.
We're down here kind of where the new Pinter sits, and we're starting to move northbound on Estero Island. As he zooms out here, that's the Estero Bay Preserve, and you can see the boats that were picked up and pushed over into the mangroves. You can easily count 6, 7, 8 boats there that have been pushed up there into the drier sections of the preserve.
So, as we are dealing with this devastation, there are going to be so many people who need assistance with shelter and food and water, and just know that the National Guard is setting up, as we speak today, they do plan to open in Lee County 8 community pods, and they will be serving food and water over the next couple of days. From there, we learned from the governor that because of just the devastation we're seeing and how many people are going to need help here in Southwest Florida, they're going to set up these mass feeding kitchens where they're going to provide hot meals to people like the people from this area on Fort Myers Beach who need, breakfast, lunch, and dinner provided to them, who need a place to stay, who don't have a home to go to anymore. So when we get those locations, we just heard from the Lee County government that they are working on opening those 8 locations. We, of course, will pass that information on to you. We will make sure that it's on our social media sites, on our app, on our website, and keep you up to date on the latest with that. We are going to continue to monitor our live feed here from the helicopter on Fort Myers Beach as they are continuing search and rescue and trying to find people who might need assistance. If you need help, you should call 911, and if you are on Fort Myers Beach or know someone who is, you should go to the Publix and 7-Eleven so that they can help you to get off of the island.
Yeah, Amy, this is some of the most important footage that we have received here so far. So many people watching from a distance, either at a shelter or inland away from their homes, wondering how their communities fared. And we are getting a live look. There have been no fly zones in place too. So this is a very unique look that I'm sure so many people are interested in. It's amazing to see how much water moved over this barrier island.
All right, so I'm being told that we're going to take just a quick break. Is that correct? I just want to make sure that's correct. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to take a quick break. Obviously, we know these are very compelling images. We are not going anywhere. We are going to continue our coverage of the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. It's devastating to look at, but there is a lot of hope out there, as well as we are learning some positive stories and rescues and taking a look at recovery and what we have in the weeks and months ahead. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Call, click, tap. Call, click, tap.
Get your Beef O'Brady's favorites. Call, order online, or use the Beef's app.
Call, click, tap.
Then pop by for pickup. Beef's on demand. It's the perfect plan.
Day or night, your loved ones show up for you. At HCA Florida Healthcare, we do too. Because you're the center of our family, Florida's largest healthcare family. And you'll feel it in everything we do. HCA Florida Healthcare. We show up for you.
This swing doesn't care about your daughter's recital. And this spider doesn't care about your big hiking trip. These things don't care if you fall or slip or catch a cold from some stranger's germs. They're just things. They can't possibly care. But we can. And at MedExpress, you can get convenient, affordable treatment when you need it. Because we care when they can't.
People today, they could spend half their lives over 50, but it's gonna take some planning.
What can you do for me?
Make sure your money lives as long as you do. The younger you are, the more you need AARP. Join today.
Since when do you drink tap? Since I found out. Ugh, gross. I know. Before we left the hospital, my daughter received her newborn hearing screening. It only took a couple of minutes, and it was a painless test.
When our son was born, the doctors tested his heart and found out his blood oxygen levels were low. As a dad, nothing is more important than your child's health.
It was that initial screening that led to her early identification of hearing loss.
And as a result, we found out about our baby's rare condition, which allowed us to review treatment options quickly.
Everybody wants them. Only members get them. Beef's Rewards. Earn points on every Beef O'Brady's purchase. And double points every weekend. Download the Beef's app for a free shareable starter. And let the rewarding begin.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you for watching continuous coverage, Fox 4 special coverage of Hurricane Ian. I'm Chris Shaw.
And I'm Lisa Greenberg. We are waiting for Governor Ron DeSantis to give another update in just about 3 minutes from now. We know these tend to run a little bit later though. So we are going to, in the meantime, give you a little bit of the newest information we have while showing you this aerial footage of the destruction that Hurricane Ian has left behind in the Fort Myers Beach area. So what we know right now is that 20,000 Floridians who sheltered in place, the governor last said that 10,000 have responded that they're safe. That doesn't necessarily mean that the other 10,000 that have not responded are missing. Keep in mind, we are missing a cell phone signal at the moment, internet capabilities at the moment. So it is quite possible that a lot of those people are just not able to respond to the alerts to allow the emergency officials to know that they are safe. They did say that family members who are aware that their family or friends or whatnot are safe can go to missing.fl.gov and report that their family members and loved ones are safe. So that's something that's really important because we know a lot of people are wondering about the search and rescue operations. They say that they've gone so far to 3,000 homes. 1,000 personnel are doing these search and rescues, according to the governor.
Yeah, and as you look at this video, and as we zoom in right here, you see a search crew. It looks like a Coast Guard crew on the ground there in a helicopter. Let's give you an idea of exactly what these crews are doing as they search for people. So they have, the 3 search process that they go through. The first one is what they call a hasty search. It's just a quick search. They'll go to a house, they'll go to an area, they'll see if they see anybody at first glance, anybody obviously in need of help. If they don't, they will move on. Then they will do what they call a primary search, and they'll go a little more in depth of a home or a building. They will try to search it out. That hasty search was what they were working on yesterday and into today, and as today goes on, they will do more primary searches and more in-depth searches to see if they can find people. And once they do that second search, then they will do a third search just to make sure that no one is left behind. Lisa, can you see what? Okay, so this is obviously they're walking somebody into this Coast Guard helicopter.
Someone into the Coast Guard helicopter. And what we do know is that these searches take place over a 72-hour period. They do all 3 phases of this search and rescue operation. So this is something that we're watching happening live in real time right now. One of those rescue workers walking someone into this Coast Guard helicopter at the moment. It's really just amazing to see this happening in live real time.
Yeah, so we know from the governor that some federal help has been brought in to carry these searches out. And as we have heard the governor say, and emergency officials here in the state have said, Lee County is the area that is experiencing the worst of the damage, the worst, the concentration of the people who need to be rescued. And what happens in these searches, they don't automatically just go and bring people out. They say many people have said, I'm okay, I'm gonna stay with my house. I'm not doing, I don't need any help right away. I can stick this out, so they will just move on. In fact, as of earlier this morning, the state said they had reached about 3,000 people, or at least 3,000 homes, and had only evacuated about 700. So that means a good 2,300 people, or households, if you will, decided that they would just stay. And wow, this really puts it into perspective here. We just saw someone get into this Coast Guard helicopter to be rescued, and there in the distance there, a number of condos that are destroyed. You can see sand up high in some of those windows, maybe even on the roofs of those buildings that are a good 4 or 5 stories tall. And it's just incredible to see how much sand and presumably water blew over those buildings.
It's also alarming to see how the roadways have essentially disappeared. We believe that the roadways there are covered in sand, but that just goes to show how much force this had, that you can no longer see any of the roads on Fort Myers Beach. That Estero Boulevard is essentially invisible. We're watching now as our chopper zooms in on this Coast Guard helicopter that's getting ready to take someone back. These search and rescue operations are crucial, and we know that FEMA is setting up disaster recovery centers. They said that those will be opening up soon. When Governor DeSantis gives his latest update shortly, we should have more information about when exactly those are expected to open. They say they're going to be setting up insurance villages so people can talk to experts about flood insurance and wind claims as well. We also know that over $12 million in disasterfund.org donations have been collected for people who are most affected by the storms. And a lot of questions that I'm getting, Chris, are about what people who aren't dealing with damage, that people are, what they can do to help others. And there are volunteer opportunities available. I know a lot of the times they don't encourage people to just show up to places like Fort Myers Beach that are dealing with the most damage because it can be dangerous. They want to make sure that they're doing this the right way. So if you're interested in volunteering, helping people who are really just dealing with the very worst of this, you can go to volunteerflorida.org, and that is where you will find different opportunities to volunteer to help people who are the most impacted by this storm.
Once again, if you're just joining us, you're looking at live aerial video or aerial coverage of a rescue going on right now on Fort Myers Beach. We have been over Fort Myers Beach for the last several minutes, maybe as long as a half hour or so. We have showed you for the first time the destruction, not just in Times Square and the area right around there, but in all of Fort Myers Beach and San Carlos Island, and it is breathtaking. You mentioned Estero Boulevard. If you've ever been to Fort Myers Beach, you know Estero Boulevard. That is the main road that goes through town after you cross the bridge and hang a left. And from the sky, it looks like a dirt road. It's because it's all sand. There's no road there. And when you realize when you think about Estero Boulevard and you think about all the buildings on the Gulf side of that, and you imagine that the water just covered everything, rushed past and through everything. Now, what you see on your screen is another rescue vehicle right here. We do know that some of these rescues are taking part from the air and areas where people are surrounded by water or in water. The helicopters will hover above like that, and they will send a cage down with a crew, and the Coast Guard crew will help the person who is trapped get inside, and then they will carry them up into safety. It does not look like that's what's happening here. It just looks like this is a Coast Guard helicopter that is in the air. But it is remarkable to see all of these helicopters out there working right now. This is a huge operation that is going on right now, and it has been for the last day. We had one of our reporters who was out at Sanibel yesterday, and he told us it was just like a constant with the helicopters going over looking for people. We heard the governor say just a little while ago that these areas, Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel, that is the high priority right now. These are the areas that nobody can get to really, especially Sanibel. There's no way to drive to Sanibel right now, so that's a high priority. Fort Myers Beach, because so many people stayed behind, that's also a high priority.
DeSantis was calling Fort Myers Beach kind of ground zero of this hurricane, and he's describing what these rescue workers are doing as Herculean efforts to save lives, and it really is so true. All of the work that goes into bringing out those choppers, finding these people, locating them, bringing them back to safety. So many people are in need of rescue. I know that a bit ago we were reporting that even in just the first 24 hours, they rescued 700 people in just the Southwest Florida area. So Fort Myers Beach, like you see here on your screen, Sanibel, Cape Coral, places like that. And so to be able to watch this in real time, thanks to this chopper video, it's just incredible to see, and being, I guess, a bright spot to see these lives are at least being saved, and these people are able to walk away and get back to, you know, away from this destruction, I guess I should say.
Yeah, so it looks to me like we are kind of on the southern end of Fort Myers Beach right now. It looks as though this is in the area closer to Lovers Key State Park, and we're taking a wide view right now. We had been zoomed in close, so we're working to kind of get our bearings here. Obviously, to the left is the beach and the Gulf, but it looks like we're on the far end of Fort Myers Beach, and it is worth pointing out that right now there is no easy way onto Fort Myers Beach, not from the bridge, from Fort Myers, and also not from Bonita Springs going that back way through Bonita Beach. The Sheriff's Department putting out a notice earlier this morning that says, look, please stay away. There is no safe way to travel on Fort Myers Beach. Even on a bicycle, there's just too much debris for you to safely get to where you need to go. If you have loved ones there, you're just going to have to wait a little bit longer to get to them, and that's also the reason why you see these crews here right now working to get those people out.
Yes, absolutely. And we do want to let you know, as we are taking a look at this live right now, that there are going to be some food and water distribution centers set up. So if you are in need of food or water, we know a lot of people need water right now because there's boil water notices in effect, there's water main lines disrupted. So we want to let you know that Charlotte Sports Park, which is where the Tampa Bay Rays do their spring training, and the Lee County Sports Complex, where the Minnesota Twins do their training, they will be having food and water distributions for you. So that is two different places that you will be able to go to get food and water. I know that's a big priority. Other big priority is the fact that so many people are still without power. We're talking about 1.9 million people. The majority of those, the governor said, were in Charlotte, Lee, and DeSoto County. I know at one point we were reporting that DeSoto County was completely without power, and Charlotte County was almost completely without power as well. So we know that is a big priority right now. They also say that fuel supply is flowing, but that gas stations obviously need power to be able to provide that gas and that fuel. So they are working on that as well, trying to get those gas stations powered up so that people who are in need of gas, that's a big question I've gotten a lot today, is where can I go to get gas? That is what they are working on right now.
Yeah, and the governor says as the day goes on, we will see more and more gas stations open. I was talking about how these rescue operations work. Here is some video of one of them. I believe I saw this earlier. I believe this is Fort Myers Beach, if I remember correctly. So this is the process that these crews go through. They're in the process of putting this man, and then a little later you'll see his wife. You see they have that seat there for them to get into, kind of a cage. They told him to grab some dry clothes, put it in a bag, and then, I'm sorry, this is Sanibel Island. So they told him to grab some dry clothes, put it in a bag, make sure he had his wallet and his cell phone and any other medication that he needed, and they would get him out. Now, for perspective, this is an area they were surrounded by water on Sanibel, not to mention the fact that there's no way to drive in or out. So the Coast Guard puts them into this cage, and they grab what they have, their bags, whatever they can handle. In one case, a pet, like this dog in this case, and then the helicopter just drags them up, and they go inside, and they're on their way to a shelter.
Pretty amazing to see. Sanibel officials say that 200 households reported that they stayed on Sanibel during this storm. And what you were seeing there, they rescued in this video a couple, a woman, her grandson. You saw their dog. There was also 2 other residents that they had to go and rescue in the same way that you're seeing here on your screen, from homes that are just inundated with water. They say several sections of the Sanibel Causeway obviously were washed away by the storm, so this was the only way that these people could get to safety and get out of their homes. Look at this woman here.
Yeah, she's sitting in water.
Sitting
there.
in water, chest deep, holding a pet cage. You know, these rescues are just, it's incredible to see, but you have to think of what these poor people went through before this rescue, to have to get to this point wondering if anyone would come and save them.
So these rescues happened yesterday. This video we're looking at, this was yesterday. So these folks went through, you know, the storm, and then many hours with the water all around their house, likely getting into their house, waiting to be rescued. And again, we're seeing more rescues today on Fort Myers Beach. Since we see this video from Sanibel, it is worth saying that the governor repeated again today that the causeway will need to be rebuilt. That's going to happen, but he said it will happen. Also in Sanibel today, something new, they're going to be running barges out to the island to bring some heavy machinery there so they can start clearing all the debris out of the roads, so they can get to places and find hopefully more people. We can also tell you that power companies are going to go to Sanibel today. FPL is going to start assessing the damage that is there to see what's going to be needed to bring the island back online. Of course, that is expected to take a long time. When the governor talks about restoring power, a lot of our area should see power in the next days or week or so, but certain places along the coast and the barrier islands, it's going to be longer because they've got to rebuild the infrastructure. Sanibel is one of those places, and that work starts today with FPL going out there on one of those barges to see what kind of damage there is and what needs to be done to rebuild.
We know again that Charlotte County and Lee County had big power outages, very significant. The governor on his last update was saying that 15% of power was restored. So there's still a long way to go here. It's nice to see some progress at least, right? A lot of people still in Cape Coral, where you're seeing on your screen this damage from, are still without power. I know a lot of my friends that live in the Cape area right near the studio, so near Pine Island Road, the Skyline area, they are still without power as of today. And so they're waiting for the power to turn back on. Residents in Lee County and Cape Coral still dealing with a lot of water issues, so that's an issue as well. Just having drinking water, water to use to, you know, help clean up, things like that. If there is water available, of course, it's not safe to drink. So that's something that people are having to contend with. But what you're looking at here at your screen, this is video from Cape Coral of some of the damage that we had viewers send into us, pool cages torn down, things like that. It's really just, I mean, it's starting to get to a point where you don't know where the video is coming from because it all looks so similar, and it's just awful.
Yeah, I want to turn now to some video that we have. Well, actually, it's not ready for us, but while we're looking at this, I want to tell you that the governor said earlier this morning that the biggest issue for Lee County right now is probably, besides the rescues, the urgent work that's being done to find people and to rescue them. Besides that, the biggest issue is the water quality, the water main break that happened, and restoring that and getting people their water back online. That's why the governor has asked FEMA to step in, and he said They did it in lightning fast speed. He said the Army Corps of Engineers came down from Jacksonville and they got right to work within a matter of hours. That was yesterday. They are still working today, and their big job is to get the water system back on and fixed in Lee County so that people in Fort Myers and Cape Coral can have water once again running into their homes.
Right now, you're looking at the Lee County Sheriff as he is visiting Fort Myers. Again, what the governor is calling ground zero of this hurricane, all of the damage there. Lee County Sheriff Carmine Marcino stopped by. These pictures are from today, or we received them today, I should say, and they are going kind of throughout different businesses, I believe certain people's homes as well, kind of surveying the damage there and really taking it all in. I have to imagine, just from seeing the damage myself through that chopper video, seeing this all in person just has to be devastating.
Yeah, I want you to listen to what Sheriff Carmine Marcino said about this area. This is how he described it. He called it the heart of devastation. He said, quote, "Fort Myers Beach will never be the same, but we will work to rebuild it." So it's important to have messages of hope when you see such despair like this. And the message from the sheriff of Lee County is that this area will be rebuilt. There are a lot of people, not just in Lee County or Southwest Florida, there are a lot of people across this country that love Fort Myers Beach. They come here every year, be it for spring training or for season or just to get away from the cold weather in the winter months. Fort Myers Beach means a lot to a lot of people, and you can bet it will be rebuilt. The question is, how long? What's it going to take to get this area rebuilt? And that work is going to start once we can get to the point where everybody's rescued and then the damage can be cleared.
Some of the damage that we are seeing on Fort Myers Beach as well, we know the Matanzas Pass Bridge is fine, but the 800 bridges were inspected across the state and reopened. One of the bridges that had to be shut down, though, was the Big Hickory Pass Bridge. That's the bridge that goes from Fort Myers Beach to Estero. So it's the other bridge that goes on to Fort Myers Beach. And obviously we saw that the Sanibel Causeway is not passable at all. So that is a bridge that they weren't able to reopen. But the governor did say 800 bridges were inspected and reopened across the state. They also said that they have cleared 110 miles of 100. I'm going to say 1,100. I miscopied my notes. 1,100 miles of roadway all across our state so that people can travel, whether it's to go back home, which really rescuers and emergency officials are saying if you can stay where you evacuated to, that'd be better. But if you're going back home, or maybe you're trying to get away because you don't have power in your home right now, you're able to do that because so much of the roadways have been cleared by Florida Department of Transportation.
We've gotten some positive news in the last couple of hours from Collier County. We're being told that the power is back on to about half of the county, which is a significant increase from where we were a couple of days ago. Fox Source Calvin Lewis is in Naples right now, and he has this report.
I'm Calvin Lewis reporting for Fox 4 News here in Naples. Well, you can just see around me the total devastation and destruction that Hurricane Ian has brought to Collier County. Just behind me, you can see some knocked over palm trees, some debris, of course, laying in the middle of these sidewalks. And then if we just pan over here across the street, this is 5th Avenue South that you're looking down. So this is true downtown Naples. You can see already the cleanup process has begun. We've got some maintenance workers here cleaning up some palm leaves, clearing up these sidewalks as well. You can also just make out some furniture right there at the corner. Some down power lines. Again, officials warning people not to be out on the streets right now because of these down power lines and all sorts of debris in these streets. And then if we just pan over to the side over here, you can also make out another downed palm tree just on the other side of this black vehicle. You can just see it right there. So again, the cleanup process still getting underway here in Naples. We'll continue to monitor this cleanup process as it becomes more fluid here throughout Southwest Florida. You can, of course, stay tuned with us both on air and online over at fox4now.com. For now, reporting here in Naples, Calvin Lewis, Fox 4.
All right, Calvin, thank you for the update there. One of the things, since we're talking about Collier County, we want to talk about, in the latest update we got from the governor, he told us about the number of people who have been found dead so far in this search and rescue operation. And he says these are unconfirmed deaths, and what that means is that the medical examiner for Collier County or Lee County will have to make the ultimate determination of how a person died. But they have found some people who have passed away, 8 in Collier County and 12 in Charlotte County. 1 confirmed death because of the storm in Polk County. Lee County was not on the list, and maybe we'll get an update on that when we hear from the governor in just a bit. But in Lee County, they are still processing. They have some deaths that they believe are connected to the storm, but they're not sure how many at this point, so they're going to hold off on the number.
We are looking now at video of Charlotte County, what looks to be a lot of emergency vehicles coming into the area. This is from a chopper, and it is good to see that those efforts are underway at this time. You know, we were talking about the different fatalities, Chris. It's just so awful to even be thinking about how the total number at this point, 21, and of course in Lee County, as you mentioned, they're still processing. And the governor was talking about this specific rescue that was just so heartbreaking, where they had Coast Guard divers going into homes that were completely submerged up to their roofs in water. And the Coast Guard divers were seeing what they believed to be were bodies inside of those homes. And this is why they're saying that they're processing this, that they're, you know, not wanting to give out a number yet, because they have to go through still and search these homes that are, you know, still submerged in water within the county. So that is something that they still need to do at this point. And until they can do that, which they can't do that until the water kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Subsides, recedes. So that is why they aren't really ready to start talking about deaths within Lee County. But we know that the Lee County Sheriff mentioned yesterday that he was expecting in the hundreds.
Many, yeah. And you were speaking about that mission. We talked about the 3 stages or the 3 searches that they do, and that first one is the hasty one. So basically what happened is those divers realized that there was nobody to save there, so they continued on. And then once they go back with the second search, that's when we'll have a better idea of what was going on in that area. So once again, you were looking at staging crews getting ready to go. I want to take a second to talk about Cape Coral. We want to show you some video of the police department there. Here they are, and this is the police department and getting ready with other city leaders to talk about cleanup in Cape Coral. It is going to be a big job. We have crews who were driving around the Cape, and they say just yesterday there was they made a lot of progress in removing some of what you see on your screen, the power poles that were down, the trees that were down. But we know parts of Cape Coral, especially in the southeast part of the Cape, where they got those tremendously high winds during the hurricane. There's going to be a lot of roof damage there. There's going to be a lot of damage to trees and power lines there. So certain parts of the Cape, especially towards the coast, especially that southeast part, are going to be a little tougher to clean up, a little bigger of a job. And so that's what the city leaders were talking about yesterday when they took those pictures.
While we are talking about Cape Coral, I do want to mention really quickly, because I know I was having a conversation yesterday. We were talking about how downtown House of Pizza in Fort Myers was open, and then I got to thinking, when are we going to know, or how are we going to know that certain businesses are back open? And Cape Coral, the city of Cape Coral has put out a way for people to kind of let others know that their businesses are open. So they say that they're compiling information on local businesses that are open. So what you do is you open this specific link that is on their Twitter page and include your business, your location, say if you're open. It's interactive. You can put your information in there. We're going to have this information on our website as well at fox4now.com. But if you search the city of Cape Coral on Twitter, you can find it there. But I think that's an interesting way to kind of keep people in the loop, because you might be running out of food supplies. You might be running out of other supplies that you might need. So you'll know when certain businesses are open to be able to provide those services for you.
And we heard from the Collier County Sheriff earlier today that today is the day that some grocery stores will start opening. We know there are some public stores that will open today in various parts of Southwest Florida. A big part of that depends on if they have power. All right, so this is video of, it looks like a rescue. Can you tell me where this is?
This is storm surge video from a viewer, but we're working to find out where exactly this video is from. If we could have one of our producers let us know. It says that a youth group went up and down the streets in this video, rescuing people from windows, taking them to church for shelter. 4 of the people involved in this rescue mission were kids. They just say that this is a reminder, really, that anyone can go out and help. Obviously, these conditions are very dangerous, though, so keep that in mind if you ever are still seeing these kinds of water storm surges, that it's dangerous to go out there. And there are professionals that are out there doing this as well.
Yeah,
this is in Naples.
Helen Wicker took this video. We've seen many cases like this where someone has been stuck or trapped, and other neighbors or just passersby, as complete strangers in some cases, have gone in and helped save them out of the water. Of course, this is when the water was the worst, likely at some point yesterday or on Wednesday. But as incredible as this video is, as scary as it is to think about someone being in this situation, there is a little bit of, you can take some heart warmth away from it, because these neighbors, these other people who were there, were able to come in and do something to help save these people.
It really is just incredible to see video like this. I mean, especially knowing that these people are just church volunteers who are going in and doing this. It's just incredible to see, and we know that those rescues by the Coast Guard are going to continue today. They're probably going to be continuing, I would think, for the next several days, as we are working to find more information out about when and where those are happening, so we can continue to follow them with our chopper.
All right, I believe these are some pictures that Lauren Petrelli got from the U.S. Coast Guard. This is in Fort Myers, that shows some of the damage there. There are parts of Southwest Florida where the damage is pretty significant in the way of boats just being tossed around, and you can kind of see that in some of these pictures.
We are working now to get Governor DeSantis his news conference. He is getting ready to give an update as well. So we expect to learn more about power outages and the efforts to restore power across Southwest Florida, as well as to restore water services for many people. The two kind of vital things he says are important. So here is Governor Ron DeSantis and the rest of the emergency crews giving an update.
Information and identify unmet needs. We've only received a few requests for support, but they include high water vehicles, swift water rescue teams, and shelter support. In the near term, we expect to receive additional requests for debris management assistance, generators, and also damage assessment. Damages have been light so far, with basically reports of downed trees and localized flooding, mostly along the coast, but we expect that to build over the afternoon. The governor mentioned talking to President Biden, and last night we received a federal emergency declaration, which will allow us to seek reimbursement for response costs and any direct federal assistance we might request. And that emergency declaration is different. It's not the same as a major disaster declaration, which we requested after the completion of any damage assessment that we would do, and potentially provide funding for both infrastructure and repairs and assistance to individuals and families. So the emergency declaration is fairly limited, but it does give us some advantages, certainly at this point.
So that's a significant
As the storm moves through South Carolina, residents should keep in mind a couple of key points. One is to stay tuned to
those hospitals, or keep those hospitals online, even if it's just temporarily. So that gives you an update of some of the things we're working on right now. I'm going to introduce to you guys now the FEMA Administrator, Deanne Criswell.
Thank you, Gavin. I did have an opportunity right now just to join the governor and the director to survey some of the damages that have impacted this part of the state. And as the governor said, what we're seeing is some devastating damage that's out there. And we know that there's going to be a lot of needs as we go into the recovery process. As the governor mentioned, this is one of the counties that is declared for individual assistance. Individuals can start that process now to begin and jumpstart their recovery by registering for assistance at FEMA. You can do that by going to disasterassistance.gov. You can go download the FEMA app and register there, or you can call 1-800-621-FEMA or 1-800-621-3362. Additionally, we are going to have teams of individuals wearing FEMA shirts. You'll see them coming through the neighborhoods in the days and weeks to come. If you have questions, if you've registered online, if you have questions, you can ask them. They'll have iPads. They can pull up your case. They can look it up, and they can give you some information. We'll also be partnering with the state as they set up disaster recovery centers to bring in some of our personnel, again, to assist people as they go through this process. We know that there's going to be a lot of needs as we go into the recovery. Insurance is going to be one of the primary mechanisms, but FEMA's funding can support things like some damages to your homes, as well as property that has been lost or personal property that has been lost. I mean, we do have some limits in what we can support, but we'll bring in all of our federal partners and nonprofit agencies to try to identify what those unmet needs are and really help all of the members of these communities get what they need to support their recovery efforts. Thank you.
We also will be set up for help with individual assistance. We'll also have some of the private sector supports available. And then Jimmy Petronas is going to lead, as our CFO, insurance villages where people can come in and meet with the carriers and make these claims. I think the thing we want to see is just fast processing of claims. I mean, we know what happened here, and we know people suffered damage. Some of the stuff obviously is going to be a direct impact of the 155-mile-an-hour winds, and will be under those policies. But then you go into other parts of the county, and you're going to have flood claims under the National Flood Insurance Program. So we want people to be able to provide to be provided with the ability to do that and process. And I'll tell you, when you go through stuff like that, if you can get those claims processed quickly, it not only helps you financially, really takes a lot of apprehension away, and people feel get in a lot better place, because there's a lot of uncertainty when you have a total loss like this, like people are suffering. So I thank Jimmy for doing that. I think that that's really, really important, and we are going to be both very strong on wanting these claims processed quickly, but also on the lookout, very strong against scam artists who may be out there. And I know Jimmy's talked a lot about that, and we have our Attorney General here who I know would be interested in people that are trying to leverage people's misfortune for their own benefit. We don't want that. That's not appropriate here. We just want to get people taken care of, and so that's what we'll be doing. I was happy to see, as I was driving in here, I think it was probably going through Cape Coral, I saw some of the stores opening. I saw some of that, and so there were basically 48 hours after the landfall, and you're starting to see people bounce back. So that's a good sign. We know there's a lot of work left to do, but as soon as you can get more power, all the water issues taken care of, I think the fuel is going to be in really good shape. I think it's really just a matter of the gas stations either running their generators or having enough electricity to do it. But Tampa Port, Everglades, all those are open. You got massive amounts of fuel now coming into the state, and so we feel really good about that. And we're also fortunate that there are over 42,000 linemen stationed to help restore power, and so they got in very early yesterday, and a lot of progress being made throughout the state. Parts of Lee County and Charlotte, where the whole system was uprooted, is going to require a rebuild. And I think people understand that that's something that's just going to take longer than just simply rehooking up a wire to a utility pole or something of that nature. But from the reports I've gotten, there's a lot of the infrastructure outside of the barrier islands that held up okay. And so that's just going to make reconnecting that a little bit easier than if you had to rebuild the whole thing from scratch. But I'm really impressed of the pre-staging effort and then really getting on the target to try to get the lights on as soon as possible. Okay, does anyone have any questions? Yes. So I'll let Kevin handle that because he's in contact with all them.
Yeah. So the question was, do we feel like we had enough time and did we communicate effectively with Lee County? I talked to all of the.
All right, you are watching the governor and other state leaders speaking right now in Matlacha. You heard the governor say that the positive news is that he drove through Cape Coral to get to Matlacha, and he was starting to see some businesses reopen. That includes some gas stations. The trick for Cape Coral and all of Lee County really is just getting the water and the power back on, which could take a little bit of time. But you also heard the governor say that Matlacha and presumably Pine Island in beyond Matlacha is a total loss.
It really is just awful to see, and unfortunately, after seeing the video of Matlacha and the absolute destruction there, it's not too much of a surprise to hear this news, but it doesn't make it any less heartbreaking, any less difficult to hear.
Yeah. All right, 103 is the time right now. Excuse me. Yes, 103. We're going to take a step aside real quick. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
It's your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Santa Fe. Get a Hyundai Santa Fe with 3.29% APR for 48 months, plus 3 years complimentary maintenance. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Day or night, your loved ones show up for you. At HCA Florida Healthcare, we do too. Because you're the center of our family, Florida's largest healthcare family. And you'll feel it in everything we do. HCA Florida Healthcare. We show up for you.
This swing doesn't care about your daughter's recital. And this spider doesn't care about your big hiking trip. These things don't care if you fall or slip or catch a cold from some stranger's germs. They're just things. They can't possibly care. But we can. And at MedExpress, you can get convenient, affordable treatment when you need it. Because we care when they can't.
People today, they could spend half their lives over 50, but it's gonna take some planning.
What can you do for me?
Make sure your money lives as long as you do. The younger you are, the more you need AARP. Join today.
Since when do you drink tap? Since I found out. Ugh, gross. I know. Before we left the hospital, my daughter received her newborn hearing screening. It only took a couple of minutes, and it was a painless test.
When our son was born, the doctors tested his heart and found out his blood oxygen levels were low. As a dad, nothing is more important than your child's health.
It was that initial screening that led to her early identification of hearing loss.
And as a result, we found out about our baby's rare condition, which allowed us to review treatment options quickly.
It's your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Tucson. Get a Tucson with 3.29% APR for 48 months, plus 3 years complimentary maintenance. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for watching special live continuous coverage of Hurricane Ian. I'm Chris Shaw.
And I'm Lisa Greenberg. We are taking a look at power outage numbers right now because in the governor's last update, he did say they are working around the clock right now. Florida Power and linemen from all across the country are working right now to restore power for people in Southwest Florida. Charlotte County now has 106,000 people still without power, but that's the lowest number I've seen in a long time, obviously. A pretty significant decrease in
106, you said?
Yes, 106.
So from yesterday morning, at the beginning of yesterday morning, that's down by about 11,000.
Pretty good to see that that is happening there. Obviously, can't come back on soon enough. In Lee County, we are seeing 229,000. What does that compare to yesterday, Chris?
That's about 16,000 fewer people, or more people, excuse me, 16,000 more households with power.
With power. So we are seeing some improvements here in Southwest Florida. And moving into Collier County, FPL customers with power out right now, 115,000.
Yeah, so that's the biggest increase. That's where the power is coming on at a higher rate. About 60,000 more people have power right now in Collier County than they did about a day and a half ago.
Really good to see those improvements. We like to talk about the positives. Another thing that you had mentioned, Chris, that the governor said in his most recent update was that people they drove through the Cape Coral area and they did see a lot of improvement there as well when it comes to the floods receding and things like that.
Okay, yeah, and we want to take a look at some aerial video of Fort Myers Beach. This is some cell phone video, and every time we get a look at what's happening on Fort Myers Beach, it's just stunning. Once again, this is an area that was hit hard. The governor says it's one of the hardest hit places. in Southwest Florida, in the entire state with Hurricane Ian. This is a place where they are doing rescues right now. Just a few minutes ago here, we were able to show you the Coast Guard doing live rescues on the air. They were stopping people right on the beach and pulling them up and taking them to safety. We saw several other helicopters doing the same work. Really is impressive to see that work, but what is heart-wrenching is to see this damage to Fort Myers Beach. Estero Boulevard, the main road through town, covered in sand right now, a representation of just the tremendous amount of water that just brushed up and then through the town of Fort Myers Beach.
A lot of people are thinking, okay, so once these people are rescued, where do they go? What are their options? So we want to bring in our reporter, Alexandra Ronhell. She is live from a shelter in Lee County to tell us what she is seeing there. Alex?
Yeah, Dunbar High School is one of the Lee County shelters that's been taking in people ever since Tuesday when those evacuation orders were given. The latest numbers we have were that about 4,000 people were staying at the shelters like Dunbar High School. You can see there behind me, this is the home of the Tigers, now being used to shelter people. The school has been bringing food, bringing supplies for all the people staying in them. I spoke to Rob Spicker with Lee County Schools. He tells me it's unclear how many people are still in the shelters. They're working on getting a better head count, but he says they've had new people seeking shelter, people who realize they have more damage than expected, but also vice versa. They have people who have gone home, assessed the damage at home, and have decided their home is in good condition to stay in. So we've had a little bit of both, but for a lot of people, it's a lot of uncertainty. Now, we did speak to one man from St. James City on Pine Island. He's staying at the shelter, at one of the Lee County shelters. He hasn't been able to go check on his home, and he tells me he doesn't even know if there's anything left of his home.
All right, Alex, thank you for the update there. We also can tell you that within the last few minutes, Lee County government sent out an email update on what's going on with those shelters. They're actually going to consolidate some of them. So where Alex is right now is one of the shelters where people can continue going. East Lee County High School, Estero Rec Center, Hertz Arena, Island Coast High School, South Fort Myers High School, and Dunbar High School. Everybody who is in a shelter needs to consolidate into those shelters. Make sure you bring everything that you have with you. Evacuees will have the option of taking Lee Tran to get to some of those places, but we just wanted to let you know that within the last 7 minutes or so, Lee County sent out an update that they are going to consolidate those shelters.
And we do know too as well, Chris was just talking about this, that a lot of power in Collier County has been restored, but for people who are still in need of shelter, they have consolidated shelter operations to Gulf Coast High School in Collier County. It's on Shark Way in Naples, so if you do need emergency shelter, just don't forget that you need to bring all your necessary medications, cell phone chargers, toiletries, food, water, flashlights, bedding, or anything you need to be comfortable inside of those shelters. They're just basically there to provide the actual shelter itself and the power and the air conditioning, things like that, but you do need to make sure that you have the essentials if you are planning to head to a shelter today. Again, consolidated shelter at Gulf Coast High School in Naples.
All right, now we want to take you back to Sanibel and the Fort Myers Beach area. I think we have some video from the air that we can show you of what's going on there right now. We have seen rescues live on TV, and we will get to that in just a little bit, but we can tell you that search crews with the federal government, with the Coast Guard, are going through and they are looking for people right now. They are starting with the areas that were the hardest hit. So that means Sanibel, and that's one of the hardest hit areas. Not only was it hard hit, but it's also an area that people can't escape right now. So what is happening is that crews are going in by air and they are looking for people. They're doing 3 different searches. This is the way it works. They do what they first call a hasty search. That's where they go through, they just find a house or a building, real quickly look inside, call inside. If they don't see anybody, they move on to the next one. And once That set, once they clear the area, they'll go back for a second search, a more detailed search. They will look for people a little bit harder, try to go through room by room if it's safe, and if they find somebody, they'll ask them if they need help and need to be rescued, and then they'll move on, and then there will be a third search. For the most part, we are now in that kind of in between the first and the second phase of those searches.
And I do want to talk about a place that we haven't talked about in a bit, and that is the Northport area. They're also seeing some flooding still and having rescues happening right now. They say crews, Northport police are saying crews from everywhere are getting people out as water rises, and they're asking people to be patient. They say they're coming, and they sent us pictures where the tops of trucks, pickup trucks, are up into the hood covered with water. We're seeing homes halfway up the garage seeing water, so people are stuck inside their homes. They just want those people to know that they are coming for them, that they are making those rescue missions. Northport also wanting to tell people that because there is still so much standing water in that area, turn around, don't drown if you are driving and you come across standing water. They say they're having multiple reports right now of vehicles being submerged in water, and they say that the roads impacted by the water are rapidly changing. One that was dry yesterday may not be dry today. So Northport is saying that it's a red zone for driving, which means to stay home, keep the roadways clear, because emergency workers are already trying to rescue people from their homes. They're trying to save people who from the hurricane are dealing with a lot of heartache and are stuck. And they are saying, please don't add to what they have to do by driving through floodwaters. It just takes 6 inches for your car to be able to float away in those floodwaters. And also, you don't want to have to deal with a flooded out car.
Right. What you see here is Sanibel, and these images that we keep showing are just heart-wrenching, and this is going to be one of the big places one of the big focuses going forward. Once the rescues are done, this is going to be the focus of rebuilding Sanibel Causeway. The governor says that's one of his priorities right now, is to get to the point where we can start work on rebuilding the Sanibel Causeway. Right now we can tell you that barges are going to Sanibel. They're carrying heavy equipment so they can begin the process of clearing all the debris that is there, and that will make it easier for subsequent crews to get in and to start rebuilding, or to start seeing how they can rebuild the power grid.
It is just, it's such an effort, it's such an undertaking, I guess I should say. All right, now we want to go to one of our reporters, Rachel Wilkerson. She is with a group of elderly people who say they are in need of help. They're at US 41 and Lake Fairways Boulevard in Fort Myers.
The iconic city of Naples Pier now has caution tape and is partially boarded up. This is just part of the damage that Hurricane Ian has caused this pier. The city of Naples says the pier is about 1,000 feet, and 200 feet of that was washed away in the storm surge. I'm told that the rest of the pier has suffered significant damage. And for families, this is a place that they come on a weekly basis. I'm told that they love to come get hot dogs and ice cream and just watch the sunset from the restaurant that was on this pier. Several people were out here today looking at it, taking photos of it, and just really taking all of this in. They said that they're hoping that this can be rebuilt quickly, because for them, this is a place that they love to come. This, for them, represents the city of Naples. Now, Naples maintenance crews told me that they are working as hard as they can, and they don't have a timeline of when this pier can fully open back up to the public. They're working right now. We saw them at the front. They have the front boarded up. They had their drills out and doing all they can to get it back up and running. Reporting from Naples Pier, I'm Rachel Wilkerson, Fox 4 News.
All right, Rachel, thank you for the update there. Naples Pier, definitely an iconic place in Southwest Florida, a place that everybody goes when they go to Naples, and it's heartbreaking to see what's happening there as well.
It really is. We have crews all over Southwest Florida today, so now we want to head on over to Charlotte County. That's where Fox 4's John Barron is right now.
And is partially.
First off, just with you guys scrambling so much, I sincerely want to thank you for taking the time to just talk to me for a moment with everything that's happening. Where are you and your crew right now, and are you guys safe, and what are you seeing?
So right now, our initial response started on West Palm Beach International Airport. Over there, we had our rescue assets, rescue crews, and after Hurricane Ian made landfall, we were able to start rescues yesterday. So far, we have been able to rescue 117 people and 45 pets during this response. We still have assets in the air, continue assessing structural damage, and also responding to all those distress calls that we're receiving right now. So right now, our main focus is to save lives and get all those people in distress to safety. We don't have an estimate of how long the response will be taking place, just because every case is individual, and we are just receiving the distress calls and responding at the moment.
And what areas are you guys doing these rescues in? Is it Sanibel, is it Fort Myers, or is it kind of just all over the place?
Yeah, we know one of the most affected areas was the Fort Myers Beach zones. We are receiving multiple distress calls, so pretty much we are diverting those assets to the whenever we have those alerts happening, and then those people are transferred to emergency medical personnel and also local shelters that we're using as landing zones.
And Eric, we're getting so many calls, text messages from family and friends who know that they had families on Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach, and they're getting no signal when they try to call them. Who should they call? Because you're saying they're being transferred to medical facilities. Should they be calling the hospitals? Is there a number to call? Or is that kind of beyond your hands and your agency?
Right now, our work here is pretty much save those lives and transfer them to a safe heaven where they can be like treated and have emergency personnel for first processing. We are not tracking all those phone numbers and point of contacts, but definitely I can give it. I can inquire more to see if I can find more information for you after the interview.
Thank you. That would be so helpful, because our phones, as you can imagine, as yours probably are too, are just ringing off the hook. We're also getting word that some boaters, they want to find their property. Boats are in the middle of the street. They were washed out to the ocean, and we're hearing that, maybe some people want to get out on the water. I'm a boater and I wouldn't want to be out on the water. I'm sure it's really dangerous. Are you guys seeing a lot of debris in the water? Is there a safety concern?
Right now, there's some damage caused to local marinas as well as vessels. So we recommend leave the or agencies or local federal agencies go and finish the assessments and take action on all the destruction caused by Hurricane Ian before going out and risking yourself to get injured or to be on a distress situation. So right now, as the ports open, we launch communications via VHF FM radios when a zone is dangerous to go for those boaters around, so they can track those emergency channels to get more information as well. Radio and your local county also has more information in regards to position and also damaged areas as well.
Again, thank you so much for taking just a couple of minutes to speak with me with everything going on. And I really hope you and the rest of your crew are safe and taken care of. And thank you for what you're doing for Southwest Florida.
That was our Lauren Petrelli with that story about rescues here in Southwest Florida. And as the hours since the hurricane continue to happen, we are learning more about the stories of survival here in our area. So we want to send it over to one of our reporters to talk about that.
Turn to the Bible to describe what happened in parts of the Sunshine State, though not even Noah and his ark could have survived the fury here.
Well, Sanibel is destruction. For those of you who haven't been, it's a beautiful place, really neat community, and it got hit with really biblical storm surge.
The biggest wreckage, Fort Myers on Florida's Gulf Coast. The hurricane's raw power now visible. Those lucky enough to survive the 100-mile-an-hour winds and the flooding surge that followed told us harrowing tales of survival. Bill and Dustin Lindquist are processing a 24-hour ordeal.
Worst storm I've ever seen. I've been here. Charlie, Wilma, Andrew. But I guess the eye come right by us. We got the eyeball. Why it was so bad. Never seen such devastation.
When the hurricane hit the Florida coast Wednesday, the father and son were caught off guard by how fast and how high the storm surge rose.
We got on a boat. That sailboat has sunk right down there. We didn't hold on no trees.
Okay.
Yeah. We're lucky to be alive.
They fled their home to a friend's house, but even then the water rose higher and higher. They narrowly escaped death by hopping into a boat passing by their third-floor window. At the same time, they were shimmying out of it. They weathered the rest of the storm on the sailboat with the vessel's owner. Parts of Fort Myers further inland weren't even spared. Neighbors in Biscayne Estates described the horror of the howling winds.
It got terrifying. We were ready to go up on our plant ledge. The water was coming in. It was really scary. It's not worth it. So yeah, it was tough, but we made it. We're good.
Across the street, a tree punctured the roof of Mike Bowen's house.
We were actually bunkered down in the laundry room there. We just heard a noise. I can't even remember what time it was, to be honest with you. But we heard, noises all around us, and we didn't actually know that happened until I came in here and seeing what happened. So luckily it wasn't, most of the rain stopped by that point. So
in the coming days, neighbors will survey more damage and first responders will continue to look for survivors who will never forget the wrath of Mother Nature.
And we are seeing some of those searches happen right now. We know that they're going on. A little short time ago, we showed you Fort Myers Beach, where Coast Guard crews were going in the air searching for people and rescuing them and taking them to safety. We also know that that kind of work is going on right now in Collier County. We know that there was a rescue earlier this week with members of the Collier County Sheriff's Office, but just look at some of these images coming from Collier County when the water was up just after that storm surge, after the storm went through. We know that there were several rescues in Naples, and this is the Sheriff's Office in an airboat right here going out to rescue people. We saw firefighters doing the same, and we saw just everyday people get out of their cars when they saw someone else in danger and help them get to safety because of
need gas for their cars so they can go to their loved ones. They need gas for their generators to power their homes that are without electricity at the moment. So this is something that you're going to see at the gas stations here in Southwest Florida that are open, are these long lines.
Yeah, and I want to update you. We've got some new information from the governor on the amount of gas that is being brought in to the state. It's a total of 1.6 million gallons of fuel. So the governor thinks that's going to be enough to get everybody going. They just need to be patient, he says. Wait for those gas stations to open and make sure that you wait in line and you don't, that you just be patient because that gas is there. One more thing having to do with gas in DeSoto County. We just saw a release that says they want people to know, the sheriff's office does, that there is no known gas in the county right now. Either the gas stations are closed or the gas stations that are open don't have any fuel. So maybe some of this gas that's coming into the state can get to DeSoto County. But the sheriff's office says right now, at least as far as they know, there is no gas in the county. I want to stay on this subject and turn to our reporter Austin Pollock, who is reporting on the gas situation right now in Southwest Florida.
Here in Fort Myers, power and electricity has really been an issue, and that includes also a lot of people trying to find ways to get gas for their car, but also gas to fuel up those generators. You see at this gas station, this is something that's pretty common after a hurricane. You see those long lines at gas stations. I'm told that this one in Fort Myers has been open since 6 o'clock this morning. I'm also told it will close at 6 o'clock tonight. Now, and this is not just the only line. I'm told that line extends all the way into the street to the point where our cameras can't even show you that from where we're standing right now. I just spoke with a gentleman who tells me that he was having car problems outside, so he is physically pushing his car, and he has gas cans in the car to fill those up to fuel the generator.
I just think people need to be civil about it. You know, we're all a community here, so I think that there shouldn't be this animosity towards your neighbors.
So as power slowly comes back on over the next several days, could be weeks here in Southwest Florida, as soon as gas stations open, you will see many lines just like this. People trying to just maybe top up their cars, but also to try and fill up those gas cans to run generators in the meantime. In Fort Myers, Austin Pollock, Fox 4.
Austin, thank you very much. We can also tell you that a few minutes ago when we heard from the governor in Matlacha, of course, to get to Matlacha, the governor had to drive through Cape Coral. He said he started seeing gas stations that were opening up here and there. So this has kind of been a day of transition. You know, there was not much activity yesterday. Today we're starting to see a few more things open in the way of gas stations and supermarkets, grocery stores. So hopefully we'll just take these steps every single day.
I do want to make sure that we know, or that we notify you that there are several road closures in DeSoto County right now. And this is because DeSoto County still has several roads that are impassable because of what the sheriff's office there is calling extreme flooding. They didn't send us any photos at this point, but we do know there is a long list of roadways. So basically, if you live in DeSoto County right now, the best thing you can do is stay home. There's really no need to be driving about because so many of the roads at this point are impassable. They say that they are frequently going to be checking out the areas. They're going to let everyone know when exactly those areas are safe to pass through, when the roads in DeSoto County are more safe to drive on. But for now, they're just asking people, they're saying that these locations are extremely dangerous. There's even strong currents in some of the areas of DeSoto County. So keep that around in mind as you're driving out and about. It's just best to stay home if possible.
Okay, what you see on your screen right now is video of Fort Myers Beach, and we can't stress it enough. This damage is just extensive, and this is where a lot of the attention is right now from the Coast Guard and other search and rescue teams going through Fort Myers Beach looking for people who survived the hurricane and need help getting out. But we're also seeing local law enforcement go there. The Lee County Sheriff's Office is on Fort Myers Beach right now. They tell us that the conditions there are bad, and they posted these pictures on Facebook. They say there's just no safe way to travel in Fort Myers Beach right now. This is the reason why you'll see this 7-Eleven store, and you'll see all of the debris and sand that washed into the store, and that came from across the street and from other buildings when that storm surge came through in the Gulf and just brushed everything into that 7-Eleven. So the bottom line, the sheriff's office says, don't try to come to Fort Myers Beach. There's just no safe way to do it. Even if you're on a bicycle, it's just not safe. And part of the reason, as we saw a little earlier in some aerial video of Fort Myers Beach, the main road, Estero Boulevard, is just covered in sand. That's part of the reason why it's not real safe.
Well, here's the thing too, there's really no reason to travel to Fort Myers Beach at the moment. We are providing you with video of what you can see when you look out there. I know a lot of people yesterday wanted to head to that area just to see what it looked like because they had heard it been hit so hard by Hurricane Ian. But we are getting video into the newsroom, and we had a chopper flying up above that area. We've posted that video to social media, so you can go ahead and check it out there and see what your loved ones might be dealing with, what a beloved place might be dealing with. But there's really no reason to go there because it is so dangerous at this point. Just rely on us to give you the visuals that you need. Stay safe. The roadways in general, still seeing a lot of traffic lights out right now, power issues, so it makes it more dangerous, of course, to be on the road right now. Really, they're just urging people, emergency workers and police departments are just urging people to stay home. That's the really important message.
Yeah, in large part because of the video you just saw there, so much damage everywhere. It doesn't have to be complete devastation like we've seen in Fort Myers Beach. Other places, Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Naples, there's just a lot of debris all around, trees. In some cases where they're close to water, there's boats in the road. You said you had to drive around a boat earlier today. It's just dangerous out there, and that's what the law enforcement wants you to know right now. They know that you may be curious, they know you may be itching to get out and see what's going on, but there's just too many obstacles right now.
All right, I do want to let you know that Naples Police is saying at the moment that they're citywide, they can't receive or make calls. Their phone lines are down at the moment. So they say if you have an emergency, obviously call 911. If it's not emergent, don't call 911. There's so many 911 calls right now that are actual emergencies. They don't want to clog that up. They're also saying you can try calling a number that is a cell phone number in their dispatch center. So I'm going to read that to you. This is for non-emergencies, but maybe more things like questions about welfare checks for your loved ones. So 239-398-9513 is a number you can call. Again, that's 239-398-9513 for non-emergency situations.
One of the areas we haven't seen a lot of yet, but we know is in bad shape, is Matlacha. These are a couple of pictures that we have that were sent to us of the damage there. Now, we also know that the governor is in Matlacha right now. We have a crew who was there for his news conference a short time ago, so hopefully we will be able to turn around some video there. But what we know about Matlacha right now is that the governor called it a total loss. We know that the bridge going into Matlacha has been damaged and it has been compromised and will need to be rebuilt. In speaking of Matlacha, we also haven't been a step further, a little further down the road and into Pine Island. So we are also getting reports that Pine Island is in bad shape right now as well. So this is an area that we are eager to get to. We want to make sure that everybody is safe there, and we hope to have some more information about Matlacha and Pine Island soon.
In fact, we have a reporter out on Matlacha, Ashley Glass, so let's send it on over to her for an update.
That sailboat should not be there. That's one of my kayaks. Just came through here like a waterfall.
He's been through it 3 times before. Major storms as a longtime Southwest Florida resident. But Jim Luckish says this time, this storm, Ian, was different. What did it sound like? What did it look like as it was moving through?
Oh, wicked, wicked. The road gone, never before. That's the big one.
His home in Matlacha of 20 years, only accessible by what he likes to call Jim's ferry service, after a chunk of road washed away. Anything to keep it light, he tells me, because it's been a tense and terrifying few days.
You can see I got broken branches.
Jim showed us video as the worst of Ian moved through. He's the only one in his family who stayed put at home to ride out the storm. His daughter couldn't get in touch for hours that felt more like forever.
I was very upset at him, at the whole situation. It was very unsettling the whole time. I mean, I'm happy he's okay, but it's terrible.
Jim and his entire family now safe, and one thing is certain. He'll make a different decision next time he's staring down a storm.
I will never do it again.
I'm thankful we're all here. We're safe. That's what matters. We're safe. This baby's safe.
Really is just incredible to see the stories here where people are helping each other out. And if you are interested in helping others during this really heartbreaking, traumatic, awful time, you can donate to the Scripps Howard Relief Fund. It's a Hurricane Ian Relief Fund. All you have to do is text the word storm to 50155 or you see that QR code right there on your screen. What you can do, open the camera app on your phone, scan this QR code. It'll take you directly to where you need to go to donate. You can also, again, text 50155. That's another option for you to donate. There are so many people who are wanting to help, so this is a good way to do that.
And we heard the governor say earlier that the best way to help people right now is to donate money. So this is a way you can help people right here in Southwest Florida. The time is 1:38. We have much more coverage of Hurricane Ian coming up. We're going to take a quick break.
It's Ford Truck Month. Now's the time to get our best deals on the full Ford lineup of trucks. Get after it. Get to Ford Truck Month. Don't miss 2.9% financing for 72 months and no payments for 90 days on the 2022 F-150.
In nature, form doesn't follow function. Form is function. Introducing the next generation of Prana Sleep mattresses, about the closest thing to nature you can find in a mattress. Made by hand, here in the USA, of the best and purest natural components we can find anywhere in the world. Let us make you one today. Prana Sleep. Amazing sleep.
You gotta believe without seeing. You gotta keep going, keep breathing. When you face a day it feels like you're gonna break. You gotta believe without seeing. You gotta keep going, keep breathing. When you face a day that feels like you're gonna break. So lean on the walls that love you, the guardian angels above you, and think about when peace just another color. Ooh, just another color. Just another color.
This calendar doesn't care if you need to see a doctor today. And this stack of magazines doesn't care if you wait for 5 minutes or 5 hours. These things don't care if you're saving for a vacation or frantically searching for answers. They're just things. They can't care. But we can. That's why we offer convenient, affordable treatment where and when you need it, because we care when they can't.
It's Ford SUV season. Get great deals on Ford SUVs like Ford Explorer and Bronco Sport. See your local Ford dealer today. Don't miss 2.9% financing on a 2022 Explorer, Edge, or Escape, and your local Ford dealer will add an additional $500 bonus cash.
At 1:41, you are joining us now as we continue to track the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. I wanted to give an update on some of the options that you have for food today, because I know a lot of people are in search of food right now. There's a local church that has been doing these food distributions. They're doing another one tomorrow, Next Level Church at 10 a.m. And then tonight, Meals of Hope is distributing meals from 4 to 6. This is happening at North Collier Regional Park on Livingston Road. So if you are in need of food in Collier County, you can head to that area. They will be giving away free meals, 1,500 of them while supplies last.
Yeah, very important that we get that information out to show people where they can go to get a little bit of help right now. And we will let you know every time there is a new opportunity for that. We want to make sure we show you as many different views of what's going on as possible. Take you to as many different places in Southwest Florida as we can. And this video comes from NOAA, and this is along the coast. Let me see if I can tell you exactly where that is. I don't have that information right now, but this is in Southwest Florida. It is right on the coast, and it is just another, well, that looks like the Sanibel Causeway right there. Unfortunately, it can now be recognized by the collapse in the bridge. So this is the area around Sanibel and Fort Myers Beach, and it just gives you another indication of how all-encompassing this storm was, what kind of terrible, terrible damage that water did. And look at that. Some of this damage video is just heart-wrenching to see, even what it did to the beach there.
I know another thing that a lot of people are asking right now, I posted on Facebook just saying, what kind of questions does everyone have about this storm, what they can do? And a lot of people are asking, where can I volunteer to help others? Wanted to let you know that there are a couple different volunteer opportunities. Governor Ron DeSantis says the best thing you can do is go to volunteerflorida.org and check out the different volunteer opportunities there. But I did get a message from a local church here in Southwest Florida in the Collier County area. The Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints is offering a house cleaning hotline. They say that this launched as soon as the hurricane passed over. They say that they are anticipating volunteer groups will work through the month of October helping people to clean up. So they say anyone who's in need of help can call 800-451-1954. Again, this is something that they say that they're going to be doing through October 28th. They're going to be going into people's houses, helping them clean up. We've seen so much destruction and damage from this storm. You can tell by these images you're seeing here on your screen that a lot of people here in Southwest Florida are going to be in need of cleanup services, help with all of the damage. So again, if you are one of those people who needs help, 800-451-1954.
All right, I want to give you an update on a question that's actually been on my mind the last couple of days, ever since we first started seeing video of Fort Myers and McGregor, the area around Edison Ford Winter Estates. A lot of trees down, some damage across the street from the estates. We've been wondering about the building and the property itself. Well, we've just been told that everything is looking good. The building did survive, so I'm not sure about any tree damage like what we saw with Irma, but the building is doing okay. However, you go across the street to across McGregor, the gardens, there are some problems there. They had some damage at the gardens, but the estates themselves, the homes are looking good. So I know a lot of people care about that place year-round, but especially as we get into the holidays, everything is okay at the building.
Such a historic landmark in Southwest Florida. I know when I was driving by that area yesterday, I was seeing volunteers already at work cleaning it up. They were all the palm trees that were knocked over, they were sawing them up into smaller pieces to be taken so that they could be removed as part of the yard debris removal. So it is a place here in Southwest Florida that people really truly care about.
All right, I want to show you something unique now. We haven't seen anything like this in the last couple of days. It is a sea turtle rescue. Take a look.
We found them in the seaweed while we were cleaning the seaweed off the boat here.
All right, you find this little turtle for us? We kept him safe from the storm. All right.
These stories are so good to see.
Yeah, this happened in Key West. That's a sea turtle who is now named Ian. It was rescued by people in Key West. They found him under a dock, tangled in seaweed. He is now at the Turtle Hospital in Marathon.
Really amazing to see that. I know a lot of people are curious about the wildlife here in Southwest Florida. I know that the DeSoto County Sheriff's Office also put out some information saying with all of the flooding that's happening right now, don't be surprised if you just see a gator swimming on by your house, if you see snakes in the water as well. If you have flooded out cars, you might be finding things like fish and insects inside as well. All things you should be keeping in mind as you're cleaning up from this storm and working to put back the pieces.
What do you think? Fitting name for Ian, the sea turtle?
I guess so.
Yeah.
I kind of feel a little bad for him, though, I think.
Well, he was rescued.
That's quite a name.
That's good stuff. All right, we are expecting to hear from President Biden. We are working to get you some information. He is speaking at the podium. We are curious if he is going to say anything about what's going on here in Florida. If he does, we will let you know.
Now, one of the things that we've been talking about is Governor DeSantis giving these updates every single day, multiple times a day, working to give us the latest information about what we can expect to see in Florida as we continue to recover from Hurricane Ian. I do want to let you know that he says they are diligently working to restore power and water services. Obviously, he says those are the two most important things to survival after a storm like this. We wanted to let you know that they are saying at this point, 1.9 million people here in Florida are still without power, especially in Charlotte, Lee and DeSoto counties.
All right, President Joe Biden is getting ready to walk to the podium right now. Looks like he's in
Devastation
the White
caused
House.
by
Let's listen in and see what he has.
hurricane in Florida, and the storm just hours away from hitting South Carolina. Some parts are already hit. I want to update you on what we've done since I last spoke to you on this 24 hours ago. I've directed that every possible action be taken to save lives and get help to survivors, because every single minute counts. It's not just a crisis for Florida. This is an American crisis. We're all in this together, and I've spoken to Governor DeSantis on multiple occasions, as well as this morning, and as well as mayors and county officials, both Republican and Democrat, from the places most affected. And I spoke with Governor McMaster of South Carolina this morning as well. Last night, I received a request for an emergency declaration from Governor McMaster, which I approved right away, just as I did for Florida. This allows for immediate federal funding for the state to shelter people and provide other essential support. By approving it early, ahead of the storm's landfall in South Carolina, we can get supplies in and provide shelter if necessary. My message to the people of South Carolina is simple. Please listen to all the warnings and directions from local officials and follow their instructions. And as you all know, the situation in Florida is far more devastating. We're just beginning to see the scale of that destruction. It's likely to rank among the worst of the nation's and the worst in the nation's history. You'll have all seen it on television, homes and property wiped out. It's going to take months, years to rebuild. And our hearts go out to all those folks whose lives have been absolutely devastated by this storm. America's heart is literally breaking just watching people watch it on television. I just want the people of Florida to know we see what you're going through and we're with you. We're going to do everything we can for you. I say to the rest of Americans, just imagine yourself in that situation. Water rising, walls collapsing, streets turned literally into rivers, charter boats on top of automobiles, watching the home and the community you work so hard to establish, literally washed away. And folks across the country are now waiting to hear from parents and grandparents who live in Florida, just hoping and praying they're okay. At my direction, we pre-deployed the largest team of search and rescue experts in recent history, because so many of the rescuers need to take place now, need to be there in place now, in the water now. And the United States Coast Guard has been deployed as well. 6 fixed-wing aircraft, 18 rescue boats and crews, 16 rescue helicopters, which were in the air all day yesterday and are added again today. Working with the Defense Department, the National Guard, state and local first responders, they've rescued 117 people on the southwest Florida coast and Fort Myers and Naples so far. Just this morning, I spoke personally with the Lieutenant Commander of the Coast Guard, Christopher Hooper, who is leading the search and rescue operation there. He emphasized this is one fight, everyone working together, Coast Guard, Defense Department, Customs and Border Patrol, Florida Fish and Wildlife, local officials. They're doing everything they can to rescue people. He said, Mr. President, we will not rest at night until we know they're safe and sound. He talked about how they rescued a 94-year-old woman who had the courage to be hoisted up onto a helicopter, the wind blowing, and as well as a 1-month-old baby. Not the same time, but a 1-month-old baby as well, and so much in between. He also spoke to aviation survival. I also spoke to aviation survival technician, second class, Zach Lesh, who described how difficult the decision is for people to leave everything and come to safety. I told him how proud of him I was and thanked him for all the work he and his coasties are doing to save lives. I'm grateful for the brave women and men, federal, state, and local folks working so hard. They're all working as one team. Hear that from the governor as well as from the federal folks. In the past 24 hours, my administration has approved 4 more counties in Florida for individual disaster assistance, in addition to the 9 counties we had announced yesterday. And what that means is the federal government is covering every cost, 100% of the cost, to clear the massive debris left in the wake of the hurricane in these counties. and all needs to be cleared out for communities to begin the hard work of trying to get back on their feet. That declaration also means that we will cover all the extra costs for emergency personnel who are saving lives and providing for public safety. Because phone lines and internet might go out, FEMA is registering people directly to be able to get help. They're setting up disaster recovery centers and shelters all across the state so we can get survivors registered for the help they need as quickly as they can possibly get it. And if you can't get to a center, we're sending out mobile teams into communities to meet people where they are. Getting the power back on is also critical. I want to recognize, this is, I think, impressive, 44,000 utility workers and restoration personnel from 33 states and the District of Columbia who are working around the clock to help get power back on for millions of Floridians who've lost it. I've ordered more than 400 personnel from the Army Corps of Engineers to Florida with more than 250 generators to enable power supplies for key locations like hospitals and shelters. And last night, my Homeland Security Advisor met with the electric sector leaders to ensure that they're coordinating with owners and operators of the grid so nothing will stand in the way of getting the power back on. Yesterday, I was briefed by the leaders of FEMA, the Coast Guard, the Army Corps of Engineers, and other organizations that are at the tip of the spear right now. I directed them to provide me with information on where housing and health facilities and power and cell service and other critical infrastructure has been most affected so we can prioritize and focus our efforts and expand them where the help is needed the most. In addition to what we're doing for Florida and South Carolina, we remain focused on recovery efforts in Puerto Rico as well. And I will say it as long as we're going to stay with it and stay at it as long as it takes. I spent a lot of time with people in the aftermath of disasters. I have immense gratitude for the first responders and emergency crews who always show up no matter what. At times like these, Americans come together. They put aside politics. They put aside division, and we come together to help each other. Because we know if it were us who just lost our homes or a loved one, we'd hope people would show up to help us as well. Red Cross volunteers as far away as Oregon and the Dakotas, and utility workers from Minnesota and Nebraska and Vermont have traveled to Florida in the past few days to help do whatever they can. That's America. That's who we are. We're going to keep doing everything we can, and we'll do it as the United States of America. So God bless all of you who are hurting. May God protect the troops and all those brave souls risking their lives and fellow Americans. I want to say one more thing. I want to also speak to Mr. Putin's remarks this morning. You know, America and its allies are not going, let me emphasize, are not going to be intimidated, are not going to be intimidated by Putin and his reckless words and threats. He's not going to scare us, and he doesn't, or intimidate us. Putin's actions are a sign he's struggling. The sham referenda he carried out and this routine he put on, don't worry, it's not on there if you're looking, okay? The sham routine that he put on this morning that's showing the unity and, you know, as people holding hands together. Well, the United States is never going to recognize this. And quite frankly, the world's not going to recognize it either. He can't
All right, that's
seize his
President Joe
neighbor's
Biden
territory.
speaking from the White House. Now that he is done speaking about Florida, we will go ahead and take it away from here. The bottom line of his speech just now was that, in his words, America's heart is really breaking. He called what happened here in Southwest Florida an American crisis. And he said America is going to do what it can to help the people of Southwest Florida, and that includes a huge federal response.
He also says this ranks among the worst in the nation's history when it comes to storms. in our country, which, taking a look at this video you see here on your screen, it is not hard to imagine why he made that statement. He says it's going to take months, even years, to rebuild from this, which, taking a look at Fort Myers Beach, I mean, it is just catastrophic to see. We've been saying all along it's going to take so long for it to come back to anywhere close to what it was, but nonetheless, we will persevere. He also says he wants to know that, wants the people of Florida to know, rather, that the country is with them. He says he's deployed the largest team of search and rescue, as well as the U.S. Coast Guard, who has choppers, boats, aircrafts, as we've been showing you all day long, making these rescues here in Southwest Florida.
Yeah, let's talk about some of the numbers of those people who are coming in. He says that 400 people from the Army Corps of Engineers are in Southwest Florida right now. They are doing a number of things, including bringing 250 generators to help get power to places like hospitals. We've seen in Lee County they've had to evacuate patients because in part there's no power. Well, this should help that. Another thing that the Army Corps is doing is they are helping restore the water facility in Lee County so people can get their water back on in places like Cape Coral and Fort Myers. He also said that just the federal rescue crews, so those are just the federal rescue crews, have rescued 117 people the last couple of days. More people have been rescued than that, but as far as the federal crews go, 117 people, and they range in age from a 94-year-old woman to a 1-month-old baby.
Really is just incredible to hear about. You know, imagine going through this storm with a 1-month-old baby. It's just crazy to see. And he talked about the courage of this 94-year-old woman to go out into the flooding, to be carried in one of those cages that we saw by those choppers up into the helicopter to be rescued. He said that really this is a work of all agencies working together, whether it's federal, state, local, they're all working together. They say that these people will not rest until they know that people are safe and sound. They say that the federal government is going to cover 100% of the costs to remove all of the debris here in Southwest Florida. They're also going to cover all of the extra costs for the emergency personnel who are working around the clock to save lives, clear up the roadways so people can drive, clean up all of this debris as well. So that is good to hear.
Yeah, the president basically said the pain that we're feeling right now in Southwest Florida because of some of the images you see on your screen right now. He says the rest of the country is watching and its heart is breaking with us, and he says it will help the people of Southwest Florida. All right, it is 2 right on the dot. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
It's your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Santa Fe. Get a Hyundai Santa Fe with 3.29% APR for 48 months, plus 3 years complimentary maintenance. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Day or night, your loved ones show up for you. At HCA Florida Healthcare, we do too. Because you're the center of our family, Florida's largest healthcare family. And you'll feel it in everything we do. HCA Florida Healthcare. We show up for you.
This swing doesn't care about your daughter's recital. And this spider doesn't care about your big hiking trip. These things don't care if you fall or slip or catch a cold from some stranger's germs. They're just things. They can't possibly care. But we can. And at MedExpress, you can get convenient, affordable treatment when you need it. Because we care when they can't.
People today, they could spend half their lives over 50, but it's gonna take some planning.
What can you do for me?
Make sure your money lives as long as you do. The younger you are, the more you need AARP. Join today.
Since when do you drink tap? Since I found out. Ugh, gross. I know. Before we left the hospital, my daughter received her newborn hearing screening. It only took a couple of minutes, and it was a painless test.
When our son was born, the doctors tested his heart and found out his blood oxygen levels were low. As a dad, nothing is more important than your child's health.
It was that initial screening that led to her early identification of hearing loss.
And as a result, we found out about our baby's rare condition, which allowed us to review treatment options quickly.
It's your journey. Own every mile in the Hyundai Tucson. Get a Tucson with 3.29% APR for 48 months, plus 3 years complimentary maintenance. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
It is just after 2 on this Friday afternoon, You are watching special coverage here at Fox 4 of Hurricane Ian. Before we get to its effects on Southwest Florida and some of the things that are going on right now, right here, we should also tell you that Hurricane Ian is not done with its devastation. We're getting some new information into the Fox 4 newsroom that it is causing some coastal flooding right now in South Carolina. It's getting ready to bear down on the Charleston area of South Carolina, and unfortunately, it is flooding some areas in some of the same ways that it flooded our area.
I have a friend who is a reporter in Charleston who says she's already seeing that flooding come in. She's posted some videos. I'll see if I can get those videos queued up for us here in just a bit. But bringing it back here to Southwest Florida, I want to talk about the efforts to restore power right now. We know that 44,000 utility workers from 33 different states and Washington, D.C. are working to restore power. President Biden just gave a news conference where he said that 250 generators are now in Florida to help, and he says nothing will stand in the way of getting the power back on here.
Yeah, and the governor has said that that is one of his top priorities right now, in addition to search and rescue, is to getting the power on, because places like Cape Coral are almost 100% without power. So I want to go to some video now. This is the Coast Guard doing some of their rescues. We just heard the president talk about the number of people that the federal government has been able to rescue, and this is what it looks like on the inside. We actually saw some chopper video not too long ago of rescues happening this afternoon in Fort Myers Beach. Well, this, I believe, is the area around Sanibel, if I am correct, and this is a first-person view from a camera on the helmet of one of these Coast Guard agents going into an area. Just look at this. These people, their home completely surrounded by water. So what happens? The Coast Guard says, do you need help? Would you like to be evacuated? In this case, this lady said yes. She and another person were hoisted up into that helicopter. It's an amazing process, and as we saw live here on Fox 4 just a short time ago, it happens quickly too. They are able to get those people in those cages and get them up into the helicopter. Now, in the audio that goes along with this story, what happens is the Coast Guard will ask the person, do they want help? If they say yes, they'll say, okay, great. Get some dry clothes, put it in a bag, get a wallet, ID, cell phone, anything that you need that you can carry in a bag, and then we'll get going. And just like that, they are rescued and taken to safety.
This particular video you're seeing here was a woman and 3 cats. So they also are doing their best to rescue the animals inside of a home as well. It's just incredible. And I know when we were watching this live, it almost gave me chills on Fort Myers Beach to see these people being walked out, you know, a lot of them being held up by these first responders as they're walking out of their homes and into those helicopters. It's great to see that they are providing us with these firsthand looks at what they go through to rescue these people. And what you mentioned too is the speed at which they're able to do this, which is why they've been able to rescue so many people so far. I mean, the federal government says just with their agencies, 117 rescues since the hurricane, and we know in the state in general, the governor was saying 700 rescues in Southwest Florida.
All right, we do have some additional Coast Guard video that we can show you right now. It gives you a little bit different view of the work that the Coast Guard is doing right now. They gave us the video you're about to see, and again, it shows what they're doing in action. So this is, if we could go to that video. Okay. So yeah, this I believe is Naples as well. It looks like the same crew, in fact, in Naples, making a different rescue here.
All right, time right now is 2:06. We want to send it on over to our Caitlin Knapp. She's a reporter that we have live in Northport, which is seeing a lot of flooding right now. Caitlin, what can you tell us is happening there?
Yeah, right when we pulled up, we were trying to come down this road, and we absolutely could not go down this road because it was way too high. And to give you perspective on how high it is, take a look at this car. This car is abandoned, underwater, probably at least 2 to 3 feet high. It's definitely going to be going into the car. It's going above the bottom of the door. So this flooding is so substantial here. And Northport police tweeted, put on Facebook about 3 hours ago that water is rising here. Be patient. They are coming to get you. Now, this water, we're assuming some of it is coming from a canal, and you see the drain is trying to work as hard as it can. It's like a little whirlpool happening right by the canal and that power pole. I've never seen anything like that, but it shows how much water is on this road, and you can see these cars right here really taking it slow because they definitely don't want to end up like this Jeep did right here. So, and they're pointing to this car right here as well, just trying to make sure that their car isn't flooded again. That's why we didn't take our car down here, because we weren't sure how deep it is. But if I went out in the middle of the street right now, it would probably be above my knee. That's my best guess. It would be above my knee. But again, you see that they are really taking it slow right now going through here. And this is near the villas of Northport. That's where this is right now. We're going to try to get on the other side of the road shortly as well, just because we want to see exactly what is happening over there. We have seen several cars submerged too. So if you are going to be in this area, try to avoid going through this water too. It's really, really bad right now. If you have a lifted truck, kind of like these right here, like this Ford F-150, it's not too bad at the moment, but if you have a smaller car like a sedan and going through this water, you might as well turn around, because what we have been preaching for a while, turn around, don't drown. That goes for everything. And here's a police car right here. Mike, I don't know if we can get over here. So this SUV just came from the other side of where a lot of people are trapped. We're hoping that more people are able to be rescued by police. So hopefully we're going to be able to go down there and try to get there. And you know, for our safety as well, we will step back if that's the case. But again, if you are in this area, please be careful going through this water and at the stoplights as well. Reporting live in Northport, Caitlin Knapp, Fox 4.
Caitlin, quick question for you. I know you just got to Northport, and thank you for getting there quickly and putting up that shot quickly and bringing us these live pictures. But so you may not have had a chance to talk to anybody yet. I'm just curious if you know if that, because it's a couple days later now and there's still so much water there, I have to imagine it was higher at some point. Do you know if there's any damage to any of the homes because of the water?
So we got here and we saw a lot of people clearing up a lot of tree limbs, and we didn't really see any houses that had the water up to their house as far as any sort of flood line. It really seems like it's centralized in the middle of the road, kind of almost caved in a little bit. I'm not sure if the road is at an angle, because we can't see the road right now, unfortunately. But just driving around, we haven't seen any water lines going up to a home. Like this home just ahead of us that Mike is zooming in on right now, it goes up to the power pole, and a lot of these houses seem to be slanted and on some sort of an angle, so we're hoping that none of these houses got flooded. Oh, take a look right here, Mike, over here. This car is driving on the curb right now, trying to, they might be stuck. They're trying to drive on the median to see if they can get through this water. They have a pretty low car, so it's not looking good for them right now. And again, this goes to show you that if the water looks too deep, then it probably is. So hopefully they'll be able to make it out. I'll probably go over there, maybe see if we can push them out, if they can get around, or maybe just kind of push through it as well. Or if you have a bike, that might also be the best choice at the moment. So we're going to go over there in just a second, see if maybe we can help them out as well. And again, this just goes to show you too the impact that Hurricane Ian had, whether it was flood damage to your home that we haven't seen quite yet in Northport, trees down, flooding, or even, unfortunately, getting your car stuck. Chris.
Caitlin, do I see somebody walking over there, or is that the person who's in the car walking out of it? I thought I saw somebody walking over there.
So there was somebody on a bike that was going through. They literally just got stuck. There's another car in the middle. That black car has been here since we got here. So there are at least 2 cars abandoned right now. There was one gentleman that was walking before, probably about 3-4 minutes ago, and the car is trying to make it through, possibly going back down on the ground. It's really testing the waters right now, to be completely blunt with you. So it looks like that the car's able to make it through. Thankfully, it didn't end up like one of these other two cars. So yeah, we saw a couple people walking around. There was one person on a bike that kind of just pulled over. A lot of cars are coming right now. We've seen some Xfinity cars. We've seen some electric companies, Northport Police. We saw Northport Fire here as well. So a lot of people are walking around. Some people are taking their bikes. Some people are driving through. But if you can avoid driving, definitely do so.
Yeah, good message there. That's the message that the city of Northport is also putting out on social media. They're asking people to just stay home. They're saying that the road conditions are changing so rapidly that some roadways that weren't as flooded yesterday are flooded more today. They're saying that they're getting the rescue efforts because they also are saying that Northport Police has crews everywhere getting people out of the waters, getting people out of their homes, and that's really the priority right now, is rescuing the people that are in those dire situations. So people going out on the roadways like what we just saw with Caitlin, it's tying up those rescue efforts.
Yeah, especially when they make the decision to drive in places that could put them in danger. Okay, so we're seeing scenes like that in Northport right now. We also know that in South Carolina, Hurricane Ian is beginning to approach that coast, and it is flooding areas there. We also know that in parts of central Florida that there is flooding right now, including in Volusia County. We have some video of what it looks like there in Volusia County. If we can take a look at your screen, there's sheriff's office deputies and this high-powered vehicles right there, and this one doesn't have a problem in a little bit of water.
Definitely
just
not.
cruises right through, but these crews are helping other people who get stuck in the water.
You can see that car there completely submerged right there. These are the kinds of rescues that were happening, in the hours of the storm, after the storm, and those are really the priority, are rescuing people in these kinds of situations instead of people who are simply just trying to drive around. I did want to give one more update about what's happening in Northport. Northport is saying that the city is saying that they've established a point of delivery for people who are in need of essential supplies, and they're going to have it open tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning. So the supplies that they will have are water, tarps, food, and ice. So this is a supply distribution center. They say, again, it'll open tomorrow at 8 a.m. They will have water, tarps, food, and ice. It's going to be at the San Pedro Church on Tamiami Trail in Northport. So if you are in need of those items, that is one option of where you can go to get them. They also put out this update a bit ago saying that they're aware of several different places having low to no water pressure. It's an issue we're seeing all across Southwest Florida right now with the water. They're saying that there were multiple breaks in the water system, but that utility crews are checking out the addresses that are reporting issues, and they're working to get those issues resolved as quickly as possible.
All right, from the flooding in Volusia County, now we want to go to Fort Myers and show you what it looked like there shortly after the storm rolled through. You can see just how much water there was. This is kind of a before picture, if you will, and if we say today is the after picture. So this is Fort Myers, and just look at all that water. It's just hard to comprehend that in a short amount of time, that much water just filled parts of Fort Myers like this. And then when it receded, we see what we're seeing today, and that is all the damage, all the tree limbs that are down, all the fences and things like that that are down in that part of Fort Myers.
The boats as well.
Yeah.
I know where I live in a condo in downtown Fort Myers. Right at the entrance, in the middle of the roadway, there is a boat just hanging out there. Of course, it's going to take time for officials to get to all these things because they're clearing the roadways of the debris. They're also, of course, prioritizing the search and rescue. So I know when I was driving home, I had to drive around one of those boats, even getting on and off the bridges. There were boats in the roadways there. That's something that we're seeing all across Fort Myers, especially near the yacht basin, near the marinas in downtown Fort Myers. Joe's Crab Shack, it looks like a pile of Legos is how the boats are kind of stacked on top of each other.
That is incredible. All right, so Fort Myers, this is what it looked like there. We also have all kinds of video of Fort Myers Beach for you at various stages over the last couple of days. So take a look at this video. This video. This is from the air, and I believe this is today video. And once again, it just shows you what kind of damage there was on Fort Myers Beach. The Sheriff's Department sending out a message today that says, please don't try to get on Fort Myers Beach in either direction, from the north or the south. There's just not a safe way to travel there, in part because of what you see here. A lot of homes and mobile homes especially were destroyed in this, but also businesses. We've seen the video of Fort Myers, or of Times Square, that was just basically wiped apart, and other houses didn't have to be mobile homes. Homes that just lost everything, that are splintered up. Condos, large buildings where the water just rushed through and just cleaned them out. And of course, there are the streets of Fort Myers Beach, which in this video look like mud, but since this video was taken, they have dried, and it almost, instead of a road, Estero Boulevard, for instance, through Fort Myers Beach, it looks like just dirt.
More of a continuation of the beach there. It's just bizarre to see it in this way. We've talked a lot about the different volunteer opportunities that are available, the volunteers that are also helping to rescue people and get them back on their feet. So we want to send it on over to Luz Delia Caballero about what the Red Cross is doing to help people.
We're going to put things into perspective. I'm 5 feet 4 inches tall, and we know the highest storm surge in some parts of southwest Florida were higher than 7 feet, which means some structures in the area were flooded more than 2 feet above my head.
The storm was a monster. It's done monster damage.
This is Mary Reagan's 5th rescue mission as a nurse with the Red Cross, and her 2nd one in Florida. As soon as she heard Hurricane Ian was approaching,
I called them and volunteered.
Called in because she's made it her life's mission to help wherever she can, even if that means going toward a hurricane.
Several days before the storm hit, we saw the size of the hurricane almost covering the Gulf.
Reagan's providing aid in Tallahassee, where she says the damage isn't as extensive.
But as you well know, that's not the case for areas south of us. And when our assignment is finished here, my team of 4 that's at the shelter, we fully expect to be going south to help.
She says some folks she's met in the shelter are displaced and without power. Down south, though,
it's been a devastating storm in more words than you can imagine. Loss of life has even begun to be accounted for. Because of the flooding, it's still hard to even get into the communities.
And given the immediate need for supplies on the ground,
in this type of hurricane, it would be best for people that wanted to help to go to redcross.org and make a monetary donation.
Amid the devastation, Reagan says she's just happy to be able to help.
It's just the best, selfless, giving work that you can imagine. That's what shelter work is all about.
Adding relief in Florida will be needed for quite some time.
It's going to take a lot of recovery for Florida to put the pieces back together.
And if you are interested in helping people who are recovering from this storm, we just got an update from NCH Healthcare System. Remember, they have taken in over 400 new patients because Lee Health Hospitals had to evacuate their patients. So they're saying that they are in urgent need of blood and platelet donors right now to help with the influx of patients that they're seeing as a result of this hurricane. So they're saying anyone who hasn't been pregnant or they can donate blood. Any women who have not been pregnant recently can donate their blood and platelets. They can go to the NCH Community Blood Center. It's on Immokalee Road in Naples. They're saying that they're starting this on September 30th, Friday, and they're starting it at 8 o'clock in the morning. After that, they just really are in desperate need of people to come in. They say they really need the community to come together during these difficult times and help others who have been impacted by this storm.
So you can go right now. It is 2:21 on this Friday afternoon. If you can help, that is one way that you can help a lot of people in need. All right, we are going to continue our special live coverage of Hurricane Ian in just a couple of minutes.
It's Ford Truck Month. Now's the time to get our best deals on the full Ford lineup of trucks. Get after it. Get to Ford Truck Month. Don't miss 2.9% financing for 72 months and no payments for 90 days on the 2022 F-150.
In nature, form doesn't follow function. Form is function. Introducing the next generation of Prana Sleep mattresses, about the closest thing to nature you can find in a mattress. Made by hand, here in the USA, of the best and purest natural components we can find anywhere in the world. Let us make you one today. Prana Sleep. Amazing sleep.
You gotta believe without seeing. You gotta keep going, keep breathing. When you face a day that feels like you're gonna break, you gotta believe what I see. You gotta keep going, keep breathing. When you face a day that feels like you're gonna break, so lean on the walls that love you, the guardian angels above you, and think about when peace just another color. Ooh, just another color. Just another color.
And it's Liberty Bell closest to the rail, around the back turn, and here the horses come. Maverick is moving up the outside, and they're into the stretch. It's Maverick coming down to the 8th hole. Liberty Bell takes it over the outside. 1-1-1. They come down to the line again. They're neck and neck. Shoot the football. He's the wire, and
Add drama to every drive. The exhilarating Audi SUV family.
It's Ford SUV season. Get great deals on Ford SUVs like Ford Explorer and Bronco Sport. See your local Ford dealer today. Don't miss 2.9% financing on a 2022 Explorer, Edge, or Escape, and your local Ford dealer will add an additional $500 bonus cash.
Hello again, everybody. It is 2:23. You are watching special Fox 4 coverage of Hurricane Ian, and we have some breaking news to tell you about. Time in this country, Hurricane Ian has made landfall. Just minutes ago, it happened in a place called Georgetown, South Carolina. It's about an hour and 20 minutes north of Charleston, South Carolina. Already that area is seeing some flooding and some storm surge. This is a look at the radar right now. So it made landfall at 2:15, so 9 minutes ago, and you can see it is still going to dump a lot of rain and cause a lot of problems for this area of South Carolina. Georgetown is not too far away from the North Carolina line, just south of Myrtle Beach, a little closer to Myrtle Beach actually than Charleston. But that is the breaking news just into the Fox 4 newsroom. Less than 10 minutes ago, Hurricane Ian made another landfall in the United States.
Back here in Southwest Florida, we want to show you some video of some damage to a home in Northwest Cape Coral. This is actually one of our Fox 4 employees who brought us these photos, if we could get to those pictures. Again, Northwest Cape, they saw a lot of damage, Cape Coral area, you know, from this storm. It's just one of the many homes in the Cape that's dealing with this type of thing. This is actually video of when the wind was still blowing from Hurricane Ian in Cape Coral. The trees are looking bare of their leaves in this area. And we've seen a lot of these videos from this part of Cape Coral, mainly wind damage here.
Right. It was the southern parts of Cape Coral also saw a lot of water damage, as you would probably expect. But the southeast part of Cape Coral is really where the highest winds were, some of the highest winds we saw in this storm. But even in this part of the Cape, there is significant damage. And if you drive through Cape Coral right now, this is a big part of what you'll see. A lot of tree limbs down, some roof damage. I know there was some shingles taken off of this house, as you can see here, power lines down. It is just one of those things where it's a headache to deal with, and it's going to be a pain for people to deal with, but unfortunately that's where we are. Certainly, though, if you put it into perspective, some of the damage in other parts of Southwest Florida is much worse.
A lot of people are really in the cleanup process now.
Of course, yeah.
In Southwest Florida. I know that Charlotte County actually just put out a message. They wanted to let that people know that they are asking you not to put any trash or yard debris around fire hydrants. So if your home is by one of those fire hydrants and you're bringing your trash to the curb and it kind of spreads out, make sure to avoid the area surrounding a fire hydrant. They're saying obviously in an urgent situation they're going to need to access those to put out fires. So that's something that they're reminding people, because they know that it's so much trash gosh, it's so much debris. It's taking up a lot of people's yards, and it could become an issue there. They just don't want any kind of hindrance to helping with other emergencies.
Yeah, we know right now there are about 3,000 people, I believe, staying in Lee County shelters, and Fox 4's Alexandra Ronhell is speaking to some of those people who are there, and here's a person she had a chance to speak with a short time ago. All right, we apologize, we do not have that for you right now, but this is video of one of those shelters that is housing people in Lee County right now. The Red Cross is available to help too, so if you would like to call them, they will do what they can to help you right now. The number to get some help is 800-733-2767. It's on your screen. Again, that number is 800-733-2767 to get in touch with the Red Cross.
All right, we do want to show you some video of those shelters that our Alexandra Ronhell has been visiting, talking to people who are in need of places to go because their homes are destroyed. So you're looking at the shelter at Dunbar High School right now, where our reporter has been for the day talking to people, and we'll get an update from her in just a bit about the things that she saw there, the stories of people who had to leave their homes behind to come here because their homes were no longer livable. So many people across Southwest Florida are in this situation. This is one of the remaining shelters in Lee County. They did consolidate shelters, so this is an option for you to go to. If you're one of those people at home right now, though, and you are sitting in your home and you have power and you're able to help, you can see on the bottom of your screen there a link to donate. It's floridadisasterfund.org. Now, right now, the governor is saying that $12 million have already been raised for people who are in situations like the people you see here on your screen that are in these shelters in need of that help. $12 million is a lot of money to be raised in such a short amount of time, so it'll be interesting to see how much is raised. It's got to be a lot once this is all said and done.
From Lee County, we want to go north into Charlotte County. That's where Fox 4's Caitlin Knapp had a chance to speak with the county commissioner about what's going on there and what's going to happen as we go forward.
Talk to me about the search and rescue efforts. I believe 12 are confirmed dead in Charlotte County.
I believe that's the most recent number. We do not know what the reasoning was for those fatalities yet. They are starting to dial into that. The medical examiner's office will be determining, what those causes of death were and if they were storm related or not, and also by city, by county.
Talk to me about what the county has been dealing with over the past 24 hours.
Really trying to get the first push through to get the main roads opened up. We're still working on that. Trying to get power up. FPL's working on that. We're about 16% restored. We were out 100%. So that's a big deal, and we're looking for more improvements there. Going and making certain that all the backlogs of 911 calls have been handled. We've got a number of first responders from all over the country. Actually, there's some here from Virginia, people from the Panhandle and what have you. So trying to make certain that all the needs are met for those that have either special needs situations or emergencies need to be removed from their home because of water rising.
All right, let's go to Lindsay Thies, who is in Naples, speaking with hospitals right now.
Those waters overwhelm sewage systems, leaving those who rode out the storm in murky, polluted water. Even in shallow floodwater areas, a small cut could easily get infected. Power outages, meaning no air conditioning, could lead to heat stroke or exhaustion. Gas-powered generators inside or close to open windows, doors, window air conditioners, or exhaust vents can cause carbon dioxide poisoning. Shelters will also take precautions to avoid disease outbreaks like COVID or the flu. And getting to a hospital in a flood, also an issue here. Tampa Bay General Hospital erected an aqua fence, and patients, many too sick to evacuate, were moved to the third floor. Risk management measures, they say, pay off.
This is the safest place to be in downtown Tampa, and not because of the wall, but because of the whole system we have in place with our generators and our infrastructure, our storm-hardened windows and our hurricane shutters, and all the things that you don't have in your own home.
It comes as researchers from the Harvard T-Chan School of Public Health sound the alarm for many hospitals on the Atlantic and Gulf Coast to be prepared for future storms. Their new study found even weak hurricanes could flood most hospitals in those urban coastal areas, and we can expect more as sea levels rise caused by climate change. Lead author, Dr. Alexandra Taraboshiad-Gass.
And that this could impact 1 in 4 Americans that are served by these hospitals. There are going to be impacts from hurricanes on hospital and therefore patient care and human health.
The study included a list of 10 cities with the highest risk where people couldn't get to the hospital because of flooded roads. At the top, Punta Gorda and Naples, Florida.
He's reporting. Now I want to take you to Fort Myers, where amongst all the damage we're seeing, there is a lot of boat damage. And if you take a look at your screen, you will see a little bit of it. Some large boats, some sailboats, pretty much wherever there was water and water that rose, those boats went with the water and then just landed wherever they did when that water receded. And some of the images we're seeing in Fort Myers are pretty incredible. Downtown Fort Myers, for instance, where the Yacht Basin is, there are boats everywhere. And I know, Lisa, you have run into boats just in your drive. They've been on the road.
Oh yes, we have seen boats. I sent in some video yesterday when I finally got home to check out my place, and I saw a boat literally right in front, almost blocking the entrance to get into my building. We've seen boats on the bridges and whatnot as well, like right on the entrance to those bridges, so they're really spread out.
Yeah, let's get right to Fox 4's Caitlin Knapp. She is live right now in Northport, seeing something interesting. Caitlin, what do you have there?
Well, we tried to go around the roads to get to another area, and we ran into this road that is flooded, and now we have people paddleboarding through the road. That's how bad this flooding is right now. That's a gentleman named Luke Smith just ahead with a gas can on his paddleboard. I was asking him, why did he take out his paddleboard? And he said he came back home and he wants to help people. That was his message, is that he is going around helping people, talking to neighbors, and trying to see what people need. He went down one road, overheard some people say that the woman next door had no water. And because he had his paddleboard out and because he had supplies on there, he was able to get this woman water. And we talk about the destruction that Hurricane Ian has left behind between flooding, between rain, between wind damage and everything. But it's the stories like this that really warms my heart, knowing that other people are out here helping each other out, because that's what this is about. We'll all have to come together as a community and really ride along, just the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. And there's another paddleboarder. I don't know if we can see her beyond this truck because they're getting supplies on here. But there was another woman who said that her dad is trapped on the other side of the stop sign beyond this white truck. Water is about waist deep there. And she has a paddleboard out that she blew up, and there are medical supplies in there, medical grade blankets in there, water, anything her dad needs, because she can't get there. She can't get there by car, because unless you have a lifted truck, you're not getting through this road. We have an SUV that's still too low to the ground to get to this road. They even offered to have us go on the paddleboard to be able to get over there. Luke was telling me that there is another neighborhood that we may not even be able to get to that is 6 feet high in water. 6 feet. Let that sink in for a little bit. That's how bad the flooding is here in Northport. We're kind of on the outskirt of Northport right now, and it's just, this area is so devastated by this water, and it looks like it hasn't really receded much, if at all, to be honest with you. It looks like more is just coming and the water is rising, and Northport police did say that. They did say water is rising and they are coming to help people. Now, I'm trying to get information as far as if you are trapped, if you who you can call for help. I know that we just got a call from a concerned Northport resident asking, how high the river will crest in the area because people are stuck. They need airlifted out because bridges are out and roads are closed. So we're trying as best as we can to get that information. And again, we're trying to figure this out. The woman called us and her father is stuck in Northport and they can't get to him. So I'm going to try to figure that out as well. But I don't know if you can look ahead right there. So the woman that's all the way down the road, that's the one that I was talking to, saying that her dad is stuck and he can't go anywhere because of this flooding, and she's taking these supplies to him right now. So that's kind of how dire of a situation this is. And when this water is going to recede, we really don't know. It's a hot day. You know, hopefully that helps at least a little bit, you know, fingers crossed there. But again, people are just out here helping the community. These gentlemen, Luke, and I believe that's his brother, he was telling me, are putting all these different supplies in a industrial grade trash can and on this paddleboard and just dragging it out. So again, if you are out here, if you have a lifted truck, that's one of the major things. If you happen to have a lifted truck, help out where you can, because everyone could really use it right now. And I've been saying this for the past 2 days. Send a text message to someone. Make sure they're okay. Even people that aren't in Hurricane Ian right now, but are watching our coverage from Oklahoma, Alabama. I've had people message me saying, thank you for your coverage, because that's how we're, you know, tracking our loved ones there. So again, just reach out to everyone to make sure that they are okay. And if you see someone that needs help, help them, because we're really all in this together. Reporting live in Northport, Caitlin Knapp, Fox 4.
Great reporting there, Caitlin. We do want to let people know if they are in need of food right now. The Harry Chapin Food Bank is opening an emergency food distribution for tomorrow. It's going to be happening at 10 o'clock in the morning at Harns Marsh Middle School. This is in Lehigh Acres on Eunice Avenue. Again, that's happening tomorrow. They also are doing a water distribution at 9 o'clock in the morning at the Big John Shopping Plaza in Cape Coral. That's on Cape Coral Parkway East. So an opportunity to get food in Southwest Florida and water. Again, I'm just going to run through that information really quickly. If you're in need of food, 10 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, Harns Marsh Middle School in Lehigh Acres, Eunice Avenue North, and a water distribution happening 9 o'clock tomorrow, Cape Coral, Big John Shopping Plaza. That's on Cape Coral Parkway East.
All right, I am being told right now we are going to go back to Lindsay Thies from Newsy, one of our partners here at Fox 4, for a story about hospitals in Naples.
Hurricane Ian's storm surge and flooding in the days to come can wreak havoc on someone's health. The National Hurricane Center has clocked Ian's waters 9 feet or more over high tide in several areas across Florida. Those waters overwhelmed sewage systems, leaving those who rode out the storm in murky, polluted water. Even in shallow floodwater areas, a small cut could easily get infected. Power outages, meaning no air conditioning, could lead to heat stroke or exhaustion. Gas-powered generators inside or close to open windows, doors, window air conditioners, or exhaust vents can cause carbon dioxide poisoning. Shelters will also take precautions to avoid disease outbreaks like COVID or the flu. And getting to a hospital in a flood, also an issue here. Tampa Bay General Hospital erected an aqua fence, and patients, many too sick to evacuate, were moved to the 3rd floor. Risk management measures, they say, pay off.
This is the safest place to be in downtown Tampa. And not because of the wall, but because of the whole system we have in place with our generators and our infrastructure, our storm-hardened windows and our hurricane shutters, and all the things that you don't have in your own home.
It comes as researchers from the Harvard T-Chan School of Public Health sound the alarm for many hospitals on the Atlantic and Gulf Coast to be prepared for future storms. Their new study found even weak hurricanes could flood most hospitals in those urban coastal areas, and we can expect more as sea levels rise caused by climate change. Lead author Dr. Alexandra Taraboshia guessed.
And that this could impact 1 in 4 Americans that are served by these hospitals. There are going to be impacts from hurricanes on hospital and therefore patient care and human health.
The study included a list of 10 cities with the highest risk where people couldn't get to the hospital because of flooded roads. At the top, Punta Gorda and Naples, Florida.
All right, at 2:41 here on Fox 4, we're going to take a quick break. We will be back more with Hurricane Ian coverage coming up.
Our mission is the community.
And we're serious about that at Fox 4.
Some newsrooms talk about that, but we actually do it every single day.
There's nothing better than connecting with you face to face.
We are not sensational here. We are about the community and making a positive impact.
Come on over to Fox 4, try out our news for a week, and see if we do it differently. See if you learn a little bit more. See if you feel like you get more answers to the problems that are out there.
Are you watching us yet?
Because at Fox 4,
we're watching out for you.
Day or night, your loved ones show up for you. At HCA Florida Healthcare, we do too. Because you're the center of our family, Florida's largest healthcare family. And you'll feel it in everything we do. HCA Florida Healthcare. We show up for you.
Since when do you drink tap? Since I found out. Ugh, gross. I know.
$50,000 for an injury claimant might sound good, but what if another firm would have recovered $500,000? Many people get ripped off by the insurance company and their own lawyer. We fight to get you every single dollar. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
This swing doesn't care about your daughter's recital. And this spider doesn't care about your big hiking trip. These things don't care if you fall or slip or catch a cold from some stranger's germs. They're just things. They can't possibly care. But we can. And at MedExpress, you can get convenient, affordable treatment when you need it. Because we care when they can't.
Before we left the hospital, my daughter received her newborn hearing screening. It only took a couple of minutes, and it was a painless test.
When our son was born, the doctors tested his heart and found out his blood oxygen levels were low. As a dad, nothing is more important than your child's health.
It was that initial screening that led to her early identification of hearing loss.
And as a result, we found out about our baby's rare condition, which allowed us to review treatment options quickly.
All right, time right now is 2:44. You are watching special Fox 4 coverage of Hurricane Ian. I'm Chris Shaw.
And I'm Lisa Greenberg. We want to start things off with talking about where people can get food, because we know a lot of stores haven't been open. A lot of people are searching for opportunities to get food. We know that the Harry Chapin Food Bank is having an emergency food distribution tomorrow, and that is going to be happening at Harns Marsh in Lehigh Acres on Eunice Avenue North. 10 o'clock in the morning, you can go to get food. We want to send it on over to our reporter, Matthew McLean, who's talking about the way that these food distributions operate after disasters like this.
We're inside Metro Ministries kitchen in Tampa, where this is a joint operation between Metro Ministries and World Central Kitchen. They're going to be sending tens of thousands of hot and cold meals down to the area seeing the worst impact, the hardest hit area in Florida, the Fort Myers area, where some people have lost absolutely everything. A lot of them have not had a meal since late Wednesday when the hurricane made landfall, and that is where World Central Kitchen comes in. I have Director of Relief Operations Fiona Donovan with me. And Fiona, you were just telling me that you all kind of scouted out areas in Tampa Bay some time ago, knowing the hurricane was going to make impact in Florida somewhere, but then you kind of had to make a pivot here.
That's right. So we decided to set up in Tampa, fairly centralized in Florida, and we were just tracking the storm. We looked at locations in Gainesville. We were searching down in Fort Myers. We didn't know where it would make landfall. Now that the storm has hit, the greatest needs are around Fort Myers, certainly right now. So we have this kitchen in Tampa. We've been cooking hot meals, preparing sandwiches, fresh salads, and delivering all of that food with water and fruit down to Fort Myers.
And we're watching the special sauce go onto the bread. Then we got the cheese. And is it ham and cheese today?
Yes, ham, cheese, and special sauce. We want to make sure that our sandwiches are not dry.
And folks are here volunteering. We see high-profile volunteer down here, Titus O'Neil, a.k.a. Thaddeus Bullard, WWE star. Folks really answering the call, making sure that everybody who's on the ground there has what they need. Can you speak, Fiona, to keeping your folks safe as they respond? I mean, it's such a layered emergency response down there.
Yes, and safety is the #1 priority. There's not strong communications. There's still floodwaters, and so our team is moving cautiously to make sure that they stay safe. We have communications devices, but we are moving by boat and by helicopter to get to some of the hardest reach areas to make sure that food gets out.
Do we have a timeline on when these preparations, these provisions are going to make it down to Fort Myers?
Yes, so these sandwiches and these hot meals will go down today. And we'll have food service set up at multiple public distribution sites in that region where anybody can come and pick up a hot meal, a sandwich, a salad, and then we'll do it again tomorrow and the next day for as long as there's a need.
Fiona Donovan, thank you for your service and thanks for speaking with us today. And really, you can't answer the call, you can't serve if you were not fed, if you were not rested. And so much of this as well, not only for the people affected, but for people who were there responding. There were first responders down there who are going to need to eat so that they can help make those rescues and be sustained for the days and weeks ahead that this is going to require, as folks are still dealing and will be dealing with the effects of Hurricane Ian for quite some time. Reporting in Tampa, Matthew McClellan.
And unfortunately, Matthew, more people are dealing with Hurricane Ian. Another landfall, this just a little while ago in South Carolina. It happened kind of in between Myrtle Beach and Charleston in a town called Georgetown, South Carolina. And unfortunately, they are also dealing with some storm surge there. Not like this, though. This is in Collier County from a couple of days ago when the storm surge was bad in Naples and left behind all kinds of damage like cars and places they are not supposed to be, signs tipped over. There were some rescues in Collier County as well, specifically Naples, like airboat rescues the sheriff's office took part in. We also saw fire crews making rescues, and everyday people who were maybe driving along saw someone who was in need, a car that was in rushing water. They stepped in to help, and all of that happening here in Naples.
Now we want to send it on over because we know that the governor is speaking here at 2:48. Let's listen in.
Particularly on the Gulf of Mexico side of Sanibel, and saw even more extensive damage than I saw yesterday. And then, of course, as you got back down to see what happened in Fort Myers Beach, really strong damage, really significant. And I just want to say there, Fort Myers folks, Lee County Sheriff, Fort Myers, the state of Florida, Coast Guard, people that have been involved in helping with these rescue attempts. I think you've done how many in this county alone? So there's been over 600 just in Lee County. There's obviously been a lot in Charlotte and Collier as well. So you're looking at over 700, maybe even over 800 rescues since the storm ended, and those efforts started immediately. As soon as the winds went back, you had people in here that were working hard to be able to help folks and bring them to safety. Obviously, when you look behind me, you look over at Sanibel as well. You have bridge issues, and so those places are now severed from the mainland. And I know they're working. When we were going over there, we saw a lot of the Coast Guard choppers offering to bring people back. Now, I know in Sanibel, some of the people didn't want to come back to the mainland. They wanted to stay put, and that's their right. But nevertheless, those services are there. Those services are available for people. I know I talked with some of the folks at the county here about some of the water issues. I know we have the Army Corps in there. Jim Eifert has folks who could also assist the Army Corps. They need to, but obviously getting some of that infrastructure fixed. I think the reports that I've received from some of the utilities is that while there was really serious structural damage to some of the islands, a lot of places in Charlotte and even Lee, that they need to be reconnected, of course, but it's going to require a total rebuild for at least part of it.
All right, we apologize. You were looking live at Governor Ron DeSantis' news conference. Unfortunately, Our cell service, like everybody's cell service right now, not real great. That's how we were able to bring you the live pictures. Unfortunately, we lost that signal. We will try to get back to the governor as soon as we can. If not, we will bring you what he said a little later here on Fox 4 News.
I wanted to talk about some tips that Charlotte County Emergency Management sent out for people who are dealing with flooding in their homes right now, which is really a lot of Southwest Florida.
Sure.
So they're basically saying what you need to do first, because I'm getting this question a lot on social media. Make sure you take photos and videos of what is inside of your home, all of the damage that you're seeing, the flooding that you're seeing. That way you can provide that information and that evidence, so to speak, to your insurance companies. Then, as far as cleanup goes, they're saying, of course, obviously you want to keep your pets, your kids out of the water in the affected area until cleanup is complete. They're recommending that you put on protective gear, so things like rubber boots, rubber gloves, goggles during the cleanup of the affected areas. They're saying to remove any items that can't be salvaged, that cannot be washed or disinfected. So clothing, mattresses, things like that, carpeting, carpet padding, any rugs, upholstered furniture, cosmetics, stuffed animals, those types of items, books. I know a lot of photos are keepsakes and things like that.
She was on a roll.
I was on a roll.
Thanks.
Thank you. Gosh. Thanks. Thanks
Appreciate
so
it. That's
much.
nice of you to say.
Appreciate you and your help. Literally.
It has been that long. Thank you for your help. I know it's not easy, so and it's a lot of work on your end, but we appreciate it.
Okay.
Michael, is everything okay? I saw the hat fly.
Fucking tell me when you're gonna take my show. Don't you ever fucking take my show without telling me.
Wonder when they took it.
That's the thing.
It's probably an hour ago.
Thank you.
Kind of par for the course, isn't it? I mean, it's not that surprising.
It's not, and that you know what? That pisses me off maybe even more.
Yeah.
You guys were great. I'm not gonna lie to you. You guys were probably like, that's the same fucking thing.
Right now, we do have flood warnings across portions of Glades County, DeSoto County, and Sarasota County for you at this time. And let's take a look at some of these latest numbers. Horse Creek there right around 72 near Arcadia has since crested, but still at almost 19 feet as of today. Flood stage is at 12 feet above record levels still. And Horse Creek is a tributary to the Peace River, and the Peace River is still rising here today, expected not to crest until sometime tomorrow, around 24 feet there. But again, record levels there. Last previous record was 20.5 feet there, so definitely above that. Major flood stage just on the western side of Arcadia there. So again, these rivers, both of those were already at flood stage ahead of Ian. And again, Peace River continuing to rise. We're also seeing the Matlacha River continuing to rise. We saw a report just a short time ago from Caitlin Knapp showing you some of the flooding related to the Matlacha River right now is at 12.4 feet. Record there 12.5. So we are expected actually not to crest there until about 12.7 feet. So that would be another record high floodwater stage there right along the Matlacha River State Park. And a new flooded warning came out today. Now this one's not quite as high, but just south of Palmdale up along 27. Fish Eating Creek is at minor flood stage at 7.2 feet. Not near the record, but definitely another area that we're going to have to watch here moving on forward. Now down in Bonita Springs, the Imperial River sitting at about 12 feet or so. After Irma, this reached 13. Now we are seeing pretty much the Imperial River hanging out around that 12 feet mark. We did see it crest just yesterday at about 12.4 feet, but it really hasn't dropped a whole lot. It's kind of just hanging out right around that 12 feet. We do hope that continues to fall here in the next couple of days, but right now at moderate flood stage for you. So right now we are seeing, though, a lot more crispness in the air. You notice if you've been outside today, a lot of blue skies out there. We are seeing that dry air getting pulled in. You see this rust color all across portions of Georgia and down into Florida here, and that is that drier air, that lower humidity air that's getting sucked in to Ian as it continues that transition. And that transition, you can kind of really see it here. This would be a cold front. This is that warm front that you usually would see maybe for a nor'easter during the winter months. So kind of a difference as it is transitioning from a tropical system to an extratropical system. But even though our camera there on top of the Luminaire Hotel is a little waterlogged, you can see that a little fuzzy there. Look at all the blue skies, and that's that dry air that we are now seeing moving on in, that lower humidity that we are seeing on now in the backside of Ian. So it's just somewhat humid with dew points in mid-60s. Again, that's good news there. Feels perfect. And the 80s, nice for cleanup out there today.
Thank you, Andrew. Right, exactly. That's what I was thinking when you were talking about those temperatures. Is it is unfortunately the perfect weather for cleanup and the things that we need to tackle today. So before we get into what things have looked like around Southwest Florida, what they look like currently, we want to give you an update that we got from the state in regards to the latest in efforts in Southwest Florida when it comes to post-Hurricane Ian. We heard from Governor Ron DeSantis and some other state leaders today around 1 o'clock. They were here in Fort Myers. Governor Ron DeSantis confirming that 21 people have died. Now, what we don't know here, and it's important for us to be clear, is that we are working to get more information about which counties those people lived in and more information about that actual data. But we do want to let you know that according to Governor Ron DeSantis, 21 people have died after
and
the
you've
storm.
probably been hearing other numbers. We are going with what we're hearing directly from the governor because we're hearing also from Charlotte County leaders and City of Sanibel leaders. We want to make sure that when we're reporting deaths, as sensitive as this is, that we are giving you the facts coming straight from the governor as these news conferences come in. The governor also giving us a lot of updates. So very quickly, I just want to say 600 rescues alone have happened already in Lee County. That's just Lee County, but more than that, 700 to 800 rescues. Kevin Guthrie with the Florida Department of Emergency Management has explained how the rescue process is going. And I feel like for context here, you guys can understand what's happening in the search and rescue missions that have been nonstop in the last 48 hours since Hurricane Ian has made landfall. We know that the first round of search and rescue is they're going what they call a hasty search. They're just looking for anybody in distress as that storm had just passed. Now they're doing a thorough search. They're saying it's a door-to-door search, one where they're pulling off the debris from the impacted areas on our barrier islands as you're looking at this, and they're yelling for people, seeing if anyone is inside. Then they're going to go through and do that door-to-door search all over again. But in order to do this, they got to bring in that heavy equipment. We know that Kevin Guthrie has requested several barges to come in, bringing in extra equipment from, we're talking excavators and bulldozers bulldozers, front loaders, all to make sure that we can get to people and get to those islands impacted as well. And we got to get to them by boat, which is why those barges are coming in, Shari.
Yeah, and one thing we also heard too from the state was they specifically talked about Pine Island, which I know a lot of people have been asking about the status of Pine Island. It's been harder to, of course, get coverage to you specifically in that area, but we are working around the clock to do that and bring you those visuals of that island. But what we did hear from the state and specifically from the Lee County Sheriff's Office is there are efforts to secure that. Also heard of a ferry to and from Pine Island that is in talks to create more of that opportunity to go back and forth and rescue people or help people to get back on the island to assess their own homes as well. Sheriff Marcino saying they're using all resources, even jet skis right now, to assess and help people on Pine Island.
And as we know, the cell phone towers are out, and so I think that's why we have to be careful in reporting deaths as well, because a lot of people haven't heard from their loved ones. Most of those people are because the cell phone service is out. Pine Island is the same situation. So the ferry, the sheriff's office hoping to get there, and they're talking to people on the island as we speak and delivering the same messages that you're hearing from us when it comes to repairing the bridges out there and getting power out there. Now, as you can imagine, power on our barrier islands are going to be disseminated, and I don't know if we can transition into the update on power. Everyone wants to know, when are the lights going to be back on? We heard from the state today that actually yesterday was 2.6 million Floridians without power. That number down to 1.8 million, which is a good sign there as you're seeing these crews that have come in from 30 different states working so hard, Shari.
That's right, and we're working to bring you the latest outage numbers when it comes to FPL and LCEC. We actually have a map for you right now on your screen, and you can take a look. You can also check out this power tracker for yourself if you go to fpl.com/storm. So you can see there for outages, for instance, in Lee County, it looks like it's about just over 200,000 in Lee County still out of power. But then right next in that next column, you can see it's about 57,000 have been restored, which Nadine and I have been keeping a close eye on these numbers along with the rest of our team. And we can tell you this is some sort of progress within our community. We know a lot of you are without power right now. So this is indicating progression, but it's going to take a while. Also, those of you in Hendry County, it looks like 59,000 of you are still out of power, but they tell us that about 2,900 of you have been restored power. So we're keeping a close eye on this. We can see from the numbers that we've been reporting progress, but of course we do know that this is going to take a while. And again, you're indicating that those numbers, we went from 2 million people without power.
2.6 to 1.8.
To 1.8.
And Tampa's 90% restored now in that area. And the governor, really quick before we head to the next one, did say that the power grid obviously disseminated over on the barrier islands, but it looks like the grid more inland is starting to work. I actually saw more traffic signals on the Cape today, in Nicholas Parkway, Santa Barbara. So it sounds like they might be able to get the inland areas of Lee County and Charlotte County in particular up and going. I know a lot of people were wondering about that. So slowly but surely the power is going to come back on. And let's talk about the traffic, because you are seeing all that help coming into our area, and clearly a lot of people probably coming back, Shari, to their homes after evacuating, as you're getting a live look now on I-75 from our FDOT cameras.
Yeah, this is I-75 northbound at mile marker 181. So this is the Sumter Boulevard exit in the Northport area, and you can see traffic has been impacted. Now, what we're seeing on the right-hand side there, which is the northbound lane, is all 3 lanes of traffic kind of crawling, which Nadine, you kind of indicated we're seeing here in Lee County as well, parts of Collier County as well.
Here.
We are seeing emergency rescue vehicles. If you look on the opposite side, the southbound side, what I'm seeing on the roadways too there are a lot of these electric trucks that are working to restore power throughout the community.
It's so incredible to see, and you also see officers at intersections because so many traffic lights are out, so they're rerouting a lot of it. The traffic here is understandable that people are going to want to come back and see their homes. Keep in mind, Lee County is still under a curfew until further notice. The reason being is because they want to make sure we keep these roads as clear as possible so we can get those power crews, those cell phone crews into town. What's really interesting too is Caitlin Knapp is actually in Northport, in that area right there, and she saw not only National Guard but T-Mobile, a cell phone tower, a mobile cell phone tower from T-Mobile coming in, and we know that cell phone has been an issue. A lot of people worried about their loved ones. My phone has been blowing up at the moment I can get Wi-Fi on, with people just trying to check in on us. So we know that help is coming. And if you are hearing us from afar, maybe listening in, checking in on your loved ones or your second home, just know that most likely it's because the cell phone service is down. And
Yeah, and you mentioned staying off the roadways, and we just got this update from Collier County and the city of Naples. Beginning tonight, curfew enacted at midnight to 6 a.m. So again, that's for those of you in Collier County and the city of Naples. A curfew is in place from midnight to 6 a.m. You mentioned Northport, though, and you talked about Caitlin Knapp and her reporting there. We actually just saw her here on Fox 4, and you're going to be seeing her throughout the newscast. And it's interesting because we've been talking about what we've been seeing in the downtown Fort Myers area, for instance, where we saw that storm surge. We saw those water levels reaching, if you're familiar with downtown Fort Myers, the parking garage, some of the higher levels there. We've seen what's happened with the boats in that area, but that water has receded. People are hanging out in downtown Fort Myers, assessing the damage in the area, eating pizza at Downtown House of Pizza. But that is not the reality for all of Southwest Florida. And our Caitlin Knapp brought us those visuals a few minutes ago.
It's incredible.
We are seeing flooding in specifically areas like Northport. And so we want to bring in meteorologist Andrew Shipley.
Andrew, it really is incredible because this flooding, I mean, not directly Ian right now, but it's indirectly. I mean, we're still feeling the impacts even though Ian has quickly left our state.
No, absolutely. And, we were just talking about this a minute ago. But you saw in Caitlin's live shot that water, that gentleman that was going around on his paddleboard helping folks there. Really what they're seeing is places like the Matlacha River or the Peace River there in Arcadia continuing to rise here at this time because all that water on the north side of Ian, that rainwater, it's got to flow somewhere. And a lot of our rivers flow from north to south. It's basically all across the country. Most rivers flow north to south, closer towards the equator. And that means any of that rain in, let's say, central Florida is going to slowly work its way southward into these rivers and streams that we are seeing in portions of Sarasota County, Charlotte County, even in Glades County. We have a warning there as well for you at this time. And we're not talking small amounts. Once you got into central Florida, Lake Wales there got 12 inches of rain. You get up toward the Orlando area, 15 inches of rain. Even Daytona Beach, 17 inches of rain. Now the St. John's River there is also at the flood stage locally. So, I mean, all these rivers are dealing with the same issue. And then even spots down, let's say, Bonita Springs, they got 7 inches of rain. The Imperial River is still dealing with that issue because of the rain from Ian and just the overall saturated ground. You have to remember a lot of these rivers like the Matlacha River or Horse Creek or Peace River there in Arcadia were already at moderate flood stage heading into Ian, and that just showed you how saturated we were ahead of the storm. And when you have saturated ground, unfortunately, there's nowhere for that water to go, and it's going to slowly work its way downhill closer towards those rivers and streams, and they're going to continue to fill up from that water runoff. So Horse Creek, again, right now is crested. It crested yesterday, but still that water at major flood stage at 18, almost 19 feet there. Again, record levels there. Peace River in Arcadia at record flood stage. That previous record was 20.5 feet. We're going to be cresting 24-ish feet sometime tomorrow. So that water there in Arcadia up along 70 is still rising here at this time. How about the Matlacha River right near where Caitlin Knapp was? Still rising at 12.4 feet right now. Going to crest at 12.7. That would be another record high level for the Matlacha River there at the Matlacha River State Park. The state park is closed. Especially because not only Ian, but the water levels there are so high, it's flooding into the park there. So, again, this is something we're going to be watching, Nadine and Shari, for some time before these rivers crest. And even if they crest, they're still expected to be at major flood stage, possibly as long as Wednesday next week.
Wow.
It's so hard to see this happening again. And we just got an update, Andrew, because Caitlin Knapp, as we mentioned, was in the area, and we just saw all that traffic there on I-75. We're hearing that exit 182 is closed going southbound because Caitlin is reporting, and she has family right there, that there is water rushing up pretty fast on the bridge right at that exit. And people were trying to get away from that water rising, and it sounds like it's happening pretty quickly in Northport, and so it sounds like some rescue missions might be happening now more inland and further north over in Northport.
Right, it looks like we have some video. This is mile marker 181, so right ahead of that exit there. We can go ahead and pull this up, guys, just to help give you a visual of what we're talking about here and the impacts. If you missed Caitlin's live shot, she's going to be back with us in a few minutes. However, we are giving you a live shot of the Toledo Blade exit here, and you can see the impacts of that traffic. And remember, Nadine, when we saw Caitlin, we saw people actually transferring supplies using a kayak to people that were trapped in homes in this area. So we kind of have an idea of the type of flooding that they're dealing with in this particular area.
I mean, and I don't know if many of us realize that we're still feeling Ian right now, and the folks probably trying to come home to check on their homes. You can see them right there. So we have new video as well of those intercoastal areas that we're just talking about. You can see a fire truck coming through as things are starting to rise.
Yeah, that's right. So we're keeping an eye on the situation, as meteorologist Andrew Shipley informed us. And take a look at what you're seeing right here. This is video from Sanibel, I believe, guys, what we're seeing right here. This search and rescue efforts underway. It looks like we're showing you different parts of Southwest Florida now, but what we're seeing are crews heading directly into the scene, helping people, airlifting them out of their homes. And imagine, you mentioned we're on 48 hours now.
Isn't that incredible?
And these people have been trapped in their homes. I know I've seen people on social media asking what's happening to those people who have been trapped in their homes. We're showing you that video now. We're getting that video. We know that the Coast Guard and other agencies are working together to rescue people. In fact, we did get an update from the governor, Nadine. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I know that you were paying close attention. More than 500 rescues we knew yesterday, and that number has increased throughout the state. 600
rescues alone in Lee County, Shari, more than 700 or 800 rescues. What's interesting, I could not pull the number up in time, but Kevin Guthrie said that the state last night put out a quick text message that says, hey, let us know if you're safe or if you need us to get to you. As we know, phone lines are down. Some texts are going through. They said that they have made 15,000 contacts with people. And they have now dwindled that down to 3,000 contacts that they're trying to get to right away. So that is still happening as we speak, as we get these new pictures in, Shari.
So, right, and these new pictures here are from downtown Fort Myers. You know, as a hometown girl, it's hard to look at this type of stuff. This is where I had some prom pictures taken here.
Wow, Shari.
Years and years ago. And these are new images from a viewer sending them into us of downtown Fort Myers. This is actually Centennial Park, if you're familiar with the area. That's the pavilion and the bathrooms in the background, and the new construction to the left-hand side of your screen with that new playground that's going up, and then the river on the right-hand side. And you can kind of see there exactly what is happening in downtown Fort Myers. And the saddest part of, or one of the really sad elements of what's happening here is on the other side of that picture, where you're seeing those images of boats on top of boats, and the ramp onto the bridge right there, where we actually were driving yesterday and saw a boat right in the middle of the ramp. So it's heartbreaking to see.
It's incredible to see, especially knowing all the revitalization that had just been finished right down there on the marina. All right, let's go ahead and bring in Fox 4's Caitlin Knapp. We have been really covering the rising waters over in Northport that's now causing backups on I-75. Caitlin, what are you seeing out there as you are rocking it for our coverage today? Hey, Caitlin.
Yeah, we were trying to get to I-75 because a lot is happening out there. My stepmom is actually on I-75 right now going southbound, and all this information is coming from her. She saw this with her own eyes. Exit 182 is closed going southbound, and it's probably because there is a lot of water on the road. She was saying that there are horse trailers on the bridges with a lot of people on them, including ambulances, fire and rescue, police officers, all on the bridge. We don't know exactly.
So Caitlin is working to keep us updated there. We apologize for the little bit of interference that we had there. Again, this is live TV. We're working on bringing you live updates, and we will check back in.
And we
with
do
our
have
Caitlin
crews
Knapp
live
in a little bit.
Everywhere. So that's probably what you were hearing is our other crews, because we're going to get you pictures everywhere here sometime soon, Shari.
Yep, we do have this update though for you because we know many of you guys are making your way around your own communities, but we want to let you know US 41 is closed in both directions in Charlotte Harbor. The bridges over the Peace River, this update says, will be closed as of 3 p.m. So now all US 41 lanes north and southbound will be closed from Kings Highway to Marion Avenue. They tell us this is a precautionary measure due to potentially dangerous conditions. Southbound traffic is going to be rerouted to Kings Highway or Parmalee Street, and then the northbound traffic will be rerouted to Marion Avenue or Olympia Avenue. Motorists should use I-75 as an alternate route before reaching the closed intersections to relieve congestion. So again, US 41 bridges over the Peace River will be closed in both directions. That is a big deal for Charlotte County because those are connectors from Punta Gorda to Port Charlotte. And so that is as of right now, and southbound will be closed from Kings Highway to Marion Avenue.
And Shari, that's what we're seeing right now, as Andrew was talking about, all of these rivers now rising because of the rain coming down from Central Florida pouring back in. As we know, Ian brought a lot of catastrophic flooding over also in Central Florida. Now that flooding we're starting to see here in Southwest Florida. The Matlacha River, the Peace River impacting Charlotte County, the Matlacha River impacting Northport, and clearly traffic on I-75. So let's get back out to Caitlin Knapp, who is in Northport tracking that flooding that's happening there.
Yeah, like I was saying a little bit before, we were trying to get to I-75 after reports of people being rescued. Now, here's a little bit of information that I do want to get out to you. This is coming actually from my stepmom. She was on I-75. She's headed southbound to Cape Coral right now. She says exit 182 is closed going southbound, probably because there is a lot of water on the street and Northport is flooding right now. The water is rising. There are horse trailers on bridges with a lot of people on there, including ambulances, fire trucks, police officers rescuing people. She also saw a lot of airboats on the road heading northbound and southbound. She said that the water is rushing really fast and people were coming out of the water and being rescued and going into ambulances. This is a really dire situation right now. People are being rescued from Northport and being taken away in ambulances right now. Now, I do want to get to some numbers too from the Matlacha River. This is coming from meteorologist Andrew Shipley. He called me a little while ago. So the major river near here, if you're not familiar with Northport, is the Matlacha River. It's currently at 12.44 feet, and according to our radar, that is in a major flood stage. And to put this in a little bit of perspective, the record high ever is 12.5. So we are not far off whatsoever from being at that record of the Matlacha River. Now, it's not expected to crest until 1 in the morning Saturday at 12.7 feet. Now, we're supposed to be in the major flood stage category until Wednesday, so we have a lot of time before we really get past this. I know people have been emailing and calling us saying that their loved ones are trapped in Northport. The best advice that I can give you is just call police right now. Let them know where you are. We're trying to get information to let you know who to call. Right now, we're off of a side road in Northport, and I want to show you what we are seeing just behind me. This car is, the hood of it, and the engine is completely underwater. This is what we are seeing right now. We haven't seen many trucks go through here, but we did see a Northport police SWAT vehicle come out of here that said rescue on the side. So I think it's really just safe to assume that that rescue was in there and they were trying to get out of this neighborhood. It sounds like it was, or it looks like it's possibly a gated community. We can't really go too far just because it's blocked off with water. We also have some FP&L trucks here to the left. We haven't seen them do any work. We're not of the water because, again, it is really high. I would probably suspect it to be maybe 3 to 4 feet, give or take, and that's what we're seeing everywhere. It's just water up to your waist. And there was a woman I was talking to, and she's about 5'2", and she was saying it was up to her waist right here. So it's just absolutely incredible what this is doing. And the last location we were at, she told me there was a gentleman who said, "Don't come over here. We saw gators in the water." So we got out of there as well. So don't go through the water either just because you don't know what is in it. We're going to try to make our way to I-75 right now to see what we can see. But for now, reporting live in Northport, Caitlin Knapp, Fox Sports.
Caitlin, I want to stick with you there really quick. I know you see the FPL trucks there, and you had mentioned rescue. Do you know if you've seen any kind of rescue crews out there helping people? I know we saw neighbors coming in with paddle boards and getting supplies in, but any crews out there actively searching?
Yeah, we haven't seen any rescue crews besides that one SWAT vehicle that we saw that was a kind of like an armored truck. That's the only rescue vehicle that we saw. We were pretty close to the main road in Northport, so we haven't seen anything. But again, my stepmom was on I-75 and she did see rescue boats out there. She saw airboats and just other regular, boats with just a motor on the back rescuing people. As far as people on top of just in their home or trying to get out of the floodwaters, we didn't see any of that, but we're anticipating on seeing more rescue boats if we are able to make our way to I-75.
Caitlin, you are incredible. Thank you so much for offering this perspective. Hard to see that still people are now being rescued after Ian has already come through our area, and those rescues happening now not only on our coastal islands where we knew that people were trapped from that storm surge earlier, now it's happening on our inland areas as well and right along the rivers all throughout our area. So our thoughts with those folks right now.
Yeah. Can we stick with that topic of outages and restoration right now, because we've got some new numbers into our newsroom. As of Friday, this is an update just about 20 minutes ago. We want to give you an idea of what we're seeing when it comes to restoration. It looks like in Sarasota County, there are about 145,000 people without power. In Charlotte County, we have 103,000 without power. In Lee County, 225,000. And Collier County, 109,000 people without power. So this is the FPL.com/storm website. You can look at the power tracker here. So if you live in one of these communities anywhere in the state, you can track restoration. So you can track outages, and you can also track when the power is back on in your community if you just go to this website. But Nadine, I want to kind of put this into perspective here. So this is essentially, when we look at these numbers, 26,320 less than just 3 hours ago.
They've
right?
restored power to 26,000 people in 3 hours.
That's right. And now,
it's incredible.
You were listening to the state's update, and I know you have a very good grasp as to the picture of restoration here in our area. Can you explain that to our viewers as you were explaining it to me?
Yeah, it's hard to really understand how fast these guys are working when you just see the numbers like that.
Yes.
But the governor said 90% of the Tampa Bay area is now restored. Clearly, the power grid is gone on our barrier islands. As you can imagine. However, he is saying that these crews, the 42,000 linemen from 30 different states, they were right outside. So they came in, they've been working literally throughout the night and everything to get power on. And it sounds like the power is coming back online in Charlotte and Lee counties slowly. I mean, we can't promise anything. Still 200,000 people are without power in Lee County, but you're starting to see the traffic signals go back up, especially on major intersections. And we've talked about this. The goal is going to be getting the power back up to our hospitals, our first responders, and our traffic intersections, just to make sure that everyone is safe. But for context, it sounds like they're making their way, that the grids further inland, like Cape Coral, Fort Myers, and even in Charlotte County, Punta Gorda, it sounds like those areas are strong enough that they can maybe rehook it a little bit better than having to rebuild the entire power grid, which is probably the story along the harder hit areas. So good news there. Cross your fingers. It's going to take some time. Water also a big issue, and that's probably the biggest burden right now in Lee County is the water supply. The state did say they now have temporary water tanks at our hospitals. We know Lee Health had to evacuate some patients. So it's going to be a long time. We're all brushing our teeth with bottled water, and we are all in the dark with you as well. And we're going to be with you every step of the way as hopefully the power gets restored. Now you want to talk about stores?
Yes. Okay. One of your favorite topics, of course. But yes, you were talking about water, brushing your teeth with water.
Right.
When we say go out and prepare, right, for a storm, get your bottled water, we tend to anticipate that the water will go out and you might need drinking water. We always talk about hydration, but the reality of it is with some of these reports reported water main breaks and boil water notices. We've been using our bottled water to brush your teeth, brush our teeth, do all of those things. And so, of course, that depletes the resources within your home. So we know a lot of you guys are probably looking for where to go next to get more water, to get more bread, whatever your hurricane snacks are. So our John Barron is keeping a close eye on stores and resources in our community and where you can go, and the latest on stores like Publix as they work to replenish and help you replenish in your home. John?
Still here at the Publix in North Fort Myers as members continue to try to get in from the community to try to see if they can find exactly what they're looking for. Here we're joined by Michael, and Michael, just kind of tell us, what are you looking for when you get in there?
Mainly I'm looking for water. I really want a cup of coffee. That's my main thing. I haven't had a cup of coffee since this happened, and no power. Can't find it nowhere, and everywhere you go, no coffee.
And would that be like a sense of comfort for you in this time?
Yes, because I stocked up on everything else, you know, and I'm pretty good on everything. I survive. I got food, gas, water, all that, but coffee.
Gotcha. I know they have that in there for you right now. Water and bread are one of the main two things that people are trying to go in for right now. They're out of both of those, but they are accepting cash and cards at this location. So if you're going in looking for coffee, I'm pretty sure they'll be able to help you with that.
That'd be nice.
Perfect. Michael, thank you so much and good luck. And of course, like I continue to tell everybody, bread and water, one of those two main things that they are out of here in the North Fort Myers Publix, but they are accepting cash and cards. But of course, if you guys are trying to get out here, a lot of people are already starting to filter in. So of course, limited supplies. Thank you so much for watching Fox 4. We'll continue to update you guys here in Southwest Florida on everything that's happening as we try to recover from Hurricane Ian. Here in North Fort Myers, John Barron, Fox 4.
See those stores open up again, and on our line on fox4now.com, I am sure we have an interactive map for Publix that shows you to your neighborhood, to your Publix, which ones are open or closed or the modified hours. So we will connect you with that at fox4now.com.
That's right. All right. So Hurricane Ian, we're covering the aftermath here in our community, but we are also keeping a close eye on its track as well. Our weather team has been keeping a close eye on Ian, including certified meteorologist Andrew Shipley. So Andrew, I know that you're keeping a close eye. You have the latest advisory. And before we head to you, we want to check in with we have a live look in Virginia Beach as well, where you can see here Ian, you just said making landfall not too long ago.
You know, it's interesting. Ian made landfall in South Carolina, and now we're already seeing the impacts that it has on Virginia Beach. And boy, I do not like seeing any of that water even creeping up like that again. I feel like already I don't want to relive this, Andrew, and it's just so sad that this storm is still having an impact, not only in Florida, Southwest Florida, but now right up our East Coast.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I want to mention that. So Norfolk, Virginia Beach, all right there, down into the South Carolina, North Carolina is seeing that angry surf. They are seeing about a 1 to 3 foot surge and coastal tidal flooding from Ian. Now, this is not going to get to the extent that we saw down here, which is good news. We don't want that in other parts of the country here, but Ian did make landfall again around 2:05 in Georgetown, South Carolina, okay, as a category 1, 85-mile-an-hour winds, gust to 105, and it's continuing to move off to the north at 15 miles an hour. I do want to show you, though, the latest radar imagery there, and you can see very strong-looking storm, but it's getting more and more of a characteristics of less of a tropical system and more of what we call a mid-latitude cyclone. There's something we typically see in the winter months, more like a nor'easter that brings monster snowstorms up and down the East Coast. Well, it looks very similar in nature, and it's going to transition into that kind of storm, but be a big rainmaker up and down the East Coast for you. You do see that tornado watch box across portions of North Carolina. It looks like actually a tornado warning popped in there in North Carolina just as we're speaking. But a lot of rain up into Norfolk, Virginia, up into Washington, D.C. That rain's now reaching there up through Raleigh. Charlotte's right up in here, and then down into Charleston, again, right near landfall there. But you see all that dry air south of it, pretty quiet, actually not far away in Atlanta, maybe a little breezy there at this time. But here's the latest forecast coming from the National Hurricane Center. Right now, Ian is located, again, 55 miles northeast of Charleston, South Carolina, expected to be downgraded to just an area of low pressure as it transitions from a tropical to a non-tropical system at 60-mile-an-hour winds. So still packing a punch later here tonight, and then up into North Carolina, right over Charlotte. Again, weakening 30-mile-an-hour winds by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then up and towards the West Virginia area by Saturday night. But you got to remember here, right through here is the Appalachian Mountains. So as Ian slams up against the Appalachian Mountains, it really disturbs that lower circulation that you see in a tropical system, and it pushes all that water up against the mountains there. So I do expect probably some more flooding up and down the Appalachian Mountains there, especially on the eastern side there. So something we'll be watching for our friends up and down the East Coast, our neighbors, maybe some snowbirds that come down here from the East Coast down here, thinking about them as well. So right now we do have a hurricane warning up and down the South Carolina coastline for you. We also have tropical storm warnings across portions of North and South Carolina, and then even right where that camera was in Virginia Beach and Norfolk, guys.
Hard to see for sure, Andrew, and thank you for continuing to track Ian and just knowing the devastation that this hurricane has brought. The president speaking, and he said it is most likely one of the worst natural disasters in America's history. We were talking about Florida's history and how Ian now joins a short list of names we never wanted to add to: Michael and Andrew and Irma and Charlie. This is now one of the worst devastations in our nation, but those help from FEMA and from state, local officials, I mean, they are all going to start coming through, and we're going to help navigate you through all of the resources that you're going to need in the next coming hours.
Right, because the president said today it's going to take months, even years to repair. So this is an ongoing effort. It takes all of us, multiple agencies, but we're going to get it done. I know that you wanted to revisit resources for people in Southwest Florida.
Well, we're talking about the stores open. Public's a big one, and they came online within 24 to 48 hours of this storm hitting. So you are looking at a live map of the Publix stores right now, where you can actually zoom in and go down to your particular Publix to see the hours are open. And it's in alphabetical order, so we're in the B's now. So maybe Bonita Springs, you could see most likely some of those might still be closed. Yep, there you go there. Down to Cape Coral, my Publix on Santa Barbara and Veterans opened up at 7 a.m. this morning, and you can see some of those in Cape Coral coming back online. It was good to see more lights are coming back on in Cape Coral as well. And so much needed food and groceries that you guys are probably going to need in the coming days. I can tell you most of us are probably already running out of our hurricane snacks and probably wanting something a little more hearty. And so those stores are now open for you. Those resources all on fox4now.com.
Right, and we know that some of you, if only you can just hear us, or you're watching and you're low on resources, or you don't have power, it's getting a little harder for you to sustain. We want to remind you that there are shelters available to you, and we have that information for you on fox4now.com. But for instance, there are remaining shelters from Lee County that still have space for you. The shelters include East Lee County High School in Lehigh Acres, Estero Rec Center in Estero, of course, Hertz Arena, Island Coast High School in Cape Coral, South Fort Myers High School in Fort Myers, and Dunbar High School in Fort Myers as well. So again, they're saying they still have space, and if things are getting a little tough for you and your family, those resources are available to you. And if you didn't catch those names, you can go to our website, fox4now.com. We've got a list. I literally just gave you the list from our website for you to go there if need be.
And in the meantime, if you have food at home and you're going to want to save it as long as it possibly can for you and your family, we do have some tips for you if we could pull those up on how you can preserve your food, because I know when I came home yesterday, the power was clearly out. I did the quarter trick. It was not there anymore. It had melted. So I don't know if we can pull the food preservation tips for us.
For people who don't know, what is the quarter check?
Oh yeah, so you put the quarter on a cup of ice, and then you see if that quarter had dropped down in that cup, and boy, there was actually a little bit of water in my kitchen because the power had went out, and that quarter showed me, yeah, all your food's pretty much gone. But that's okay. That's why we all prepared for it, and I'm sure all of you guys are going through this too. So here's how you can preserve some of your food that you still have. We know the grocery stores are open, but in the meantime, after a power outage, never taste food to see if it's good. Throw out the perishable food after 4 hours that you had without power, and throw out any food with maybe an unusual odor, color, or texture.
All right, good reminders there as well. And we're keeping a close eye again on video and images around Southwest Florida. We've been keeping a close eye on mobile homes as well. We've had reporters specifically focusing on mobile homes throughout Southwest Florida, and we did see really concerning video and images coming out of places in our area where, again, people hopefully evacuated, and really some of these homes absolutely devastated. Take a look at this home where you can see that damage, and again, that wind damage. As we know, we've been covering a lot of flooding this afternoon, but again, that wind damage causing this scene here for some of these homes in our community.
And this area was in Estero, and one more time, Christian, if I can hear the name of the Sunny Grove. So, and there's a reason why mobile homes, manufactured homes, Shari, are really the first ones to be evacuated. They can't withstand the winds that we saw. I mean, really, not many houses can withstand the winds that we saw as Hurricane Ian made landfall. But particularly when you start seeing those evacuations come in, those mobile home parks, manufactured homes, are the first to go out.
All right, we have new video into the Fox 4 newsroom that we want to show you right now as to how serious this event is for so many people in our community. This is a water rescue in Northport.
Wow.
Again, meteorologist Andrew Shipley has been telling us about rising floodwaters throughout different parts of Southwest Florida, specifically in areas like Northport. We're talking about some rivers that we're keeping an eye on throughout Southwest Florida, and you can see here these people having to be rescued by boat, essentially, to get out of their homes and to get to safer locations. You can see that Jeep kind of gives you an idea of how deep that water is that these people are walking through. If you look in the distance, you can see that water is almost waist deep. Take a look at the mailboxes there as well, giving you perspective as to how high this water is. And so, yes, for some of us in parts of Southwest Florida where our power is being restored, we're cleaning up some debris in our homes. For other people, it just shows you the range of impact. There are some people that have been trapped in those homes since the storm hit, and they are just now being rescued. That video again coming in from Northport.
Yeah, and you know, at this time, if you do have water, we do know that in Lee County that water main system is pretty much gone completely. But if you do have water, we want to help you be safe as you're trying to get water that's safe for drinking and eating. So you're going to look here on how to boil your water if you are under a boil water advisory. And we're speaking to maybe our other counties, Charlotte and Collier counties, Glades and Hendry, as you guys are further inland with boil water notices. So maintain rolling boil water for about 1 minute. Add 8 drops of unscented bleach per 1 gallon of water, which I actually have never heard this tip before, so it's very interesting. And then you let it stand for 30 minutes if you could repeat. So this is adding a couple of drops of bleach into 1 gallon of water. We're not talking about boiling just 1 kettle or not. This is a lot of water that you might need for maybe cooking or eating or whatever that you can get to if you have any kind of power or water at this time.
That's exactly right, Nadine. And this graphic that is up on your screen right here is very important information. We have received phone calls here in our newsroom. We see people on social media saying they haven't spoken with their loved ones. So we want to provide you with this information. You can locate a missing friend or a relative by calling this number. Please jot it down, put it in your phone, 1-800-733-2767. And even if you're not missing someone, a loved one of your own, you might know someone who is. So it's a good idea to kind of jot this number down. The website there as well is coadfl.org, and you are asked to provide as much detail as possible in the description of the person or persons that you are looking for. And the Red Cross is here working to reunite families, because we know, again, with down power lines and very limited or patchy cell service, for so many people it's been hard for them to connect.
I wanted to give that context. I mean, we don't know the severity on the other side of the deaths numbers yet, and I just don't want to scare anyone, but I do want to provide context that if you haven't heard from your loved one yet, it's probably most likely because of cell phone service, because the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office yesterday said that they've done nearly all of their welfare checks, and most everyone was okay. It's just because they couldn't get in touch with them because cell phone was down. I can't tell you that's the case for everybody, but I do want to add context so you're not very worried. I know that we've had a lot of people even trying to contact us from outside the area, and it's been hard for me to contact them. And so just, be patient and try to keep your worries as low as possible, especially if you are tuning in from afar and really worried about your loved ones there.
Yeah, and we both know that feeling of relief, right? Sometimes you hear people say, they're fine, it's okay, it's the cell service, but there is nothing like that feeling of hearing that voice that loved one is okay. All
now,
right,
we have been covering, I'm so sorry, Shari,
Yeah,
we've been
ahead.
covering the rising waters, the flooding that's happening in Northport to the point where it's backing up I-75, and there are water rescues that we just showed you. This is live helicopter video of those waters rising in the Matlacha River in Northport. This is not the only river right now, Shari, I might add, that is cresting and getting even higher right now because of the impacts that Ian is now leaving behind in its wake. And we're talking about that water coming through from Central Florida now pouring into our riverways.
Can we bring in meteorologist Andrew Shipley, and we can talk over this? That's totally fine, guys in the back. But Andrew, this is incredible video to see. It's heartbreaking to see. Can you explain to people what exactly is happening here, and is it going to be a while before we actually see these waters kind of some type of relief here?
Well, they're going to start to crest tomorrow, but I do have an email I do want to read to you. Our own Keenan Scott,
Oh, he's getting his mic. There he is.
Yeah, we hear you.
Sorry about that. I do want to get to this email that our own Keenan Scott just got from Northport, and I'll read it to you. At this time, we don't know how sure the water will get, but the situation is, we're continuing to monitor the situation. Residents who feel unsafe and need to immediately evacuate from flooded areas are encouraged to call 911. Crews have been working around the clock to reach residents in flooded areas and evacuate them. So, okay. We also do know that 41 is now closed from Kings Highway to Marion Avenue in Charlotte County for you as well. That's because of the Peace River that continues to rise there. So a lot of river flooding going on at this time. And you're seeing in this video next to me. And look at these tractor trailers, these cars underwater. And again, this is not storm surge water. I don't want you to get confused with that. The storm surge is now done. That flooding is done. This is all flooding from the rainwater from Ian. Now, when Ian was making landfall, we had a number of flash flood emergencies. That's the highest level of flash flood warnings. That's a whole nother level above the normal flash flood warning. This is when catastrophic flooding is going on, and clearly that's what we're seeing here. And unfortunately, I hate to break it to you, that water is going to continue to rise for at least the next 24 hours because Ian dumped from basically Venice all the way up into Daytona through Orlando, anywhere from 15 to 20 inches of rain. And that water flows from North Florida, Central Florida, down into Southwest Florida, down towards Lake Okeechobee. And that water is going to continue to rise as the water is drained from up north down south. And you're going to continue to have this flooding. I hate to say it because these folks are obviously dealing with significant flooding there. As you can see, a Black Hawk helicopter.
It's so hard to see, Andrew.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really incredible to know that we're still feeling this, even though it's not a direct impact, like you said. But these waters are rising, and thankfully we are able to see from the sky the missions and what you guys are going to be experiencing and what you're experiencing now. And that's what we're going to do here on Fox 4. Our Caitlin Knapp is also monitoring it. We know, as Andrew said, the bridge there, US 41, is now shut down in Charlotte County, so you have to use I-75. But then we saw an exit on I-75 closed because of this flooding. But this is something we're definitely going to continue to monitor. helicopter, sorry.
Yeah, and we're keeping a close eye on that Black Hawk helicopter right now to see if we're seeing live, like any type of ongoing rescue mission right now. We've been talking a lot about search and rescue efforts throughout parts of Southwest Florida, and we are actually seeing those helicopters that we've been talking about, Black Hawk Coast Guards, the Coast Guard working to find people and locate people throughout parts of Southwest Florida. And this is what we believe we're seeing here now are those search and rescue efforts underway in Sarasota County. Again, this is in Northport right now where we're seeing, and Andrew Shipley, just it's a little chilling, Andrew, that you said that you don't expect those waters, you expect them to continue to rise within the next 24 hours.
The next 24 hours, but we're still going to be at major flood stage, I don't think, until maybe Wednesday. I mean, so that's the problem with water. It's not like you can flip a switch and it just, or you pull the plug out of your drain in your tub and it's gone. I mean, it's got to go somewhere. And as we all know, Florida is a pretty flat state. So, I mean, there's not that slope to really get it to move any much quicker than it moving now. Again, we're going to continue to see flood warnings for a number of days. Unfortunately, as well, the ground is saturated. There's nowhere for really that water to be absorbed down into our groundwater here. Also, the problem is as well, heading into Ian, we had the Matlacha River, we had Horse Creek, we had Peace River, all already at flood stage, moderate flood stage, now at record levels.
Andrew, incredible to see. If you notice, there's National Guardsmen hanging outside of that helicopter right now. It's incredible to see that the help was here. Unfortunately, they were probably doing those search and rescue missions over on our coastal islands, and now they have the call, hey, we got to go up to our inlands and up in Northport along the riverways, because now we're dealing with a whole nother ball game here.
Yeah, I'm grateful for the Fox 4 chopper to give us this perspective, because we've been hearing about these search and rescue efforts, but to actually kind of track this one with our National Guardsmen and the Coast Guard and so many others who are working to save people. And guys, the reality of it is they're in the sky looking for people, and my heart, it hurts to think that there are people who need rescuing in this situation. Looking at how high that water is it's very concerning. We saw those vehicles submerged. That's one right there on the left-hand side of your screen. That's a couple of them right there. And you can't help but feel for those people who could be potentially stuck in these floodwaters in their homes or outside of their homes as well.
And we can't help but feel grateful that help is here as this is happening, and it is impacting our roads. So quickly, you are seeing the traffic being impacted at I-75 right at mile marker 181, and you can see right there on Sumter Boulevard, there is a sign that says that it is closed. Completely closed. This while US 41 in Charlotte County is also closed because the Peace River is also rising pretty quickly. So as of right now, both directions of US 41 and Charlotte County are closed. So this is obviously causing a mess on our roads at this point.
Andrew, you mentioned the Peace River earlier when we were speaking prior to our newscast, and you said the Peace River hasn't crested. So we know that this is impacting traffic, as Nadine just said, and you said it could reach major flood stage.
Well, it's already there.
It's
actually at record levels. So the previous record, I believe, was here. I can switch the graphics here. So it's the Peace River right now, and this is Arcadia right now. And remember, the Peace River runs from Hardy County down past Arcadia through DeSoto County and then drains out into Charlotte Harbor there, right there at 41. And so again, that's why that river's rising. That's why 41 is shut down. Now, right now, at this moment, Peace River is at 23.9 feet. Now, we don't expect that river to crest until tomorrow, somewhere in the 24-ish feet range. But record levels there was 20 and a half. So we have not seen the river ever reach this level as recorded records have been kept, unfortunately.
Wow, and we're going to stick with this live shot. I mean, I really don't want to pull away from it because you're seeing these rescue missions right now in place in Northport. This is off the Matlacha River.
That's a house right there.
Wow, that's incredible. And they're probably looking really closely. Oh, it looks like, I don't know what they would do from here, but it's just interesting to see these search and rescue guys.
They'll probably check in each of these homes, see if there's anybody there. Obviously, it's hard to see, to visually see them because you're dealing with a rotor wash that's loud. As I'm sure Nadine and Charlie, you've been around helicopters. It's amazing. And just as they zoom out there, the significant flooding that it's not just one area.
Andrew, your thoughts when you were tracking Ian and then seeing what it was doing in the Central Florida area, knowing how much rain that hurricane had brought to our state, it was almost like you were holding your breath for this.
No, absolutely. And this is one of the things that we were looking at the computer models as Ian was making landfall, and we were seeing the rainfall projections, and we knew the dry air was going to sneak in that south side, and that was going to help at least keep us in Fort Myers mainly focused on the storm surge and the wind, as well as down towards Naples. But we knew that as it dealt with that stationary front and slammed into that it was going to drop a significant amount of rain. And some of the forecast models showed as much as 40 inches of rain. Now, obviously, we got closer to 20, but it doesn't matter. This is a significant flood event for us at this time. I actually do want to step away here. I want to trigger one of our flood warnings here, because one of them is jumping out to me, and I believe they just increased this to just an area of flood warning. Okay, but it looked like it was a little bit another one of those flash flood emergencies there in Sarasota County. So I'm going to look into that and see if this one here is that flash flood emergency. But you can see even Glades County. This is officiating Creek right near Palmdale. This is Horse Creek, and then you can see the Peace River all the way through DeSoto County, and then this is right where that bridge is in 41 Bridge, and then the 75 Bridge is right here, give or take. And you can see that the Peace River flows right into Charlotte Harbor, and then you also have the Matlacha River here as well. So again, we're dealing with a lot of river flooding in the northern parts of our area. Again, while the southern parts and up along the coastline got affected by Ian right away, and now we're dealing with the after effects of that rainwater flushing from Central Florida down in towards DeSoto County, Sarasota County, Glades, and Charlotte County for you at this time. And unfortunately, this is the aftermath of that river flooding.
Honestly, truly incredible, Andrew, and I just appreciate you staying on top of it for us as we now know what to expect in the coming days, because those waters, as he said, will continue to rise. I'm so grateful that those rescue crews are just being rushed down here even more. Not only Florida Urban Search and Rescue Task Force from like Jacksonville, Miami, but even federal crews are coming in because this is clearly far from over in our area.
Right, and it's interesting how the story is different depending on which part of Southwest Florida you're in. And we have our Michael Schwartz. He's actually been working in San Carlos Park for you today, gathering that perspective as well. He's joining us live. Michael, good afternoon to you. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're seeing?
Good afternoon, Shari and Nadine. The biggest thing right now is that Matanzas Pass Bridge that leads you into Fort Myers Beach. That is closed. You cannot get through there unless you have identification that proves you once had a home there. And I say once because so many homes are just destroyed. People have been walking from Estero or just over the bridge in Fort Myers Beach to here on San Carlos Boulevard. One man told me he walked 7 miles just carrying a cart of everything he could with his wife to meet his daughter, who family members have been coming here on San Carlos Boulevard to pick up their loved ones. We're about 2 miles from the coast, but you could still see the damage. Things once in the water, now on land. From boats to what we thought were just reflectors or pieces of metal on the ground. As I got closer, I saw that they were just fish. One parking lot had actual water in it with fish flopping everywhere. It's hard to fathom as you get closer to this water how high it got on here, how much water came here just 48 hours or so ago. But let me tell you, we've met a marina owner who has owned that marina for about 50 years, to people that have just are coming back to their homes. The biggest thing that I've seen here is everyone just looking to help. Everyone here is just looking to help, from their animals to their families as well. But people are continuing to file in. Again, the biggest thing to know, if you have loved ones here and you're having trouble getting in touch with them over on Fort Myers Beach, you cannot go back over the bridge, so it is ideal for you to come pick them up. The Lee County Sheriff's Office is down there with first responders, bringing people over, some in a lot of distress, giving them whatever food or water they need. But if you can't get in touch with them, that is the meeting point down there that a lot of continue by land and by air. It's just hard to look at where does the cleanup effort start, but everyone has just been looking to help, a helping hand wherever they could. I mean, we're standing right by a shop, a restaurant that is just in shambles. Shari, Nadine, we're going to send it back to you. You hear those ambulances, first responders working around the clock.
Where to start? Well, we start day by day, and it has already started, and Southwest Florida is already starting that cleanup effort. Michael Schwartz out there on in San Carlos for us today.
Yeah, wow, it's incredible to hear Michael speak about what he's seeing there in San Carlos, but also, again, speak to the camaraderie of our community. And, you know, San Carlos Park, Lehigh Acres, some of our more inland areas, we're working to get to you to tell your stories as well as efforted by Michael there, and we appreciate that. All right, so.
He pointed to something, too, that I think a lot of us are going to start to see, and it really is the people who are helping others throughout all of this. And I feel like it starts in your home, it starts in your street, it starts with your neighbor. And before I even woke up today, Shari, there were neighbors that I had never even met before putting up a generator right next to my duplex, so next to my next door neighbor, to get us power in our duplex. Never even met them before, and they volunteered to take down our shutters, and I was just like, I wasn't even awake. I didn't even know. You're at my house already? And I just know that that's happening all across Southwest Florida, and that's where the cleanup starts. And we have to rely on each other. You guys can rely on us. We're going to be here every step of the way, giving information literally as it comes in. Our incredible team is getting it to us, and we just appreciate you trusting us.
Yeah, definitely. All right, we want to take you back to rescue efforts that we are keeping a close eye on in Northport. This is the Matlacha River, and we have been keeping, this is the Fox 4 chopper giving you this live view right now. If you have been keeping up with meteorologist Andrew Shipley, he is keeping a close eye on this river and others. The Matlacha River has reached major flood stage and could actually reach a new record, Andrew. It's already met that record. So again, what we're seeing now are search and rescue efforts underway in this area. And as we're indicating here, this is in Sarasota County right now. Very concerning for people in this area as we speak, Andrew.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like a boat crew there, maybe trying to go search for people. But the other thing is, look at the water itself. It's moving.
Yeah, it feels like it's fast.
It is fast. And that's what I do want to stress to people. Don't just jump in the water, because this is very fast moving water. This will rush you away, and I hate to say it, you will drown. Okay, so don't get in the water unless you have, you're in a boat or whatnot, and actually, I'm not even advising that. Let the rescuers just do it. Let them handle it. We'll try to get to these people as fast as we can.
And as you see, the rescuers are looking for you. They're out there. We just saw a helicopter not too long ago, so they are aware of this clearly. And just like our chopper is up, we saw another chopper. Those National Guardsmen hanging out the side of it, looking very closely, because we did see a house underwater right there, right along the Matlacha River. And Andrew, you said it, Matlacha River, Horse Creek, Peace River, all were at flood stages before even Ian even came onto our state.
Yeah, I mean, I know our own Colton Chavez was there a week or so ago in the Arcadia area, speaking to folks of how they were just dealing with moderate flood stage. This is major record level flood stage in Sarasota County. We're seeing this in DeSoto County and now into Charlotte County, and honestly, it goes even further north. I know there's even some river flooding in Manatee County, even some closer towards the Tampa area, and this is all flowing downstream. And again, rivers flow for the most part. There's a few exceptions to this in the world. Amazon River, for example, flows the opposite direction. But looking at north to south, okay? Most rivers run north to south, and we're seeing that river, the water levels that in Central Florida, that rain that Ian dropped, now pushing southward. That's what you are seeing there on your screen in Sarasota County, is all this freshwater flooding from 15 to 20 inches of rain that fell from Venice through Arcadia, up towards Orlando, and then up to the Daytona area, now flowing southward down into our area. And while we're done with the surge, we're done with the wind. Freshwater flooding is going to be an issue, not just for today, guys.
And Ian and Andrew, you were explaining how this drains out. And can you explain a little bit? You just touched on it, how all that rain came down and it has to go somewhere.
It's got to go somewhere. And Florida is pretty much flat, and you don't have that angle of attack where it can just flow quickly and move on out. It's not like you can pull a drain out from underneath of this and it's just, you know, like a bathtub and goes away. The ground's saturated. It's not going to soak into the ground really quickly. It's just going to continue to run its course and push out to the estuaries. So places like, for example, Charlotte Harbor, that's where the Peace River drains out to, into the Gulf of Mexico. It's going to go somewhere.
What would you tell the folks who live in that area now?
Get to the highest spot. Get to the highest spot. If you're in the floodwater, if you need rescued, like the email that Keenan Scott shared with me, the advisory is from Northport officials is if you feel that you are in danger of floodwater, get to higher ground. If you need to be evacuated, call 911.
All right, thank you so much, Andrew. I appreciate that. I don't know, do we have perfect. So today, Andrew also had mentioned just how beautiful the weather is, and we were talking about how it's somewhat perfect cleanup weather, especially after a hurricane. Our houses are without power. They are hot and sticky and humid. Many people opening up the windows as they begin the cleanup process. So I really want to talk because I'm looking at our neighbors and what they're doing today, and they are taking down those branches and they are cleaning up the debris. So here is a county by county trash pickup, Shari.
All right, so let's start in Lee County right here. Your trash pickup will resume on Monday, and I remember officials saying just put it out at your curb.
Right.
So just to be clear about this, Charlotte County, Wednesday, October 5th. And if you are in Collier County, your trash pickup resumed today, and any hurricane debris that collection will start on October 5th, which is on Wednesday. And then if you're in Naples, your trash pickup resumes on Monday.
Yeah, so just go ahead, put it out on the curb, and it's going to come back here relatively soon. The goal, number one, is to clear the roads, which the National Guard is all doing. And this, again, is why you're going to see some curfews in place, especially overnight into early mornings when those trash trucks come through, because we want to keep the roads as clear as possible as we start the cleanup process.
Right. All right. Let's talk about food and water distribution.
All right.
We've been keeping a close eye on, again, the impacts of power outages in communities, which could impact you as well. So we want to show you where you might be able to get a good meal right now. Fort Myers, Bruno's of Brooklyn Italian Eatery in downtown Fort Myers says they are open. I actually saw a post on social media where they say they are serving first responders there. So if you are looking for a meal, also FK Your Diet on South Tamiami Trail and 41 in Fort Myers is serving up food. And also this, Harry Chapin Food Bank food distribution events start tomorrow, and we have a list of Harry Chapin food bank distributions on our website and fox4now.com.
And one of them is at 10 a.m. at Harns Middle School. That's in Lehigh Acres. The other at 9 a.m. in Cape Coral at the Big John Shopping Plaza. That's going to be a water distribution. As we know, water's still out in the Cape. All right, we want to bring it back here because we have had so many viewers calling into our Fox 4 newsroom, emailing us, wanting to know the status of people on the islands, particularly Pine Island, Matlacha, and Sanibel Island. Our Elise Chingari was near Sanibel Island as Hurricane Ian approached, which is was devastating, obviously, to that island, and she now has a better look at the damage there. She has been collecting this all day yesterday as we didn't have cell service, so now that it's coming in, we are looking at what Sanibel Island looks like today.
To give you a better perspective of the damage that we've seen firsthand, my photographer Kevin and I were standing right here Wednesday morning as we were showing you the rain that was coming down, the heavy winds that were pushing us, and in just a few hours, Hurricane Ian made such an impact and just total destruction. Right over here, we were showing you how there was a boathouse here. It had a blue roof. That's completely gone. The dock looks nothing like it did the other day. As you can see right here, there's just debris everywhere. Now, if you come walk with me this way, you can see these planters obviously knocked down. There's glass just everywhere. You can see the glass shattered all across here at the hotel that we've been here at. And, you know, just for the last few days, you know, we've heard a lot of popping. You know, when that wind was coming in, you just knew glass was breaking everywhere. As we walk down here, you can see that this fence was completely ripped out. I mean, look over here to the left of me at the hotel here, just what this looks like. Again, I mean, there's tires here, just debris, glass everywhere. We've heard alarms and sirens. They are still going off. The Coast Guard has been circling around. There's been boats in and out of this area as we know that they are rescuing people. Jet skis are all over here. I know the other day we were showing you the big boat that was over in this area, and I saw it and I said the other day how it was swaying side to side. We actually saw that boat go across right in front of our hotel. It made way right in front of our pool. People were scared it was going to go right through the lobby, and a wave picked it up and it ended up going down that way. But I mean, you can just see all of this damage here. There's just sand everywhere, bricks. There was also a fence here and lights. That whole fence has been completely ripped out. You see, it's not even, there's not even pieces of it left here. Those lights, again, also completely ripped out. But the extensive damage that we've seen here, I mean, it's just to see it with your own eyes. I mean, look at this building. Now, this was all underwater. And that's that storm surge damage that we were continuing to see. It was scary to see firsthand because it seemed like it was just never going to stop. But to just give you, again, a better perspective of firsthand the damage that we've seen right here at our hotel, the area was evacuated. Again, there was a fence right here. You could see a couple pieces of it right there. That fence went all along the edge here. That was gone. There was another area. This is like a bar area with a blue roof. There was another one standing next to it, similar size. That's completely gone. That was a more kitchen area. And all of this, I mean, this was all water. There's a couch right here in the pool, but the water kept continuing to go so high. It was all the way up to the glass. All the way up to that glass up there. There's kayaks there. Again, right on the other side, we saw jet skis just flying in. We got a little scared because we didn't know how high that water would go. But again, this is the damage that we've seen right here. We know that that's that causeway that collapsed in multiple areas to get to and from Sanibel Island. And this is just everything that we've seen here. Again, the Coast Guard, we know that they've been coming in and out, but firsthand, this is the damage that my photographer Kevin and I have seen right here. Reporting in Southwest Florida, Elise Chingari.
For your dedication to telling the stories of our community. Elise has been out there right before the storm hit. Elise and her photographer Kevin Smith were out there, as she mentioned. Elise was actually inside of that hotel. They actually captured video of people trying to keep the doors of the hotel closed and secured while the storm was passing. She has them. We have them on the Fox 4 Facebook page, and you can find them on her Facebook page as well. Just incredible stories. And Elise even saying that Kevin, her photographer, has covered more than 20 big storms,
including Hurricane Sandy,
and has not seen anything like what he saw being out there earlier this week. So just to, one, acknowledge the journalism in our newsroom, the dedication in Elise Chingari and Kevin Smith, and two, the other side of that storytelling, which is what they also experienced during the storm as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And post-storm, we all, are starting to be in desperate need for gas, especially as those generators are getting hooked up, hopefully safely. And so with that have become long lines all across Southwest Florida, people waiting hours to get gas. Here's a look at those lines today.
By 6 a.m., there were already people waiting at this gas station, one of the few open across Fort Myers. By mid-morning, this line that stretches across this plaza had people waiting upwards of 3 hours, not to mention this second line of people wrapped around the building, also waiting upwards of 3 hours. In an area dealt a direct blow from Hurricane Ian.
I'm riding on films.
The damage you see only makes up half the headache.
I never in a million years thought that I would see this place like this. Never.
Not seen since the very beginning of COVID-19 testing have lines like these choked a community to a standstill.
It's a very slow process, but it's only 2 places open.
Right behind the BMW.
From gas stations to hardware stores, plenty woke up early and waited for a chance to check off a single box on their list, looking for a return to normalcy. For some, the wait meant a moment in air conditioning and away from the piled up problems at home.
Messed up. like everywhere else around here.
The shock and awe of boats and homes, still flooded neighborhoods, and toppled power lines wore off a while ago for those who call this place home. A hurricane unlike what they're used to, but not one that ruined their resolve.
Like always, we'll get out of it sooner or later. FP&L show up, you get your power back, and little by little, we'll come out of it.
In Cape Coral, I'm Clay Lepard reporting.
That is Clay Lepard, who is helping us tell your story, being brought in from one of our sister stations, showing those long gas lines. Now, we know you guys are probably desperate for gas as you're hooking up generators, especially as it looks like it might take a little bit longer for power to get on. So maybe people thought, oh, I can do a couple of days. Maybe now thinking, okay, let's go get a generator. So let's quickly, if this is your first time using a generator, or maybe not even your first time, go over some generator tips, because we know that many of these deaths, non-incidental deaths, happen in the days after from people not knowing these tips, Shari.
Yeah, so right here on your screen, just quick reminders. Connect your appliances directly to generator. Don't wire it to your breaker. You're also going to want to turn off all connected appliances before starting your generator. And you're going to want to turn appliances on once you get them hooked up, one at a time. We just want to help you prevent any further tragedies here in Southwest Florida. So just a few reminders for you when you're using a generator. And we have those on fox4now.com as well.
Yeah, and of course, keep your generator pretty far from your house. You don't want those fumes and that carbon monoxide to come back. I actually want to talk about this new video of Virginia flooding. This is from my old station. I actually reported from this station in Norfolk, Virginia back in 2014 to 2016. And this area is prone to flooding, but I have never seen it like this. This is live footage of I believe, Norfolk, Virginia, because I think I know exactly where that camera is pointing. I think that's right where our old station used to be in downtown Norfolk. And so this is as Hurricane Ian is now making its impacts right there on the coast of Virginia Beach as we speak. And Andrew, I know you're looking very closely at this video. You see this tower cameras starting to shake. You see those waters rising, and I don't know. I feel like it just takes me back to Wednesday. It's just hard for me to see, honestly.
Well, I just wanted to step off to the side and take a closer look at the camera shot itself, because the street there to just inside that first row of hotels is covered in water.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
So that's why I wanted to take a closer look.
My gosh.
So they are dealing with storm surge there right now. So again, not to the extent that we saw, but that's still storm surge. That's still damaging. That's still, not fun.
Right. I believe the National Weather Service, Andrew, said that they could get up to a foot.
A foot of rain.
Of rain there.
And that's in South Carolina, where it made landfall.
Right. So what are we seeing now as of your latest advisory?
Yeah, so the latest advisory came in at 2:15. That was right around landfall. Landfall was at 2:05 of Ian making its second landfall. Obviously, first landfall was here in Cayo Costa on, what's that, Wednesday now. The days running between each other.
But, I know, today's Friday.
Today's Friday, yes. So again, second landfall there in Georgetown, just north of Charleston. And you can see, though, not far away, and this is, I believe, Myrtle Beach or Virginia Beach there.
It's Virginia Beach.
Virginia Beach, so that's well off to the north of South Carolina, seeing that storm surge there from Ian. And again, Ian is a little lopsided. It's transitioning from a tropical system to an extratropical system. So what does that really mean? Well, the way the structure of the storm is, so a tropical system has a warm center. That eye there is a very warm core. An extratropical or mid-latitude cyclone is a cold center. So the winds are actually a little bit different. So the cold center storms, the higher winds, are actually higher up in the atmosphere compared to the lower atmosphere there. So again, they're watching that for you, again, as Ian continues to make landfall and bring in a lot of rain. I'll go back to this. So again, showing that foot of rain possible up along that eye bands. But actually, you'd see in the last couple shots, here's the eye, but it's really kind of losing that shape there as it transitions into that extratropical system. But see a lot of rain there up along that area. Let's want to head back down south here, though. Let's take a look at the latest in terms of that flooding that we are seeing there in Northport as we're continuing to see, again, those waters rise there for you at this time from our Fox 4 helicopter there over the scene there. And you could just see that water there. It's continuing to rise, guys. And we got to remember, the rain that they saw there in Northport, this is before the water even...
Right, they were impacted pretty hard when the storm was here.
When the storm was here, they were in a flash flood emergencies because they saw 20 inches of rain.
Ugh.
Now you're having that 15 to 20 inches of rain that fell in other places flowing down towards them. And it's rising that water to record levels.
This is another chapter in the story that we probably, many people probably weren't expecting.
Yeah.
Andrew, you have a rescue background. You have a background in firefighting. When you look at that video and rescue efforts and things that first responders have to keep in mind, what comes to mind for you when you see that?
It's treacherous for them as well. Those rescuers are dealing with that fast-moving water themselves. They get into that water. They are going to have issues. Obviously, they're wearing life jackets, which helps. But you'll notice in that video, they're dealing with forest, pretty much. That's debris that's under the water. You don't know what's there. We all know what it lives in Florida.
Right.
Alligators.
Absolutely.
And there's also, knows what's in that water beyond that. So yeah, not fun.
It's hard to see Ian's impacts, not just what the horrific impacts it was here in Southwest Florida, but then up through Central Florida, now over in Virginia Beach, and now we're seeing the other side of it with the waters rising. Do you think, Andrew, that Ian will be retired? This name?
Yeah, and I hate to say it and joke around about it, but the I name of most hurricane seasons is historically the most retired name. And I don't know why, but that's just how it usually pans out, is the I name. And
but Ian will probably be retired.
Ian will probably be retired, yeah. And honestly, for semantics' sakes, it doesn't matter. If it was a Cat 4 at landfall or a Cat 5, I think they're going to probably go back and upgrade it to a 5 at the end of the day.
Oh, really?
It wouldn't surprise me.
Really?
Because it was just 2 miles
2
per
miles
hour
an hour.
short.
A lot of times they'll go back in and they'll do a post-analysis. They'll come out in like December. And they'll say, hey, we'll go back through the data, and it was probably a 5. It doesn't matter. I mean,
you don't feel the 2 mile difference there.
It doesn't matter. But that's why I said it's very semantics at that point. But really, again, they're still dealing with the aftermaths of this. I do want to say that floodwaters are still rising for us. We're probably looking at another day of rising of that. There's a live look of I-75 for you. You can see that ramp is closed there at exit 182. That's Sumter Boulevard. And look at those backups. I mean, you can't get off the ramp.
Caitlin Knapp's stepmother actually lives in the area, our reporter Caitlin Knapp, who also is in that area trying to get us another picture of these backups, because our understanding is right there at that ramp, exit 182 and Sumter Boulevard, is that the water is now is coming up on the bridges there, and so it's now down to having people to find these alternate routes. Not only that, then we were talking about the Peace River, also
and 41's
exactly
closed.
Shutting down roads there.
And obviously we don't have a camera right there, but it would be very interesting to see what the river looks like in terms of how high it's getting into maybe people's homes or whatnot right there at 41 in the Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte area.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, Andrew, for that update. We're going to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, we're also keeping an eye on this. You just saw quickly the before. This is the before here. And then we want to show you the after right here. Take a look.
This is in downtown Orlando, Shari. To the right there, that is Lake Eola. So this is right there on right on the side, and that there's a little inn, a little hotel right there. The Central Florida area, my home. And so it was very difficult to see that we saw all of that, the flooding that Ian had also brought. And and so Andrew says this is the water that's now coming down, that's now impacting the rivers here, right back, giving us an impact in Southwest Florida. Incredible to see how high they came up in Orlando. Shari, we had never seen flooding like this in Orlando before. They said it was a 1 in a 100-year flood, which is just a very 1% chance of this flooding happening. That water, as Andrew said, has to go somewhere, and it's now coming down into Southwest Florida. And now our rivers, the Matlacha, the Peace River, Horse Creek, all now flooding, rising waters to the point where we're having rescue missions continuing to happen.
And just real quick, I know this is your hometown. What are people saying when it comes to the impacts of Ian there as well? I know you have some close friends and relatives as well who were impacted.
I think it was more of just a surprise. I don't know if they had expected it. I don't think any of us really expected it. We didn't realize the impact that Ian would have on us here either. Especially as Floridians, we think we're ready for a hurricane and whatever it might bring. I think the same way that storm surge might have surprised many of us is the same way the flooding surprised a lot of folks in Orlando. They had never seen that before. I had a friend who lost her home, and she's not far from that live picture that we just saw there, the pictures, the before and afters.
Unfortunate. Thank you for that perspective. All right, and it sounds like we have something from Katie in regards to Orlando.
We're going to try to pull it up. Yeah, our investigative reporter, Katie Legrone, who often reports out of Tampa, has actually spent the last week in Orlando. She at first was talking about how the theme parks were closing ahead of Ian. Again, none of us really thought it was going to turn into such a flooding event over in Central Florida. Let's take a listen.
Sun is certainly a welcome sight in Orlando, just not this community. It's known as the Orla Vista community. It's actually just outside Orlando city limits, about 15 minutes from downtown. And you can see behind me the water is still completely overwhelming this community. In fact, hundreds of people yesterday had to be rescued from their homes. They had been trapped since Ian started plummeting through this neighborhood. And this morning, we've seen some of those residents coming back and forth by boats trying to get items they had to leave behind as the waters just kept rising, from medication to other personal items. One guy came out with a generator, and still a lot of pets are in homes completely flooded out. One woman we spoke with described fleeing her home as the storm was barreling down early Thursday morning. Conditions so bad, she was forced to leave behind pets, even her dad's ashes.
I just hate we had to leave them in there and the animals. It breaks my heart.
Fortunately, her son was able to retrieve her dad's ashes this morning. We saw 2 members of the county's water rescue team out here this morning, also helping her and others. But this is a community prone to flooding. There are 3 retention ponds that, coupled with Ian's rain, just pummeled this area. While Ian is the worst they've ever seen in this community, the shock and awe from the last 24 hours has turned into an enormous amount of rage and anger as to why this keeps happening here. Neighbors say pumping stations failed even as Ian came through. One man who's lived here for 30 years told me Ian spelled the end to this neighborhood. As for Orlando City proper, today is assessment mode. City leaders are going around to different government entities trying to survey the damage, trying to assess exactly what needs to be fixed in public works, parks and recreation. We also know power outages remain a problem, not just in Orlando and Orange County, but across Central Florida. On a brighter note, the city's famous mouse is back. Disney World announcing they have reopened today. Same with Orlando International Airport. That is the very latest from Orlando. Katie Legrone, back to you.
What was really interesting is she had mentioned about how some of the failures with public works, and they had a rescue crews. While you guys were dealing with Irma down here in Southwest Florida, I was reporting in Orlando at that time, and there was one community, and I was trying to look up the streets really quick. It was called Orla Vista, and it was a low-lying area that had been ignored with restoration and fixing the water main system there. And when Irma came through, it was the middle of the night. The moment those winds calmed down, the fire crews were out there. And so it was like 3 a.m. rescuing people from their homes, from some of the same images that we saw from Central Florida as well. And so it's interesting to see that once again we have some of those failures, but they were pretty quick at getting funding and fixing it. So I'm sure that's going to happen again, definitely in the Central Florida area. Really interesting to see.
Yeah, good perspective, and also a bigger story here to tell outside of just what's happened now. We want to get to Tampa, where we're getting some aerial views, it looks like, of a water treatment plant here. Again, we're working to gather perspective throughout the state. As we know, the governor has said this is a storm, an event that has impacted so many across the state, and that's what we're seeing here.
This is the same chopper shot that we've been carrying, showing the rising waters of the Matlacha River. And so this is a water plant, and you can see the water is pretty dark there. We know that at least there's huge water issues in Lee County, 200 water main breaks and lift station failures in Cape Coral alone. And that's why I think the governor said yesterday the water situation is going to be the biggest burden in trying to get people back online, because especially in a lot of places in Lee County, you can't flush the toilets or anything like that.
And the bigger story here, as we've been staying on top of this story here in Southwest Florida, and it sounds like in Orlando too, there have been these water challenges that we had before Hurricane Ian. And so again, this is a bigger part of the story that we are working to cover for you. And right after our break, we are going to give you more perspective of how Ian has impacted our state, our area, and efforts underway to restore it. We'll be right back.
And here at Fox 4, as we are continuing our wall-to-wall coverage by giving you everything you need to know, as we are now rebuilding after Hurricane Ian devastated our community about 48 hours ago.
That's right, and we know for so many of you, you are looking to figure out what comes next when it comes to power in your community and getting back online and efforts. So we're keeping a close eye on what's going on there, and so we want to pull up our restoration efforts. This one is from Charlotte County right now. It says they are responding to Ian and they're unable to provide a restoration estimate at this time. So for those of you in Charlotte County, this is perspective from FPL right now. They're basically saying they can't give an update yet on what exactly restoration looks like for you. They say, please know we're going to continue to restore those outages, including in between the storm's weather bands, which we know we've actually been seeing pretty nice weather, and they tell you to please stay safe. Also in Lee County, right? So it's the same thing across the board, basically. They're working to bring you the latest information as possible. In Lee County, you can see this was just updated at 4 o'clock, so about a half an hour ago. You can see those numbers there. They're giving you an update as to how many customers are still out of power. This is in Collier County right now. It looks like 103,000.
Yeah, I was going to say it was 200,000 and then 103, so about half of Collier County back online. And just to quickly give perspective on what the governor said, clearly on the hardest hit areas, the barrier islands where the power grid is completely shot, it's going to take a little bit of time to get the power back. That's obvious. You're looking now at DeSoto County's map, but he did say that in these more inland counties where the power grid wasn't so damaged, they're able to get in there. He said Charlotte, DeSoto, what you're looking at now, you're going to start seeing slowly but surely coming back online. The last update, Shari said 26,000 people had their power in the last 3 hours. That's a lot of restoration. These crews working so incredibly hard, but still a lot of us are in the dark here in Southwest Florida, and we have a reporter who's tracking just the millions of people who are left without power.
And as our reporter is working to bring that story for you, a reminder today that you can keep up with outages when you go to our website. Just go to fox4now.com. We actually have a story dedicated to help you find those links for both FPL and LCEC. And you can track the outages in your community, and you can track restoration as well too. You can go to fpl.com/storm as well.
It looks like as we're waiting for the reporter to give us that story, in the meantime, we might. Yeah, in the meantime, we're going to go over some tips that FPL actually had given us. Storm steps that you can do. You know, from FPL, obviously, we're going to have a lot of power lines down. So they say just be wary of water damage in particular and leaks from flooding, especially if there's any lines that might be in that water. Take pictures and videos of the damage that you see, and don't touch any downed or exposed wires. We heard from state leaders who said that we do have after deaths that happened after a storm like this, folks who might not realize there might be down power lines in trees, or if maybe you have a down tree, you're cutting off the branch and there might be a power line there, and clearly just want to be extremely careful of that.
Yep, we have a new video into the Fox 4 newsroom. We're again bringing you video from all over Southwest Florida. This is from Charlotte County. This is the Punta Gorda Airport, where you can see that damage is pretty intense there at that location. And again, yeah, I see you leaning in, Nadia, trying to take a close look.
I'm leaning in because I don't know if I saw a plane there on the runway, a small plane. Just to keep in mind, all of our airports in the area are still closed. Even if you see, this is in Punta Gorda where the damage obviously is horrific, but over at RSW and in Naples, they told us yesterday that the airports will be closed for regular travel. Their goal is to clear the runways out. That's why I was looking to see if this plane was moving, because right now the airports are only being serviced to bring in supplies and rescue teams and rescue missions. So RSW and Naples for sure are open only for all of the help that is now pouring in to Southwest Florida by plane, by boat, by car, any way possible. But that is some incredible damage, again, out of Port Charlotte.
That's interesting to look at, because there is an air show that happens there every year, oftentimes spotlighting veterans in our community, and it's something people look forward to often. I think the only time they kind of took a pause was obviously during COVID, but to see that damage in that location that we go to every year is intense and profound.
Hard to see the damage to our community at all. And as the images are coming in, you're probably like, why do we keep showing this? The reason is, Shari, and I explained this a lot yesterday, is when we post some of these pictures on social media, people are asking us, wait, can you zoom in on this street so I can see if that's my dad's house, if that's my second home? And so the reason we want to add perspective, not only seeing the horrible story, I mean, the pictures speak for themselves, but also a lot of folks are watching us from out of our area right now and checking in as well.
We have a pretty new addition to Southwest Florida that we want to show you the impacts here. This is from our FDOT cam, but in the right-hand side of your screen there, you can see the damage to Topgolf, actually, in Fort Myers. This is a place I know a lot of people love to frequent. We were super excited when it came to Southwest Florida. It kind of helped to put us on the map. And of course, that type of damage around that screened-in area, it can be fixed. That is the type of damage that many pool cages have seen. Right. We know that it can be replaced. But again, just taking a look around Southwest Florida and the impacts of Hurricane Ian, even affecting places that we like to hang out on a nice Friday evening. It's fixable.
It's iconic, Shari, right there at a major intersection, right when when you get onto I-75, you see Top Golf and that net clearly there so you don't get hit by any golf balls as people are teeing off. But that just shows on the scale, like you said, those pool cages that might have flown away. Same thing, just on such a larger scale when you see just Ian's impacts. I want to quickly go over some housekeeping because, Shari, I'm trying to think about what people are doing today. And what can you imagine our neighbors are doing today? If they don't have power, they're probably out cleaning their yards.
Yeah, I mean, people are cleaning up, people are looking for gas, people are looking to replenish their hurricane snacks, and waiting to just wonder and get an update as to when the power is going to come back on.
And this is the time where you might have folks who might want to take advantage because you're going to have maybe a part of your roof gone or maybe a tree on a part of your house. And this is where contractors who might not have the best intentions would come in. And this is where our entire state has kind of really gone into a free-for-all with the insurance crisis. So here are some tips that are really important right now because we're all emotional, we're all going through a lot, and we're all stressed. And we've talked about how neighbors are helping neighbors and random people are walking up to you to help you. But you got to make sure that you're vetting these people. So you want to be careful, beware of pushy or cash upfront contractors who are probably coming up to you right now and saying, hey, I can help you out, give me some money. And then, you know, there are some folks who might want to take advantage, so please be careful about that. Ask to see official identification. We're going to have a lot of folks coming in, whether it's the National Guard or FEMA, part of the Urban Search and Rescue Task Force, United Way. Make sure that you're asking to see identification before you give any money or sign any contracts, and also keep all of the receipts you get. This is going to really help you not get scammed, especially as those insurance claims start to be filed and you start getting in some money. You don't want those folks to be coming in, taking advantage of you and getting away with the money, that much needed money that's going to help you rebuild. And it's an unfortunate side of the story, but we want to let you guys know, especially for our folks who might be around and about today.
That's right. Chief Financial Officer Jimmy Petronas making that message very clear. Remember yesterday during an update, he was very clear that if you need to file, he said, work with your agent, work with your carrier, or call his office directly, but be weary of people trying to take advantage of you during this time. He literally used the words, we are vulnerable during this time.
And Shari, it's interesting because Trent and I were talking that after every storm, we learned something new. After Hurricane Michael hit the Panhandle, we did have a lot of insurance fraud that happened, those contractors coming. And so Jimmy Petronas, after Michael hit, they set up what was called insurance villages to get all of the major insurance carriers in one spot. He said yesterday that will be happening here in Southwest Florida. I'm trying to get in that information to see what would that look like. But we know you guys are worried about what kind of claims you can put in. Is it flood insurance? Is it regular homeowners insurance? Is it wind insurance or wind damage? And so to help you navigate that, it sounds like the state is going to start setting up what's called insurance villages. And that's something I've been trying to work to get more information on. In the meantime, we do still have also curfews in place. And it's 4:35. You might want to see if you can get one more run to the grocery store tonight. Just know that many areas do have a curfew in place, Shari.
Yep. So in Lee County, it's in effect right now until further notice. In Collier County, this one shifted a little bit, so pay attention. That one is midnight through 6 a.m. And if you're in Charlotte and DeSoto counties, your curfew is 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. Also, we are keeping a close eye on schools. We know so many of you are keeping an eye on when your kids go back to school. We have an update from Collier County schools. They say they are assessing the damage at schools today. 21 of 51 of their schools are without power as of noon. They are looking to open next week, but they say they are not sure of the actual date. They do plan on providing an update on Sunday at 4 p.m. So again, Collier County School says they're assessing the damage and they're going to keep you up to date. They will update you on Sunday evening as to what next week is going to look like. And we also have other school closures that we're tracking across the state as well. And you can find those on fox4now.com. And guys, if we have that graphic again, we can show, we have Sarasota County and we have Lee County resuming on Monday. I'm sorry, that's for trash pickup. Don't go to school yet. We have school closures related to Hurricane Ian right here on your screen, but we do on our website have a list of all of the school closures and when they plan to open, if that information is available on fox4now.com. All right.
Also, really quick, we have to get to Andrew to get an update on Hurricane Ian now making its impacts really along our East Coast, but we just got an update. Naples Airport is going to resume operations tomorrow, Saturday. A big update there. It sounds like Collier County a little bit in better shape to get up and going again. So that's just a huge update. We'll get back to that in a little bit. But in the meantime, Andrew, Hurricane Ian, we've been looking at these live images. It's just incredible to see, even now having impacts right there in Virginia Beach after making landfall in South Carolina.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to touch on what you just said there. It looks like Collier County's in a little bit better shape there. It makes sense. They were a little bit further away from that eye that made landfall there. So they really dealt with that storm surge right up along the coastline, but the further inland you got into Collier County, the better off you were, as well as up in Glades and Henry. So that's good news there. I mean, we want to see the positives in this, and as we recover from Hurricane Ian. Obviously, now Ian making landfall again in South Carolina today, right around 205, 85-mile-an-hour winds. Now it's starting to transition from a hurricane into what we call a mid-latitude cyclone or extratropical system there, but it is dumping a lot of rain across portions of the East Coast, moving now into Washington, D.C. area, Norfolk, Virginia, Raleigh, Charleston, Charlotte's right in here in that heavy rain bands there as well. And this will slowly work its way north up and towards New York City, Philadelphia, obviously D.C. getting into the heart of that rain here shortly, and continue to track rain up that direction. And you can see, though, Ian is going to continue to weaken as it pushes off to the north there, up down to 15-mile-an-hour winds by 8 o'clock tomorrow night. So again, it's really just turning into a big rain event as it moves up the East Coast. But still, at this time, we saw images from Norfolk, we saw it from Virginia Beach, down in Myrtle Beach, dealing with storm surge there from Ian. Category 1 storm making landfall again for the second time after that landfall here. But again, it is producing hurricane warnings up and down the South Carolina coastline there, tropical storm warnings up across North and South Carolina into Georgia, and again right up along the Virginia coastline here. But locally, again, the big story has been that heavy rainfall across northern portions of our area, Sarasota County, Charlotte County, DeSoto County, and then up into central Florida, up and towards Orlando, seeing 15 inches of rain. We had the local flooding there in Orlando as Ian moved through, but unfortunately that water that fell there in forms of rain up to the north is now flowing southward and causing that river flooding that we continue to track for you at this time. And again, that's going to be the biggest issue, I think, moving forward in the days to come, is that river flooding that we're seeing right now in Glades County, DeSoto County, Charlotte County, Sarasota County for you. And as we continue to watch those flood warnings there up across those northern locations. And okay, we do want to send things off to what we look like. Okay. Do want to give you an update, though, on the rivers there. Horse Creek there in DeSoto County, right near 72. There, State Road 72 has crested, but this is a tributary to the Peace River, which we continue to know is rising at this time. We do know right now it's at 23.9 feet. It's going to crest around the 24-foot range tomorrow, but that is record territory and is expected to remain at flood stage for the next major flood stage, that is, for the next several days. Matlacha River also still rising for you at this time at 12 feet, expected to reach at 12.7 feet sometime tomorrow as well. But major flood stage, that would be another record in terms of that. Now, Fish Eating Creek near Palmdale area, that is rising there as well. Some at minor flood stage at the moment, but again, another major roadway there, State Road 27, could be affected by that in Palmdale. So a lot of our areas still dealing with freshwater river flooding because of the aftermath of Ian, that water now flushing from central Florida down into southwest Florida, guys.
All right, thank you, Andrew, for that update. We'll continue to check in with you as we keep a close eye on this developing situation when it comes to flooding in parts of southwest Florida. A few updates for you. Lee County schools may be closed for longer than today, they tell us, depending on just how long those school-based shelters are needed following Hurricane Ian. Yeah. That is according to the superintendent there. So again, as we've been updating you on air and online, a few of those schools are still functioning as shelters. So they tell us school could be closed for longer than today. Also, the Florida Division of Emergency Management saying that as of 3 p.m., 1.7 million people are without power. So that's a slight shift in that number, a slight progress in that number. I actually, keeping an eye on power, just received a text message from the LCEC, basically saying that they're going to update their numbers by 6 p.m. tonight. They were mostly working on assessment today, taking a look at areas that have been impacted. We're showing you the outage web map from LCEC right now. They say they have close to 1,000 boots on the ground, and they're making progress on some of those main circuits. We've been talking about how those circuits experienced some damage and damage to the infrastructure there. This position is to begin restoration of neighborhoods. So once they restore those circuits, they're able then to continue to restore neighborhoods. They tell us there's a long way to go, but they are optimistic. They say Sanibel and Pine Island aren't going to be quick restoration, which we obviously expected that. Many employees, they tell us, a different perspective here, have lost their homes, including their CEO. I'm reading this live as I'm reading it to you, so I'm feeling the impact of it. The CEO of LCEC, a spokesperson, and some others, they tell us that they have been involved with the restoration, and so they haven't even been to their own homes yet. And they do say that they have additional resources on the way because of the islands and how they will take more than a month to rebuild. So that is a live update coming in from a text message from a representative at LCEC.
Incredible perspective there, Shari, and thank you. That's the point of us having such incredible sources here, giving it to us as we are looking at this. And if you look at the numbers, they tell the story here, right? Look at Cape Coral. 99%, nearly everyone in Cape Coral from northeast to southwest without power. Also, Pine Island, like you mentioned, completely out of power there. Sanibel Island, there's only 2 people who have power on Sanibel Island, which even that to me is a little bit surprising there. Clearly, Fort Myers going through a lot. Marco Island, 99%, with only 6 homes on the entire Marco Island with homes. And look at Immokalee, though. Everyone, at least 80% of folks have their power back online over in Immokalee, which was one of the first areas to be hit. And my understanding is these power crews were right here, ready to go. And so the moment that those winds died down, they were able to get in. So knowing that Immokalee was the first hit, that makes a little bit of sense as they now are trying to get in as much as they can. These numbers telling the story, especially for loved ones who might be tuning in. I just got a message, someone tuning in from Arizona, trying to get in touch with someone on the Cape, Shari. And this might tell you the story there. The power has been out. Cell phones could be dead because they haven't been charged since Wednesday, or even the cell phone service we know has been very spotty. The power outage is really telling the story of just how significant this event has been for our area and the significant amount of work that still needs to be done.
And we also have an update from Collier County Public Schools as well. They tell us all extracurricular activities, including athletic practices and competitions, as well as homecoming dances previously scheduled for this weekend have been canceled, but they will be rescheduled. That update is coming in from Collier County Public Schools. Again, they say athletic practices and competitions and the homecoming dance that was scheduled for this weekend is canceled, and it's going to be rescheduled.
We're talking about these updates as they're coming in. We talked about power being a huge issue, but in Lee County, the governor said that the water system will be the biggest burden, to the point where the county has now requested federal help to help us rebuild our water system. One of our reporters, we have a team of them all across our area, is actually talking about the water issues that we are experiencing, still recovering from Hurricane Ian.
Here in Fort Myers, near the Dean Park Historic District, you really can't walk anywhere without stepping on something. You see just branches and pieces of trees just blanket the sidewalk, the same as I'm just standing just in almost what would be like a sheet of mud almost. And then if you walk here, you're hearing something in the background, what sounds like water. I'll show you that in just a second. But again, also this road, this is the same thing. This is the corner of Michigan Ave and Cranford Avenue. Again, there's actually yellow caution tape up against 2 trees or 2 posts up at this end of the road, but you can see why. I mean, there's just branches and leaves and just debris everywhere right here. And I want to get to that noise that you're hearing, which is just right here in front of me. This is just, has not stopped. This has been going ever since we got here. It hasn't stopped. Cars have been trying to make their way through. Now, the water itself is not really all that deep, but that's what happens when there's just so much water and there's just so much debris that just covers and blankets the road. In Fort Myers, Austin Pollock, Fox 4.
Update, and we're keeping a close eye on boil water notices in Southwest Florida, and we want to remind you that to stay up to date with those counties that are affected by those boil water notices, you can go to fox4now.com for the latest. But we also want to remind you, when it comes to keeping your water safe, these are some things that you can do. You can maintain rolling boil for 1 minute. If you're unable to boil, because we know a lot of you do not have electricity and might not have access to a way to do that, you can add 8 drops of unscented bleach per 1 gallon of water. Officials say let that stand for 30 minutes, and then if possible, repeat that. These instructions actually coming from Lee County as well, who also has a boil water notice in place.
If you can even get water in parts of Lee County, as I mentioned, Cape Coral only had 200 lift stations fail during the storm, and several water main breaks as well.
All right, so we are working to keep you updated across Southwest Florida. We have an update from one of our reporters now. We want to go ahead and give you a look at the latest from Collier County in Naples.
Flooding was the biggest issue in this neighborhood.
Sorry.
All of this stuff here belongs to the woman in this house. It's a total loss. The furniture was floating. The water started rushing into her home, and then she had to be rescued out. She took us through her house to see just how bad the damage was.
That water just totally came gushing, I guess, from that way and through the whole back, and then that was up to the doors, you know, these sliding doors here, all the way up. It happened so fast. That's what's so frightening. It was so fast.
You were worried about your safety.
Oh my gosh, yes, plus I was alone, so.
Did you ever consider evacuating?
Well, no, because, no, and I know this sounds so dumb, and when I would hear other people say it, I thought, right. But this did not happen with Irma, and they had said the same thing, was the whole water. And I lived 2 blocks away with Irma, and it was nothing. And I know they're all different. Boy, I really know it now. That's a concrete chunk. That's not even a slab, it's a chunk. And what is that? I think it's about this high, and what, maybe 4 feet long, 3.5, 4 feet wide. Water displaced that. Everything in there was destroyed, and things from there had floated into here. So it was, you know, right up to here on me. They couldn't even get the door open. Wanted me to crawl through the window. Eventually I got the door open, and then they walked me down the road. And by then it was, you know, up to here on me. Yeah. Because I was scared to death. Yeah, I can't tell you the speed of which that happened is beyond frightening. It was like a fireball coming at you.
Even though Wendy lost everything, she's just happy to be alive. She said she was scared to death, and now her only concern is where she's going to sleep tonight. In Naples, I'm Alex Bozargian for Fox 4.
And that is tough to hear, because we know so many people felt that fear in the middle of that storm Wednesday, and we were watching the images, and I could not help but think of the folks who might be in their home watching the water come in. And I don't even know how you would imagine seeing it, but when she said it was like a firewall, it rushed in, like how fast it happened, and then how long it felt for Ian to leave. It's just one of dozens of stories that we're going to tell right here on Fox 4 and coming in, and we're going to be here with you every step of the way.
Stories we will continue to tell and share with you right after the break.
Welcome back, and I do want to give you an update on Ian, now no longer a hurricane. Good news there. Now post-tropical Ian, as it now continues to move ashore across the Carolinas here, down to 70 miles an hour as of the 5 o'clock advisory. Gusts up to 85 and continue to move off to the north at 15. But Ian is weakening for you at this time. Again, moving down in scale, but we are still looking at packing a punch up across portions of the mid-Atlantic states as it moves out of the South Carolina into North Carolina, seeing a lot of rain across Norfolk, Raleigh out towards Charlotte's there, if you're familiar with that, and then continue to move up. Looks like Washington, D.C. now getting into that rain. South Jersey, my home state there, starting to see the effects of the northern part of what was left of Ian as it continues to move off to the north there as a mid-latitude cyclone. But continuing expected to weaken. The latest forecast cone has it down to 25 miles an hour by tomorrow afternoon, up in towards the northern, West Virginia there and northern Virginia. We are looking at, again, continued weakening, but we still do have those hurricane warnings up across portions of the South Carolina coastline for you, and tropical storm warnings up across portions of Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia as Ian continues to move away. But the local impacts continue to be the aftermath of that flooding rain that continues to move southward for you at this time. We continue to saw those rainfall totals earlier from Ian as it made landfall, 18 inches or so up across portions of Sarasota County, and then up in towards central Florida. Saw 15 inches of rain or so up into Daytona. And again, that water is what's flowing southward here, which is continuing to cause our local aftermath freshwater flooding up towards the Northport area. So again, we do still continue to have flood warnings in parts of Glades County near Palmdale, DeSoto County near Arcadia, that's Horse Creek, as well as the Peace River, and then the Matlacha River, seeing that flooding there up closer towards Northport as well. So in both the Matlacha River as well as the Peace River both flow into Charlotte Harbor, where we are seeing a lot of issues right around 41 now being closed, exits on I-75 being closed because of that flood water. Now, the good news I do have for you, Horse Creek has crested. It is going down now, but it's still at major flood stage. It's going to take some time to get that to continue to go down. How about the Peace River? Just near Arcadia, just on the western side of Arcadia, you're looking at still rising at this point in time. So we are continuing to watch that one for you at major flood stage, as well as the Matlacha River, again, which is where we've had Caitlin Knapp earlier showing you that flood stage. We also had that helicopter video there as well. So Nadine and Shari, what can the least you guys can tell us?
Yeah, it's incredible as we saw these images. It's really heartbreaking to see the impacts that the flooding is now happening right along our rivers. We actually have a live look right now in Arcadia, and my understanding near Horse Creek is where you had mentioned that river, Andrew, is rising quickly. And let's go out to Dave Bowman, who is live there right now. Okay, my understanding I'm sorry, he was live, and we were hoping to get out to him because it is pretty intense what we're seeing out there. Andrew had mentioned we saw a helicopter as well with National Guard hanging out and looking for people in flooded waters.
All right, it sounds like we have our Dave Bowman back, so we want to get right to him. He's giving you a look at Arcadia right now. Dave, can you tell us what you're seeing right now?
We're right in the heart of downtown Arcadia. You can see the area, lots of debris pushed off to the side of the road. This is Oak Street, one of the busier streets, and people are starting to clear it, making sure that the road is passable. Right behind me is the awning of the historic Oak Park Inn. It was blown from its, from the main entrance there, and it right now sits right outside the historic building. And we just talked to the owner of the building. He said he hopes to reopen in about a month and a half, but there's a lot of unanswered questions, like when is this debris going to be cleared? Also in Arcadia, we've been around town and have seen a few things. One of the most eye-opening happened to be the opening of the happened to be the flooding of the Peace River, main bridge on Route 70 that connects Arcadia to Port Charlotte eventually, is flooded on both sides, roughly about a mile of flooding. We witnessed a number of rescues earlier this morning where people were trapped inside their homes, and fan boats went out and made some of the rescues. There's also a lot of confusion in town. At a CVS not far from here, we're seeing people that are concerned about trying to get places. On GPS maps, they don't show that a lot of the roads are out because of the high water and the flooding. They're concerned if they want to go all the way around to visit people, to help them evacuate or just get them to a place where they can be until all of this clears over. They're concerned because there's no place in town where anyone can get gas, and they're worried that if they go too far out of their way to help out, they're going to be stranded somewhere and out of gas. It's a lot of confusion here, and there's one more bit of concern as well. What has happened is a number of people, there's a curfew in town of 9 p.m. We've had a number of people come up to us and saying, where's the National Guard? They know the police are spread very thin, and there's a concern of both looting and home break-ins during this very vulnerable period of time where there's no electricity and a lot of phone systems are down. That's the situation right now in downtown Arcadia. I'm Dave Bowman, Fox 4 News Now.
Dave, thank you for that perspective, because we haven't been able to see too much of the Arcadia community, so that gives us an idea of what so many are dealing with in that area, and also the concerns there are very profound following Dave's report.
Absolutely, and we know that we have thousands of guardsmen here in Southwest Florida, and we appreciate the perspective to make sure that we aren't forgetting about our inland and northern parts of our counties here in our area. But the story in those areas, and you heard Dave just say it, is the flooding he's now seeing as those rivers are rising. Another chapter in this really long and horrific story of Hurricane Ian in our area. That flooding not only there in Arcadia, but over on the Matlacha River, now rising in Northport. We have Alexa Liaco, who is there covering the flooding.
To show you what it means when a Category 4 hurricane hits, you have to visit the neighborhoods and talk to the families who lived through it. But we couldn't walk through feet of floodwater.
Oh, they had to have had water in there.
So Gary offered to help us out.
And we could make a right and go back out.
Gary and Mitzi live in this Northport neighborhood and rode out the storm in their house. They told us they were lucky the water only came up to their door, but so many of their neighbors weren't.
What I'm looking at across the street, that's mine. That's where we're supposed to be living.
Shannon Terry's home is still standing, but it flooded during the hurricane as she and her family sat inside.
Next thing I know, my daughter's like, Mommy, here comes the water coming in. And it came through the front door. It came through the side door. I ran in the back bedroom. It was coming through the shower, just coming up through the shower, coming through the toilet, and then the smell. So then we're in there smelling that, and I said, this is going to keep rising.
Shannon knew, even in the middle of the storm, they couldn't stay. So she picked up her 11 and 4-year-old daughters and swam across her street.
As a mom, I didn't know what I was getting ready to swim across, what was going to be in that water with my daughters. I didn't even know if I was going to be able to make it across with them.
Her prayer answered by neighbor Tricia.
And when we saw this family saying, begging, please, please, please let us in, with her baby on her back, our other daughter on the front, her husband carrying the doll, and no shoes, no nothing.
The two women, once just neighbors, but now
they have become family.
But this family and the entire neighborhood can't start the process of cleaning up, filing insurance claims, trying to move on, because they can't get out of their flooded street.
I feel trapped, I feel stuck. We have no running water, so you can't take a good, nice, clean shower. Can't live like this.
Just a few blocks over, Brenda Lopez feels that weight.
It's hard.
Her family's cars won't start. They have no water or power.
I feel like I'm stranded, definitely. I wouldn't call it an island because it's not paradise today. It's far from paradise.
We feel isolated.
This entire neighborhood is hoping they aren't forgotten when the resources do arrive. But until then, they're helping each other.
We are alive. We're blessed.
In any way they can. In Northport, I'm Alexa Liaco reporting.
Alexa, incredibly heartbreaking video to see there in that community, and we know so many people. This is a very similar story and experience that they had, and so I want to make sure that we share this website with you because it is a shelter locator website for you if you've been impacted and you need some place to go. You might not have family or friends within the area. We want to give this to you. It's the Disaster Recovery Center Locator. It is through FEMA, and the website is egateway.fema.gov. So if you just go to fema.gov, here it is right here. Thanks, guys. You navigate through here and literally you just search by your location, your address, and it's going to tell you the closest shelter to your community if you find that you've been impacted and conditions are tough. It is tough to live without power. We know so many in our community do not have water. So if that is your story, you've been impacted by flooding, severe damage to your home, please know that this is a resource for you. Again, this is egateway.fema.gov. It is a shelter locator for you.
Yeah, I was telling to hear that yesterday Lee County had mentioned.
All right, so we want to go right now. We are getting a live look right now of Ian, where this is Myrtle Beach, where you can see that camera shaking as the storm continues to impact people in this area. Look at that tower cam, Nadine, just kind of shaking all over the place, indicating wind right now. Dan, if it's okay, I'd like to bring in meteorologist Andrew Shipley to give us more perspective as to what we're seeing here. Andrew, again, Nadine, you mentioned it's tough to talk about Ian, but this is the reality for so many people here. So can you give us some perspective right now?
Yeah, I'm just looking at this camera. I mean, that sky's black.
Wow. It's black. And Andrew, I'm also looking at the beach there.
Yeah.
It doesn't look as high as it was over in Virginia Beach.
No, I think it still looks like there's water in that street there, but it looks like there's a car driving. So, this is Virginia Beach. This is Virginia.
Okay.
So it looks like maybe the water's come down.
Yeah, it looks like it might be coming down because earlier we did see the water come up pretty high and then over into the streets as well.
Yeah, it looks like that water was a little bit higher up for us. But now the good news is Ian is weakening. Now, no longer a hurricane.
Thank God.
So that's the good news. It's still a major rainmaker. It's still putting out 70-mile-an-hour winds around the core. But this is now what we call an extratropical cyclone or a mid-latitude cyclone, depending on how you want to describe it. But again, no longer a hurricane. But you look at all that moisture there on radar. We're still looking at that tornadic threat up across portions of North Carolina and up and towards Virginia and Norfolk there as well. So again, still a major storm system moving up into the East Coast, but again, no longer a hurricane after making its second landfall as a Category 1 hurricane just north of Charleston near Georgetown, South Carolina for you, and is expected to continue to weaken. So again, good news there for you, though that center of the storm still located about 20 miles northwest of Myrtle Beach. And speaking of Myrtle Beach, we do have this new video here. Take a look at this. That is flooding for you. I'm trying to see if this is storm surge flooding or if this is rainwater flooding, but looking at those buildings.
It looks like it might be on the beach.
It looks like it's on the beach because those buildings, look, they're on stilts. So
this is incredible.
It's incredible,
I honestly, this is hard. It's hard to see because this is hard for me to even comprehend, Andrew, because it was a Category 1, right, when it made landfall. So explain that for us.
Well, I mean, we're talking such a large storm. Another example of this, you have family in Puerto Rico, okay?
Yes.
So they just dealt with Fiona.
Right.
That was also a Category 1 that didn't make landfall and saw devastating impacts.
And we saw all of that, exactly.
It doesn't have to be a Category 4 or 5 like we saw here to have devastating impacts. The surge that they're dealing with is still comparable in the amount of damage that they're going to see. They're going to see millions of dollars in damage because of storm surge. It's sad. I mean, this is why you run from water and you hide from wind, because you can go inland and hide from the wind and be fine, like many of us did, like we did. You know, you look at the surge, it's crazy.
for people to see the water rising, especially as we're hearing the stories. I mean, we've heard from 2 women just within the last hour that said it felt like it was just rushing in like a firewall, and it kind of breaks your heart to understand the fear that so many people have been feeling, are probably still feeling here in Southwest Florida, and now it's making its way up to the East Coast. And Shari, I want to stick with FEMA, because before we got in that shot, that horrific shot of Ian making its way into Virginia Beach now, I want to pull up some FEMA assistance, because we were talking about which shelters you can find, because we know there were thousands of people displaced. I'm not sure if we can pull it up, but Lee County is now in one of the areas that you can file for individual disaster assistance. This means that the government has opened up funds for you to get direct money to help you, because as we know, might not always be helpful to have flood insurance. You might not have flood insurance and your things might be gone, and that's where you might need to rely on that. So that disasterassistance.gov, the FEMA app you can also download, and 1-800-621-FEMA. And also this website you're seeing here that's where you can find any kind of shelter that might be available, because we know so many people, thousands upon thousands of people right here in our own home, their lives have been upended, and literally everything that they own has washed away.
All right, we are working to get updates from city and county leaders. We are keeping an eye on the city of Fort Myers. I know so many of you have asked about water, when that water is going to be back on for you. We are hoping to get some type of answer as to repairs and what comes next from the city of Fort Myers leaders. They're holding a press conference right now. We're keeping an eye on that for you. We have our reporter Colton Chavez there, and we hope to bring you an update after that is complete. Also, Naples City Council, those of you in Collier County, specifically Naples, says they've extended their local state of emergency. It's effective now for 7 days there. So again, for those of you in Collier County, an update as well. So we are gathering information from local leaders and hoping to get you those updates on air and online as well. And I just want to let you know that we're working to hear from some local county and city officials at this time.
The governor also in Fort Myers today saying that so far 700 rescues have happened, 600 alone in Lee County. He believes that number overall in Southwest Florida is much higher than that. In that news conference, also confirming today, it's really the first numbers that we're able to confidently report is 21 deaths, and even one is too many. So it's hard to hear that number, and I can only imagine that it would be even higher.
All right, we want to take you to Orange County right now, where we are seeing incredible flooding. Nadine, I know this is probably very tough for you to see. This is Central Florida. We've been talking about flooding in our area here in Southwest Florida, and we want to give you a different perspective now as to what so many people are dealing with in Central Florida at this time.
And what's interesting in this case, the flooding that we have seen a lot in our areas, at least on our coastal areas, and what we're just seeing right now in Virginia Beach as Ian's making way is storm surge. But our meteorologists have done a great job to explain the differences here. This is rain flooding. This is catastrophic rain flooding, a 1 in 100 year flood event in Central Florida. And Shari, this was my hometown. You clearly, Southwest Florida is your hometown, and your heart is with them. I have tons of family in Orange County and in Seminole County, the neighboring one. It's devastating to see this, because I'm going to tell you, Shari, growing up in Central Florida, I've never seen this kind of impact before too. And the same thing that we experienced here with people just moving here. So many homes are being built, so many new subdivisions, and so much more growth. And to see just this catastrophic damage to the state that so many people want to come move to is incredible. These houses, I'm not sure if these are 2-story houses or not, and I'm trying to look at it, but that is so much water in that area, and that water has to go somewhere, and that's what we're tracking right now, Shari.
That's right, and we're keeping a close eye on this flooding. This is, of course, a view from Orange County from the Fox 4 chopper, but we are working to bring you visuals throughout the state of Florida and in Southwest Florida as well. And we know this event has brought severe flooding, wind damage, all types of damage that's impacted property and people throughout the state of Florida. And we know for so many of you, you are without power right now, and you are wondering what comes next. We have an update as far as to how many people have been impacted when it comes to these power outages, and we want to get right that to you to give you that update.
Before and after Ian's landfall from high above, showing the drastic scope of Florida's power outages.
And it literally sounded like a freight train for about 2 hours straight. It would not leave.
The storm knocking out power to well over 2 million people.
We have deployed about 20,000 crews across the state of Florida.
Workers from dozens of states repairing lines and equipment wherever they can. In some cases, the damage is so bad that's simply impossible.
There are sections of our territory close to the beach along the Barrier Islands that will require rebuilding. There are some destructive areas that simply cannot be repaired, and they'll have to be rebuilt.
Across Lee County, home to Fort Myers and Cape Coral, homes washed away, turned on their side, even burning. The Sanibel Causeway, the only connection for Sanibel Island to the mainland, washed away.
Well, Sanibel is destruction. It got hit with really biblical storm surge, and it washed away roads, it washed away structures that were not new and could withstand that.
The county's electric grid needs to be rebuilt, dramatically prolonging estimates for power restoration, and even that won't get power back to everyone.
Unfortunately, there are also homes and businesses that will simply not be able to safely take the power once it's ready.
Now, as some Floridians look at weeks off the grid, experts are trying to remind them of the potential dangers of standalone generators.
At least 20 feet away from the home or structures that people can enter.
Generators inside the house pose carbon monoxide threats, even when the windows are open. But putting them outside is a challenge for people whose backyards are now rivers and lakes. Experts say anyone relying on a generator needs to be extra careful and make sure CO alarms are nearby.
Interconnected CO alarms are the best, so that when one sounds, they all sound.
Ian's cataclysmic force making for a long, uncomfortable wait for millions.
We're just hunkering down, waiting to hear when things are going to start going back down, when the power is going to start coming back.
From DeSoto County School District, they say due to the flooding that we've been talking about all afternoon and damage to multiple facilities, school will remain closed until further notice. They say for those of you whose children are enrolled in that school district, they will communicate a timeline for reopening as soon as they can safely welcome students and staff back into their buildings. But they say to keep up with them, go to their website, that's desotoschools.com, or their Facebook page for the latest information. Again, DeSoto County Schools telling us they're going to remain closed due to this flooding and damage to multiple facilities.
That flooding along the rivers, as we just saw that flooding in Orange County, that water making its way down and now cresting our rivers and really impacting roads and homes. Once again, search and rescue missions are happening here in Southwest Florida.
And speaking of those rescue missions, not to cut you off, but Northport Police says they are underway. They say hundreds have already been brought to dry ground. They tell us the water will continue to rise in some areas, as meteorologist Andrew Shipley has been telling us. And they say if you need to get out, call 911. Help will continue as needed. And they are showing support and appreciation for those who have been working to rescue people. We are just now hearing from Governor Ron DeSantis. Let's listen in as to what he has to say.
For the second day in a row, we were able to do a little bit more extensive touring of some of the damage that we saw. And you have places like Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel, some of those areas really where the front line got the massive storm surge and extensive damage throughout there. You also have Charlotte County had damage, north part of Naples and Collier County. One of the things that we're working on and is having staged all the power and everything is the restoration of services. Right now, statewide, 85% of customers have power, and the main outages are, of course, in Lee and Charlotte counties have the most, as well as Hardy. But then you also have about half out in Collier. You have about half out in Sarasota. And then it really gets better in many other parts of the state until you get to Seminole's about a third out or 40% out. Volusia's about 50% out. Flagler is probably about 40 to 50% out. But then it gets much better as you get to St. John's and Jacksonville and Nassau County. And so there was over 42,000 folks staged. They went in immediately to try to minimize those disruptions, and really they're adding more customers back online every hour. I think it's probably, Kevin, would you say about 100,000 every hour or two? So we feel good about most of that. I would say that the biggest challenge with power restoration is going to be in those areas that bore the brunt of the Category 4 plus, almost Category 5 impact, where it may have uprooted some of the existing infrastructure. Now that will be fixed. It's just not something that gets fixed in 24 or 48 hours. And so there has been some damage in Lee, some damage in Charlotte counties, but there's also been a lot of the infrastructure that was able to make it through. So I think now actually Lee, they got about 20% back with power, which is quite frankly more than I would have anticipated this soon after such a major impact. We were able to go just kind of look around. We flew, we did a press conference. We met with some people that had lost homes and businesses, and people that had been in that community for decades and decades. So it's sad to lose your belongings anyways, of course, but there's a lot of history in that part of the state and many parts of our state. So you see that it's hard to just replace that. So there's going to be things that need to do infrastructure-wise, bridges, some of the other stuff down there. But I was pleasantly surprised to see 48 hours after a massive impact, I saw Publix's reopening. I saw Wawa's opening. I saw all this happening in Lee County, and so the quicker that the broader population can get back to normal, that's going to make it easier to help those who have been displaced. We also toured over in Central Florida with the Seminole County Sheriff's Office, some of the flooding there, and I can tell you what we saw in Central Florida was more standing water than what we saw in Southwest Florida, where the big storm surge came in. It's just because of the way they have the Caloosahatchee, the inlets. I mean, the sand. For whatever reason, that really dissipated over the last 24 to 36 hours. You go in places in Central Florida, there's a lot of standing water. Some of these places, had water still up a couple feet on some of the homes. They're bracing for more impacts as you see some things with the St. John's and other things that happen. So we knew there would be flooding, but to have more standing water 200 plus miles away than that is saying something. And then we've seen the impacts in this community up here in Northeast Florida before. We are going to be Kevin's going to be working with FEMA about potentially expanding individual assistance eligibility beyond the counties that have already been added. So right now it's Southwest Florida into Central Florida. It stops before you get up into St. John's. I don't think Flagler or Volusia are in it either. So you look, Flagler, Volusia, they've had some big impacts too. So that's something that we're going to be working with them on. We think that will be something that will be helpful for the residents of this area. Fuel, by and large, has done really well, even with the ports having to shut down because of the storm. You have fuel flowing in. It was good to see these gas stations open in Southwest Florida. That's something that we've had storms in the past where people were without fuel for weeks or a long time, and that's a pain. It makes it harder for people to get back. So we appreciate the attention that's been paid on that. And then in terms of like telecom service, it is getting better in Southwest Florida. They are putting more towers in because of the towers that have been destroyed. But I would say that all the companies, I think, now are allowing the other customers to roam on their network, and so that makes it very helpful. So if you're down there, don't try to do Wi-Fi calling. That's not up where it needs to be. Just do normal calling with roaming. And if you're Verizon, you can't get that. You may be able to get AT&T, and so that's something that's very, very important. I want Kevin to come up and give an update, and then we'll have the administrator come up as well. Kevin.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you for your leadership all day long today. Here in St. Johns County, St. Augustine, I know some of the public safety officials know this is my home. So I'm coming back home. This is not the way that I like to come home on the weekends, but I'm here to help not just the state of Florida, but also my hometown. So we're out here walking the streets. Myself, the administrator, the regional administrator, we're sitting here talking about different aspects of this particular neighborhood, other areas around St. Johns County, to potentially get them into the declaration for individual assistance. You know, I think one of the things that we have in this particular community that I want to just talk about, because we don't get an awful lot of time to talk about this, is just down the road here we have a house that's being raised with FEMA funding as a part of the Flood Mitigation Assistance Grant Program. There's a similar program called the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program that will be coming as a part of this particular storm disaster. I know they're complicated and complex grants to work through. They take a little bit of time, but at the same time, if you're in a situation where you continually flood, then we can elevate your home. And those are good ideas to do in a neighborhood just like this. So highly encourage you folks in this area to consider those programs. I know the city and the county will be reaching out to individuals that want participants in that program. So please continue to be a part of that program. As the governor has mentioned, infrastructure is we're seeing the results of infrastructure hardening. The chief was telling me that some of the lift stations and whatnot were more resilient in this storm than they were in Matthew. So things are, you know, we're getting better at what we do as far as hurricane response. If there's things that you need, please make sure you reach out to your local emergency management agency, reach out to the fire chief, the police chief here, make sure that we know about them, get those things rolled up to us. We're going to be here to continue to support not just St. Johns County and the city of St. Augustine, but all Floridians across the state. So, Governor, appreciate your leadership on this. Thank you.
Okay, and joining us from FEMA is our administrator, Deanne Criswell.
Thank you. I really appreciated the opportunity today to join the governor and Director Guthrie to get eyes on firsthand. It's really important for me to be able to come into a community after an event like this so I can get an idea of what the impacts are. You know, you see a lot of the images on the news, but there's nothing that replaces being able to see and talk to people and hear what they're going through. I'll tell you some of the things that I heard throughout the day today was how the neighbors are helping neighbors. They're really jumping in and helping each other out. We just heard a great story here, but we've heard that across the state today. And the absolute heroic efforts that the first responders put forward in those first few days. I just want to thank all of them for everything that they've done. As you heard the governor say, with different programs that are available for individual assistance with FEMA, President Biden did sign the initial disaster declaration late Wednesday night. That authorized 9 counties for individual assistance. Thursday, early afternoon, I believe, we added 4 more counties. We are continuing to do assessments. One of the reasons that I am here with the governor today is to get eyes on, to see the damages. So we will continue to add more counties as we understand what the impacts the communities across Florida have experienced as a result of this storm. And so as you move into the recovery, we're going to continue to be here to support the governor and Director Guthrie and any requests that they have to make sure that we're able to jumpstart the recovery process, but also to be with you here as you go through the rebuilding and the reconstruction phases. So thank you.
Okay. All right. Any questions for anybody?
Yeah, Governor, I know it's very early to tell, but is there an idea how much is the cost so far that we've seen in Florida and St. Augustine?
No, I think that's going to take some time. I mean, I can tell you in our preparations with everything we did to prepare from the state, it was hundreds of millions of dollars.
We're about $300 million.
We did $300 million from the time that storm developed, and we said this is something last week that was going to be an issue, declared the state of emergency and got in. We were able to do that, and that has helped with the response tremendously. If you remember, I proposed a couple years ago, and the legislature did, to have a fund in state government for disaster response. And so we have $500 million that we earmark every year. And so this is the first time, unfortunately, we're having to tap it. But that money was there, ready to go. Now that FEMA, or now that the administration has given us the 30 days, a lot of that's going to be reimbursable. And so a lot of what the local governments have done in the local communities, those first 30 days will be 100% reimbursable by the federal government. And so that was similar to what's done in other hurricanes like Michael, and that'll make it did. The thing about this one is, sometimes you hear hurricanes and it'll hit like one place in one state. Well, in Florida, when they meander across a peninsula, you're hitting all these different communities, and there's a lot of impacts that have a trickle effect all across the state.
Governor, as you're moving around the state touring the damage, are there any locations that rescue crews still can't get to, and what kind of challenges are they facing to get into?
If you're just joining us,
would you say there's
we're listening in on Governor Ron DeSantis giving an update, as he has been routinely doing throughout the last few days. He's coming to us live from St. Augustine, giving us an update on Hurricane Ian, the impacts across the state.
Yeah, the governor was in Fort Myers. He's really been here for the last 2 days, touring the damage in Lee and Charlotte County, giving us an update around 1 o'clock today in Fort Myers, now up to St. Augustine. As we know that Ian has really had impacts across the state. And just before we pulled away there, the governor saying that makes it difficult because each part of our state is impacted differently. We saw obviously who bore the brunt of that impact is our coastal communities, absolutely devastated there. And now we're seeing our rivers in our northern counties and further inland really starting to flood and beginning to crest because of the rainwater that's now coming down from the northern parts of the state there. So the governor touched on power, which is a big one. Shari, do you want to help go through those numbers?
Yeah, well, he basically, when it comes to infrastructure, again, that's the biggest challenge he identified, and that's something that we've been saying here on Fox 4. When it comes to the restoration process, the biggest issue is that so many of the main components of getting your power on, keeping it on, have been destroyed or impacted because of Hurricane Ian. So they have to work to get those back together before powering our communities again. And the governor going on to say that has been a big challenge, specifically in Lee County.
Absolutely. He mentioned that the infrastructure for the power is demolished in the areas that we have been watching the worst of the damage, these horrific pictures and the people who have lost everything. And in those areas, the power grid is going to take a longer time to rebuild. So you can only imagine in places like Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach, Pine Island, it's going to take a little bit. However, he did say about half of the power has been restored in Collier, half in Sarasota. And then he talked a little bit about power in Central Florida. About 20% of the power restored in Lee County. And I'm going to have to echo the governor here. I think that's a pretty incredible number, considering we are only just a little bit past the 48-hour mark of when this storm made landfall. And Shari, I think that's because of the thousands of linemen who were just right outside our area, ready to come in. And really, we all see that relief when we're out and about, seeing those power crews.
Sure. So what we're showing you on their screen just now is the FPL Power Tracker. You can go to FPL's website and get that information as to where the outages and restoration process is in your community. The governor also highlighting a 48-hour turnaround of businesses, specifically mentioning businesses like Wawa and Publix in our community, serving the community as quickly as possible. So he also mentioned that they're in St. Augustine. All right, keeping a close eye.
Do you mind if I touch on cell phone really quick? Because this has been kind of I know a lot of people are having trouble getting calls out or in, and I was wondering what was working for me and what was not working. And so the governor says that obviously they're coming in to put in cell phone towers, but that you can call on roaming, that one network will let you roam on another. So for example, if you have Verizon and you're trying to make a phone call, you can roam on AT&T and you're not going to be charged with this. So all the cell phone companies are now opening up their towers to you. The governor's saying Wi-Fi calling is not working. So if you are in this area and you are trying to connect through Wi-Fi to contact your loved ones to let them know that you are okay, the Wi-Fi is not working clearly. So go ahead and try roaming, and the other cell phone companies will hopefully pick it up and you'll be able to make some phone calls out. That explains a little bit about why text messages might be struggling to come in through and the Wi-Fi calling might not be working, which I think is pretty good context there, Shari.
All right, continuing to keep an eye on our community and the impacts of Hurricane Ian. We want to get right now to Fox 4 anchor Chris Earl and Fox 4 certified meteorologist Katie Walls. They spent the day in one community assessing damage there, and we want to take a look at what they gathered today. Hey, guys.
Friday full of assessment as well as cleanup, and we're seeing plenty of both here. And we're right here in Cape Coral on the west side in the Sandoval community. And as Fox 4 certified meteorologist Katie Walls also kind of takes us through this, we've seen a lot of damage in this area as well.
A tremendous amount of damage, Chris. And for us here, because this is also my community, it was a lot of wind damage, but also a lot of water damage as well. We have a lot of little lakes kind of peppered in between the different streets, and a lot of those lakes were inundated, of course, and then unfortunately did go into the back of some people's homes. And even behind us right here, this is just drainage. The storm drains can't handle any more water, so we're seeing these man-made lakes, unfortunately, the nature-made lakes that have just kind of created themselves that are, you know, sometimes 6 inches deep. But slowly but surely we are starting to see them at least evaporate with this drier air.
And also trees, a common theme out of today. As we were driving into this, you could see lots of work crews, the landscaping crews, trying to at least clean up a lot of the debris that's there to make sure it gets into the wood chipper so it can kind of start that process. But we also saw some trees ripped up right out of the ground.
Absolutely. So the trees that were ripped up out of the ground, that was pure force of wind. And it really was the force of an EF3 tornado. It was that kind of magnitude. So you're talking about that kind of power that can do that. And of course, with all of the collapsed pool screens, I mean, just completely crumpled, just like a piece of paper. And then in terms of all of the other trees, you know, our crews have been doing an amazing job clearing the streets. When I first tried to get home yesterday, I was dodging things left and right. It was extremely treacherous, but our crews have gotten out here and they are already, I mean, you can now drive on 2 lanes, which you certainly couldn't do yesterday. So even in just a matter of 24 hours, we're seeing huge improvements.
You also talked with one neighbor. She's out here with her dog Benji. Yes. And they're also trying to not just assess and try to repair things, but also make sure they had enough gas as well, too.
The generators are a big thing we're learning here, and generators run on gasoline. Well, what don't we have much of right now? Gasoline. And some of my neighbors have actually caravanned all the way to Clewiston. Check this out. What kind of damage you have experienced yourself?
Well, it was quite a storm. It was 12 hours long, and we came through it without any storm surge, so I'm really thankful for that, because I was worried about that. Some shingles, concrete shingles from the roof in our neighborhood, but, you know, we can deal with that. We're there. We have no power. We have no water. We have a generator. My husband's out now searching for gas. He's gone all, the whole neighborhood got together in one truck. Everybody's gas tank container is on the back of his little ramp. So they're going to Clewiston to try and get gas because the lines are so long here.
Oh my goodness.
So generators are no good if you don't have gas, you know.
It's true.
So that's the story. And water, well, bottled water, if we run out of that, we're going to have to leave.
Now, did you have any water from any lakes anywhere near you?
No, no water damage, no water. Usually there's a spot between the esplanade and our backyard where it's low, and we always see water piled up there, but we never saw that. Never saw it, so. No storm surge, so happy.
All right, that was Fox 4 certified meteorologist Katie Walls and my co-anchor, our co-anchor Chris Earl, out and about assessing damage, speaking to neighbors, and telling the stories of Southwest Floridians as they are trying to navigate their way in the days after this horrific storm that has really upended a lot of people's lives. And trying to do so is by keeping the lights on through generators and keeping your cars going as you are out and about, and the gas lines. And we got to talk about that, Shari.
Yeah, Katie's neighbor just said a generator's no good if you don't have any gas, and that is so relatable for so many people in Southwest Florida. Listen, if you were driving around today, you noticed traffic felt a little heavy in parts of Southwest Florida, and a big part of that was related to these lines and how they impact traffic on main roads like this one. We're giving you a live look right now.
Santa Barbara and Veterans.
Santa Barbara and Veterans. Yep, this look is not live. It's from a little earlier today, but look at this line of cars into the Wawa location at Santa Barbara and Veterans, and you can just see cars upon cars. This is a very familiar situation after a disaster like this one, where people are looking for gas and we are willing to wait to fill up our tanks and replenish those generators. And this is a very familiar sight. I saw this site even when I was coming from visiting my family in Lehigh Acres, and it took me, guys, forever to get here from Lehigh just because of these long lines and how they impact traffic too.
I found myself caught in one for about 45 minutes thinking I was getting on the interstate, and then I realized yeah, exactly. And so we had to like navigate around that line. So sometimes if you see traffic and you're wondering what stopped, if you're not trying to get gas, just go over a couple lanes. You'll realize that's probably a really long line of people trying to get gas. Andrew, and really as you're still tracking Ian, we're feeling the impacts here, even though it might be beautiful weather outside, our rivers are flooding, and once again we're back to search and rescue missions. It's incredible.
Exactly, and it's almost, you're glad that they were down here because it still takes to get time to move some assets around, so they didn't have to go far, luckily, to go help those folks up in DeSoto and Sarasota and Charlotte counties for you that are dealing with active severe flooding right now, and this goes all up into the Orlando area. We showed you video a short time ago of the video going on in, I believe, Orange County there as well. And all that water that's there in the Orlando area is going to be continuing to flow southward towards our area. So these rivers, they have not crested. Majority of them have not crested yet, and not expected to crest until sometime tomorrow. Take a look at Horse Creek. This is the one that has crested, but I do want to give you the caveat that Horse Creek, while crested, is a tributary to the Peace River. So that river is still at major flood stage, the Horse Creek there, and so is Peace River there in Arcadia. So again, not out of the woods by any means, and this is record flood stage. Right now, the latest measurement is giving us 18, almost 19 feet of stormwater runoff there into those creeks there. How about Peace River itself? Right, not too far away. Also at record flood stage for you at this time at almost 24 feet. We do expect this to crest sometime tomorrow morning for you, but expected to remain at flood stage for some time. How about the Matlacha River? Also record flood stage. Well, not quite, but almost record flood stage is expected to reach record flood stage before it does crest tomorrow at 12.7 feet. But yeah, this is all flooding. Both the Peace River as well as Matlacha River both flow into the Charlotte Harbor area, which is again why we are seeing portions of the 41 no longer closed. Now, excuse me, is now closed across the Peace River there in Charlotte County between Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte because of those high water levels. Also, Fish Eating Creek just south of Palmdale up along 27, also at minor flood stage. So it's not just our major rivers; it's these smaller creeks and streams. Imperial Rivers moves through the Bonita Springs area, also at moderate flood stage. So again, even further south, still dealing with river flooding for us. Now, the only good news, again, we're giving you a lot of, good important things to know. But the one good news I have for you is Ian is continuing to move away from us. You can see all the rust color on your screen there. This is one of our water vapor imagery from our satellites, and it really shows us that dry air that's now behind Ian, and that's making for that lower humidity out there. That's why it feels so much nicer outside. That's why this is great weather for pickup. I know nobody wants to pick up, but it's better than pouring down rain from our afternoon showers and storms. So lots of blue sky out there. Dew points are in the 60s. Again, this is all positive news. We're going to think glass half full in this regard. Temperature sitting into the low to mid 80s with that lower humidity. And I do have good news, guys. We do expect that humidity to remain in a comfortable range for the next several days.
Andrew, incredible to see the impacts of Hurricane Ian from all the way the East Coast, Central Florida, and all that rain now pouring into our area, now having a second wave, another chapter in this story that people right now are being flooded out in their homes again in Southwest Florida.
Yeah, and earlier today we had an update from county officials, from state officials, and we heard from Sheriff Carmine Marcino, who said they were considering a ferry option to help get people off of Sanibel. So I want to give you a look now. This is from the other side. That looks like Bimini Big Shack, guys. This is one of my favorite places in Southwest Florida because I love the fish tank there. But here's the update for you from the U.S. Coast Guard. They say they've organized a ferry operation now underway to help Sanibel residents from the island to the mainland. Of course, we're giving you a reminder here as to why this is so important now with the impact and damage on the causeway itself. They tell us that the boat departs from Sanibel boat ramp. Very important information here, right near the causeway, approximately every 90 minutes to 2 hours. Again, you can catch it. The boat departs from Sanibel boat ramp right near the causeway every 90 minutes to 2 hours, and the boat can carry 30 to 40 people each trip to Port Comfort. You might know that as Port Sanibel Marina.
And then that will then transport the folks to Lee County shelters. So, because as we know, so many people lost everything over there on Sanibel. A lot of people who might be tuning in are very worried about the folks who might still be on Sanibel, maybe trapped on there because of this causeway. So this ferry operation will continue as long as the need remains and that boat is available. The operation actually already began this afternoon, says the city of Fort Myers, and it says that it will stop at 7 o'clock tonight. So it seems like this is going to be a daytime thing, but really for the first time we're hearing that the folks who have been on Sanibel Island since this catastrophic event will finally be able to get off that island, and they will have somewhere to stay, at least in the meantime, with the Lee County shelters, which you know is going to be stocked full of people and supplies ready to go as we somehow navigate how to move forward.
Right. So again, I just want to reiterate this because it's such important information. The Coast Guard has a ferry operation that's now working to help people who live on Sanibel get off the island to the mainland. The boat leaves from Sanibel boat ramp that's right near the causeway every 90 minutes to 2 hours. It can carry 30 to 40 people, and it's each trip also known as Port Sanibel Marina. So it says Port Comfort, but that's also known as Port Sanibel Marina if you're familiar with the area. And then the bus, as Nadine says, will transport you to Lee County shelters as well. So important update
Really
for those of you on Sanibel, or those of you who have loved ones on Sanibel.
You guys are probably asking, does that mean I can go back to Sanibel? Oh, excuse me. Oh, there he goes. I felt it coming. I was trying to stop it. A lot of people are wondering if they can go back to Sanibel to check on their properties. That I don't believe that this ferry is going back and forth. It really is just to get people off the island. This is not one that's going to help you go back to look, because as you can imagine, the island is in shambles right now.
That's right. We also have an update from Lee Health that we want to make sure we get on air as well. And this is just really a reminder. Lee Health is saying that if you have a medical need, and they say please use telehealth. That is a free service. It's available 24/7. You can use it on your device. That doesn't matter if it's a smartphone, if it's a tablet or a computer. You can get medical access that way. They also say that their urgent care dispatch Health will also be operational to provide care in the community starting tomorrow. You can request care by calling 239-322-3435, or you can go to Dispatch Health's website as well.
Incredible that the hospitals are still up and running. We know that they were in desperate need of water as well, and we heard from the state today that they have brought in portable water tanks to help out with the hospitals. Now, we also know that you guys are worried about your loved ones, so you're looking right now of phone numbers that you can call if you're still trying to get well-being checks on maybe your loved ones you haven't heard from. All right, well, we know that Ian has impacted not only us here in Southwest Florida, but it has made its way through our area into the state, and now it's impacting the East Coast, but it really wreaked havoc in Central Florida, where we saw catastrophic flooding there.
Yep, our reporter Katie LeGrone is joining us live from Lake Eola with the latest. Katie, what are you seeing at this hour?
Hey guys, we're here in Lake Eola Park in downtown Orlando, where things are actually starting to get back to normal a bit in Disney City. People are now using the pathways that go around this beautiful park. It's really an iconic park. For the first time since Ian, I am now able to stand on this viewing dock. Yesterday it was halfway underwater, and while certainly we are not dealing with even a close extent to the damage that you guys are dealing with in Southwest Florida, still there is some significant flooding. It continues to be across Orange County, across Central Florida, the biggest major problem.
To spare Central Florida, Orlando started to look a little more like its nickname, City Beautiful.
We're going to start to recover slowly. Water's going to recede.
Water that overwhelmed pretty Lake Eola Park in downtown, causing historic flooding in the streets, receded. Residents anxious for normal.
I'm good. I mean, I'm ready to go back to work tomorrow.
But in other parts of Orange County, going back seems almost impossible.
This water's not going anywhere because the water from every place else comes here.
Just 15 minutes from downtown Orlando and Orla Vista, homeowners remain underwater and angry. The area prone to bad flooding continued to fail.
Did you lose everything?
Pretty much.
We had to leave everything and lost everything again. This doesn't make any sense. They should have done a better job of pumping that water out.
This homeowner fled from her home as Hurricane Ian barreled down, leaving behind pets, even her dad's ashes.
We had to leave them in there, and the animals. It breaks my heart.
Friday, her son went back to get them. Clarence Laster, one of hundreds taken to higher ground by county water rescue teams Thursday.
When I opened the door, water gushing down, man.
Also had to go back.
Inside the house?
This time on a neighbor's boat to get his medicine. The 30-year resident here could only sum up Ian's impact like this.
2017, the same thing happened. But this time it's worse. It's twice as bad. Maybe 3 times as bad. Man, yeah, I think this time is the end of this neighborhood.
Among the streets still underwater here, Hope Circle. While some residents are losing it, others are still trying to keep it alive.
Some good gonna come out of this, like it always does.
And pumping stations will need to be used to help get water out of that community. Meantime, here in the city of Orlando, Ian dropped a record-breaking 14 inches of rain. A city spokesperson tells me it will all have to naturally recede. When I asked her how long that could take, she said, "We don't know. We've never been through this before." For now, we are live in Orlando. Katie LaGrone, back to you.
Katie, thank you so much. I was actually in Orla Vista the night Irma made its way through Central Florida. That was the first place I was deployed to as that area flooded. And I know that area in the county, it's a county-run neighborhood. They had put in improvements there. And to see it not hold up this time and be twice as bad, to hear that is really, truly heartbreaking. To see, because that's not a wealthy neighborhood. You know, it's tough. It's tough to see for sure.
I see you. It's making you emotional.
It's just, you know, it's hard to see it again, and it's the same way that you've been feeling about your hometown, and Southwest Florida is my home as well. And just to know that so many people, literally, their things washed away all across the state. It's difficult to see those images.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for sharing that perspective and and being so transparent as well. All right, we are working to bring you updates in regards to rescue efforts in our community throughout Southwest Florida. We're keeping an eye on a developing event in Southwest Florida where we're actually seeing the National Guard actually giving out materials,
those supplies coming
in. So we want to get right to you, Dave Bowman. He's there now as they're distributing those supplies. Dave, what are you seeing?
We're in the parking lot right now of the DeSoto Plaza, where a number of people, we've seen hundreds come through today, and they're getting from the National Guard, which is here, they are getting a couple of cases of water and some snacks as well. They've been here almost 2 hours giving out these supplies. A lot of people say they're definitely necessary, and the reason is because the grocery stores are closed. They have no electricity. People have been hunkered down for almost 4 days now, and even those who had water and other supplies, in many cases, have run out at this particular point. There's going to be some concern here, though, because the lines have been very long. They are snaked around this long parking lot, but if you look around the water and the supplies, this particular pallet is the largest one left. I would guesstimate that there's only about 5 minutes left of worth of supplies, and there's a good chance that a lot of people who are at the end of the line are going to be very disappointed. As of what we know right now, the National Guard and a couple of others tell us that there is no other truck on the way with more water. So this is going to go pretty quickly, and would estimate that in a very short time, the operation is going to be shut down. When more water and other supplies will be given away, we haven't heard that yet, but we'll certainly keep you posted. Reporting live from the DeSoto Plaza in Arcadia, I'm Dave Bowman, Fox 4 Now.
Dave, thank you so much for that update. It is hard to see this scene in Southwest Florida play out, but at the same time, we are grateful for those who are here in our community serving, like the National Guard, helping us to replenish, because Dave brought up a very good point. You prepare and you have your resources with your bottle of water and all of those things, but they start to dwindle, especially because we have so many boil water notices. Right. So it is important for us to get that information to you, and we are going to start depending more and more on resources like this to help us replenish, because, you know, frankly, we don't know how long this is going to last until we get to that point where we were once before.
And for some of us, it will last a long time. DeSoto County in particular right now really feeling it hard because of the rivers rising there. And once again, another flood event happening as we speak, to the point where schools are now closed until further notice. So we are keeping track of everything across Southwest Florida as the rebuilding, recovery, and really rescue continues right here. We'll be right back. We are continuing our coverage of us recovering after Hurricane Ian and how we're beginning to pick up after the storm.
Major concern for so many of us is Fort Myers Beach, the San Carlos Park area. So our Michael Schwartz has been keeping a close eye on developments there, and he is going to be joining us live with an update, because so many people have seen the video during the storm, after the storm, where you just saw complete devastation, places that we love literally just floating down what once was the streets, some of the streets there.
Yeah, and you know, Michael, we've only been able to see the aerial footage. You are as close as you can get on the ground. What are we seeing for the first time near the Matanzas Pass Bridge there?
Yeah, well, the Pass Bridge, that's where we've been all day. And as you mentioned, we can't get over to Fort Myers Beach. In fact, no one can unless they can prove that they have an address there. Unfortunately, so many people have been coming over that bridge. One man telling me that he walked 7 miles just to get over to San Carlos Boulevard, saying that everything's gone, a home he once had. But we're seeing is just things that were once in the water, now on land, like this boat behind me, this parking lot where this restaurant is just crumbled, the cinder blocks and pieces, fish just all over the ground, and exhausted efforts by first responders. We've seen just nonstop ambulances and fire trucks. West Palm Beach just came with their fire trucks down. People back and reunite them with their loved ones. I was standing with a ago who told me that she's friend to come back over, went through
Our cell phone service has been pretty spotty throughout the area, and a lot of our live shops are really funneled through cell phone towers. So we're going to hopefully get back to Michael Schwartz. And quickly, Shari, today we really got insight on how the search and rescue missions are going. And Kevin Guthrie said the first round, when the crews are out looking for people right after the storm, it's more what's called a hasty search. They're just looking for anybody out in distress that they could get to quickly. And then there's a round of what's called a door-to-door search. This is what they're doing on the beach today, where they're going to start bringing in heavier equipment, pulling off the debris, literally knocking on doors, whatever structure might be around, yelling for people who might still be in those homes, and seeing if anyone is inside. And then they're going to do that again, a second round, just to make sure they don't miss anything. And in the meantime, the state today said that they're bringing in barges with heavy equipment, with front loaders, with bulldozers, ready to pull away anything huge that could possibly get to people who are still stranded and trapped on the beach there. That's really the first time that we're understanding the length of efforts that our crews are doing to help people as there. And we know that there have been at least 700 and 800 rescues already.
As we take a look at the impacts of Hurricane Ian and the aftermath here in Southwest Florida, we want to give you a live look of Ian in Charlotte, North Carolina right now, where you can see conditions that unfortunately we're very familiar with, right? Those winds, rain in Charlotte as well. And we are keeping those people in our thoughts at this time, as well as those in Virginia and South Carolina as well, who are feeling the impacts of Ian. And so we want to check in with meteorologist Andrew Shipley, because Andrew, we know that the storm has been downgraded, but of course, people are still feeling the impacts of the storm now.
You know, I was just texting my little sister. So she lives in Charlotte. So she was telling me it's a little breezy for us and pretty heavy rain. So again, they're faring somewhat pretty well there in Charlotte. Now, one thing we're going to have to worry about, though, is just that heavy rain causing some flooding issues up in the basically Charlotte area, Raleigh, up and towards Norfolk, Virginia. We've seen that up in coastal flooding thanks to that surge that we saw up along the coastline there. We still do have this tornado watch box, and it looks like just around the North Carolina Virginia line, looks like a tornado warning just popped there. So again, just continue to watch this storm as it pushes off to the north there, but very sharp cutoff to the south. Take a look at towards Atlanta. A lot of dry air funneling on in, and you can see that dry slot that we typically see with a mid-latitude cyclone or nor'easter during the winter months. So a very similar kind of storm there now that it has transitioned from a hurricane into that extratropical system. But we do expect continued weakening as it pushes up into West Virginia by tomorrow night, down to 25-mile-an-hour winds, still at 70 at this time. But again, with that storm moving inland, Ian moving inland, still do have those hurricane warnings up along the coastline for you, as well as tropical storm force warning there in parts of North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, as well as in the Virginia area north towards Norfolk. So the big story, though, continues to be here locally, that flooding that we are now seeing up in our northern counties for us. And now that Ian has now pulled away, that's where we're seeing that active search and rescue going on. Those folks that up there, those emergency first responders doing rescues right now of people because we've been seeing river flooding and freshwater flooding from Orlando all the way southward down into the Charlotte Harbor area because Ian's rainfall continues to wreak havoc across portions of our area. We do still have flood warnings, active flood warnings in effect in Glades County, DeSoto County, and Sarasota County for you, especially towards Charlotte Harbor. And Horse Creek is one of those locations, has crested, starting to come down for you, but it is still at record levels right now. And the key here with Horse Creek, it's a tributary to Peace River, and Peace River continues to rise as well. It has not crested yet, not expected to crest till tomorrow, but this is runs right along State Route 70 on the west side of Arcadia. We had a report earlier that said there was a lot of flooding earlier just on that west side there from Arcadia. So again, watching that, and again, remember that Peace River runs all the way down to Charlotte Harbor and right near the 41 bridge from Punta Gorda to Port Charlotte, which we now know is closed because of high water in and around that area. So we also know the Matlacha River is approaching record flood stage there as well. Not expected until reaching 12.7 feet tomorrow, which would be, yes, a new record. And we've also had reports of parts of I-75 off ramps, some backups there as well up along I-75 because of the Matlacha River flooding going on as well. Now, near in Glades County, we also do have Fish Eating Creek reached minor flood stage right around the Palmdale area, which affects State Route 27, and then the Imperial River down in Bonita Springs still at moderate flood stage for you at this time. So we're continuing to follow all these stories as well as the damage from the wind as well as that storm surge up along Southwest Florida's coastline.
All right, we are working to get you an update on power outages as well. We know so many of you have been impacted, so many of us have been impacted, and we are living without power. Just want to put this into perspective for you. We just got these numbers from LCEC, and we know that Marco Island, North Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Pine Island, and Sanibel. LCEC is reporting complete power outages for customers in those locations. Again, Sanibel, Pine Island, Cape Coral, North Fort Myers, and Marco Island.
Yeah, that's right. But if you take a look, Lehigh Acres actually not in terrible shape. About half of the folks over in Lehigh have power. 10,000 people have power. 22,000 people are out. So about a third, not half, still out without power tonight. And also Carnstown, 367 people only have power, with another 2,800 still out. And Immokalee, there it's half of you have power back on and half of you do not.
I spoke with a spokesperson from LCEC just about an hour ago. She sent me a text message. LCEC says they have about 1,000 boots on the ground. They are making progress towards restoration, but they told us that they have mostly been working on assessment today. That was part of their plan, she tells us, and they are working on rebuilding and fixing some of those main circuits as well. So from there, she says you will start to see more progress when it comes to your neighborhoods, but that is the latest that we have from LCEC.
Yeah, and the governor gave us some context on where we're at with our power grid and our power situation. He says definitely in the places that were the hardest hit, that took the brunt of the storm. We're talking about our coastal barrier islands clearly destroyed, which continues to break our heart. That's going to take weeks, maybe even months to rebuild the power grid, because you got to start from the beginning there. However, more inland, he said they are making some headway in Charlotte and Lee counties. The last update we had from the governor about an hour ago, Lee County 20% with power. When you consider how hard hit Lee County was, that number not bad here, just past the 48-hour mark from when Hurricane Ian made landfall. And so that gives you a little bit of perspective in the work that these linemen are doing, restoring hundreds of thousands of people as we speak right here in Southwest Florida.
I took a drive through Cape Coral today, and I was pretty appalled by some of the things that I saw, particularly when it comes to some of those transmitters. Is that the word?
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
Transformers.
Transformers. I'm losing it a little bit here. But particularly when it comes to some of those transformers and some of those power poles, literally down in some driveways right now. We're seeing some of those power lines literally, it almost is kind of similar if I had to compare it to like stringing a Christmas tree. Some of those power lines literally sitting on top of cars in driveways in Cape Coral.
That's what's the dangerous part of the after the storm, because those power lines could be hiding in a downed tree, and you could be electrocuted, especially if it's in standing water or whatnot. And so just have to be very careful with that. And the Cape had severe damage, especially in the south portions of that city, as we saw the storm surge come up in Southeast Cape and Southwest Cape. Our Chris Earl actually got a look at some of that damage today.
What was it like? You had 10 people inside this house.
And your babies.
Yeah, and your babies.
We were like 5 people inside of the house with the 5 kids. I have my 2 sons and 3 sons and 2 nieces, and we thought we was gonna die. It was around maybe 3 o'clock when all the water started coming in, and we called the rescue at least 5 times, and it was really bad. I had like a panic attack, and I started throwing up, and I thought I was gonna die, like really, really, really bad. And then, we just wait, because I told my husband, let's go outside, but we're gonna do it. I usually open the door. I was gonna go outside with the kids, and then he's like, no, couldn't do it, to be honest.
Tell me again how deep the water was inside.
It was like probably my knees.
So you got the babies up high.
We got kids on the bedroom because they're lucky we have our beds are really high. So we put all the kids on the bedroom. Yep. In the bed.
You all stayed in your safe space and you stayed nice and calm, right? You stayed as calm as you can.
Sure, he was.
Oh,
yeah.
Sweet angel.
I haven't seen a single story yet with folks who have opened up their hearts and their stories to us that don't end in some kind of tears to be grateful to be alive. That woman clearly lost everything, and then at the end she's in tears with her 5 kids hiding, and I cannot imagine what it was like for so many of you and your loved ones as that water was rising pretty quickly, and we heard how fast it came and just how scary that must have been. And moving forward, you know, it's going to be a long road emotionally and mentally, and we're going to be there right there with you every step of the way, which is why we're still going right here at Fox 4.
That's right. Part of that long road includes living without water or power for some in our community, and I just wanted to spend some time explaining to you a little bit more how this works. It's all about getting as much power back to as many people as soon as possible. So that means starting with the biggest power carriers, addressing those largest transmission lines first, and then repairing any damaged substation equipment, which adjusts power to lower voltage, and then those main distribution lines followed by local distribution lines. The last step of their process then is to repair the transformers and individual service lines, and that means while the work starts, as soon as it's safe, as soon as it's assessed for crews to go out and it's deemed safe for them to go out, it could be days before the lights are back on for many in the dark, and for so many of us who lived in Southwest Florida through the last major storm, which was probably Irma, you know, I remember that it was not just days, it was weeks for so many of us without power. So we wanted to make sure to break that down for you. LCEC is telling us the same thing that FPL also told me. I spoke to both of these companies ahead of the storm, and the idea here is, yes, to repair those the main infrastructure, those circuits, but also to make sure that hospitals, you know, for community services are also restored if they've been impacted too, and then they reach out into the communities as well.
You see them getting those traffic lights up and running and the stores up and running, and make sure gas stations are up and running so we can get back to some sort of normalcy, which will take a very long time. Thank you, Shari, for going through that. I have never seen the graphic explained. When we're hearing it needs a complete rebuild, that starts from those large transformer sites. It's not as simple as at that last step of just connecting the transformers. All right, let's go ahead and bring in meteorologist Andrew Shipley, who we're talking about still tracking Ian today, which is really incredible to even say, because it's having impacts even as we speak in other states.
And Andrew, we've talked a lot about this behind you, the comparison of Charlie to Ian, and I know this is something that it really helps to put into perspective the power of Ian.
Well, and I also want to show you this, not just to rehash the fact that Charlie made landfall here in Florida, very similar to where Ian made landfall, but it's now eerily similar in South Carolina as well. Look at this, guys. This is exactly about the same spot in South Carolina now as well that Charlie and Ian made landfall. So it's incredible the similarities between the two storms. Obviously, Charlie was a little bit smaller in size physically, but both Category 4 storms. So again, Ian now is a post-tropical cyclone there as it continues to move off to the north there. 70 miles an hour is the last advisory a little over an hour ago, and still bringing a lot of rain, a lot of wind across portions of the mid-Atlantic states there. You can still see that tornado risk there in parts of North Carolina and Virginia at this time, and continuing to slide off to the north. It is going to continue that track up towards the West Virginia area as we get towards tomorrow, but again, no longer a tropical system, which is, again, I think we're going to good and done, that Ian is going to be raining itself out and be no more, be a dead storm here very shortly, which is, again, good news. But still dealing with the after effects. Obviously, with all that heavy rain that we saw, a large portion of our viewing area and even up in towards Central Florida and North Florida. And we continue to see that heavy rain that fell from Ian causing flooding across a large portion of the state right now. So not only are we dealing with the conditions that we've been seeing up along our coastline here, Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach, with that devastating storm surge down in Naples, Bonita Springs, we're also dealing with that river flooding that continues to go on right now in Glades, DeSoto, and Sarasota counties for our area. And unfortunately, we've been talking about this, Nadine and Shari, that those rivers haven't crested yet and are continuing to rise here at this time.
Horrific to imagine that they're only going to get higher, Andrew, because already we have seen footage of people being rescued by boats and helicopters. And as the cleanup begins on our coastal communities, now the rescue begins, which is incredible on our inland communities.
Yep, I want to give you an idea, some more perspective when it comes to the flooding that we're seeing in parts of Southwest Florida. Our Dave Bowman.
This is Route 70, right?
Yeah, that's right. Dave, go ahead, take it over. He's in Arcadia right now.
We're in Route 70 right now, and this is where the road hits a roadblock in the form of a swollen Peace River. Right now, I'm about a little more than ankle deep, but if you go back out even further, it gets 3 feet deep, very much impassable for anyone to go there. And for a time, for the past couple of days, there have been people stranded on the other side of this bridge. What you're looking at right now is a ferry that brought a few people back in. They're bringing people from their homes out and bringing them to safety where they can get food and supplies. A number of them have been trapped inside their homes. See a fan boat there, that's the Fish and Wildlife boat for rescue. One of the things we saw earlier today, which was really almost spectacular, is we saw a fan boat come in with an older couple that had been stranded at their home on the 2nd floor because the floodwaters were so high they were stuck there. They finally called for help. They and their pets were brought to safety. Also, not far from here is an RV park. You see another fan boat coming in, but there was an RV park where the people who were staying in the RVs abandoned, but they couldn't bring their recreational vehicles out. The water came in, brought a number of RVs, toppled them over, and many of them were gone and were totaled. Seeing another Fish and Wildlife FWC boat coming in, and obviously pretty loud. They were probably surveying some of the area. We had talked to a sheriff's deputy here earlier, too, because there were so many people that were stranded on this particular side of the river and in some of the houses along the river. And the deputy said it appears that everyone was accounted for, but he also added it's unofficial. So hopefully everybody who had been stuck here on areas that are surrounded by water was able to make it out safely. And again, you still see some people that are going out, ferrying some people back in, either bringing them back, bringing their pets back, or bringing some of their goods back, because quite frankly, what no one knows is when the water will recede and when they can go back out to their homes. Reporting live in Arcadia, I'm Dave Bowman, Fox 4 Now.
Dave, it's really incredible to hear stories of people still trapped on a 2nd story because of rising waters. You think that that was the story 2 days ago when Ian made landfall. Now that's the story 2 days later, still feeling his impacts. Honestly, it breaks your heart to hear.
Yeah, I want to bring in meteorologist Andrew Shipley because Dave was saying that some people aren't sure when those waters will recede, and I know that that's something that you've been talking about. Can you give some perspective as to what's happening here and when some people can expect to see some type of relief there?
Yeah, so a lot of times, most cases, 98% of the time, rivers flow from north to south, closer towards the equator here in the northern hemisphere. And what's happening is all that water that's up in central Florida is now flowing southward. And we've been seeing the flooding that's going on in the Orlando area. That water, well, unfortunately, is coming our direction. And that's why a lot of these rivers have not crested yet, because that water's got to get here, and we are expecting a lot of our rivers to start to crest tomorrow, but remain in major flood stage, possibly as long as Wednesday or Thursday next week. So that's going to be some time before a lot of folks can get back into their homes, unfortunately, and hopefully we can get them out of there into a dry place before then. Take a look, though, at Horse Creek, for example. This one has crested already, but still at 18 feet, a record level for Horse Creek, which was at moderate flood stage just a week ago before Ian even hit our area. How about the Peace River? Again, remember, Horse Creek runs into the Peace River there, and this is where actually that report just came from Arcadia. Okay, so that water is still rising right there where that live shot just took place. Looking at right now 23.9 feet, expected to crest in the 24 range tomorrow, but at record level freshwater storm flooding there up along the Peace River. How about the Matlacha River? Also rising still at this time. We had a live shot from Caitlin Knapp there not too far long ago, and that river is also continuing to flood, expected to reach record flood stage before it crests tomorrow around 12.7 feet later on in the probably the next 24 hours or so. But even places like Fishita Creek, it's minor flood stage, but it's still flooding. It's still higher than it's supposed to be right near Palmdale, right around 27 there. And then the Imperial River, which is less of rain, it's a combination of rain and surge there, but still at moderate flood stage at this time. So we're going to have some time here, and it takes a long time to move water. It's not like a pool or a bathtub where you can just pull the drain and it drains out. It's going to take some time because they got to move that water downstream and out into the Gulf of Mexico.
Still developing, still feeling the impacts. Obviously, a lot of people trapped in their homes as we speak now in our inland counties. Not a single county, Shari, not being affected by this, and we're going to keep a very close eye on those rising rivers all throughout DeSoto and Sarasota and Charlotte counties, all across our inland and northern counties. Incredible. Ugh.
Yeah, and part of our coverage and covering Southwest Florida is, of course, keeping an eye on all of our counties, including Lee County. Our team just heard from Lee County Commissioner District 4, Brian Hammond, and we want to play a little bit of what we heard from him this afternoon.
Asking stranded residents on Fort Myers Beach to go to the 7-Eleven on Estero Boulevard or the Publix. So if you're stranded on Fort Myers Beach and you want to receive help, the Publix or the 7-Eleven on Estero Island would be the place to go. The urban search and rescue teams will be out there ready to assist. Lee County is also working on points of distribution for free water and free food and ice. If you'll remember, after Hurricane Irma, we had many drive-through food, water, and ice distributions. Those will be set up again with the National Guard. We try to get those set up within the first 72 hours. So we're only about 48 hours right now. So we're on schedule to get those set up. That's why we ask people to have that 72 hours of food. Our shelter operations at Lee County continue. The last I heard, we had somewhere around 5,000 in the shelters. Could be more by now, as people have found that their homes aren't inhabitable. The other thing that we found is Lee County Department of Transportation is assessing the bridges. Obviously, we know about the two bridges that are not passable, the Sanibel Causeway and the Matlacha Bridge. We've also found that the New Pass Bridge, the Big Carlos Pass Bridge, and the Big Hickory Pass Bridge, all three of those are also not passable right now. So we'll be working to get those fixed as soon as possible and passable, and of course we'll be working on temporary solutions too. It's been amazing today as a county commissioner. I'm very proud of the people who live here in Lee County. I've watched residents today actually shuttling people back and forth from some of the islands. Definitely, if that's something you're doing, watch out for the first responders. Know that the search and rescue is still going on and you wouldn't want to get in their way.
Brian Hammond there. The biggest one is if you find yourself stranded on Fort Myers Beach. I'm sure you probably aren't streaming us or hearing us right now, but if you have loved ones who might be stranded on Fort Myers Beach, I had somebody text me that 8 of his family members were still there. The 7-Eleven on Estero Boulevard and the Publix on Estero Island. Those are 2 places on the island that people who have been stranded on the beach can go, and the rescue team will meet them there to help them. That is a big update. So if you have loved ones that you are able to communicate with who might still be in their homes or trapped or sheltering in place even now, the 7-Eleven on Estero Boulevard and the Publix on Estero Island help will be there to greet you. Also, they're hoping to set up some warm food and fast food on the island within 72 hours. They're working pretty quickly to do that. We're now past 48-hour mark here after landfall. 5,000 people in the Lee County shelters as we speak. We are expecting that number to go up, the commissioner said, as people are now coming back to nothing and coming back to see that their homes inhabitable or just simply destroyed. He did a quick update on the bridges. Clearly, Sanibel bridges, Matlacha bridges are out. He mentioned the new Pass Bridge and Big Hickory Bridge, and another bridge, which I think he said way too fast, so we're going to get that updated. But New Pass, Big Hickory, also not impassable this afternoon. Huge update from Commissioner Brian Hammond. My understanding is that Fort Myers, the city of Fort Myers, might have an update at 7 o'clock as well. So that's where we're going to bring them in the moment they get in here.
That bridge is Big Carlos Pass Bridge and Fort Myers Beach. So basically, some of those main bridges that we depend on to get to FMB are considered impassable, and that's important information because our reporter Michael Schwartz was indicating that basically in order for you to
even get on there,
you had to have some type of identification.
Yeah.
So again, Commissioner Hammond letting us know that those bridges are in fact impassable, the 3 that we just listed.
And this is video of Fort Myers Beach as they're slowly cleaning up. You see the heavy equipment that they're bringing in. We heard today from the Department of Emergency Manager Director Kevin Guthrie is that they're now bringing in barges of heavy equipment just like that to begin the cleanup, the devastation on Fort Myers Beach. Shari, because as we know, those beautiful, colorful buildings and restaurants and places we love to frequent are now gone, destroyed like this. So we need those heavy equipment to be brought in. Again, Shari mentioned you need to have an ID to prove that you live on the island if you want to get to your house. We heard from Michael Schwartz that a man walked over the bridge to find nothing of his home. Again, if you need any help and you're on the island, 7-Eleven on Estero Boulevard, Publix on Estero Island, their rescue teams and help will meet you.
All right, we have an update from Governor Ron DeSantis in regards to evacuations in the state of Florida and really search and rescue efforts as well. So let's listen into what the governor had to say.
Colton Chavez, Fox 4. Can you talk to me about the conversations that you had with Lee County when it came to evacuations, and do you feel Lee County evacuated with enough time?
So I'll let Kevin handle that because he's in contact with all them.
Yeah, so the question was, do we feel like we had enough time and did we communicate effectively with Lee County? I talked to all of the area impacted directors every day since last Friday at 11:15, then on Saturday 11:15, Sunday was 11:15 and 5:15. It has been 11:15 and 5:15 every day since. Specifically to Lee County, I talked with Sandra probably a couple of times a day, each and every day, and we talked about the situations. Again, this particular storm went everywhere from the Keys all the way up to the Big Bend and even a little bit further west of that and then back. 48 hours before landfall, which is when Lee County would have had to start evacuations to be successful, 48 hours before this, we had this storm going into Levy County, up the Gulf Coast. About 36 hours, it started bending back more towards the Tampa Bay region, and then just before, Lee County, as soon as they were made aware of the storm surge, and as soon as they made they had that information from the National Weather Service, they immediately issued the Cat A/B evacuation area. So they made the best decision they could based on the information they had at the time. And when the information came in that they needed to evacuate, they did not hesitate, they immediately pulled the trigger.
And I'd also just say, I mean, because, you know, and I said, I mean, on Sunday, 72 hours before landfall, Fort Myers and Naples were not even in the cone. You had it going into probably North Florida. I think it was Taylor County maybe at the time. So you had to go into Taylor County. Now I stressed, and Kevin stressed, there was a lot of uncertainty. It was based on modeling, and we said even if it went to Taylor County, you would get surge in Southwest Florida, and people should just understand that, and there would be flooding. But there is a difference between a storm that's going to hit North Florida that will have peripheral effects on your region versus one that's making a direct impact. And so what I saw in the Southwest Florida is as the data changed, they sprung into action, and I think they acted very quickly. I think that, and I think Carmine would agree with this, people were made aware. They were told about the dangers, and some people just made the decision that they did not want to leave. But I think that they were apprised of that, and I know they worked really hard to go into the very vulnerable areas and the barrier islands and some of the low-lying areas and issue that. And I think that was the appropriate thing to do.
Fox 4 Colton Chavez asking the question, the tough question that we all want to know is really how did this feel for so many of us, how it snuck up on us, asking that directly to the leader of the emergency management director, Kevin Guthrie there, and the governor defending themselves on how this storm was a tough one to really see where it made landfall. But I know that many people here didn't feel like they had enough time. And we heard that sentiment yesterday in a press conference. There was actually a resident asking, like, I had 15 minutes to leave Sanibel Island. You hear the distress there. Asking that tough question.
Yeah, Colton Chavez's question was, did we give enough time for people impacted? Was there enough notice given? And the governor basically giving a recap from 48 hours to 36 hours and saying as soon as they were made aware of storm surge and its impact here in the Southwest Florida community, they issued those evacuation warnings, quote, immediately is what he says. He said they made the best decision that they could have made. That is actually coming from Kevin Guthrie. We should be clear about that. And he thinks that leaders acted quickly, the governor says. He believes that leaders acted quickly along with law enforcement to not only issue those evacuation warnings, but to actually go on those coastal communities in those zones and let people know that they were within an evacuation zone and actually deliver those warnings as well.
A tough one because they pointed out 72 hours this thing was going to the Panhandle and to the Big Bend area. And I know that just shows how quickly things changed and how that track just kept inching closer and closer and ultimately making landfall 3:05 Wednesday afternoon, Cayo Costa, right off the coast of Lee County here, and clearly devastating our area. But, you know, at Fox 4, we're not afraid to ask our leaders, like, what we're all feeling and what we're all thinking, especially as those residents really express concerns. And they've been showing up to these news conferences asking the same questions.
Sure, that's right. And this will be a continuing conversation, of course, as we work together, more of that perspective and more of your perspective. Clearly, some of you feeling that there wasn't enough warning. And we do want to show you what our parking lot looked like here when it comes to those warnings, and our team here at Fox 4 actively working to keep our team safe as well. But you can see the damage that we also were dealing with here. And this has been traumatic for us. We were on air together when the storm actually hit. And this is something that we were dealing with. Not only are we working through the storm to bring you the latest updates, but we want to be clear that we are actually, when we say we're in this with you, we really are. This was our parking lot. You can see here, let me tell you, those satellite dishes aren't supposed to look like that. It is not supposed to be on its side like that, but you can see 3 of them right there in locations that they're not supposed to be. And it's just an idea of what we were facing and how we are going through this and feeling the impacts with you during and post Hurricane Ian.
And Shari, that's a reason why that signal is so hard to get out to people right now, because those satellites are down. But you're right. We are in this with you. All of us are experiencing this, and many of our own have lost everything. And I can share, Caitlin Knapp has shared her story. I mean, she's lost, the water line was up several feet in her home and has lost everything in there. And she's still out there right now in Northport delivering to you more rising waters. And so we are in this with you. every step of the way. And Shara, you pointed out that we were on the desk as we were seeing the storm come through, and it was hard to watch those images as we shared with the whole world. What was harder is when the sun rose that next day and we saw the devastation it left behind in your hometown and in my home now. And we are in this with you. And what we're coming from is now the hope of rebuilding. And that's why we're going to bring you every update that comes in. And we're going to take the steps just as you are right now. And that's why you can trust us to do that, because we're rebuilding ourselves as well right here at Fox 4.
Yep, we're rebuilding together, and we will be right back.
You're getting a live look right now of Myrtle Beach as Hurricane Ian is now making landfall on our East Coast, and you can just see the cameras shaking, those waters rocking and rolling, images that we are far too familiar with right here in Southwest Florida.
Andrew, you have been tracking Ian for a while now, and you continue to track Ian. Can you give us the latest on what you're seeing right now when it comes to Ian?
Yeah, and I'm just talking a little bit with our meteorologist, Katie Walls, who owns some property up there, and she said a number of the piers that she knows very well are no longer there. A number of amusement parks are completely underwater. You got to remember, Myrtle Beach is a very popular tourist destination there, and right now the latest advisory of Ian came in at 5 o'clock, downgrading this from hurricane status to a post-tropical storm, which means basically this is a mid-latitude cyclone and continuing to weaken. But this is live video, from what I understand, it is in Myrtle Beach. No, not live video from from South Carolina, and you look at how high that water is. This is an all too familiar sight from what we just dealt with days ago. We're still dealing with freshwater flooding, but this is storm surge flooding there in South Carolina. So water very, very high there, and you just hate to see it because not only have we seen probably billions of dollars down here, there's probably billions of dollars damage up in the South Carolina area, and it's just terrible to see. It really is. Let's take a look at the latest satellite imagery and radar imagery from Ian. There you can see it's losing its eye right now as it transitions again into a post-tropical cyclone here, but continue to move off to the north there. Heavy rain starting to move into the Washington, D.C. area, Norfolk, Virginia, as well as parts of Raleigh in that tornado watch box there for you, and then heavy rain out towards Charlotte. But it looks like the rain is slowly coming to an end down in Charleston, where it did make landfall in Georgetown, just north of there earlier this afternoon for us. But again, continuing to weaken as it pushes off to the north there, but that center about 20 miles northwest of Myrtle Beach at this time. But again, continuing to move away. Still, though, hurricane warnings in effect up along the South Carolina coastline for you. That red color is tropical storm warnings, including parts of North and South Carolina and Georgia at this time. So, yeah, it is very devastating there. It's very devastating here, as we all know, as our cleanup continues up along the beaches, up along basically all our infrastructure, as well as the ongoing flooding that's going on up in our northern parts of the area, Arcadia, Charlotte County for you, Sarasota County, Northport seeing devastating flooding right now in and around that area. Now, we did just get some clarification that the 41 bridge is closed in between Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte is not because of the Peace River, but because of infrastructure in that area. And I know our reporter team is working on that for you. But we're still seeing high water up along the Peace River because of all that ongoing river flooding for you at this time. All the water that came from Central Florida is flowing southward towards our area, which means that we aren't expecting these waters to crest any time soon. Unfortunately, I wish I could tell you that we're going to just pull the plug and that the water's gone, but it's going to take probably several days before that water recedes there in our northern part of our area. Glades, Sarasota County. This is really the hot spot for us right now in Sarasota and DeSoto County for you as that water continues to rise in many locations. Good news is Horse Creek has crested and is starting to go down here for you. Still at major flood stage, expected to be there for the next several days. Peace River isn't expected to crest till tomorrow. Record levels right now, 23 feet, almost 24 feet. Last record was 20 and a half. So yeah, major flood stage continuing to rise there in the Peace River in Arcadia. How about the Matlacha River? Also, again, while we're watching that flooding ongoing in Sarasota County, right near the Matlacha River State Forest. We are looking at that nearing record flood stage there as well, guys. So it's just really sad to see the fact that even though Ian is moving away from us, doing damage in South Carolina, and then the post-Ian not only continuing to do damage here across our area.
Yeah, it's tough to move forward when it's still happening, Andrew. And as we're watching all of those rivers now rising pretty quickly, especially in places like Arcadia and DeSoto County and Northport and Sarasota, even into Charlotte County, they are starting to issue evacuations for those areas. If you're feeling like you might be threatened by these fast rising waters, shelters will be in place, particularly in Northport and Charlotte County. They're beginning to opening them up. We're working to sift through those addresses. So if you can hear us and you feel like those waters are rising, please evacuate, because as Andrew just said, it could take a while before they come back down.
The city of Northport says they are no longer under mandatory evacuation. So that's an important update as well there too. They do say voluntary evacuation still recommended if those rising waters are threatening your home. Andrew's been saying that all evening. Get out if you can. And Venice High School, serving as a shelter, opens at 7 p.m. and it is pet friendly, so that is an option for you. Venice High, serving as a shelter, a safe place for you to go. It opens in just about 20 minutes, and you can take your pet there as well.
And yep, that's right, Shari. And then there's also a couple of other places where you can go and come back to that they're going to be running buses. San Pedro Catholic Church, the Publix on Toledo Blade Boulevard, and the Foundation Church on Tamiami Trail.
All right, and we are also keeping an eye on Lee Health as well. We just got an update from them during this hour. They have a few locations that they want to make sure that you know are open to you, including Lee Convenient Care, the location at Page Field. It's going to be open from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday. Lee Physician Group Wound Care and Medicine will also be open on Monday, October 3rd. But our Heather Lee is in Bonita Springs. She's got the latest update from there, so let's go to her.
We are continuing to survey the damage in the Fort Myers area. We decided to head south and go towards the Bonita Springs area. This is where we decided to head towards the Fort Myers beach to see if we could get onto Fort Myers beach from the southern entrance, and we cannot. They are not allowing folks to get over that bridge. Yesterday, we were in the northern entrance to Fort Myers Beach, and we were not allowed to cross there. If you actually look at the maps, it shows that all of these bridges are closed right now, even the one to Sanibel. So I don't think that we're going to be able to get over there anytime soon. We're, of course, reaching out to the Lee County Sheriff's Office to see when they will start allowing folks over there. I want to show you, though, some of the damage that we have been able to find. So if you take a look here, there are literally boats everywhere. You've got boats off in the brush area. They're obviously pretty damaged. You've got two boats here in the middle of the road. How they ended up here is anyone's guess, right? I mean, this just shows how powerful this storm was, how it was able to just pick boats up and fling them in different areas of the roadway and again in the brush. And if you look back here, I'm going to swing around here, Michael, you can see there's more boats over there. Really, anywhere you look in this area, there are boats. There are boats everywhere. There are trees everywhere, snapped in half. There are power lines down in the middle of the road. Right now, so far, at least in Bonita Springs, we haven't seen any flooding. We also haven't seen any flooding on I-75 coming up here. When we were passing Northport, we still saw a lot of flooding in that area. In fact, there were some exits that were blocked off because there's so much flooding. River Road was one of them. That was a road that we had attempted to get by yesterday and could not because of the flooding. And that happened again, it seems, today. So there's still flooding out in this area. But I think really the big story here, at least in Fort Myers and Fort Myers Beach, is that there is just catastrophic damage on that beach. Again, we haven't been able to get over there to get eyes on it. We do know that the Lee County Sheriff's Office flew over it. There were some visuals there. It seems as if Times Square, which was a very popular touristy area, is gone. It looks like the pier is not there. Just some of the posts are there. It's devastation over there. It seems and appears a lot of the houses over there have also been completely damaged. A lot of the hotels, I mean, just everything. Businesses, restaurants. We spoke to a woman yesterday who said she worked on the beach and that her restaurant had been completely flooded and she didn't know if she was going to have a job. There's a lot of people crying. There's a lot of tears. People are very upset. They don't know what they're coming back to. And again, a lot of people haven't even been able to see what's over there. So we'll continue to follow this damage. We'll continue to talk to people out here who maybe have seen what it's like over there. And of course, we'll bring you any live images or any videos that we can. The cell service is still a little spotty out here, but we will try to send you what we can in the meantime. Heather Lee.
All right, Heather, thank you for that update from Bonita Springs. Now you're getting a look at some Sanibel video because as we're speaking, the city of Sanibel leaders, we're talking about the mayor, the vice mayor, and the city manager are giving us updates as we speak, confirming now 4 fatalities so far just in the city of Sanibel and Sanibel Island, Shari.
Yeah, they are assessing damage and they tell us fire and police departments are shuttling people off the island during search and rescue. We've been talking a little bit about this ferry that they have. We have the details for you. We can give those to you as well. We know that 60 residents were able to come off of the island today as part of those search and rescue efforts. My goodness, taking a look at this view of Sanibel is hard to watch, but these updates are coming in right now to the newsroom. We know that Public Works is continuing to clear roadways. We know that power lines are down across the island. LCEC Lee County Electric Company did fly over assessments today as well, which they did tell us in a statement about an hour ago they are going to assess and then figure out if it was safe for crews to be on the island in order to start restoring power there. And we also saw before and after pictures of the Sanibel Lighthouse.
Important.
Excuse me if you feel that tension in my voice. It's very hard to deliver some of this. The lighthouse is still standing, though. It is just very damaged. Crews haven't been able to actually make it to that part of the island.
Oh yeah, I heard your voice choked up there. When I heard that, I felt the same way. And it's just so important when you have icons like that still standing, because that means we are still standing and we can do this. And it's like a beacon of hope through all of the disaster, which is why I think it's important that they did say that the Sanibel Lighthouse is still standing. Quickly, you mentioned about a ferry and you looked at me, so I went back and looked at it. The Coast Guard is organizing a ferry operation to and from Sanibel to get people who are still on the island. 40 people were taken off yesterday, another 60 today. So a lot of people still on the island. They're going to get a ferry going to bring those people finally off that island. That ferry has been running already today, not every 90 minutes to 2 hours. That ferry will be running until 7 o'clock, so it should be wrapping up here in 15 minutes. Someone who was right near the island and saw a lot of that damage as Ian was approaching was our own Fox 4, Elise Chingari. We actually didn't hear from her for a while as she found safety. And then even yesterday as the storm passed, we didn't hear from her, obviously, because of cell service and trying to get back. But today, for the first time, we're seeing that damage from Sanibel Island from right across the causeway there from Punta Rasa. Let's get a look for the first time at this damage.
To give you a better perspective of the damage that we've seen firsthand, my photographer Kevin and I were standing right here Wednesday morning as we were showing you the rain that was coming down, the heavy winds that were pushing us, and in just a few hours, Hurricane Ian made such an impact and just total destruction. Right over here, we were showing you how there was a boathouse here. It had a blue roof. That's completely gone. The dock looks nothing like it did the other day. As you can see right here, there's just debris everywhere. Now, if you come walk with me this way, you can see these planters obviously knocked down. There's glass just everywhere. You can see the glass shattered all across here at the hotel that we've been here at. And, you know, just for the last few days, you know, we've heard a lot of popping. You know, when that wind was coming in, you just knew glass was breaking everywhere. As we walk down here, you can see that this fence was completely ripped out. I mean, look over here to the left of me at the hotel here, just what this looks like. Again, I mean, there's tires here, just debris, glass everywhere. We've heard alarms and sirens. They are still going off. The Coast Guard has been circling around. There's been boats in and out of this area as we know that they are rescuing people. Jet skis are all over here. I know the other day we were showing you the big boat that was over in this area, and I saw it and I said the other day how it was swaying side to side. We actually saw that boat go across right in front of our hotel. It made way right in front of our pool. People were scared it was going to go right through the lobby, and a wave picked it up and it ended up going down that way. But I mean, you can just see all of this damage here. There's just sand everywhere, bricks. There was also a fence here and lights. That whole fence has been completely ripped out. You see, it's not even, I mean, there's not even pieces of it left here. Those lights, again, also completely ripped out. But the extensive damage that we've seen here, I mean, it's just to see it with your own eyes. I mean, look at this building. Now, this was all underwater. And that's that storm surge damage that we were continuing to see. It was scary to see firsthand because it seemed like it was just never going to stop. But to just give you, again, a better perspective of firsthand the damage that we've seen right here at our hotel, the area was evacuated. Again, there was a fence right here. You could see a couple pieces of it right there. That fence went all along the edge here. That was gone. There was another area. This is like a bar area with a blue roof. There was another one standing next to it, similar size. That's completely gone. That was a more kitchen area. And all of this, I mean, this was all water. There's a couch right here in the pool. but the water kept continuing to go so high. It was all the way up to the glass, all the way up to that glass up there. There's kayaks there. Again, right on the other side, we saw jet skis just flying in. We got a little scared because we didn't know how high that water would go. But again, this is the damage that we've seen right here. We know that that's that causeway that collapsed in multiple areas to get to and from Sanibel Island. And this is just everything that we've seen here. Again, the Coast Guard, we know that they've been coming in and out, but firsthand, this is the damage that my photographer Kevin and I have seen right here. Reporting in Southwest Florida, Elise Chingari.
All right, now we want to go live out to our Dave Bowman, who has just been incredibly covering that rising waters in DeSoto County and the damage there. He is in Arcadia. Dave?
Darkness begins to descend on the city of Arcadia and many of the streets. A community divided, massive rainfall swelling the Peace River far beyond its banks. About a dozen fan boats buzzed up and down the swollen river, helping those stranded, including Cheryl Decker and her husband, whose riverside home was flooded up to the second story.
We toughed it out as long as we could, but we live in a two-story house right on the Peace River, and the water was coming up to the second floor, and we had no electricity, so we decided to call 911.
An RV park by the river also flooded. As their owners evacuated to higher ground, floodwater toppled several of these motorhomes into the river. Neighbors say the flood levels are far higher than anything they've ever experienced. On the DeSoto side, the river has flooded railroad tracks. It's about a quarter mile from the bridge to land. If you look at the river, the water's moving quickly. Even a sign is caught up in it. And then when you get to the other side of the bridge, it's a third of a mile, and it appears the road is washed out. Fanboat operator Kelly Wolf helped out with several rescues and helped move people's belongings safely away from their homes.
Never saw it this bad before. What was it, Andrew?
Yeah.
I went down the day after Andrew. We didn't get hit. I took my motorhome, filled it up, went to Andrew. It's probably the only other thing I ever seen this bad.
Right, so Dave Bowman, we had him live there for a little bit, but we lost him. As we know, cell service patchy in so many areas. He was live in Arcadia showing us the damage, but you saw some of the images there as those rising floodwaters continue to go.
It was disturbing video for those of you who are listening on broadcasting stations. I know that we're broadcasting on 9 radio stations right now, and whether you're watching on OTT and you actually got to visually see it, or you're listening to our voices, please hear me when I tell you it was incredibly disturbing video to see some of those mobile homes completely covered in floodwaters, some trucks completely covered in floodwaters. It really painted a picture of what so many people are still dealing with. I know sometimes if you're walking around areas like maybe South Fort Myers, downtown Fort Myers, Lehigh Acres, it looks like we're just going to clean up and we're going to keep it moving. But for so many people, the reality of this is still unfolding at this time.
And for those who are listening, we are so grateful because this is the only way you can hear our voices right now. There are some voluntary evacuations now in place for those areas, including DeSoto, Charlotte, Northport, where we're seeing those rivers rising. But Andrew, as we're bringing you in, watching closely the Peace River, the Matlacha River, all of those rivers, what we also saw were rescue crews already there. Thankful that they weren't too far away, unfortunately, but we're seeing some homes underwater right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's unfortunately going to be the case, I think, for the next couple of days, because those rivers are still continuing to rise here. I can go back to that for us. And you are looking at Horse Creek first. And Horse Creek has crested, and that's right up along State Route 72 there, just outside of Arcadia. But this is a tributary to the Peace River in Arcadia. And as we all know, the Peace River runs south down in towards Charlotte's Harbor. And that river, the Peace River, has yet to crest. It's still at 23.9 feet. The record was 20.5 feet at major flood stage. And we had video a short time ago. You could see how high that water was. They were taking boats across to just ferry people from one side of the river to the next. Yeah.
This new video from the Fox 4 chopper. This is flooding in Orange County at this time. Nadine, this is Central Florida. This is exactly what you're talking about when it comes to this flooding and the concerns that come with it.
Yeah, you know, it's incredible to see this. As we've been talking about here.
Do you recognize any of these places?
I'm looking in closely. I have no idea where this is at this point. I mean, Orange County is one of our largest counties in Central Florida, but I can tell you I've never seen flooding like this. A lot of the flooding that we had seen had been in West Orange County and South Orange County. I'm watching very closely to see what this car is doing as he's approaching these floodwaters here. And this looks like a pretty big building, so I'm not sure if it's serving as, you know, some kind of shelter or whatnot. But the flooding has been unprecedented, Andrew, there.
Oh, absolutely. And the problem is now, because we had 15 to 20 feet of 15 to 20 inches of rainwater that fell from between Venice to Arcadia, and then Arcadia up through Orlando and then Daytona. That is now flowing southward. Okay, so the video that you saw there is rainwater flooding, and it will slowly work its way south. That's why the Peace River hasn't crested yet, because that water's got to get there. It's got to work its way southward. And we're not expecting that till maybe sometime tomorrow that the Peace River crests there in Arcadia, but it's going to take some time that fully gets on out of here. Now, the other spot, we've been watching water rescues all day long in the Matlacha, off the Matlacha River, and the flooding associated with that in Northport. You're looking at right now, that river is sitting at 12.4 feet, just shy of record territory. Is not expected to crest until tomorrow, about 12.7 feet. So again, it is still a big issue. Fishy Eden Creek out towards Palmdale, which affects State Route 27, is at minor flood stage, so not quite the record of 12 feet, but still 7.25 feet. It was still dealing with some issues there in Palmdale. How about the Imperial River down in Bonita Springs? During Irma, this was 13 feet. We're at 12 feet. And when during Irma, that was a big flooding issue down in Bonita Springs. Now, this is a combination, though, the Imperial River, of not only just rainfall, but it's also a combination of dealing with some of that residual surge. All that said, that's a lot of bad news. They're still dealing with ongoing flooding. I do want to start talking about what we're seeing here right now, and as well as through the rest of the night when it involves Ian. Obviously, Ian has now made landfall in South Carolina, bringing in devastating storm surge up there. What we are seeing, though, is dry air working its way in. And on this water vapor imagery, there's this rust color. It runs from Atlanta down to Houston and all the way south down into the Bahamas. And this dry air is getting sucked in the backside of Ian. And that's why, if you've been outside today, you'll notice it's pretty nice out. All right, a lot of sunshine, low humidity out there. It feels pretty great. I opened my windows last night and let the air in because I don't have power, like many of you, and it helped cool down my apartment. Again, it was a great, nice change of pace of things. And look at the beautiful blue sky. This is a live shot right now of the luminary, or earlier of the luminary, and you can see that clear sky that we saw earlier. And so right now we're seeing those dew points in the mid 60s, which is somewhat humid, but usually the last couple of weeks we've been sitting in the upper 70s in terms of that humidity. So it's a nice reprieve of things. Temperatures sitting right now in the 70s and 80s, 79 degrees in Northport. Bonita Springs 82, as well as Marco Island. Much cooler. And I do expect that lower humidity to stick around for the next several days, which will help with cleanup, making things a little bit more bearable at night so you can open your windows. And I think we're going to see that even here tonight. Tonight I'm going with an overnight low temperature, 68 degrees. So again, you can open the windows, mostly clear skies. Here's an overlook of things. The further north you get, a little cooler. It's going to be 63 degrees tonight in Arcadia. So if you don't have power in Arcadia, you're looking to maybe cool off. You're watching us on live stream or listening to us on the radio. You can open your windows tonight, cool things off. LaBelle and Immokalee, 65 here tonight, 68 down in Naples, 66 Englewood. So again, nice cool night for us. Our producer was asking me the same question. Hey, can I open my windows tonight? And yeah, you can open your windows tonight. Low humidity, 60s. We haven't had 60s since May, so it's kind of a nice change of pace of things. And then tomorrow, right back to where we were today. Temperatures in the mid 80s, sunny skies, low humidity. It's all good news when it comes to pickup. And this is something, this dry weather stretch is expected to stay the next 7 days. So that's all good news, Nadine and Shari, as things start to pick up. As we pick things up, dry weather not going to see those afternoon showers or storms. Low humidity makes things so much more bearable.
Oh, especially when the power is out, is the time to open up those windows. And you said it provides us some relief. We will take all the relief we can get as we begin rebuilding and recovering. And as Fox 4, we'll be with you every step of the way.
We're going to give our team a little bit of relief, and we'll be right back with you right after the break.
All right, it is 7:03 as we're approaching another hour of our continuing coverage after Hurricane Ian and after the storm. As you are beginning to pick up whatever is left of your lives, we will carry you through the next few days, weeks, and months, as it's going to be a long recovery. And so we have a lot of housekeeping to get to since now we're at the top of the hour. I want to start with some of the biggest headlines from when we last heard from the governor after he toured Lee and Charlotte counties. He was in Fort Myers earlier, where he had confirmed, unfortunately, 21 deaths due to the storm. We don't know exactly where those deaths are from. We've also been hearing from local and city municipalities and governments. City of Sanibel just speaking, also confirming 4 fatalities due to the storm on the island of Sanibel. So 2 big updates there. Of course, power outages and food distribution, all of these things we're following very closely with you. Another update regarding schools in Lee County. Shari, I don't know if you want to take that. If not, I can go for it.
We just heard from the Lee County School District, and they say that school will be closed through next week. We had anticipated hearing from them sometime today, sometime over the next few days, and they just let us know that school will be closed next week. And to note here, about 5 of those schools in Lee County, I believe, are being used as shelters. So that is part of this, as so many people need a safe place to stay. That impacts schools, and of course roadways and cleanup also impacts schools opening and closing during this time?
Many schools open across Southwest Florida as shelters, and we have an entire list there because as many people are now coming back into Southwest Florida who might have evacuated, they realize they are coming back to nothing. So if you are looking for a shelter, we have an entire list on fox4now.com. It looks like, oh, here you go. Here are the school closures related to Ian. Sarasota schools now closed until further notice. Look at this. DeSoto County schools now closed until further notice. Glades and Hendry County schools closed today. Lee County, it said resumes on Monday, October 3rd, but as we had just mentioned, the update just coming in, closed until further notice as we are now all together trying to pick up our lives.
A situation we've been keeping a close eye on for you is flooding in Southwest Florida. Our Andrew Shipley has been doing a great job of explaining how rain from Hurricane Ian is impacting flooding in our communities. And we want to give you a live look right now. This is in Orange County. This is your hometown here where we're seeing the impacts of that flooding.
And the reason why we're bringing this up is because what we're seeing here in Southwest Florida is the remnants of this flooding, this rain, Shipley says, has to go somewhere, and now it is headed our way into the riverways right here of Southwest Florida. And once this water recedes in Orange County, it will now start continuing to pour into our area, and that is another developing situation we've been watching all day. Unfortunately, more homes are dealing with rising waters. More people are trapped on second floors in our counties right now, including Sarasota County, especially in Northport, DeSoto County, and Arcadia. We have had crews all over tracking rising rivers that Andrew Shipley has told us will not be receding anytime soon, which is why the rescue mission continues now, not only on our coastal islands that have been devastated by the storm, now in our inland counties as waters continue to rise there, Shari.
I know that we're throwing a lot of information your way, but it is how it is coming into our newsroom, and we are working to keep track of all of our counties across Southwest Florida. And I do want to remind you that if you heard something, you want to double check to make sure you heard it correctly, you can go to our website. That is fox4now.com. You can also download our app, the Fox 4 app, that sends push alerts out as we get that information into our newsroom. We push it out to you and you get a little notification. For those of you in Charlotte County, we want to let you know that US 41 is closed from Kings Highway to Marion Avenue due to flooding from the Peace River as well. So we're keeping a close eye on that story and bridges in that area as well.
And it's not only impacting many bridges, not only in Charlotte County and also in DeSoto County, but also our roadways. I-75 actually shut down completely with an exit right there on 182 because of this. FDOT just sending out an update there. There's a lot coming in here, guys, and that's why we're not leaving you. This is why we're continuing our coverage, going through every update as it comes in, pinpointing exactly where you live and how it is impacting you.
One thing you probably noticed while traveling on the roadways today was the increase in traffic throughout parts of Southwest Florida. You might have had to detour a couple times, and what we're realizing is those lines are getting longer as people start to see fuel gas in certain places, people wanting to replenish their generators, people wanting to put gas in their cars. And Fox 4 anchor Chris Earl is taking a look at this for you today, how those long lines are actually impacting traffic in parts of our community. Take a look.
We've been here since 9 o'clock this morning. When we got here, we were back about a mile and a half. Actually, by the other 7-Eleven, we were in line. That's where it was. At 9
back at the one at Gleason.
Yeah.
The one just back here.
And then they had a problem at Wawa. They had a problem with the system. The system went down, so nobody was moving for quite a while. But we're getting there now. They say they have enough.
So how long have you been in line then?
Since 9 o'clock, 5.5 hours.
How long you been island? You come down here with like a half a tank or what?
No,
You're just trying to load up.
I had a full tank. I had 3/4 of a tank. I'm almost to a half.
And then at this point, you're just trying to fill up your tanks for generators?
Yes, that's right. Yes, that we're going to use very sparingly.
How was riding it out for you?
It was rough. He lives down by Cape Harbor. And Cape Harbor was a little tough. A lot of the telephone poles on Aqua Linda are just down.
It's one of the worst things I've been through in my life. I've been around the world in the military. Through Vietnam, I was in part of that on the outskirts. I'm 82 years old. I'm never going to do it again. I'll be out of town so fast when they say a hurricane's coming. It was terrible, terrible. I had water 4 feet in front of my house. It just missed coming in. We stayed dry, but it was scary.
But you're not going to do that again.
No way. No way. I've been here 17 years. I've never seen anything like this.
We got to give credit to the emergency services.
What have you been doing to pass the time?
Just talking on the phone, trying to keep in touch with family and stuff.
For sure.
And with it being such a hard place, right now, you gotta keep peace of mind. We're gonna rebuild. We're gonna get back to Southwest Florida. That's all we can do.
Yes.
Are you filling up gas cans? You filling up your car? You filling up whatever you can?
Gas cans, cars, whatever I can.
Do you have a generator at home?
Yes.
How long do you think you can make it with what you have right now?
I'm at a half a tank right now, so.
But like for food, water, power.
Food and water. I heard that the Target's supposed to open up tomorrow, and I'm gonna go stand in line. Hopefully I can get some necessities.
Yep, that's the feeling of so many of us right now. I know that you mentioned Publix has reopened for a certain amount of hours, and if people want to find out that information, that's on our website.
Yeah, Publix has set up an incredible interactive map that we've posted on fox4now.com where you can put in your address and your Publix to see when it opened. My Publix, Shari, opened 7 a.m. today, Santa Barbara and Veterans Boulevard. For those of you who are on the Cape, a lot of them have opened. Unfortunately, places like Bonita Springs and clearly Fort Myers Beach and all that still closed today.
For those of you driving around, we just have a heads up for you. If you're driving in Charlotte County, maybe checking on loved ones. The US 41 bridges over the Peace River will be closed in both directions. All US 41 lanes north and southbound will be closed from Kings Highway or are closed to Marion Avenue until further notice. Now, the city tells us that the county tells us that structural damage due to buildings in the area is the reason why those bridges are closing. We have a FDOT camera right now, a camera made possible by the Florida Department of Transportation. This is I-75 north at mile marker 223.
Yeah. And it was actually closed over in 181 back up in Charlotte County. Sumter Road, that's right. And so you see traffic's moving down here, but you also see that water ponding on the side there. And, we know a lot of people are probably coming back to their homes and trying to assess the damage. Some people coming back to nothing. Some people still in the dark tonight. So let's quickly update power outages. I know that we have an interactive map that also shows the power outages that you are experiencing right now. Not only that, these power crews are rocking and rolling. The state saying that they are restoring power about 100,000 homes at a time. So this is county by county. You can see in Lee County, the governor tells us that about 20% of people in Lee County have had their power restored. You can see still about 200,000 people without power tonight, but still 20% is pretty amazing considering this was just 2 days ago when Ian made landfall. Charlotte County here, you could also see, I'm reading these numbers pretty closely, 100,000 still without power in Charlotte County. So only about 20,000 have power there. And we're going to take you through, let's see, we're going Sarasota County. You can take a look at this. And what the governor had mentioned today, just for some context here, is that the power grid, in particular on the barrier islands where it's just been shattered, that's going to take a long time, but he did say that it seemed to have held up a little bit better further inland. So in Lee and Charlotte counties in particular, he says that they're making a lot of headway. You're going to start seeing the traffic lights come back and the hospitals come back online. That's going to be the first couple of things they're doing there. Half of people in Collier County back restored with power, half in Sarasota, and 90% in Tampa as well.
And we want to give you this live look. We were talking about this area earlier, I-75 northbound at mile marker 181, which the next exit is 182, which is Sumter Road. And you can see, it looks like they're moving around the FDOT camera right now. But we're working to give you a visual of how this is impacting traffic in this area. Particularly, we know that our Caitlin Knapp was telling us and reporting, such excellent reporting on flooding in this particular area. This is something we've been talking about all day with meteorologist Andrew Shipley. And Andrew's been talking about, Nadine, how some of the rivers in this part of Southwest Florida were already impacted. We were already seeing high levels in these rivers. But now, following Hurricane Ian, when it comes to that rainfall, we're literally seeing devastating flooding that is impacting, even if you don't live in the area, as you can see, impacting people even traveling through that area at this hour.
You know, it's really incredible as we are still tracking Hurricane Ian now impacting our southeast coast, but we've seen this story unfold, and unfortunately the worst part of the story was right here in southwest Florida, but it continues tonight, and chapter by chapter we then watched it go to central Florida with catastrophic flooding, and now then it went to a tropical storm and then a hurricane again, and now we're seeing the effects coming back to southwest Florida with this record flooding that we are about to see from our rivers and now in our inland and northern counties, which were counties that were at first spared, not so much so now. So it's breaking our hearts. Not a single county in our area is not going to be severely impacted by this, and that's what's breaking my heart tonight as we're talking about this.
We have an update from the city of Northport, since we're kind of focusing on this area right now for a second. The city's saying if you're in an area that's been impacted with water and there are rising waters threatening your home, they are recommending that you evacuate. Those waters in some areas will continue to rise for up to the next 36 hours. So again, they're recommending if you can evacuate to go ahead and do so. But something that we were tracking here on Fox 4 this evening and throughout the day really were these search and rescue efforts that are underway there. We were actually seeing the National Guard as they were actively looking for people in parts of southwest Florida, particularly where we're seeing these rising floodwater levels, excuse me. We were seeing them search for people. So we know that there are people who are looking to leave their homes and get to a safer location.
Absolutely, and they have opened up shelters. Now, Charlotte County really seeing both sides of this story. They were hit pretty hard on Wednesday on the backside of Ian whipping through. They're now being hit hard by the bridges and the rivers rising. We actually spoke to Charlotte County Commissioner Bill Truex about the state of the county. Keep in mind, this was a little earlier, so a little bit before we saw the rivers at this level, the Peace River, but let's go ahead and take a listen.
Talk to me about the search and rescue efforts. I believe 12 are confirmed dead in Charlotte County.
I believe that's the most recent number. We do not know what the reasoning was for those fatalities yet. They are starting to dial into that. The medical examiner's office will be determining, what those causes of death were and if they were storm related or not, and also by city, by county.
Talk to me about what the county has been dealing with over the past 24 hours.
Really trying to get the first push through to get the main roads opened up. We're still working on that. Trying to get power up. FPL's working on that. We're about 16% restored. We were out 100%. So that's a big deal, and we're looking for more improvements there. Going and making certain that all the backlogs of 911 calls have been handled. We've got a number of first responders from all over the country. Actually, there's some here from Virginia, people from the Panhandle and what have you. So trying to make certain that all the needs are met for those that have either special needs situations or emergencies, need to be removed from their home because of water rising.
All right, that was Bill Truex in Charlotte County, because obviously that county's been hit hard by that. All right, so we have a lot of viewers who have been calling us, asking us in particular about our neighbors in Matlacha and on Pine Island. This is an area, we're here in the Cape, that has had really bad cell phone service, which is why we've been trying to disseminate as much information as we possibly can. For the first time, with our own eyes, we're getting a very close look at Matlacha. As you know, that bridge had collapsed there.
That's right. So this is our first look. Let's get to our Yvette Sanchez for the latest.
All right, guys. So this is Yvette. I am here on the road, which leads you into the first island of Matlacha, and this is what it looks like right now. Anyone who has driven this often knows what this looks like. I was just here on Monday, 4 days ago. I was just here, and I was bringing you guys reports from that light post right over there. And now it looks like an absolute, I don't know. I don't even know if I can compare it to a war zone. This, you can tell this would have been you driving onto Matlacha, and now you cannot get it's devastating. I'm sorry I'm not talking as much as I normally do, but this is just something, it leaves you speechless and it's emotional, you know? Like I said, I was just here on Monday, you know, talking to our viewers and telling them what was going on. So this is the road leading into Matlacha, the first island. And we'll bring you guys more as we continue our coverage.
Oh, when you hear one of our own crack, woo! Not easy to see. Matlacha is close to a lot of us because especially here at Fox 4, we're right down the road and we visit there often. When I first moved here, I said, I am on the hunt for the best shrimp tacos in town, and the Old Fish House on Matlacha was that, and yeah, I mean, that is the first time we saw that. Yeah. Shari, what are you feeling? I see it too.
We felt that emotion. First of all, Yvette, we heard Yvette, we saw those images, and the whole time we're watching, we're like, oh my gosh. And we can hear, even in the control room through our earpieces here, some of our producers reacting, and through their mics, some of our directors reacting as well. This is shocking to see and heartbreaking to see. You know, I don't think you have to be from here. You're not from here. You're a Florida girl, but you know how important these places are to Southwest Florida. This is like essential. These are essential pieces of Southwest Florida that we are literally seeing destroyed, and it is awful.
Yeah, Matlacha, clearly iconic as the small artsy town that you have to go visit the moment you get into Southwest Florida if you want to avoid, you know, all the beautiful tourists on Fort Myers Beach. But if you want to get a real feel of the beautiful people here, you go down to the Blue Dog Saloon, you go down to the Old Fish House or Michelli's, where I did my first introduction to this beautiful area. You know, as a Florida girl, I never experienced the beauty of mangroves like I ever have off Matlacha. So seeing that was not easy. So I'm going to need my producer to tell me where we're going for here
I definitely want to say I am so sorry to those of you who have been impacted on Matlacha throughout Southwest Florida, and who you've lost so much, whether it's a business or a home, and that spans again across so many counties and across our area. I'm speechless.
We're also we know that we have people listening in on radio right now, which is why 9 different radio stations are listening in, and for the first time we saw where the Matlacha bridge had collapsed, the roads impassable there. So if you guys are listening in and you want to take a look at that damage, and you might have internet, that story, those images, the horrific images of that beautiful town that makes Southwest Florida so beautiful and so unique, you could go to fox4now.com.
Sure. All right, let's go ahead and give those of you who have children within the Lee County School District an update. Dan, I believe that's what you were asking for. The Lee County School District has announced that school will be closed through next week.
And we just had a video message from the superintendent that sent out to all students and families and faculty and staff. Take a listen if you can. Oh, it looks like, okay, it's coming. But in the meantime, we know a lot of shelters are being used, or a lot of schools are being used right now as shelters. And so I think that's one reason why. And people need to rebuild their lives. So we're just going to give time. Don't worry about taking classes. We now have that message from new Superintendent Bernier.
Hello, this is Dr. Christopher Bernier, Superintendent of Schools. The last 72 hours have been historic for our community. We are challenged with current circumstances, but we remain resilient. Homes and businesses have been destroyed, lives have been lost, but I know our community will rise from this historic event. As we work to pick up the pieces, one of our main priorities is making contact with our staff to check on their status as well as their needs. Up to now, we've been able to contact approximately 95% of our employees, and we still remain committed to tracking down the unaccounted for by using every means necessary. This afternoon, we met with our school and district leaders. They too are recovering as parents, homeowners, and people. Some of them, like many of you, have lost so much. We want them and all of our staff to know that we are committed to everyone, both as people and employees. We are committed to keeping our people working and making sure everyone is paid for their efforts. Our next step is to check on our students and our families. We want to know how you are, where you are, and if you need any support. We will remain steadfast and responsible and connected to the safety of our children, families, and staff. We will get through this together. While our school leaders have checked on their own families and homes, they are committed to helping our community by providing additional support. One example is found in our shelters, which are now stable with food and water, as well as fuel for generators. We still, like many of us, are without electricity and water, however. Our school district team has been working day and night alongside the Emergency Operations Center to provide this community the support that our schools and communities need. Many want to know when schools will reopen. At this time, we just don't know. Today, we began our building assessments. We know that some of our schools are fine, while others are not. This afternoon, I went up in a helicopter to take an aerial view of Lee County to access our inaccessible schools, buildings, and community. I took that flight with Lieutenant Governor Nunes and Florida Department of Education Commissioner Manny Diaz. While examining our community, I became convinced that the school district of Lee County remains steadfastly committed to reopening our schools, but in an effective and sensible manner. This will not happen overnight. We are now future makers, as it's never been defined before. We must continue to provide our students the opportunity to move forward with their education and provide them with the mental health and all necessary supports. To our community, both internal and external, this will be a developmental and transitional process, but we will reopen to allow our students to thrive and our community to return to work. Lee County is strong, and like all great communities, we come together in difficult times. We will get our schools open, we will recover, and we will be on a better side if we keep our students, staff, and this community as our focus. It is my honor to serve on this team, and we are committed to work with this community to build its new future. Thank you.
School District Superintendent Christopher Bernier there. We had mentioned just before that Lee County schools will be closed all next week, and he was providing some perspective there. And so what's on your screen right now is painting more of a picture of how we are feeling the impacts of Hurricane Ian in a very different way, Nadine, as we've been watching this traffic slow throughout the day, now to a standstill.
I mean, it looks impassable, and I believe that's because there is rising waters over in Northport. I think I'm saying that right. Is that right?
Yeah, this is I-75 North at mile marker 181. So the exit 182, to give you perspective, would be Sumter Road.
Yeah,
right.
but the thing, as I bring in meteorologist Andrew Shipley here, that I'm noticing is that the sun is setting, and a lot of people are still trying to get home. We know we have a lot of curfews in place, and so we hope that is relieved earlier. But Andrew, as we go into the night tonight, tell us about what we can expect, because many of us will be in the dark yet again.
Yeah, and it's going to be another night of clear skies and temperatures in the 60s. But I want to know if we can pull up that FDOT camera again, because I want to kind of point out a couple of things that I noticed here. You notice on the opposite side, a lot of emergency vehicles there down the roadway there, and you notice the roadway kind of slopes up. It looks like there's like an overpass there, and I'm wondering if that's where the water is for you at this time. And I also noticed, looks like an emergency vehicle up there, but heading up that direction as well. The number of people trying to get out of the vehicles, that's not a good idea. If you were getting these jams like this, do not get out of your vehicles. There's a possibility if someone doesn't see you and you can get hit. So we don't want that on these highways here. So just kind of some words of advice. Let's head back to the graphics here. Again, we are continuing to watch flooding in and around that area of Northport for you. We do still have flood warnings associated with that. We have flood warnings in DeSoto County, where ongoing flooding is going on in Arcadia. We're also seeing some flood warnings in Glades County, just south of Palmdale, right up along, looking at the 27 there. So we are looking at, so Horse Creek has crested in DeSoto County earlier today, but it's still at record flood levels for you at this time. But the last we were looking at is just about 19 feet. The record there was right around 18 feet. So again, that's again, that has crested, but it does flow in to the Peace River for you, and the Peace River is continuing to rise in the Arcadia area. This goes right up along State Route 70. We just had a live shot from Dave a little while ago, and he showed us how high that water was getting and how people were going in a raft back and forth to get across 70 there. But it is also at record flood stage, continuing to rise as well. Not expected to crest until sometime tomorrow, which means we're still in for another night of this. And I don't expect, even once it crests, to get out of that major flood stage until at least maybe Wednesday of next week. Same story for the Matlacha River. Still flooding at this time, and that's what we're just showing you up along I-75 there for you. That water's continuing to rise there, and all that water that's in Central Florida is continuing to work its way southward because that's where our rivers flow, from north to south. And then in the Matlacha River and the Peace River, for example, they both flow into Charlotte Harbor and then out into the Gulf of Mexico. So we still have a long way to go for both of those rivers here for us tonight. The other thing we're watching is where Ian is. We just had a live shot, I think, ready to go off of Myrtle Beach, if we can pull that up. And we are looking at still major flooding and storm surge going on up along the Carolinas, up along the Virginia coastline as Ian continues to be felt there. And I'm going to shift to my graphics here and kind of show you where Ian is right now. And just give me a second here. We're doing this all on live TV for you. But again, we're continuing to watch where Ian is, and there is look at Ian right now, and you can see now a post-tropical system as it continues to move ashore here and transition into a mid-latitude cyclone expected to move up and towards West Virginia as we get towards tomorrow night. But we are expecting still a lot of rain, up to a foot of rain, as well as storm surge across portions of the Carolinas. We do still have hurricane warnings from Charleston, basically all up and down the Carolina coastline there for you, and tropical storm warnings from basically Raleigh, Charlotte, down south, just around the Savannah, Georgia area. So still Ian is impacting parts of the southeastern United States. That would be 3 states in addition to Florida seeing the impacts from Hurricane Ian. And so I don't think Ian is going to be forgotten for any particular time here, guys.
Incredible to hear you say that, and the fact that we're still talking about how we're tracking Ian even now and the impacts that it's having on our state, including many of our northern and inland counties now underwater due to rising rivers as well. Well, we want to say thank you because you guys have been trusting us as we have been in our continuous coverage as every update has come in. We now know that 9 different radio stations are listening in, and so thank you for watching. I'm going to quickly speak to 105.5 The Best, Y100, The Beat. Oh my gosh, I wrote that wrong. The Beat, Y100, Big 98.9, 92.9, Kicks Country, CV 104.9, News Radio WCCF, and 1070 The Zone. If you guys are listening, thank you for trusting us here at Fox 4. Also to our viewers, thank you. You might hear us probably describing the video a little bit more as it comes in for our listeners who are honing in and listening closely as we are rebuilding here in Southwest Florida. And we just appreciate you trusting us as we are watching out for you as we take these next couple of steps forward.
Just so you know, you're listening to Fox 4's Nadine Yanis, and I am Shari Armstrong, and we both will be back with you along with meteorologist Andrew Shipley right after the break.
Thank you.
Thank you for trusting Fox 4 to keep you updated as we rebuild our community here in Southwest Florida. I'm Shari Armstrong.
And I'm Nadine Yanis. Thank you to all of our viewers tuning in and everybody listening in on the radio, as we are now streaming on 9 different radio stations because so many people need to hear the vital information that has been coming in. We are just past the 7:30 half hour, so let's just quickly get you updated on the big headlines of now day 2 of rebuilding post Hurricane Ian. First of all, we heard from Governor DeSantis after touring Lee and Charlotte counties and speaking in Fort Myers today that we have 21 confirmed deaths due to Hurricane Ian. I know that there are mixed numbers that you might be hearing. We are going to go with what we're hearing from the governor, and we don't know exactly which counties or cities or areas those deaths are in. 21 confirmed deaths. This also comes after we heard from the city of Sanibel city leaders, who also tell us that they had 4 confirmed fatalities on the island there. This as the rescue mission continues. Upwards of 700-800 people rescued already, and those rescues continuing as we speak, even in our northern counties right now, Shari, which is our other huge story of the day.
Right. We've been keeping a close eye on the northern counties of Southwest Florida because we are seeing severe flooding in those areas as the Florida Highway Patrol has closed the I-75 exit and entrance ramp to Sumter Boulevard. That is exit 182, mile marker 182 in Sarasota Sarasota due to just roadway flooding there. This is a story we are staying on top of because, as you mentioned, those search and rescue efforts, we have been seeing those in these areas as people, the National Guard working to help people in those communities. And you can see we are showing you a live shot from the Florida Department of Transportation's camera overlooking this particular exit northbound. And for those of you who cannot see right now, I can tell you that cars throughout the day were starting to slow down more and more every time we looked at this video. But right now they are at a standstill
They're
on I-75 north at mile marker 182.
This is because of those rising waters, those rising river waters now closing one ramp altogether, and it looks like it has shut down these lanes of I-75 north. And when you look at this, there's some telling pictures here. There's a lot of traffic, probably flooded with people who are trying to come back to their homes after evacuating what has been a very, very long week for so many of us in here in Southwest Florida. Shari, I also want to point out those trailers. I'm sure those are much needed supplies headed our way as the sun sets on what has been another day of beginning to rebuild after Hurricane Ian. Some other big notes of the day, power outages. We got to get to that because so many of us are relying on this. FPL actually put out an update that they've restored power to 60% of those who were impacted by Hurricane Ian. Some context there that includes the counties that had small impacts early on, and it includes all across the state as well. Here in our area, when the governor was in town, about half of the people have had their power restored in Collier County. Huge gains there, 20% in Lee County. However, many of us still left in the dark, especially in Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Estero, Bonita Beach, the really hard-hit area, Shari.
We are keeping track of these boil water notices as well. We just got into our newsroom that Collier County Public Utilities has lifted the precautionary boil disinfection water notice for those of you on the Isles of Capri, Goodland, and all areas west of US 41. So that's from Seagate Drive to Bonita Beach Road, with the following exceptions, though. So the boil water notice is still in effect for Gulf Shore Boulevard and the Strand at Bay Colony. That's the single family area. That's a lot of information, and we've got that on our website, fox4now.com, for you.
Last quick update, Lee County schools also just coming in within the last hour. The superintendent saying those schools will be closed next week. Many other counties also closed until further notice, including Collier and DeSoto. All right, those are some of the big updates. We got so much more on fox4now.com, but now we want to head out to certified meteorologist Katie Walls and our co-anchor Chris Earl. Shari.
Yeah, together they have been assessing what it looks like right now in Cape Coral to bring you their perspective. And so let's go ahead and start with you, Chris. You can tell us a little bit about what you've seen today in the Cape Coral community.
And here we are on this Friday night here in Cape Coral, and this has certainly been a very big day when it comes to people now in day 2 after Hurricane Ian, really assessing the damage. And you can see it all over, and you can't really see it right now. The reason we're setting up here, though, at Gleason and Southwest 2nd Avenue is behind us, though. These power lines have been down, even on people's houses. And so we're going on 48 hours since the impact of this, where we can see just a level of cleanup as Fox 4 certified meteorologist Katie Walls now joins us with a look at that.
It's been one of those days where the community has absolutely come together in full regalia to clean up the mess left behind after Ian moved through Cape Coral with wind gusts of 140 miles per hour. We have seen a tremendous amount of wind damage because winds like that, it's like a tornado. And then, of course, we've seen tremendous amounts of water damage, especially in the southern part of Cape Coral. Absolutely heartbreaking. This storm surge just literally surging up the canals and into people's homes. And we spoke to many of the survivors today and heard their stories. And it's absolutely gut-wrenching to know that some people lost everything. Others might be able to recover some. And then some of us were fortunate enough to maybe just lose a pool cage.
You were turning.
We have to be fortunate and thankful for what we do have. We have our lives, and we will continue to rebuild.
And it has been very curious in talking to people. I live about 3 blocks from where we're standing, just north of here. And there really is that sense of togetherness, that cohesion, kind of that tapestry of everybody's been through this. I know on a personal note, got back to my house for the first time in 66 hours yesterday. I was talking about this last night. Everything inside was fine. We were dry, and I was incredibly thankful. In fact, I even ran into a Cape Coral police officer about 10 minutes before I got home, and we were talking about where I was, and he said, I think you're actually going to be okay. He said, you're going to have to deal with some brush and some debris within your streets, but I don't think the water got up that high. And I was really impressed that this one particular officer knew just by the block number, oh yeah, because he's been seeing it. And that's what these first responders have been doing for the last 2 days. They are extremely familiar. Many people here that we've talked to have not been able to venture off of their property or really go out, because why would you go out in this madness? And we'll talk about that later with one of the Wawa gas stations. But we have been out here along with the first responders really seeing the impact. We've seen it in Fort Myers. We've seen it all throughout Cape Coral today.
I feel that they are just working tirelessly. You might see some of them at some of the busiest intersections, and you might be frustrated if you do have to drive because perhaps they're forcing you to turn right because it's too dangerous to go straight. Because we have to remember, too, one thing that we noted, one of the reasons why they're closing down certain turns and certain lanes, it's so that way fire engines and real first responders can get to emergencies. We watched that happen with our own eyes, and it made total sense. It's so that way they can easily get to, which one? Sorry, I'm also talking to my producer.
Yeah.
Dan, can you please repeat that?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and we'll talk about this because especially the closer you get to South Cape, and these were a lot of the reports coming on the southeast side from the yacht club about some of the damage. Those winds more than 130 miles per hour.
140.
140 in some of those stretches.
Yacht club, yeah.
Now, there was also, as we were going to downtown Cape, Katie here says, hey, can we turn right and go down to this one neighborhood just south of the Publix there on Cape Coral Boulevard in Santa Barbara? Because when you came back here to Southwest Florida, you and your family lived in this one house for a few months.
Yes.
And just down from that house, we also met a family that had to ride this out.
It's been very emotional, of course, when you go down and you see a home that you used to live in, and you knock on the door and you talk to the owner and you see where you just lived 4 weeks ago with 2 feet of water. You know, you can see the line, you can see all the damage, and it's just really, really heartbreaking. Southwest 48th Terrace took a huge hit, so we traveled farther down the road. Those canals just came up with such vigor. Plus, we had those extreme winds as well. So we saw trees coming down. We spoke with one survivor who rode through Irma, dealt with this, and he said, I'm done. He said, I'm done.
Yeah, he's been here for 30 years, and he just had enough of it, so yeah.
So he's going to be heading out and likely somewhere far away from water for a little bit.
There's a lot of people who've said this to us
Yes.
today that we've talked to. They said, after this one, I'm done. And they said, once we're done with the insurance, we're just going to probably sell and move on. And
Well,
it's disheartening to hear, but you can also understand it because in everybody's own shoes, for how they rode out Ian a couple of days ago, everybody had their own experiences.
And something else about that particular area, Southwest 48th Terrace, you're so far south that flood insurance premiums have skyrocketed to the point that most of these homeowners actually can't afford it. And several of the owners that we spoke with today, they don't have flood insurance. So it is entirely a loss at this point. And that's something else on top of this. Of course, we have FEMA coming in that will offer some relief and some help. But regardless of how you cut it, it is more than a tough pill to swallow. We spoke with one family, and they rode out this storm together, absolutely terrifying. The father came in, he was on Gladiolus in Fort Myers. Water was coming up 3 to 4 feet in his home, so he came over to Cape Coral where the water was coming up there as well.
This was his daughter's house. We got to meet Janet.
We got to meet Janet.
Camacho, and Janet was wonderful today.
And she shared our story. Here's what it is.
What was it like? You had 10 people inside this house.
And your babies.
Yeah, and your babies.
We were like 5 people inside of the house with the 5 kids. I have my 2 sons and 3 sons and 2 nieces, and we thought we was gonna die. It was around maybe 3 o'clock when all the water started coming in, and we called the rescue at least 5 times, and it was really bad. I had like a panic attack, and I started throwing up, and I thought I was gonna die, like really, really, really bad. And then, we just wait because I told my husband, let's go outside, but we couldn't do it. I usually open the door. I was gonna go outside with the kids, and then he's like, no, couldn't do it.
Tell me again how deep the water was inside.
It was like probably my knees.
So you got the babies up high.
We got the kids on the bedroom because lucky we have our beds are really high, so we put all the kids on the bedroom. Yep. In the bed.
You all stayed in your safe space and you stayed nice and calm, right? You stayed as calm as you can. Sure, he was.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sweet angels.
Yeah.
And tell me your name again.
Janet.
You're Janet.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry for what you all are going through, but I'm so glad that I don't care about anything right now. I was thinking like we survived. I mean, we second time that we live. It's the second time that we've been born, and I don't care about anything else. I care about my family and my mom and dad. They was gonna stay over there in Gladiolos, and I told them no, you're not, because their houses like 5-year-old really bad. So when we went yesterday, we saw his truck. The water was all the way up. And that was his truck. That's your dad?
Yeah, my dad. Yes. So my dad and my mom and my sister and the 2 kids that we stayed there. Yeah.
It's a full house.
Yeah, we were like 10 people, 10 people, and we called the rescue at least maybe 5 times, but I mean, it was no way.
And those are stories from the South Cape that unfortunately are just everywhere at this point. Again, a lot of flood damage, plus we had tremendous wind damage as well. And then in the southeastern Cape, a similar story, but it was more of a storm surge event there as that water just surged up the Caloosahatchee and into all of those canals, Chris. There are boats in places there should not be boats, and a tremendous amount of damage.
And this is what I've seen as I've been flying Skyfox throughout the last couple of days. And we saw this with Fort Myers Beach and the areas north of it yesterday. But here for Cape Coral, we did see some of that as well, because you talk about the canals and the impact of that, with that surge going up and then coming down. And we talked about just with Janet's house and with her family. Her dad was Martine. If he's catching this at some point over the next few days or weeks when the power comes back on, he was telling about his adventure. There were 10 of them riding this out in that home, right, with that water coming up to about 1.5 feet high. They were talking about filling the house within just 15 minutes. But for Southeast Cape, it's also been a concern. Chicago Pizza, the gentleman who talked to us today, who said he was going to offer free slices to first responders and discounts to everybody else if they came by. He said his neighbors really got hit hard with this. And we're still yet to get to that section because we ran into so many stories today. We're still hoping to get a lot of that as well.
But we do have a lot of love coming from the community and those who are able to help. There was actually, I'm going to get choked up, goodness. It happens. It's really hard. Fine. But we're all kind of going through it, and you don't necessarily have ice to keep things nice and cold. And there was someone giving away bags of ice.
Yeah. And I think the heartbreaking part for me, we had to turn around on Cape Coral. Right when we turned around, there was a teddy bear. And you know that the water must have filled the house. Yep. We saw so many toys, so many stuffed animals, so many blankets, furniture, kids' beds, mattresses here in the South Cape that were just right along the side of the road. And those are supposedly going to get picked up whenever they get picked up. And I've seen this before with flooding. I've lived in river towns for a lot of my career.
Yes.
And so when it gets into those low-lying areas, and it just wrecks everything that's inside of a home.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And water does truly destroy everything. Of course, I still have potential spam coming into my phone, which is a miracle because I can't make normal phone calls.
We can
Sorry
barely
about that.
Connectivity out here, but you had the spam
Okay,
calls.
at least we got a little bit of a...
Maybe they're asking about flood damage.
Oh,
Look out for those calls.
But, as the sun sets and things become more just darker across Cape Coral, now we're starting to see those that don't have generators. I don't have generators. And we met a lot of folks today. And, there are a lot of people also, not only without power, but also still in need. And right here, you're watching video of a search and rescue today at Matlacha. Matlacha more or less cut off right now from everything.
And we've been watching all these helicopters flying over. We know there's boats out there to try to be able to get people. And this has been such a concern because for some people we can say, we just had a few shingles blow off. There are other people who are out there whose lives are in the balance today. And especially if people have not been able to get out, that's the information, the context we're trying to provide in a situation like this, because this is historic flooding. And I have to go back to the experience, though, that we had with Janet, though, today, because with 10 people riding this out, you got kids that are as old as those kids, too.
Yes.
I mean, that had to touch you.
Oh, yes. That's what makes it even harder, because my babies also had to ride this out. They also had to undergo this. Did not expect a 2- and 5-year-old to have to ride out a Cat 4. That's the last thing I ever anticipated, trust me. And now we're facing not only an unknown amount of time without power, without water, without school, and now we have all of that to think about as well. So it's kind of a dark time. It's going to be a dark time for a while, but we have to stay optimistic. And we got to remember all of those wonderful people, the nice gentleman who drove down from Central Florida to bring bags of ice to people like me who needed them. And things like that, little things. And our buddy at Chicago Pizza,
Yeah,
Mr.
right.
Jolliffe.
And one other thing I also saw when we were going down to the home, when we were going down to Janet's home, all the food trucks had congregated today.
Yes.
We've covered the food truck issue in Cape Coral. 8 or 9 of them had congregated in the Publix parking lot. And you're just hoping that maybe in some way, if they're working off generators, maybe they were able to help some people out
That's
on a
right.
day like this.
At Cape Coral Parkway in Santa Barbara, there were at least 4.
Yeah.
Right? About
yeah, a
4
bunch.
4 food trucks and a multitude of people coming in, because so many of us now have lost everything in our freezers, our refrigerators, and what's better than a nice home-cooked meal, or really anything warm at this point.
Philly steak will work, not necessarily home cooked, that works.
Better than the chips that I've been surviving on.
And it was a hard-working day for so many people too, kind of getting through the reckoning of everything. But then if you think about how many people out here, could have been you, could have been any of us, out there hauling brush away. You go in the backyard, you got these trees down, they might be over the fence, they might have wrecked a pool cage, they might have wrecked some of the siding, and you're taking these just endlessly to the curb.
Yes.
Endlessly to the curb. You're picking up things that may have blown in from a neighbor's yard from maybe 2 or 3 blocks away. And this has become something where this will become the morning routine for a lot of people for a very long time. And it's okay not to get everything done today. I've been through this in other parts of the country. It can take 5-6 weeks just to feel like you've gotten your yard to the point where it can be presentable even just to your own eyes. These are going to be some messy days. And we've seen so many stories, though, that have come in and so many experiences that people said, well, we just kind of rode this out, and people just kind of shrugging their shoulders. But we've also seen other people who saw a gentleman in that same neighborhood who was showing us his backyard where the pool cage got taken out, and he was just hauling out the brush, hauling out furniture, hauling out everything that had gotten flooded.
Piece by piece. And that was one of the gentlemen who he's done after Irma and after this storm. I think he's done, at least for now, with Southwest Florida. And you know, when you look out again, I don't know if you said you can gain up a little bit so that way we can kind of check out.
Yeah.
So if you look back there behind me, there's a row of power poles, power lines, the power poles themselves. Basically, it's a line of maybe, let's say, 8 to 10 that came crashing down on people's homes. And then all of those power lines now kind of in the grass and just kind of everywhere. And a lot of these neighbors here, of course, they're frustrated. They're wondering, well, why isn't my power being restored first? And we just have to remember that the entire grid, you know, we're talking 99% of this area right now is without. And they're working street by street. They're doing the main intersections first. They're doing the most populated areas first. And eventually our wonderful linemen will get to us, but it could be a few days.
And that might even be optimistic, depending on where it goes. Because some people will just kind of come on up to us and say, hey, when's the power coming back on? And I just really don't know. But the scope of this, I can say, since you, Katie, since myself, since many of our other crews here at Fox 4 have been all throughout Southwest Florida, the damage is so extensive. You see it from the helicopter video, from the drone video. We saw it this morning from the Fort Myers Beach flight that went over that. And when you also look, though, throughout Cape Coral, it's not just on the neighborhoods that we also talked about today. Also, there's more of the isolated homes where we are seeing some of those issues as well, too. We saw some of these off of Skyline, southwest side.
So we're talking about the homes that are more standalone homes. They might be... Well, he obviously has some gas to burn. I certainly don't have that gas to burn. That's all right.
There will be a gas line eventually for us all.
Oh, we'll talk about Wawa here in a minute.
Yeah.
But, so what we noticed is that the homes that were kind of standalone, I know for me, for example, my home is pretty cuddled up between my neighbors. There are only about 5 feet between us, so I was kind of protected with my neighbors' homes and vice versa. But the ones that were standalone definitely sustained damage on almost all ends. We saw that overturned RV from the sheer power of the wind. And again, because it was just simply in an unprotected area. Tremendous amount of tree damage, of course. We have that little forested area right along Chiquita. That's nearly destroyed. Most of those trees will absolutely have to come down. So it's It's a lot of cleanup that we still have to go through. And also we have to remember that there's still going to be some of these trees that do come down on their own. So please remember, never drive under a branch that looks like it could be falling or a tree that is leaning ominously. It might not take much at all, especially considering how saturated the ground still is.
Yeah, a good reminder, and thank you for bringing that up, because just because a tree survived Ian does not mean it's going to survive much longer after that, because a lot of that got taken out. So a lot of the strength within that. So do keep that in mind as well. Also saw so much good, though, that came out of this, too. A lot of friendly people talking to us as well. Also in the Sandoval neighborhood.
Yes.
If we have
My
that
community.
available, and you're very familiar with this as well, too. And behind that, we saw trees uprooted out of the ground.
Yes.
Saw some of that video as well. Saw some of the pooled water, depending on where the roads were, wherever it was low-lying. But those canals also with an impact. We love our canals in Cape Coral.
Yep.
And we saw the effects of that.
In the case of Sandoval, we have these lakes that kind of separate some of our little roadways, our pathways. So I want to show you exactly what happens. Those lakes came up. We had surge damage from that. We have flooding damage from that. But then, of course, we also saw a lot of wind damage. Here's a look.
Friday full of assessment as well as cleanup, and we're seeing plenty of both here. And we're right here in Cape Coral on the west side in the Sandoval community. And as Fox 4 certified meteorologist Katie Walls also kind of takes us through this, we've seen a lot of damage in this area as well.
A tremendous amount of damage, Chris. And for us here, because this is also my community, it was a lot of wind damage, but also a lot of water damage as well. We have a lot of little lakes kind of peppered in between the different streets, and a lot of those lakes were inundated, of course, and then unfortunately did go into the back of some people's homes. And even behind us right here, this is just drainage. The storm drains can't handle any more water, so we're seeing these man-made lakes, unfortunately, the nature-made lakes that have just kind of created themselves that are, sometimes 6 inches deep. But slowly but surely we are starting to see them at least evaporate with this drier air.
And also trees, a common theme out of today. As we were driving into this, you could see lots of work crews, the landscaping crews, trying to at least clean up a lot of the debris that's there to make sure it gets into the wood chipper so it can kind of start that process. But we also saw some trees ripped up right out of the ground.
Absolutely. So the trees that were ripped up out of the ground, that was pure force of wind. And it really was the force of an EF3 tornado. It was that kind of magnitude. So you're talking about that kind of power that can do that. And of course, with all of the collapsed pull screens, I mean, just completely crumpled, just like a piece of paper. And then in terms of all of the other trees, our crews have been doing an amazing job clearing the streets. When I first tried to get home yesterday, I was dodging things left and right. It was extremely treacherous, but our crews have gotten out here and they are already, you can now drive on 2 lanes, which you certainly couldn't do yesterday. So even in just a matter of 24 hours, we're seeing huge improvements.
You also talked with one neighbor. She's out here with her dog Benji. Yes. And they're also trying to not just assess and try to repair things, but also make sure they had enough gas as well, too.
The generators are a big thing we're learning here, and generators run on gasoline. Well, what don't we have much of right now? Gasoline. And some of my neighbors have actually caravanned all the way to Clewiston. Check this out. What kind of damage you have experienced yourself?
Well, it was quite a storm. It was 12 hours long, and we came through it without any storm surge, so I'm really thankful for that, because I was worried about that. Some shingles, concrete shingles from the roof in our neighborhood, but we can deal with that. We're there. We have no power. We have no water. We have a generator. My husband's out now searching for gas. He's gone the whole neighborhood got together in one truck. Everybody's gas tank container is on the back of his little ramp. So they're going to Clewiston to try and get gas because the lines are so long here.
Oh my goodness.
So generators are no good if you don't have gas,
That's true.
So that's the story. And water, well, bottled water, if we run out of that, we're going to have to leave.
Now, did you have any water from any lakes anywhere near you?
No, no water damage, no water. Usually there's a spot between the esplanade and our backyard where it's low, and we always see water piled up there, but we never saw that. Never saw it, so. No storm surge, so happy.
Yeah.
Oh, let's do that. So the fact that Linda's husband and apparently a lot of my neighbors got together and drove all the way to Clewiston. I haven't been able to confirm with any of them if they actually had success in finding gasoline, but can you imagine driving that far from Cape Coral to Clewiston just to find gasoline, Chris? That's how sparse it is right now.
If you're willing to drive more than an hour each way just to make sure. And later on during the 8 o'clock hour, we will show you what the scene was like at the Wawa at Santa Barbara and Veterans. That was a long line. If you ever stood in line for like a Disney World ride, but being in your car.
But for 6 hours?
Yeah, idling the whole time. So mostly just to fill up gas cans, red cans, just so that way it could run generators. But there was a lot of that today, and we'll get to that later. Also schools.
Yes.
Because we keep seeing more schools being canceled for the near future, and we wonder how near of a future that is, because each time we drive by a building today, whether it was a middle school or it was Cape Coral High School, we can see from the outside that it might look okay, but of course we don't know what the damage was inside for any of this. It could have been roofing, could have been infrastructure, and I think for any parents they're wondering how long is this going to go on?
And I think that's something that we'll have to dive deeper into. I know that they are assessing the damage at each and every school, of course, to kind of figure out how much longer kids will be out of school. As of right now, we know for certain Lee County is out at least for all of next week. And I suspect it's going to be farther than that, Chris. But we'll dive deeper into that, plus the gas issue on the other side of the break. Stay with us.
And welcome back here to Fox 4 on this Friday night as we're all assessing the damage from Hurricane Ian. We're also telling stories. We're coming to you live here from Cape Coral as we are at Gleason and Southwest 2nd Avenue. And the reason that we're here, and we'll show this to you a little bit later, the down power lines that are across the street. We found that very striking throughout our travels, myself and certified meteorologist Katie Walls.
We truly toured all of Cape Coral today. We toured our own homes. We saw damage in and around our own neighborhoods and where I used to live. And there are so many stories and thousands currently impacted. So if you're feeling a little anxious, you're not alone.
Yeah. A lot of sweat earlier today for a lot of people.
Yes.
Hauling out that brush, making sense of, okay, we got all this damage in the back, multiple people taking out whatever's left of palm trees, trying to get them out to the curb today.
Exactly. Just make sure you're staying hydrated as you work so hard, especially because it really can get hot quickly. But one thing too we noticed, and one thing that we were speaking to people about, you know, a lot of folks have generators. Well, those generators run on gasoline, and that is absolutely in short supply, Chris.
Yeah, very much needed commodity right now. And you keep wondering, you could drive past various convenience stores and you can just take a look if there's nobody there.
Broadcast.
It's Santa Barbara and veterans. And this was quite a story today. And the only reason I came across this is I was driving into work after a few hours of clearing brush. I'm like, okay, it's time to go to work now. And when I was turning left onto Santa Barbara, I was wondering what all these cars were doing, and it became very clear this was going to be a very long line, hours for anyone who was in it.
And it was stretched from the Wawa all the way to Gleason. Yep. And we spoke to several of those folks, several of those residents waited in line for 6 hours. Check it out.
We've been here since 9 o'clock this morning. When we got here, we were back about a mile and a half. Actually, by the other 7-Eleven, we were in line. That's where it was. At 9
back
o'clock.
at the one at Gleason.
Yeah.
The one just back there.
And then they had a problem at Wawa. They had a problem with the system. The system went down, so nobody was moving for quite a while. But we're getting there now. They say they have enough.
So how long have you been in line then?
Since 9 o'clock, 5.5 hours.
How long you been idling? You come down here with like a half a tank or what?
No,
You're just trying to load up?
I had a full tank. I had 3/4 of a tank. I'm almost to a half.
And then at this point, you're just trying to fill up your tanks for generators?
Yes, that's right. Yes, that we're going to use very sparingly.
How was riding it out for you?
It was rough. He lives down by Cape Harbor. Oh, wow. And Cape Harbor was a little tough. A lot of the telephone poles on Aqua Linda are just down.
It's one of the worst things I've been through in my life. I've been around the world in the military. Through Vietnam, I was in part of that on the outskirts. I'm 82 years old, and I'm never going to do it again. I'll be out of town so fast when they say a hurricane's coming. It was terrible, terrible. I had water 4 feet in front of my house. Just missed coming in. We stayed dry, but it was scary.
But you're not going to do that again?
No way. No way. I've been here 17 years. I've never seen anything like this.
We got to give credit to the emergency services.
What have you been doing to pass the time?
Just talking on the phone, trying to keep in touch with family and stuff.
For sure.
And with it being such a hard place, you know, right now, you gotta keep peace of mind. We're gonna rebuild. We're gonna get back to Southwest Florida. That's all we can do.
Yes.
Are you filling up gas cans? You filling up your car? You filling up whatever you can?
Gas cans, cars, whatever I can.
Do you have a generator at home?
Yes.
How long do you think you can make it with what you have right now?
I'm at a half a tank right now, so.
But like for food, water, power.
Food and water. I heard that the Target's supposed to open up tomorrow, and I'm gonna go stand in line. Hopefully, I can get some necessities.
Your story that so many of us relate to as we are driving around. Let me tell you, I felt him on that half tank of gas right there. I'm right there with him.
How are we already at a half tank? That's the question, you know? Something that stood out to me on that story, though, is you heard from an 82-year-old Vietnam veteran who said, even as a Vietnam veteran, he's never seen anything like this with 4 feet of water in his home in the Cape. And you can see his spirits are so high, and him and his friend in the car there saying, you know, we just got to be grateful for the first responders. And that's really like the story of resiliency. And I know that's one of your favorite words, Shari. And we're going to see that come out of here, because these people have literally lost everything. I can't say these people, I would say we have lost everything, our colleagues, our co-workers, and we are still grateful. We're grateful for the first responders and grateful for all the supplies, all of the help pouring into Southwest Florida right now. We're grateful for our neighbors, and I'm grateful that you guys are here to trust us as we begin to tell you these stories. And he also said, when Katie asked him, how are you spending your time? He says, you know, just trying to get in touch with loved ones. So if you are listening to us on the several radio stations broadcasting right now, if you're watching us live on the Fox 4 app or fox4now.com, just know that on the Cape and a lot of areas, but especially the Cape, because we live and work here, the cell phone service is really spotty.
Yeah, and we're grateful for, as you mentioned, those of you who trust us so much and trust our team. We have a really big team. Someone said, you guys are on the air all day. Yes, we are, because we're committed to telling your stories and sharing the perspective from what you guys are experiencing right now. And if you are only listening to us, you may wonder who's talking. I'm Shari Armstrong alongside my colleague and friend Nadine Yanis, and we are here to carry you through the night along with certified meteorologist Katie Walls and our co-anchor Chris Earl.
Right, that's right. You know, one of the biggest stories of the day is the fact that we have rising rivers right now that unfortunately have now become another chapter in this storm, and a pretty serious chapter, as there are now curfews in place in Northport because people, as we speak, we're hearing are being trapped in their homes along the Matlacha rivers in Sarasota County and Northport, in Charlotte County, and also with the Peace River, and then in DeSoto County and Arcadia. People also trapped. We've been seeing rescue crews there, and because of that, Shari, it's really impacting our roadways as well.
That's right, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention meteorologist Andrew Shipley, who has been here with us all afternoon, tracking this flooding and kind of explaining in layman's terms, which we need. Let me speak for myself, but I need to understand just how this flooding is actually happening, why it's happening, why we're seeing rising flood levels when the hurricane has actually passed. He's been breaking down that for us, explaining that rain from Hurricane Ian has impacted a problem that so many of these locations were already seeing already.
We've seen the catastrophic flooding in Orange County, in Central Florida, in the Orlando area. Now that rain needs to go somewhere. So it's now coming back down, and now it's another storyline in this horrible chapter of Hurricane Ian and its impacts on Southwest Florida. And so I was trying to pull up the roadways, because these rivers are rising so high up that we now have I-75 at a complete shutdown. The sun has now set. Shari, we've been tracking this for several hours now. At one point, we were seeing slow movements, but the reason why it is now at a standstill, where you are seeing trucks turn around on I-75 north here, is because there are rising rivers at mile marker 182, the next one up, right at Sumter Road. So you could see in the sign there, Northport, Port Charlotte at a standstill. And the hard part to see, Shari, is all those trucks probably coming in to help.
Right. Yet another challenge in probably some type of recovery efforts here for sure. And it's important to note here, guys, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I know this camera is I-75 north, but we're not seeing any traffic in the other direction as well. So
it's probably shut down on the other side.
It's probably shut down on both sides. We don't have that. I don't think we have that officially, but I think it's fair to say, just based on this live shot, what we're seeing here, we've watched this traffic slow down. It is now at a standstill. Quite a mess right here on I-75 north in Southwest Florida.
Knowing how precious gas is right now, this is just a heartbreaking shot, but you know what's more heartbreaking is knowing that there are people right now dealing with rising waters in their homes once again in many of our counties, including right there Charlotte County, Sarasota County, DeSoto County, as well as the Matlacha yeah, all lanes shut down, Andrew confirms, as those rivers are rising.
And our Megan McRoberts is heading to I-75 in this area right now. She's going to be joining us live at 10 so we can get a full update. As Andrew just mentioned, this is impacting both lanes. That is confirmed. And you can see people are out of their cars, Nadine, in this live shot. People are walking around in this area. It just kind of tells you the impact that this is having and how long people have been sitting in this roadway for some time. And, you know, after a while, you got to get out and stretch your legs a little bit. And that's what you're seeing here in the left-hand side, bottom left-hand side of your screen there.
Yeah, you're seeing folks turn around. You are seeing huge tractor trailers. I would imagine powermen are on there. You know, unfortunately, this is going to be a developing situation for a while because we do not know when those rising waters will begin to recede. We do know, though, thankfully, because search and rescue is already here for the devastation that is still happening along our barrier islands, now those search and rescue crews are moving folks, or maybe bringing in more folks to our counties in Sarasota County, DeSoto counties, Charlotte County, as those rivers are now flooded, overflooding, shutting down roads, closing down bridges because of Ian, still somehow, Shari, wreaking havoc on Southwest Florida, and that is so frustrating to see.
Yeah, it gives me a headache. I mean, this is exactly what we don't need, this type of slowdown, but we're working to keep you updated as to what's happening there. And just so you know, we are anticipating hearing from leaders of the city of Fort Myers. We believe that we are going to hear from them very soon. Our Colton Chavez is there ready to ask questions on behalf of you. We are expecting to hear from the mayor of city of Fort Myers, which would be Kevin Anderson, also the fire chief there, Tracy McMillian, as well as the police chief and the city manager in regards to a status update. So any moment now we will be.
We need to hear about all of it.
We will be taking that press conference. We'll be bringing that to you live here on air, and we'll be streaming that on our website and in our app as well.
In the meantime, there are some areas that we haven't been able to get to that we're finally able to, and we are so grateful to our team of reporters who are out here now telling your stories. We're going to continue to do so. Rachel Wilkerson in the Tice area today, speaking to folks impacted by Hurricane Ian.
A somber scene for the Tice community. Many of these residents have lost almost everything. Mattresses, couches, and children's toys like this stuffed bear here line Montgomery Avenue. This is a result from the powerful storm surge. Residents are out here cleaning up the mess left behind and trying to salvage what they can. You can see clothes are hanging up. We've seen families have to throw away family photos because of how severe the water damage is. Residents tell me they tried to ride the storm out in their homes, but decided to evacuate once the water was up to their hips. They tell me they're thankful they did, but are saddened this happened to their community. I've seen neighbors stepping in to help each other, to bag up some of the debris, to bring mattresses onto the roadway here. And that togetherness is what residents tell me is going to help them get through this. Reporting in Tice, I'm Rachel Wilkerson, Fox 4.
All right, we want to take you live to the city of Fort Myers. This is City Hall in downtown Fort Myers. We're going to be taking you live in just a little bit, but we want to let you know that we're going to be bringing you an update from city leaders. I'm watching as Mayor Kevin Anderson has just approached the podium, and we're going to be bringing that to you live shortly.
That's going to be one that we're going to try to route because it is streaming on Facebook, so hopefully we can get to that. In the meantime, we saw, sounds like we're going to go to it now. Shari, you knew exactly what was coming. Yeah, this is Fort Myers Mayor Kevin Anderson. It's just patiently waiting as we're all tuning in and making sure that all the streams are up and ready to go as he's about to give us an update on the status of Fort Myers. We know the biggest obstacles were that storm surge that we saw a few days ago, the cleanup efforts, the massive cleanup efforts as people have literally lost everything. Would love to hopefully get an update on power outages and the current situation when it comes to water as well. We are on standby.
Yeah, behind him
we see Deputy Chief Randall Pepitone, and we have Fort Myers Fire Chief Tracy McMillian as well. We are expecting to hear from them along with the city manager. Again, there's so many questions about water in the city and power and efforts towards restoration, and we are anticipating hearing something when it comes to those topics within the next few minutes from the mayor and from these other city leaders as well.
Lee County, without a doubt, one of the hardest hit areas here after Hurricane Ian. Fort Myers, one of the largest cities within Lee County, and so whatever happens here is going to be a pretty big update for thousands of people tuning in and listening in on the 9 radio stations right now. Take a listen.
Interim, we have new numbers from FPL, Florida Power and Light. And since we are in Lee County, this is the city of Fort Myers leaders that we're waiting to hear from. Just want to give you an update right now from FPL when it comes to Lee County. Oh, it sounds like the mayor's up. Let's listen in.
I just want to say our community is resilient, they're strong, and we will bounce back. And with that, I'll start with donations. We are in need of donations. If you'd like to help items that we can use, we'd be extremely thankful for our water, non-perishable food items, charcoal, things of that nature. Anyone who's wishing to help with donations, you can email us at relief@cityfortmyers.com. Again, that's relief@cityfortmyers.com, and you can also go to the city's website. I want to thank the community for being patient and for being good neighbors. As I've mentioned, this is a significant event, and people are coming together. I can see it in the neighborhoods. People are already cleaning up. Businesses are coming back online. People are helping each other out, and that's what we need. That's what it's going to take. We as a city, your city leadership, we are doing everything possible to do what we can to bring the water, electricity back online. Already you should see the improvement with the roadways. They've been cleared. Our city teams have done a tremendous job. They are working tirelessly to bring those services back to you. With that, many services are still on the way. We're hoping tomorrow where we'll be able to announce distribution sites for water, ice, and food. With that, I would like to turn it over to our city manager, Mr. Marty Lawrence.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening. We're less than 48 hours since Ian passed through our city. I learned recently from a reliable source that this is the 5th strongest hurricane to hit the contiguous United States. We're facing some challenges, and we're dealing with those proactively. Many of our water customers within the city either have no water or have very low pressure at this point. City staff is working on those challenges, which are electrical related, which affect our wells and our water treatment plant operations. If you are one that's fortunate enough to have water at this point, we would ask you to be frugal in how you use that water to help us build up our tank levels going forward so we can re-energize our system and provide all of our customers with water. The power outages, it looks like good progress is being made by our utility provider in many residential areas as well as commercial areas that can provide services and needed goods for our citizens. We'd like for you to help us out if you can with regard to our water. One of the reasons we're having water difficulties is we have many line breaks, water main breaks on our system. It's been difficult to find those with water in the ditches, etc. So if you're driving down a street or walking down a street, if you see water bubbling up or spraying up, or if you see a water pooled that is usually not in a specific area, if you would call the city and let us know about it. And if you could call area code 239-321-8100, 321-8100, we would greatly appreciate that. There should be no water spewing up or spraying. That is not part of the way the system is to be operated at this point. So if you see something like that, it is abnormal, and you should report that to the city. We're working closely with Lee County. They have a very robust and experienced emergency management team, and we're fortunate to be able to partner with them. As far as the city services go, garbage collection will resume next Monday. A detailed schedule of what your collection day will be for next week will be released tomorrow. We will likely not have recycling collection, but garbage collection will resume on Monday. The landfill and incinerator have been closed this week, and that's why the garbage collection was stopped, and it was not safe to get on the streets to collect that as well. Damage assessments have begun. The city building inspections department and code enforcement staff has been in the field assessing damage not only to city-owned properties but also privately owned properties in the city. The debris removal, you've probably seen activity in your community. We've made significant progress on debris removal with city crews, and our debris removal contractors are here and in place and will help expedite that process throughout the city. Our goal is to get the city back to normal as quickly and safely as possible. Thank you very much.
Good evening. We want to talk a little bit about shelters. So those who are looking for a safe haven or a place to actually get a good night's sleep, we strongly urge you to take advantage of the shelters that are there. They have food and they have water. What you need to bring. You need to make sure that you bring some clothing, bring some snacks, your bedding, pillows. Think about some books or some magazines, your creature comforts. Definitely don't forget your chargers. All these items will help you to sustain and make you be in a better place, so think about these shelters. There's actually two that are very close to the city of Fort Myers. One of them is in the city of Fort Myers, which is that of Dunbar High School, which is located at 3800 Edison Avenue. Of course, that's Fort Myers, Florida, 33916. Other one that's very close also is Oak Hammock Middle School, which is located at 5321 Tite Street in Fort Myers, Florida, 33905. Please consider these shelters. As the mayor talked about, the county is working very hard to get some points of distribution, and these will be set up for food and for water, and we're hoping that they'll be opened up very soon, possibly even as soon as tomorrow. There are some things that we're looking at also for the city, our efforts. We're actually going to be setting up some disaster recovery centers. This center will actually be located in the city of Fort Myers, and it will be at the well-known Stars Complex. And at this complex on tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday, we will open from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and will serve as a charging station for those in our community. And at 1 p.m. we will provide lunch for the children, and tomorrow evening we expect to deliver the water and non-perishable items at the particular location. We will let you know as soon as possible when those items have begun to be distributed at the Stars Complex and as soon as they're received. This is a great opportunity to take advantage of that disaster recovery center. A couple things also too, just remember when you're using your generators, make sure they're at least 20 feet away from any openings. Please don't put it inside if it's gas fueled. Make sure you are careful when you're going outside and make sure you hydrate. Please stay away from power lines, and if you're in a damaged building, please make sure you're taking all measures to be safe. And also, you guys know our slogan, at night, please help us out, don't go out. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I'm here to announce that as of this evening, there's going to be a citywide curfew implemented from 9 p.m. till 6 a.m. and it'll stay in effect until further notice. Safety is our top priority in allowing access for our first responders to respond to emergencies. During the daylight hours, we strongly encourage that residents limit their roadway usage to work, health, and wellness purposes for yourself and your families. There's no other reasons that residents should be on these hazardous roadways. This only delays first responders and other public officials who are working day and night to restore normalcy to our city. With community resources scarce, we understand there will be extended wait times and long lines for necessities. We ask that you remain patient. We also, I want to state that we have a zero tolerance for property destruction and looting. If you do that, you're going to go to jail. In the state of Florida, criminal charges are enhanced during a state of emergency, and that's what we're in. We understand that these are some of the most difficult times we have faced. However, we need the community's cooperation